In the vast open-pit mine, countless miners labored tirelessly wielding all manner of mining tools with vigorous swings. Ignoring the sweat soaking through his entire body, Yang Ling drove his pickaxe again and again into the vein of fire crystal rock before him. Each strike demanded his full strength. Without it, the stubborn fire crystal rock would not change in the slightest. Xiao Yang, you work 8 out of 12 hours a day in this place. Aren't you afraid you'll ruin your body? You won't be able to keep this up for long. The old miner passing by could not help but voice a reminder. Yang Ling did not pause his movements, replying politely, Uncle Wang, don't worry, I know my own limits. Oh. Uncle Wang gave a soft sigh, shook his head, then turned away to search for valuable fire crystal rock elsewhere. Yang Ling continued to chisel at the fire crystal rock with focused seriousness. With each strike of the pickaxe, a faintly cool breath flowed along the shaft and seeped into his body. That chill not only eased his fatigue, but also subtly enhanced his stamina. Is this really just a game, or is it a true world? I clearly only meant to play a full immersion simulation to relax for a bit. So how did it become somewhere I cannot return from? Yang Ling muttered inwardly. He had already been in this world for half a month. Half a month ago, he had been a professional gold farmer earning considerable money by grinding for in-game currency. Within the gold farming trade, he had achieved a modest reputation. Yet the repetitive nature of that career left him bored, so he had chosen a newly launched game Xinyu to spice up his routine. Soon after entering, however, he realized something was terribly wrong. He could not log out. This world felt impossibly real. Its tactile sensations, eating and drinking, and even bodily needs were indistinguishable from the real world. Even the NPCs seemed so vivid and full of life. At the beginning, he had nearly starved in this world until he was captured and forced to work as a miner. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, the pickaxe fell once more. Another surge of cool energy entered his body. A clear chime echoed in his ears. Ding! A pleasant level up sound rang out. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Yang Ling immediately summoned his status panel character Yang Ling. Class Miner. Level 3. Free attribute points 1. Strength 5. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 50. Finally leveled up. Another free attribute point, he thought. Quiet excitement stirred within him. The reason he had been pushing himself so hard these days was precisely to level up. Every swing of the pickaxe granted experience. Yet there was no explicit experience bar on the panel. He could only judge progress by that cool breath. The chill itself was experience. It not only helped him level up, but also soothed his fatigue and enhanced his endurance. My initial attributes gave me only 4 points of strength, while agility and spirit were much higher. 5 points should be about the standard for an ordinary person. With that in mind, Yang Ling immediately allocated the free attribute point to strength. For now, he did not know what spirit was truly good for. He only knew that strength could speed up his mining, thus earning more experience. At the same time, strength was linked to health. As his strength rose by 1 point, a warm stream surged through his body, instantly dispelling all exhaustion. The aching muscles no longer throbbed in pain. His health jumped from 50 to 60 in a single instant. He clenched his fists, clearly feeling that his strength had grown by a substantial margin. Yang Ling could not help but feel secretly delighted. He wanted to survive, and health was crucial to that. A few days earlier, he had slipped and fallen, banging his forehead. His health had dropped by 20 points in one go. Only by taking healing medicine had he slowly recovered those points. He had wondered whether if his health ever reached 0, he might escape from Xinyu. But he did not dare to gamble on that. He feared even more that if his health hit 0, he himself would be erased. Then I'll just grind. As long as mining brings levels, I'll grind till heaven and earth grow old. Everything else is secondary. Yang Ling raised his water flask, took a swig, then continued to swing it, one strike then another. Only after the fire crystal vein before him was completely exhausted did he carefully gather the scattered or fragments on the ground and tuck them into the cloth pouch at his waist. Yang Ling weighed the pouch in his hand. About an ounce or so. That should fetch 10 copper coins from Supervisor Wu. Last time the healing medicine from Supervisor Wu cost only 5 coins a bottle. This time I need to save up more to preserve my life. But this pickaxe is nearly worn out. I have to set aside some money to buy a better one, which will help me gain experience faster. As he pondered this, several figures quietly approached. Yang Ling lifted his eyes without betraying any emotion. So it's Fifth Brother. Do you need something? Yang Ling cupped his hands and smiled. Fifth Brother was burly and tall, with several sullen-faced miners at his side. Their gazes toward Yang Ling were openly hostile. Ordinary miners work 5 hours a day before resting, yet you insist on working 8. You're putting in all this effort just to curry favor with Supervisor Wu, aren't you? Fifth Brother spoke in a flat tone. Yang Ling explained, Fifth Brother, you misunderstand. I only want to earn a little more money. No, there are rules here. Fifth brother said coldly, if you do this, supervisor will say we're slacking off. You're raising yourself up while making us look bad. Let me advise you work your allotted 5 hours, and then stop, otherwise your injuries won't be limited to a bump on the forehead. He cast a mocking glance at the mark on Yang Ling's forehead. A faint glint of coldness flashed through Yang Ling's eyes, almost impossible to notice. In the next instant, fifth brother's attributes unfolded before Yang Ling. Character: fifth brother. Class: minor. Strength: 7. Agility: 3. Spirit: 2. There was no level or health listed. This was the attribute panel of an NPC. His strength is still higher than mine, and his connections are stronger. If I confront him heated, I'll definitely suffer. With that thought, Yang Ling spoke in a conciliatory tone, fifth brother, from now on, I'll only mine for 5 hours. Fifth brother nodded in satisfaction. Good that you know your place. Then his gaze drifted to the cloth pouch at Yang Ling's waist. I saw you dig up quite a lot of fire crystal rock just now. Hand over half as a greeting gift. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Ling said, fifth brother, how about this? From now on, I'll give you 30% of all the fire crystal rock I mine, and you allow me to work longer hours. Still scheming, are you? What, are you really determined to risk your life just to ingratiate yourself with Supervisor Wu? Fifth brother's smile did not reach his eyes. Hand over half the fire crystal rock and get lost. If you ever dare mine even half an hour extra, I'll make you regret it. So he really is terrified that someone might show off before Supervisor Wu and steal his spotlight. Without another word, Yang Ling poured out half of his fire crystal rock and handed it over. Fifth brother weighed the share in his hand, and only then, satisfied, stuffed it into his own pouch. It bulged heavily, at least close to half a caddy. You still have some sense. Remember my words, I'll be keeping my eye on you. With a light chuckle, fifth brother led his men away. I'll have to be more careful to avoid him from now on, Yang Ling thought, as he began searching for new fire crystal rock. He had no intention of limiting himself to 5 hours a day. He needed to level up. He needed more attribute points. As long as he could raise his strength to 10, he believed that small-time bully fifth brother would no longer be able to push him around. Soon Yang Ling found another patch of fire crystal rock. Without a word, he drew out his pickaxe and began grinding once more. Unnoticed by himself, the fire crystal, or before Yang Ling, had already been completely hollowed out. He weighed the cloth pouch in his hand, finding he had finally scraped together the half liang that had been extorted from him. By this time, 5 hours had already passed, and the miners in the vein were withdrawing one after another. Each of them looked utterly exhausted. The fire crystal rock was simply too hard. Every strike of the pickaxe demanded their full strength. Thanks to the experience points he had accumulated, Yang Ling had managed to ease most of his fatigue and muscle soreness, yet he deliberately wore an expression of utter weariness. Hiding in the shadows, he indeed saw fifth brother scanning the surroundings, apparently trying to see who dared to work overtime for no reason. Today I'll numb his vigilance first, lest he keeps his eyes on me every single day, Yang Ling thought. With that in mind, Yang Ling put on a tired face and slowly walked toward the exit. Fifth brother, it's that brat Yang Ling. A sycophant spotted him and immediately pointed over with a fawning smile. Fifth brother nodded in satisfaction. That kid finally knows the rules. Handing over fire crystal or was a procedure that had to be carried out every single day. While Yang Ling was queuing, he suddenly heard a burst of furious shouting from ahead, followed closely by desperate pleas for mercy. 5 hours in a day, and you can't even gather half a liang of fire crystal, or, you useless trash, beat him. A steward, blazing with fury, ordered the veins guards to set upon a frail, thin young man with their fists. The young man screamed miserably again and again, begging for mercy. Yang Ling swept his gaze around and noticed that whenever such scenes occurred, most of the miners present were secretly gloating over the victim's misfortune. Damn it, you NPC scum, and this dog-eaten Shinyu. Once I get out, I'll definitely sue all of you. Driven past his limit by the beating, the young man erupted into a hoarse stream of curses. What nonsense are you babbling? You still dare curse my mother? Beat him. If he dies, I'll take responsibility. The steward was beside himself with rage. Yang Ling was slightly startled and immediately fixed his gaze on the youth. Character: Zhang Wei. Profession: none. Level 1. Strength: 2. Agility: 2. Spirit: 1. Health: 20. At that moment, Zhang Wei's health was plummeting rapidly and was about to be reduced to 0. He has a level and health points. He isn't an NPC. He's a player just like me. Yang Ling was pleasantly surprised. He was currently in the fire crystal vein outside Qingshan City. He had been here for more than half a month, and almost every time he saw someone, he would check that person's attribute panel, trying to find another player like himself. Yet in that half month, he had not gained anything at all. He had not expected to run into a player today. After the initial joy, Yang Ling felt a dull headache set in. Given the current situation, Zhang Wei might well be beaten to death. Enough, don't really kill him. If Supervisor Wu comes down on us, I won't be taking the blame, that steward finally said, waving his hand. At his words, the vain guards immediately withdrew their hands. Zhang Wei could no longer form curses, he could only lie on the ground whimpering feebly. His health had dropped abruptly from 20 points to a mere 1. These vain guards all have at least 10 points in strength, far superior to ordinary people. But they are NPCs who cannot level up, so they must have some other way to grow stronger, Yang Ling analyzed inwardly. That's the direction I should be working on next, he concluded to himself. At that moment, the steward looked down coldly at Zhang Wei and said, "You couldn't gather even 1 liang of fire crystal, or so you won't get a single coin today. You can go hungry for now. If you still can't meet the quota tomorrow, you'll starve to death in a few days. Figure it out yourself." With that, he went on collecting the fire crystal ore from the remaining miners. Before long, it was Yang Ling's turn. "Only 1 liang today," the steward asked, his brows knitting slightly. Then he noticed Fifth Brother and his ilk watching like hungry tigers from afar. Realization dawned on him. He snorted softly and then handed Yang Ling 10 copper coins. "Many thanks, Steward Neo," Yang Ling said at once as he accepted the 10 coins. Steward Neo's expression eased a little. "If every newcomer were as sensible and driven as you, I wouldn't have to waste so much effort," he said. He then waved his hand as though shooing away a fly. Yang Ling, understanding the gesture, took his leave, and on the way out helped Zhang Wei to his feet. The nearby miners all shook their heads when they saw this. Even here, he still insisted on meddling in other people's business. Outside the vein lay a village built for the miners where food and drink were provided in full. Yang Ling brought Zhang Wei to his own dwelling, a shabby little wooden hut, the kind that leaked rain when it poured and let in drafts when the wind blew. "Wake up," he urged. He tried to rouse Zhang Wei, but the latter showed no reaction at all, as though he had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. "Will you pass out when your health gets too low?" Yang Ling mused. Pensive, he then dug out a box from under the bed. Inside were the 100-odd copper coins he had saved so far and a bottle of healing medicine. He glanced at the healing medicine, and its attribute panel automatically appeared. Jinshuang Medicine Defective restores 10 points of health. In the days to come, there would be more things he needed to spend money on, yet he sighed inwardly, "I can't just watch someone die." Yang Ling shook his head helplessly, then fed the Jinshuang medicine to Zhang Wei and helped him swallow a few mouthfuls of water. All the while, he kept an eye on Zhang Wei's attribute panel. He watched as the other man's health value slowly increased, about 1 point per minute. When the health value passed 10 points, Zhang Wei began to show signs of waking. Though the medicine is defective, the description says it restores 10 points of health, and that it does without ambiguity, Yang Ling noted. "It hurts like hell. Did I leave the game?" Zhang Wei groaned subconsciously, trying to sit up. "You haven't left, Xinyu," Yang Ling said. "Huh." Zhang Wei's eyes widened, then he exclaimed in sudden delight. You're a player?" "Of course. Who would bother saving you if you weren't a player?" Yang Ling replied. "Tell me quickly how to log out of the game. I've been trapped here for half a month. It's worse than death. The developers of Xinyu are nothing but bastards, absolute bastards." Zhang Wei grabbed Yang Ling's arm, shaking with agitation. Yang Ling's heart sank. So he had no way to leave either. "Calm down," he said in a low voice. "I also can't get out of here. I was hoping to ask you if you had any method." "You can't leave either." Zhang Wei froze, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is going on?" Yang Ling did not interrupt his muttering. He turned away and began repairing his pickaxe. He had not yet saved enough to exchange for a better pickaxe, so he had to treasure the one issued from above. It was his lifeline. It must be some kind of bug. They're probably scrambling to fix it. "Once they're done, we'll be able to get out," Zhang Wei finally said, as though convincing himself. He looked at Yang Ling. "Brother, what should I call you?" A strange light flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. "You don't know my name?" Could it be that the other man couldn't see attribute panels? "Am I supposed to know your name? Are you famous around here?" Zhang Wei asked blankly. Yang Ling's expression grew grave. "When you were mining today, did you feel anything off?" he asked. He was beginning to understand why Zhang Wei had been unable to gather even 1 liang of fire crystal ore. If the man could not see attribute panels, he very likely had no experience points either. Without experience points to alleviate fatigue and muscle soreness, and without training, how could one possibly manage to mine fire crystal ore? "Off. Of course," Zhang Wei replied. "That damned fire crystal ore is so hard I can barely make a dent in it. That half liang I turned in was scraped off with everything I had." Zhang Wei's face went pale. "The developers of Xinyu are truly a pack of dogs. Come to think of it, you never told me your name." Zhang Wei suddenly realized. "My name is Yang Ling." A flicker of complexity passed over Yang Ling's face. He was already fairly certain that the attribute panel could only be seen by himself. He had encountered very few other players so far, only Zhang Wei, and would need to meet several more to be sure. Brother Yang, do you think if we die inside Xinyu we actually die? Zhang Wei asked, his expression turning mournful. I've been thinking about this ever since I arrived half a month ago. I'm not sure, Yang Ling replied. Yang Ling shook his head. So what are we supposed to do next? Let those NPCs keep bullying us. Zhang Wei ground his teeth. If this were the real world and someone treated me like that, I'd sue them into ruin. I'd no longer be called Zhang if I didn't. I think our first goal should be to survive. This Xinyu is strange. We cannot gamble on even the smallest possibility. Yang Ling's voice turned grave. Right, survive first. Zhang Wei muttered, but how? This so-called game doesn't feel like a game at all. I can't even see a character attribute panel. The NPCs here are vicious. They attack at the slightest provocation. The pain is horribly real, and the hunger feels unbearably genuine. Speaking of which, he began cursing the makers of Xinyu. The rule at the Huijingyan deposit is that you must hand over at least 1 liang of Huijingyan every day. That can be exchanged for 10 copper coins, Yang Ling said. Here, 1 copper coin will buy you a bun. 3 copper coins will buy half a jean of grain. Without those things we can't survive. 1 liang. I've dug until I'm dizzy and still can't find it. Does that mean I'm doomed? Zhang Wei drew a sharp breath, a trace of despair in his eyes. Can I trust you? Yang Ling suddenly asked. Brother Yang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Wei replied, puzzled. I arrived earlier and am an experienced miner. I can help you gather a liang of Huijingyan, so you can qualify for the basic allowance. Yang Ling's expression turned serious. But when you receive the copper coins, you may only take your share. My portion must be reserved for me. Of course, Zhang Wei exclaimed. That's a plan. Zhang Wei said, excitement brightening his face. Seeing Yang Ling nearly staring without a word, he quickly recovered and added, don't worry, Brother Yang. I won't take what isn't mine. You're my savior. You've saved my life twice. All right. For the next few days, don't stray too far from me. If any trouble comes up, I'll help you more. Yang Ling smiled and nodded. Over the next few days, Yang Ling guided Zhang Wei, helping him become familiar with the Huijingyan deposit while quietly observing Zhang Wei's condition. After a few strikes at the vein, the other man would have to rest for a long time. That showed he truly had no experience points and could not level up by mining alone. His attributes had not changed at all. Before long, 5 time periods had passed. Zhang Wei had been reduced to a quivering wreck. Watching Yang Ling still hacking away, envy flickered in his eyes. Brother Yang, your strength and endurance are incredible. What did you do for work outside? Construction work. Yang Ling did not look back. Zhang Wei showed a hint of understanding and muttered, if I'd known, I would have worked construction too. When will this rotten life end? Yang Ling paid him no mind and kept hammering at the Huijingyan vein. Because he had left promptly these past days, Fifth Brother's surveillance on him had relaxed. The vast deposit was attended by at least 1,000 miners. As long as no one paid him special attention, nobody would notice him secretly working overtime. Brother Yang, I think time's almost up. They're lining up. Shouldn't we leave? Zhang Wei glanced toward the act. Keep digging. The more we dig, the more copper coins we can exchange. We don't know how long we'll be trapped here. Without money, we can barely take a step. Yang Ling continued to dig while he spoke. Zhang Wei, finding the argument sensible, rested briefly and then resumed. A few time periods later, a pleasant chime sounded in Yang Ling's ear. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. He had leveled up. Yang Ling's eyes lit with joy, or it had been only 5 days since his last level. As his strength increased, his rate of gaining experience had indeed accelerated. Without hesitation, Yang Ling allocated the attribute point to strength. A familiar warmth flowed through his body, dispelling the fatigue of the day. He clenched his fist and felt his power rise another notch. Character Yang Ling, profession miner, level 4, strength 7, agility 5, spirit 10, HP 70. My strength is now the same as Fifth Brother's, and my agility is 2 points higher. If I met him alone, roughing him up wouldn't be a problem. Yang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. As a professional gold farmer, his technique might not be unrivaled, but it was certainly first-rate. More importantly, he possessed sharp awareness. Even in a scuffle, he would be superior to ordinary men. With strength at 7, my experience gain will speed up. Even if the next level requires more XP, it might only take 5 or 6 days. Soon, once I reach strength 10, I'll have some ability to defend myself. As he thought this, the pick in his hand suddenly rang with a crisp sound. Yang Ling glanced down. Ordinary pick, durability 0. The pick broke. Still, I've saved enough over these days to buy a better one. Unbothered, Yang Ling called to Zhang Wei and headed toward the entrance. Although night had fallen, the deposit was actually monitored around the clock. There were many miners like Yang Ling who wanted to improve their lot. A few others slipped out from the shadows, their faces masked with cloth to avoid Fifth Brother's men. Without exception, these miners' strength attributes were high, either 6 or 7. Manager Neo emerged from the hut grinning as he began receiving Huijingyan. Oh, 3 Liang. Not bad. He scanned Yang Ling, and without another word handed him 30 copper coins. Yang Ling could not suppress his curiosity any longer, and asked softly, Manager Neo, may I ask you something? Speak, the manager replied indifferently. Fifth brother won't let us dig more. Does the mine not mind? Yang Ling asked in a low voice. Why should I care? Dig if you want. As long as everyone brings me 1 Liang, my task is done. Manager Neo shrugged nonchalantly. I gain nothing from them handing in more. Why would I risk offending fifth brother over this? After speaking, he cast Yang Ling a glance. You're new here, so take this as a warning. Fifth brother has a sister who is the concubine of Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling's expression turned solemn, and he cupped his fist in thanks. Thank you, Manager Neo. Zhang Wei, still smarting from past pain, snorted inwardly at Yang Ling's deference. Brother Yang, why are you being so polite to that Manager Neo? That guy almost got me killed. On the way back, Zhang Wei couldn't help but murmur softly, his dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Yang Ling smiled. Xiao Zhang, actually Manager Neo is quite a decent person. The other day when he had someone teach you a lesson, he was just trying to let you know that if you don't work hard in mining, you won't survive here. He had observed Manager Neo during this time and found that he had a cold exterior but a kind heart. Although he turned a blind eye to the actions of Lao Wu, he was also willing to exchange copper coins for the miners working overtime at night. Especially the information he had just received was extremely important. Not good at all. Zhang Wei grumbled silently in his heart, but he didn't dare to confront him directly. The next day, Yang Ling did not enter the mine, but went to the southwest of the miners' village. There was a blacksmith shop here specifically for crafting mining tools. After deducting living expenses during this time, I've saved 240 copper coins, which should be enough. As he entered the blacksmith shop, the sound of clanging metal filled the air. The burly blacksmith Wang was hammering iron while asking, what do you want to buy? Blacksmith Wang, I plan to buy a fine iron pickaxe. Fine iron pickaxe. There are only 3 left, priced at 200 coins each. You can choose one yourself. Wang pointed to the wall. On the wall there were not only fine iron pickaxes, but also some ordinary weapons. These could only be used by the mine guards. Fine iron short sword, agility 1, attack power 5, priced at 1 tael of silver. Fine iron rod, strength 1, attack power 8, priced at 1 tael of silver. Fine iron pickaxe, strength 2, attack power 1, priced at 200 coins. Yang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Although he also wanted a weapon, he knew that given his current situation and wealth, these weapons were beyond his reach for now. Instead, this fine iron pickaxe was quite good. According to the attribute description above, just by holding it, I can gain 2 points of strength. This means I will have 9 points of strength, making the leveling speed faster and the mining speed much improved. Just as Yang Ling was about to pick up the fine iron pickaxe, he instinctively glanced at the attributes of the other 2 pickaxes and stopped his hand. A fine steel pickaxe. Why does it look just like the fine iron pickaxe? Fine steel pickaxe, strength 3, attack power 8. Its attack power is the same as the fine iron rod, but it adds 3 points of strength. Doesn't that mean it can be used for mining as well as a weapon? Yang Ling remained composed, picking up one of the pickaxes to examine it before putting it down, and then picking up the other one to scrutinize. He repeated this process. Blacksmith Wang grew somewhat impatient, saying, they're all the same thing, what's there to look at? Same thing. Aren't they all priced at 200 coins? Yang Ling's heart raced fiercely for a few beats, then he picked up the fine steel pickaxe, saying, Blacksmith Wang, I'll take this one. 200 coins, put down the money, and you can leave. All right. Yang Ling counted out 200 coins, and then tucked the fine steel pickaxe into his waist, striding away. After walking far from the blacksmith shop and seeing the other party still not reacting, Yang Ling couldn't help but feel excited. What a steal! If there were other players around selling this fine steel pickaxe for 2 taels of silver, wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Yang Ling mused. At that moment, several figures suddenly approached. Fifth brother. Yang Ling was slightly taken aback and quickly clasped his fists. Do you have something? Fifth brother grinned. Of course I have something. I've heard that you've been secretly working overtime lately, mining quite a lot of fire crystal ore. How did he know? Yang Ling was certain he had been careful every night when leaving. That guy had long gone to drink. How could he have time to monitor him? Suddenly, he spotted Zhang Wei in the crowd, looking bruised and panicked, quickly shrinking back. Zhang Wei. Yang Ling's expression darkened. You can't ignore how I know this, but shows you haven't taken Fifth brother's words seriously. Fifth brother, half smiling, turned to the nearby miners and asked, what do you all think? Shouldn't this guy be mining for a few more hours each day? Of course not. Yang Ling, if you mine for a few more hours, it just makes you look diligent. What if one day the rules change and require us to submit at least 2 tails of fire crystal, or each day? Then would we have to die alongside you? One miner shouted angrily. Damn it, how is this kid so energetic? I can barely mine for 4 hours a day without feeling exhausted. This kid can mine for 8 or 9 hours. If he mines 1 or 2 more fire crystals, we might have to mine 1 or 2 less in the future. This kid is too unscrupulous. Seeing he had gained the approval of most miners, fifth brother smirked. Young Ling, I've already warned you beforehand. Today I'll give you a lesson. If I see you secretly making progress again, you will pay. With that, he turned to his underlings, saying, break one of his arms. Break my arm. Wouldn't that be killing me? How would I gain experience then? Yang Ling initially intended to keep a low profile and level up secretly, but seeing that they were aiming to break his path to survival, he suddenly became furious. 2 of fifth brother's subordinates had already approached Yang Ling, preparing to grab him. Without saying a word, Yang Ling kicked one in the stomach. The first subordinate was caught off guard and was kicked several feet away. The second was slightly startled, but before he could react, Yang Ling knocked him down with a punch. This is the power of 7 points of strength. With this punch, I'm afraid it has the force of a professional boxer. Yang Ling felt secretly excited. The scene fell into silence. Many miners looked at Yang Ling as if they were seeing a stranger, their eyes filled with astonishment. Fifth brother was also stunned, his expression changing slightly, and his gaze grew more serious. How is he this powerful? In the crowd, Zhang Wei stared at the scene before him, filled with regret. Fifth brother, we usually don't interfere with each other. I mine my ore, and you do your business. As long as you don't disturb my mining, everything is negotiable. But if anyone dares to obstruct me, I will take their life. Yang Ling looked at fifth brother, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. At this point, he knew that if he did not intimidate the opponent, his situation would become even more difficult. He had only found this path of mining to level up and could not allow it to be affected. You're dead today. Fifth brother's face darkened as he slowly rolled up his sleeves. Yang Ling instinctively grasped the fine steel pickaxe at his waist. His strength had increased by 3 points, and he felt as if his entire body had opened up its meridians with every muscle twitching. What are you doing? A deep voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, fifth brother immediately became as timid as a quail. The miners respectfully made way for Supervisor Wu. Supervisor Wu appeared to be middle-aged, accompanied by several guards, and slowly walked in front of everyone. Yang Ling glanced at the attributes panel of the other party. Character Wu K, profession warrior, strength 12, agility 8, spirit 3, martial art black tiger fist, entry level a warrior. This was the figure Yang Ling had most anticipated. During his time in the divine domain, the only warrior he had encountered was Supervisor Wu. It was just a bit strange. Supervisor Wu's attributes weren't much higher than those of the mine guards, so he suspected it was due to the black tiger fist that Supervisor Wu practiced. Sister. Supervisor Wu. Fifth brother said softly. Supervisor Wu expressionlessly replied with an his gaze falling on Yang Ling. Do you really enjoy mining? Yang Ling wasted no time and clasped his fists, saying, Supervisor Wu, I believe I am a born miner dreaming of mining. You flatterer. To say such things. The faces of the miners present changed drastically. Fifth brother clenched his fists in anger. Supervisor Wu suddenly laughed heartily. Haha, I've been supervising this fire crystal mine for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered a miner like you. Very well, you keep mining. If anyone troubles you, come to me. Fifth brother's face turned extremely ugly. In a month, some important figures will inspect several mines, and at that time the miners from each mine will need to demonstrate their mining skills. I'll send you over from our side. Supervisor Wu said casually. Wu's supervisor's words left the miners present somewhat shocked. Looking at Yang Ling, their eyes were filled with jealousy and envy. Are important figures from above inspecting? Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. The background of this fire crystal or mine was indeed unusual. During this time, he had been secretly gathering map information about the divine realm, trying to figure out where. Unfortunately, he couldn't even clarify the background of Qingshan City or this fire crystal or mine outside of it. The miners here were all illiterate and couldn't articulate anything clearly. This opportunity might allow him to connect with higher-level figures. Perhaps he might even have a chance to learn the black tiger fist that Wu's supervisor cultivated. Among the crowd, Zhang Wei slapped his thigh regretfully, his eyes filled with guilt and panic. Wu's supervisor, how can such an important task be given to him? He has only been in our mine for less than a month. Fifth brother exclaimed in shock. Wu's supervisor cast a cold glance at him. Shut up. Fifth brother's face turned pale. Work hard. Wu's supervisor patted Yang Ling's shoulder and turned to leave. Seeing this, fifth brother hurriedly followed. The other miners, seeing there was no more excitement to watch, went back to their own tasks. Brother Yang, that fifth brother, is truly despicable. Thankfully, Wu's supervisor arrived in time. You weren't hurt just now, were you? Zhang Wei forced a smile. Yang Ling chuckled. Zhang Wei, do you take me for a fool? Zhang Wei sighed. Brother Yang, their punches are really heavy. It hurts too much. I can't take it. Considering we are both players, I won't hold today's incident against you for now. From now on, don't provoke me, and I won't provoke you. As for the fire crystal or mine, you'll have to mine it yourself. After finishing, Yang Ling turned and headed toward the mine. Zhang Wei's expression turned grim, his fists clenched tightly as he stared at Yang Ling's retreating figure. What are you so great about? You just started playing earlier than me, and your physique is a bit better. I refuse to believe I can't survive without you. Fire crystal or mine? Yang Ling spent a short time finding an unexploited fire crystal ore. He gripped the steel pickaxe, and his strength instantly increased by 3 points. Now his total strength had reached a staggering 10 points. Even compared to Wu's supervisor, he was only 2 points short. In this mine, only the mine guards had strength attributes comparable to his. Let me see your power. Yang Ling glanced at the steel pickaxe in his hand, and then struck down fiercely. In that instant, all his strength surged within him, pouring out from his arm. Bang! A piece of fire crystal ore fell to the ground. Before, it took at least 3 to 5 hits, now it's done in one. Yang Ling was very satisfied with his transformation, and he continued to strike at the fire crystal ore before him. After finishing the one in front of him, he went in search of the next target. The cloth bag at his waist grew increasingly full. After 5 hours, the bag was nearly filled with a pound of fire crystal ore. Compared to when I first arrived, my efficiency has increased nearly tenfold. 1 pound of fire crystal ore can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 1,000 copper coins can be exchanged for an ounce of silver. When I was captured earlier, I heard that as long as I gathered 5 ounces of silver, I could buy a formal identity. Yang Ling recalled the day he was captured as a vagrant and brought to the mine. As a player, he had no identification when he first arrived. Such circumstances would lead to being treated as a vagrant without the protection of Qingshan City's laws. Most of the miners living in the miners' village were vagrants without identities. Only the remaining 1 or 2% were natives of Qingshan City. The previous Uncle Wang was one of them. Those natives, like fifth brother, were not ones he dared to bully casually. With my efficiency improved so much now, if I mined for another 5 hours, I could gather another 2 pounds of fire crystal, or to exchange for 200 copper coins. In less than a month, I will be able to buy a formal identity. According to the patterns of previous games, having a formal identity is likely the first threshold in the divine realm. Only after that may one qualify to acquire martial arts. Thinking of this, Yang Ling continued to search for fire crystal ore. He now had 2 goals: to level up and allocate points, and to obtain a formal identity. Fortunately, both goals could be achieved by mining. The nearly tenfold efficiency also indicated that the experience points he gained were nearly tenfold compared to before. Unfortunately, the attribute panel did not show detailed experience points, so he couldn't determine how much more he needed to level up to level 5. Time passed little by little. The number of miners in the mine decreased. Yang Ling kept wandering around the mine. These fire crystal ores are truly too scarce. I can't mine for long. Searching everywhere for ores is a waste of time. If only there were a large one. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked towards the dark, murky mine shafts around him. The fire crystal ore mine is an open-pit mine, but after years of mining, many deep and unfathomable mine shafts had appeared. These mine shafts were different from the open-pit areas. The latter would show some fire crystal ore on the surface, though in small quantities, just enough for miners to survive and even make a small profit. However, occasionally large chunks of fire crystal ore would appear in the mine shafts. Logically, going into the mine shafts would yield more profit. But Yang Ling, through Uncle Wang's warnings, understood that there were 3 major risks in entering the mine shafts. First, the mine shafts are complex and intricate, making it easy to get lost. If one falls and breaks a leg inside, the likelihood of dying in there is high, and there is also the risk of a mine collapse. Second, there are many unscrupulous individuals in the mine who do not dare to commit crimes in open areas. The mine shafts provide a very suitable location for their deeds. Third, there are rare but highly poisonous mine worms. Uncle Wang said that sometimes being bitten by a mine worm can lead to death before one even has time to seek medical help. Although I have never seen them, I still need to be cautious. Thinking this, Yang Ling gave up on the idea of entering the mine shaft. He wanted to level up steadily. Even if he were to go into the mine shafts, he should aim for a strength of around 15 points. At that time, with 150 health points, he would have several times more health than an average person and would qualify to take risks in the mine. Besides, one must also make sufficient preparations before going into the mine shafts. He was not suited for it now. Who? Yang Ling suddenly turned his head, ready to strike with the steel pickaxe in his hand. You are Yang Ling, right? I saw what happened in the village today. The newcomer was a lean, middle-aged man. Yang Ling recognized him as a native of Qingshan City with a formal identity, not a vagrant. The man's attribute panel slowly appeared. Character, Zhao Ho. Occupation, miner. Strength 7, Agility 8, Spirit 2. His agility was as high as 8 points, 3 points more than Yang Ling, exceeding the norm. Uncle Zhao, is there something you need? Yang Ling said politely. You know me? Zhao Ho was somewhat surprised. Yang Ling smiled. Uncle Wang mentioned you said you are a capable person. Oh, so it was old Wang who told you about me. Zhao Ho realized, then smiled and said, I just saw your demeanor. It seems you want a challenge in the mine shafts. No. Yang Ling immediately denied. There's no need to deny it. Just by looking at your bulging pouch, it's clear that you have become increasingly skilled at mining with a far superior control over your strength compared to those fellows. The open mines no longer satisfy you. You seem like a drifter wanting to scrape together enough to exchange for a formal identity, right? Zhao Ho smiled. Yang Ling remained composed. Uncle Zhao, I do wish to acquire a formal identity, but the mines are too perilous for me to venture in. If you just go in like that, it is indeed quite dangerous, Zhao Ho said with a grin. But if you purchase a mine map from me, it won't be as hazardous. In addition to the map, I also sell some antidotes. If you encounter any mining insects, they could save your life. A mine map? Yang Ling was somewhat taken aback. Can there really be maps for these scattered mines? What do you think? I can sell you a mine map for 200 coins. That fire crystal, or at your waist, is worth about that much. Zhao Ho continued. If you encounter a large piece of fire crystal, or in the mine with your mining speed, you could recoup your costs in a day, and even make a profit. How do I know if the map is genuine? If it's just a random drawing, wouldn't that trap me? Yang Ling pondered. Seeing his interest, Zhao Ho quickly scanned the surroundings. If you are interested, we can meet at the village at noon tomorrow. Just ask old Wang where I live. As for the authenticity of the map, you can rest assured. This transaction requires the approval of Manager Niu before I can proceed. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Niu later. After saying this, he turned and left. Yang Ling paused for a moment, glanced at the sky, and walked towards the exit. 2 pounds of fire crystal, or... Manager Niu opened his pouch and, seeing it filled with fire crystal, or looked at Yang Ling in surprise. Yang Ling smiled sheepishly. I had good luck today, though I came across only large pieces. Your mining speed is among the best of all the miners, Manager Niu remarked thoughtfully. It seems your strength has increased significantly since you first came here. Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. Do NPCs really pay attention to these things? He quietly replied, I used to be undernourished, so my strength was much weaker. I've only recently recovered quite a bit. I see it seems your physique is quite good after all. Manager Niu said as he counted out 200 coins for Yang Ling. Sighed in relief. He had just spent money on a refined steel pickaxe and was left with only 50 coins. With these 200 coins, his pouch felt fuller again. Manager Niu, can I ask you another question? Yang Ling inquired softly. Uncle Zhao told me you are interested in entering the mines, right? Manager Niu casually remarked. The map he has in hand can be deemed reliable about 80% of the time, though there may be some omissions. Thank you, Manager Niu. Yang Ling quickly bowed respectfully. Just then Zhang Wei walked over, dragging his weary body, and dropped his pouch onto the table. He glanced at Yang Ling with a cold expression. One tail, haha, you seem to have found a way to survive here. Manager Niu said with a faint smile, handing Zhang Wei 10 coins. Zhang Wei took the money, said nothing, and limped away. This was a sign of extreme muscle soreness. Yang Ling's expression shifted as he glanced at Zhang Wei's attributes. Character Zhang Wei, profession miner. Level 2 strength, 3 agility, 2 spirit, 1 health, 30. He leveled up. It seems he cannot see the attribute panel, but he seems to possess the ability to level up. Did he voluntarily add that strength, or was it granted by the divine domain system? However, every time I gain experience points, it alleviates my fatigue and muscle soreness, yet he still cannot, clearly indicating he is unaware of the existence of experience points. He likely doesn't even realize his strength is already at 3 points. With this thought, Yang Ling decided to observe for a while longer, to ensure that Zhang Wei is not intentionally concealing this fact. This is very important to him. He suspects there must be a large number of players in the divine domain now. It's just that their locations are different. If only he can actively perceive experience points and actively allocate them, then that would be his advantage. That kid was under your care when he first arrived, and now he's become an enemy. Manager Niu said with a half smile. Manager Niu, I wasn't very familiar with him to begin with, Yang Ling replied with a grin. Manager Niu nodded gently. Go ahead, in a place like this, one person is better than two. On his way back, Yang Ling pondered Manager Nyo's words. Two people working. One of them might be tempted by money. It seems such things are not uncommon in the mines. Manager Nyo is indeed quite thoughtful. Upon returning to his room, Yang Ling immediately went to sleep. The next day, he found Uncle Wang and inquired about Zhao Hao's address. When Zhao Hao saw Yang Ling, he smiled and invited him to sit down. He then pulled out a map and slowly spread it out on the table. Fire crystal or mine map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The attributes of the map immediately appeared before Yang Ling's eyes. Yang Ling's heart stirred. This map was indeed valid, otherwise the divine domain system would not acknowledge it. This map of mine includes 5 mines, all of which have some value. You can look at it as much as you want. After all you want, remember everything. It marks where mining insects appeared and where large pieces of fire crystal or can be found. It even marks places where collapses occurred. However, I haven't been into the mines for nearly 2 months. If there are any changes inside, that has nothing to do with me. Upon finishing, he slowly put away the map and said with a smile, 200 coins. Yang Ling thought for a moment and then handed over 200 coins. Only then did Zhao Hao smile and hand the map to Yang Ling. Loading mine map. A prompt suddenly appeared from the system. Yang Ling remained unfazed. After a few seconds, a map section appeared in his attribute panel. Upon clicking, it was the very map in front of him. Uncle Zhao, if I no longer need this map later, can I sell it? Yang Ling suddenly asked. Sell it to someone else? Of course not. This map was earned with my life and is my labor's fruit. Zhao Hao said with a laugh. If you want to resell it, that would break the rules. Manager Nyo would come after you even if I don't. Out of the 200 coins, 100 belongs to Manager Nyo. Can't I sell it back to you? Yang Ling replied with a bitter smile. I suddenly feel a bit regretful. I'm afraid I might lose my life in such a dangerous place. Sell it to me. I don't accept returns here, Zhao Hao said, staring at Yang Ling cautiously. If you want to back out, the map can stay and it'll refund you at most 100 coins. Can't it be a little more? No, that's the rule. If it weren't for the fact that you're still here, I wouldn't refund you a single coin. Zhao Hao said calmly. Fine, 100 coins it is. Yang Ling replied. Zhao Hao had a peculiar expression, but didn't pry further. He promptly put away the map, tossed Yang Ling 100 coins, and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, leave. I still have to attend to the next guest. As he walked out of Zhao Hao's residence, Yang Ling couldn't help but feel delighted. 100 coins in exchange for a mine map was quite a pleasant surprise. Now I still have 150 coins left. I need to prepare some antidotes and healing ointment. With this in mind, Yang Ling headed towards a distant pharmacy. That pharmacy was run by Supervisor Wu. At the entrance of the pharmacy, several miners were whispering to each other. However, their appearance seemed different from the miners here. Their skin was fair and delicate, and there was even a woman among them. I told you not to enter the divine realm, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look at us. We might end up like the previous batch of unfortunate souls unable to return. Who knows if this is true? This is not the time to discuss such things. We need to find a way to survive. The news says that over 30,000 people have mysteriously gone missing in our country. They probably ended up in the divine realm, just like us. I wonder if they are still alive. The woman began to sob quietly. Yang Ling's expression changed repeatedly. Missing persons. Does this mean that after entering the divine realm, his physical body also came along? I thought the modeling was done well. This thought flashed through Yang Ling's mind, and his mood grew increasingly grave. He finally confirmed one thing. Since the body belongs to him, dying in the divine realm means truly dying. A cold chill instantly engulfed him. What kind of bizarre existence is this divine realm? They say that over 30,000 people have gone missing in our country, which means there are over 30,000 players in the divine realm. If you count those from other countries. Yang Ling shuddered, not daring to think further. If all these people die here, wouldn't it cause chaos outside? Meng Meng, don't worry, the country will definitely handle this matter and won't ignore it. A handsome young man gently comforted the sobbing girl, while another ordinary-looking man was scanning the... Yang Ling glanced at the attributes of the three. Like Zhang Wei, there was nothing remarkable about their attributes. Strength and agility were both around 2 or 3 points. Their mental stats were only 1 or 2 points. Including Zhang Wei, the 4 players I see now all have very low mental stats, while I have 10 points. Mental strength must be important. Yang Ling's mind moved. Excuse me, can you lend me some money? Suddenly, the one who was scanning the surroundings walked up to Yang Ling and stammered. He seemed to be trying to adapt his tone to the style of this world. Who are you to just borrow money? Yang Ling rolled his eyes. Clearly the other party, like him, thought all NPCs were fools when they first entered the divine realm. You must be a miner too, right? We are too, so let's get to know each other. Can you lend us some money? We haven't eaten all day and want to have some. Chen Su quickly said, My name is Chen Su, this is Lin Guoyang, and that is his girlfriend Wu Meng. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming looked up when they saw Chen Su chatting with the NPC. You haven't eaten all day, eh? Yang Ling sized up the three. Chen Su quickly nodded. Yes, we are about to starve. NPCs won't lend us money, don't waste your time. Lin Guoyang suddenly shook his head. What NPC? Yang Ling suddenly asked. Chen Zu's expression changed slightly as he shot Lin Guoyang a fierce glare and whispered, Didn't I tell you not to talk recklessly? The NPCs here are completely different from what they imagined. This was the first crucial point they discovered after entering the divine realm. Sometimes if a single word is not phrased correctly, it could lead to a fatal disaster. Friend, please don't mind. My childhood friend here doesn't use his brain very well. He's a bit problematic. Chen Su chuckled awkwardly. A bun in the miner's village costs 1 copper coin. Yang Ling handed Chen Su 3 copper coins. You guys buy 3 buns first, although they don't have much meat filling they can fill you up. We are all refugees here. We came to the mine to survive and earn money for an identity. After filling our stomachs, let's go find the steward and get our pickaxes to start mining. After saying this, he entered the pharmacy. Lin Guoyang along with Wu Ming stepped forward somewhat shocked. Did he really lend us money? Could this guy be a player like us? Chen Su shook his head slightly. He doesn't understand what NPC means, so he is not a player, but a native. Then he looked at Lin Guoyang seriously. Guoyang, we agreed earlier to survive here until we find a way out. If we die here, we might truly die. This game is strange. Oh, we can't treat it with our previous experiences. In the future, don't say things that shouldn't be said to avoid putting us in danger. Lin Guoliang's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction, but he still nodded. I understand, let's buy the buns first. The pharmacy clerk saw Yang Ling and casually asked, What medicine do you need? I would like 10 bottles of healing ointment. Yang Ling replied. A bottle of healing ointment can restore 10 health points, and 10 bottles should cover various dangers. Unfortunately, this pharmacy is too low level to have better medicine. You're not a mine guard. Why do you need so many healing ointments? The clerk was taken aback for a moment, muttering softly, but still handed Yang Ling 10 bottles of healing ointment. Healing ointment defective restores 10 health points. The price is 50 coins. Here you go. Yang Ling paid the money and placed the healing ointment into another pouch at his waist, which he had prepared for going into the mine. By the way, does the pharmacy have any antidotes for the mining worms? Yang Ling asked again, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Mining worms. Did one run out of the cave? The clerk looked somewhat puzzled. A few days ago, someone seemed to have seen a mining worm. It's better to be safe than sorry. After all, life is important. Yang Ling replied. The clerk quickly rummaged through the cabinet and then took out a porcelain bottle. These are the antidote pills specifically put here for sale by Supervisor Wu. If bitten by a mining worm, these can detoxify. But it won't work for all mining worm venom. 1 bottle costs 50 coins. Do you want it? Antidote pills 5 pieces. Yang Ling nodded. He'll take a bottle. After leaving the pharmacy, he had 10 bottles of healing ointment and 1 bottle of antidote pills in his pouch, with 47 coins remaining. Yang Ling immediately walked toward a familiar dry goods shop. The flatbreads sold here are quite tough, but they can last for about 10 days without spoiling. My strength has increased now, and my appetite has also become bigger than before. Eating 10 flatbreads a day is just right. Supervisor Wu asked me to participate in skill competitions among miners after a month. During this time, I can actually go out every 4 or 5 days to earn some attribute points. Thinking of this, Yang Ling entered the dry goods shop and exchanged the remaining coins for flatbreads. After finishing all this, he headed toward the mine. These buns taste pretty good. Finally, I've eaten enough to feel 7 full. The 3 of them were satisfied. Next, we need to go into the mine to dig. That guy said we need to mine to earn a living. Chen Su pondered. Chen Su, don't you think that guy looks like an NPC who gives out tasks? Lin Guoliang's expression changed. He told us we need to spend money to buy an identity. This might be a beginner's task in the divine realm. We were brought here to mine because of our status as refugees, so having a normal identity in the divine realm is probably very important. Chen Su nodded slowly. Hey, we still don't know his name. With so many miners in this miner's village, how are we going to find him later? Lin Guoyang realized something. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. Forget it, let's first go into the mine and see how it goes. Chen Su, we can also ask about that steward he mentioned later. Yang Ling found a secluded corner in the mine, toiling away at his mining efforts. A stream of cool experiences continuously flowed into his body, making him feel quite fulfilled. While mining, he observed his surroundings. To enter the mine, he needed to find an inconspicuous spot. Otherwise, if he was seen, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. Time passed little by little. As usual, Yang Ling changed several mining locations. During this time, he spotted Zhang Wei. It seemed that Zhang Wei had noticed an increase in his strength, working especially hard today, with a hint of excitement on his face. Before long, he also saw Lin Guoyang, Chen Su, and Wu Meng. The three of them worked together, pouring all their strength into a patch of fire crystal, but due to experience and strength levels, after half a day of effort, they only managed to chip away a layer of powder. If these three are smart enough to cooperate and gather 1 or 2 pieces of fire crystal, it wouldn't be hard for them to survive here. This place isn't particularly dangerous aside from being a bit tiring and a bit of a hardship. It's quite a decent novice village. Yang Ling thought, while continuing to gain experience. With Zhang Wei as a cautionary tale, he wouldn't indiscriminately attack all players. He would still consider that they all came from the same place and offer a bit of basic help. However, he also did not plan to easily expose his identity as a player. Currently, only Zhang Wei knew he was a player in the entire mine. Future players would find it difficult to know he was a player if they couldn't see the attribute panel. If those three could see the attribute panel, they would certainly recognize my identity as a player. But it seems they, like Zhang Wei, cannot see the attribute panel. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps this ability was unique to him. This speculation made Yang Ling feel somewhat pleased. As a professional gold farmer, he knew that if he encountered some loopholes in the game, it could lead to a windfall. He had now essentially grasped a unique loophole. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as a windfall, this ability was still very useful. Time passed little by little. The sky gradually darkened. Some miners left in pairs after gathering 1 or 2 pieces of fire crystal ore. Yang Ling quietly approached the No. 1 mine. On the map, the No. 1 mine was the most winding. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have chosen the No. 1 mine. However, this winding path to some extent also provided protection and concealment. Seeing that there was no one around and no one was paying attention to this area, Yang Ling immediately jogged into the No. 1 mine. The mine was pitch dark. Yang Ling quickly took out a fire torch to light it up and began to cautiously explore forward according to the map. He was not the only one in the mine. There were others present, but they seemed too afraid to venture deeper. Everyone's torches only illuminated a short distance, making it difficult to see who was there. Both sides were taciturn, remaining silent and not provoking each other. Yang Ling chose a fork in the path and continued deeper. The map indicated that larger deposits of fire crystal were more likely to be found in the deeper areas. After an unknown amount of time and several forks in the path, Yang Ling suddenly saw a special glimmer of light. It was the glow of fire crystal, which emitted a faint light that was inconspicuous during the day. But in this pitch-black environment, it was immediately noticeable. Yang Ling hurried towards the fire crystal ore. Based on its brightness, he estimated he could extract at least a pound of fire crystal ore. Just as he approached the fire crystal ore, he suddenly felt something was off. Strange, it seems like. Breathing sounds. Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. He quickly covered the torch, held his steel pickaxe, and cautiously retreated. Damn it, he discovered me. Attack! A cold shout rang out. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards him, as if several figures were pouncing in his direction. Instinctively, Yang Ling raised his steel pickaxe and swung it, hearing a sharp clang. My knife broke, one person exclaimed. Yang Ling's expression changed. A knife? Damn it, had he really run into bandits? Those who ambushed in the mines were secretly referred to as bandits by the miners. These guys acted discreetly and were rarely discovered, and no one knew exactly who they were. At this moment, one person was already very close to Yang Ling. He felt a prickling sensation in his scalp, sensing an immense crisis approaching. Without a word, he swung his pickaxe with all his might. Thud! Thud! Pain shot through his shoulder. A knife must have stabbed into his shoulder. But his steel pickaxe had also struck someone. From the sensation, Yang Ling faintly saw a shadow standing there, now numb. The steel pickaxe had deeply embedded itself into the top of his head. Did I kill someone? Yang Ling's expression grew serious. At that moment, a surge of icy energy flowed into Yang Ling's body. Experience points. Killing someone also grants experience points. Is that right? Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. After days of mining plus this massive experience, Yang Ling leveled up again. Without hesitation, he allocated the points to strength. Holding his steel pickaxe, his strength attribute had reached an impressive 11 points. This was more than double that of an average person. The other bandits had yet to realize what had happened and continued to attack Yang Ling. Resolutely, Yang Ling swung his steel pickaxe wildly. In this situation where neither side could see, he managed to take out 3 more bandits in a manner akin to exchanging injuries. 3 powerful surges of icy energy rushed into his body. Based on Yang Ling's experience, this was probably equivalent to him mining for 10 hours. The dark mine was now eerily quiet. But Yongling knew there was still one person alive. It was the one who had spoken first. He remained alert to his surroundings while opening his attribute panel. Character Yongling. Occupation Miner. Level 5. Strength 11-3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 5080. The strength attribute from the pickaxe does not increase health. Fortunately, I have thick skin, or I might have been killed right now. Yongling sighed in relief, immediately consuming 3 bottles of healing medicine. In about 30 minutes, he would fully recover. As for the wounds on his body, he had already confirmed they would heal on their own. Previously, after Zhang Wei was injured by the foreman and healed his injuries, also recovered quickly. This might be a special favor the divine realm granted to these players. Brother, I know you're still there. Suddenly a voice rang out from the darkness. My men are all dead, right? Just as an apology, please spare me this once. The 3 pounds of fire crystal, or I left over there as bait, are worth 300 coins, and I'll give them all to you. The voice grew more familiar to Yongling. He suddenly laughed. Brother Wu. In the darkness, Brother Wu's face was filled with panic. Who's Brother Wu? I don't know. A bandit must not reveal their identity. Otherwise, if the matter were exposed, even his cheap brother-in-law wouldn't be able to protect him. Brother Wu, it's me, Zhang Wei. I didn't know it was you before. Please don't take revenge on me when you go out. Yongling whispered. Is it you, kid? How dare you kill my men? Wait, are you seeking death? Brother Wu immediately reacted, instinctively dodging like a vicious dog trying to escape an attack. But before long, the steel pickaxe had already plunged deep into his back. The immense force even pierced through his chest, nailing him firmly to the ground. Brother Wu spat out blood, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something. The torch lit up. Yongling approached. It really is you. Upon seeing Yongling, Brother Wu's eyes widened in shock, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he began to chuckle. You should come down. To keep me company. With that, Brother Wu breathed his last. He said I'd soon join him underground. Yongling's face flickered in the firelight, shadowed and unstable. His first thought turned to Supervisor Wu. Could the intermine competitions truly be perilous enough to cost lives? If so, I must level up faster. Ideally secure official status before the competition begins, though only then will I be truly safe. Wait, why did killing 5th Brother grant no experience points? Yongling's expression grew strangely unsettled. Earlier he'd gained experience from slaying several mine bandits, yet 5th Brother yielded none. Logically, 5th Brother possessed the highest attributes among them all. Could it be that the kill was too effortless? Perhaps only life-or-death combat yields valid experience. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, once certain players grow powerful, massacres of villages or cities might become commonplace. Having grasped this truth, Yongling immediately redirected his thoughts toward 5th Brother and his men. First, he consulted the map, pinpointing an exceedingly remote location, then carefully relocated the corpses of 5th Brother and the others there. He dug earth to bury them, then firmly tamped the ground with his feet. Under normal circumstances, their bodies would scarcely be discovered, and even if found, I'd likely have long since left the mine by then. A faint sense of calm settled over Yongling's mind. Only afterward did nausea rise, belatedly, viscerally. His past games had never felt so real. Now, having realized this world was profoundly wrong, he knew, beyond doubt, that he had truly killed men. 5 minutes passed. Yongling's breathing steadied, his composure fully restored. These bandits, if I hadn't slain them, they'd have slain me. To survive, what is killing a few bandits? Muttering to himself, Yongling began inspecting his spoils. First came the fire crystal, or 5th Brother had used as bait, deliberately scattered across the ground. 3 gene in total, worth 301. From the other corpses, he scavenged additional fire crystal, ore, and copper coins. Nearly 1 gene altogether, plus 400 copper coins. I mined 2 gene myself. Adding these 4 gene gives 6 gene, redeemable for 601. And here I have over 401 in ready coin. That sums precisely to 1 tael of silver. A faint smile touched Yongling's lips. This method of earning wealth was indeed swift. No wonder 5th Brother and his ilk had turned bandit. 5th Brother's money pouch feels unusually light. Yongling examined the pouch. With a gentle flip, a shard of silver gleamed forth. A silver shard. This must weigh at least 2 taels. Yongling waited in delight. His fortune had thus swelled to a staggering 3 taels. Just 2 more taels, and he could purchase official status in Qingshan City. Once I hold Qingshan City status, I may seek alternate paths to level up, or switch to a richer, higher-yield mine. Gathering his belongings, Yongling pressed deeper into the mine tunnel, lost in thought. He dared not light his flint again. Instead, he advanced in utter darkness, pausing every few steps to listen intently for sound. Fortunately, the system's map remained visible even without light, and guided by it he ventured ever deeper until finally discovering a vein of fire crystal ore. No ambush awaited him this time. Wielding his pickaxe, Yongling focused solely on grinding experience, strike after strike. Each blow infused him with cool, invigorating experience, easing fatigue and muscle soreness, indirectly enhancing his stamina. When hunger struck, he ate flatbread. When thirst rose, he drank water. When weariness mounted, he rested briefly. Yongling lost count of how many locations he'd shifted between. He only knew his cloth sacks grew steadily heavier. Thankfully, he'd prepared extra ones in advance. Each sack held up to 10 Jin of fire crystal ore. When his third sack brimmed full, a pleasant chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. Level 6. Yongling beamed with joy. This single descent into the mine had elevated him 2 levels. He allocated the new point entirely to strength. Having grasped strength's critical role in mining, he would never divert points to agility or spirit. His stat panel unfolded. Name Yongling. Profession miner. Level 6. Strength 12, 3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 9090. Pure strength has reached 9. Factoring in my pickaxe's bonus, my strength rivals Supervisor Wu's outright. My agility falls short by 3 points, but my spirit exceeds his by 7. Across all 3 core attributes, I far surpass Supervisor Wu. Yongling was deeply satisfied. Provided fortune held, his triad of attributes would soar with first reach level 10. Most games unlock class advancement quests only thereafter. I wonder whether Divine Realm follows the same rule. Yongling resumed mining with renewed focus. Only when his flatbread dwindled did he begin his return, choosing for safety sake, an alternate route that added considerable distance. Emerging from the mine, night had fallen deep. Within the mine's perimeter, 2 or 3 silhouettes moved faintly. 30-odd Jin of fire crystal, or I wonder if Foreman Yo will grow suspicious. Pity this game grants no inventory space. Clenching his teeth, Yongling resolved to take the risk. He'd considered burying the ore elsewhere, but dismissed it. He knew his mining speed would accelerate steadily. Burying ever larger quantities would only make conversion into coin increasingly impossible. Better then to gauge Foreman Yo's reaction directly. At the exit, a mine guard glanced at him and summoned. Foreman Yo yawned broadly. Yongling, you've been down in the mine for days. Foreman Yo, I discovered an exceptionally rich vein of fire crystal ore and dug with all my might. Yongling murmured softly. Exceptionally rich. Foreman Yo blinked, startled. How rich exactly? Yongling dropped his 3 bulging cloth sacks onto the table. Foreman Yo recoiled in shock, then seized a small scale. After a long pause, his expression turned peculiar. 32 Jin. You haven't turned bandit, have you? Foreman Yo, I'd never dare. Yongling stiffened instinctively. Scared? Just joking. Foreman Yo chuckled amiably. Since it's 32 Jin, paying in copper coins would be inconvenient. I'll give you silver instead. Foreman Yo, wasn't it 30 Jin? Yongling asked. Foreman Yo scrutinized him closely, then nodded with a knowing smile. Ah yes, 30 Jin. Without another word, he weighed a silver shard and tossed it to Yongling. Yongling caught it and instantly recognized its weight, exactly 3 taels. His heart burned fiercely. Combined with Fifth Brother's 2 taels of silver, he now possessed sufficient funds to purchase official status. Yet doing so immediately would draw undue attention. He would wait, bide his time. Many thanks, Foreman Yo, Yongling replied courteously, then departed swiftly. Foreman Yo, this young man bears an uncanny air about him. The mine guard whispered, eyes narrowing as he watched Yongling's retreating back. He's a refugee, Foreman Yo replied calmly. The guard frowned. I know that. Not long ago, Hongkuin City suffered disaster. Uprising broke out. Bandits stormed the city and pillaged the Yang clan, the city's foremost family, down to the last brick. The Yang's sworn enemies seized the moment, shattering the clan forever. Soon after this youth arrived. Foreman Yo smiled faintly. The guard's eyes widened. Do you mean he may be scion of the Yang clan? Possibly. We suspected earlier, but the more I observe him, the surer I grow. He carries martial arts training. He is a cultivator. A cultivator? Like Supervisor Wu? The guard gasped. Foreman Yo waved a dismissive hand, merely practicing benevolence, leaving myself a path forward should fortune shift. Truly masterful insight, Foreman Yo. Your discernment is unmatched. The guard raised a thumb in genuine admiration. The next day, Yongling had just gotten up when he saw Zhang Wei wandering nearby. Upon noticing Yongling, Zhang Wei approached with an awkward expression. Brother Yang. Yongling glanced at Zhang Wei. I was wrong before. Since we are both players, please forgive me, Brother Yang. Zhang Wei repeatedly clasped his hands in apology. If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have time to argue with you, Yang Ling replied. Zhang Wei's expression changed slightly as he gritted his teeth. Brother Yang, can't we level up? Level up. Yang Ling scrutinized Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. I know why you are so strong and can mine so quickly. Go on, tell me. Not long ago, I went to mine fire crystal ore. While I was mining, I suddenly felt a warm current flowing through my body. And then my strength increased significantly. Zhang Wei said seriously. I am not superstitious, but I know that this strength is unusual. It is impossible to experience such a change just from mining for a few days in the real world. So I believe that as players we can level up. Congratulations, you have discovered the secret of divine domain. Yang Ling smiled. Yang Ling, you don't have to be so sarcastic. You knew about this from the start, but didn't tell me. Therefore I feel like I haven't done anything wrong. Zhang Wei said. Yang Ling waved his hand. Get lost, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Feeling guilty, huh? Humph. Zhang Wei replied coldly. Considering we are all players, I hope you can share information with me. Yang Ling couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean? Zhang Wei's expression softened a bit. I want to know how long we need to mine to level up. Is there a way to see the experience bar? Besides leveling up strength, what else can we upgrade? There must be martial arts and divine domain, right? Is there a way to learn them? Or what about life professions? Where can we take on quests? First of all, I have no reason to share any information with you, Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Don't try to moralize me, or otherwise I'll kill you. Here you are a vagrant. If you die, oh, no one cares. Zhang Wei's expression changed drastically. Yang Ling continued. Secondly, I haven't figured out the things you asked about. Once you understand them, come back and tell me. With that, he strode away, leaving Zhang Wei standing there with a grim expression. Yang Ling, you haven't been here much longer than me. Even if you can level up, you will only be a few levels above me. I don't believe I can't catch up to you. You want to kill me, huh? Then let's see who kills whom. Zhang Wei muttered to himself. The atmosphere in the mine today felt a bit off. All the miners stood together, shivering in fear. Surrounding them were many mine guards with stern expressions. Manager Niu was quietly speaking to Supervisor Wu. After Yang Ling arrived, he was also scolded and forced to stand in line. Could it be because of fifth brother? Does Supervisor Wu care so much about this little brother-in-law? That's unreasonable. Yang Ling remained calm, standing among the other miners. Nearby, several old miners were whispering quietly. Uncle Wang, what happened? Yang Ling asked curiously. Uncle Wang made a shushing gesture, and then said quietly, a bad person has infiltrated our team. What kind of bad person? Yang Ling asked softly. Could they be referring to him? What kind of bad person is he? A wanted criminal, one from the blacklist. Uncle Wang's expression grew serious. It seems he escaped from Qingshan City and has infiltrated our miners' team. Right now, Supervisor Wu is gathering all the miners to find him. It turned out it wasn't because of fifth brother. But what does the blacklist mean? Yang Ling humbly asked and slowly learned some important information from Uncle Wang. This blacklist is used by our Zhao Kingdom to track down those martial artists. Anyone on the blacklist is someone who can take on 10 people and is a ruthless character. At the very least, they must have committed the crime of exterminating entire families to end up on the blacklist. Uncle Wang, being a local of Qingshan City, knew quite a bit. Martial artists. Exterminating families. Yang Ling suddenly grew anxious. Such dangerous figures have infiltrated the mine. About an hour later, all the miners from the village were called to the mine. Even Wang the blacksmith and the others were no exception. Is everyone here? Supervisor Wu asked blandly. Manager Niu glanced at the list and then whispered a few words. Fifth brother. It's fine if they didn't. After Supervisor Wu spoke, he took out a picture and held it high. This guy is a wanted criminal on the blacklist, nicknamed the Prisoner Slayer. The officials from Qingshan City said he has come to our mine. We need your cooperation for the investigation. Look around you, and if you see any strangers, report to me immediately. There will be generous rewards. The miners exchanged glances. Some miners, hearing about the generous rewards, immediately showed a fiery expression. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Suddenly a voice rang out. But as soon as that miner spoke, his throat was cut and blood sprayed everywhere. Desperately clutching his throat, he fell to the ground. The nearby miners panicked, and the scene turned chaotic. Zhang Wei and Lin Guoyang, among others, had never seen such a scene and turned pale with fear. Yang Ling felt a shiver run down his spine and immediately gripped the steel pickaxe at his waist. With a strength of 12, he felt a sense of security at this moment. The Prisoner Slayer coming to my territory and thinking he can leave. Supervisor Wu suddenly showed a sinister smile. He saw a figure charging through, directly colliding with several miners trying to break out of the encirclement. Yang Ling quickly looked over and the opponent's attribute panel immediately appeared. Character Zhang Hao. Profession martial artist. Strength 13. Agility 18. Bait. Spirit 3. Martial arts Zhang family leg techniques entry level. Did he have some equipment that boosted his agility by 8 points? Yang Ling's thoughts flashed by. At that moment Zhang Hao was moving extremely quickly, and just as he was about to break free, he saw the figures of the guards not far away. He gritted his teeth and turned to flee. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Supervisor Wu. Black Tiger Fist. Supervisor Wu grinned and threw a punch. Yang Ling instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Character Wu K. Profession martial artist. Strength 24-12. Agility 8. Spirit 3. Martial arts Black Tiger Fist entry level. 24 points of strength. Wasn't his strength 12? In that instant Yang Ling seemed to understand something. Whether it was Zhang Hao or Wu Kei, their agility and strength boosts were likely related to martial arts. I see now. Yang Ling instinctively clenched his fist. He became increasingly eager to acquire martial arts. Even the most basic martial arts would be of great benefit to him. Bang! Zhang Hao's face was smashed to pieces by this punch, turning him into a puddle of mush, but he did not die. He was merely unconscious. Supervisor Wu appeared unaffected, as if he had done something trivial. The thousands of miners present looked at this scene with growing awe towards Supervisor Wu. That was a wanted criminal on the blacklist. He took him down with just one punch. Brother Wu, your Black Tiger Fist has become even more powerful, ha. I think it won't be long before you can join the Shauna sect and become an official disciple of the Shauna sect. A middle-aged man resembling a captain laughed as he approached. Supervisor Wu smiled modestly. That's not possible. I'm too old and lack the aptitude. Don't flatter me. Shauna sect. Yang Ling immediately remembered this useful information. Zhang Wei Lin Guoyang and the others also silently noted down this name. Senior Constable Lin, why would the butcher of prisoners suddenly appear in our Qingshan city? Wu Kei asked abruptly. Senior Constable Lin shook his head gently. I have no idea what he's scheming, but precisely because he came to Qingshan city, we now have a chance to apprehend him. Had my men not grown careless and overconfident, this wretch would never have slipped into your mind vein. My apologies for the embarrassment. As he spoke, his constables had already gathered Zhang Hao's remains. Wu Kei asked curiously, I've heard rumors that the butcher of prisoners stole a sutra from Kuju Temple several years ago. Is it true? How could such a minor thief infiltrate a first-tier sect like that and survive to escape? That I cannot confirm. Since no official notice was issued and Kuju Temple has shown no reaction, it's likely mere rumor. You know how these petty thieves love fabricating baseless tales to inflate their own reputations. Senior Constable Lin chuckled and shook his head. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, he took his leave with his men. Wu Kei of course escorted them all the way out. Foreman Niu waved dismissively. All clear. Back to mining. The miners dispersed at once, yet they continued to recount the scene with lively fascination. Mine to level up. Only then can one truly stand firm in the divine realm. Zhang Wei replayed the scene in his mind, clenching his fists silently, then glanced briefly at Yang Ling among the crowd before turning to search for Fire Crystal or Mountain Sand River's sect Kuju Temple. They must be major sects within the Zhao Kingdom. Yet Supervisor Wu, whose power reaches 24 points, still fails to qualify even as an outer disciple of the Mountain Sand River's sect. What extraordinary attributes must their disciples possess? Their martial arts are surely profound beyond measure. If only one could learn them, one might finally secure a place in the Zhao Kingdom. Lately Yang Ling had leveled up repeatedly, and even scraped together 5 taels of silver to purchase official status. This had lulled him ever so slightly into a sense of ease, and even quiet pride. Yet today's events shattered that illusion, reminding him he remained perilously entangled in the dangers of the divine realm. To say nothing else, even Supervisor Wu, should he strike, would leave Yang Ling utterly defenseless. 3 strikes, no more. I would be dead without fail. The upcoming minor contest, Fifth Brother's death, and today's confrontation converged upon Yang Ling, forging an unprecedented urgency within him. Level up. I must level up. Even without martial techniques, overwhelming attribute points alone can shatter 10 schools of skill through sheer force. Without hesitation, Yang Ling set off in search of Fire Crystal, or planning to descend deeper into the mine shaft when no one was watching. Chen Su. Is that the NPC who lent us 3 copper coins? Lin Guoyang whispered urgently upon spotting Yang Ling. Chen Su squinted eyes lighting with sudden delight. Let's go talk to him. The trio quickly approached Yang Ling, intending to greet him directly, only to freeze in astonishment as they watched him swing his tempered steel pick with astonishing speed and precision, each strike dislodging a substantial chunk of fire crystal ore. That single blow equaled half a day's grueling labor for them. Incredible. Wu Ming murmured. Lin Guoyang's expression turned grave as he nodded slowly. Lately I've observed many NPCs. Don't speak like that, Chen Su interjected sharply. Lin Guoyang immediately corrected himself. Lately I've observed many miners. Their strength and technique far surpass ours, yet none match him in sheer mastery. He is likely among the most skilled miners in this entire mine vein. I've heard he's earned Supervisor Wu's special attention, and will soon compete in craftsmanship against miners from other veins. Chen Su said this just as Yang Ling finished clearing the fire crystal ore before him. Gathering the fragments, Yang Ling rose and moved on to seek his next target. Seeing this, Chen Su broke into a light jog. Brother. Something urgent. Yang Ling paused and turned, glancing coolly at the three. Brother, you lent us 3 copper coins last time, but left no name. We've had no way to repay you. Chen Su hurried on. Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. Keep the 3 coins. I'm gifting them to you. So generous. Lin Guoyang's expression shifted. Then he blurted, Brother, could you teach us mining? Yang Ling regarded him impassively. Why should I? Lin Guoyang blinked, his face flushing with awkwardness. Chen Su inwardly cursed, shooting Lin Guoyang a fierce glare, then turned back to Yang Ling with an easy grin. Brother, forgive my friend. He's slow-witted. Still, we've earned some copper coins lately. Repayment is only right. With that, he produced 5 copper coins and handed them over. 5. Yang Ling smiled faintly, accepted them without protest, and with a casual wave strode briskly away. Why give him 5? Lin Guoyang's expression darkened. 1 copper coin buys a steamed bun. That's serious money. Call it an investment. Perhaps this game tracks hidden affinity. He seems approachable. Boosting our goodwill might benefit us later. Chen Su explained. You should have consulted us first. Lin Guoyang grumbled. Wu Ming nodded earnestly. Yes, decisions like this need group consensus. After all, the money belongs to all of us. Chen Su paused, then sighed. Fine, I'll cover the extra 2 coins myself. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming brightened, instantly agreed. This time Yang Ling didn't wait until nightfall. Seizing an opportunity when no one was nearby, he slipped into Mine Shaft No. 5. Mine Shaft No. 1 held Fifth Brother's corpse, and the memory unsettled him deeply, prompting deliberate avoidance. Shaft No. 5 twisted and coiled even more treacherously than its counterpart. Yang Ling pressed deeper, chiseling away at every deposit of fire crystal ore he encountered. The cloth pouch at his waist swelled steadily. When hunger struck, he ate. Thirst, he drank. Fatigue, he rested briefly. He lost track of days. Then, before a massive slab of fire crystal ore weighing nearly 10 jing, he steeled himself and began to chip with unwavering focus. Time flowed silently. Wave after wave of cool, invigorating experience surged into Yang Ling's body, easing exhaustion, soothing muscle ache. Over these days, he had swung his pick over 100,000 times, evolving from clumsy novice to flawless artisan, each motion calibrated with mechanical precision, expending not a scrap of wasted energy. How long passed he couldn't tell, until at last the slab crumbled completely, and the familiar chime of advancement rang anew. Congratulations. You have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. He had leveled up. A warm current blossomed within Yang Ling, circulating freely, its sensation utterly exhilarating. Without hesitation, he allocated the new point to strength. Character Yang Ling. Occupation miner. Level 7. Strength 13-3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 100. Strength has surpassed 10 points, now matching spirit exactly. Yang Ling clenched his fist, savoring the tangible surge of power. His total attributes now far exceeded Supervisor Wu's, lacking only formal martial training. Just as Yang Ling basked in the euphoria of advancement, a black scorpion emerged from the shadows, slithering to his foot and striking hard. Severe pain nearly launched him into the air. Immediately, he watched his health plummet: 99,000, 196,000, 190,000, 186,100. Mind vermin. Damn it. Yang Ling instantly withdrew a detoxifying pill and swallowed it, then downed an entire vial of wound-healing elixir. Upon taking the detox pill, the rate of loss of life points slowed down instantly. It finally stabilized at 67,100. The effects of the healing medicine were gradually taking effect. Life points increased at a rate of 1 point per minute. Yang Ling was not stingy and directly took 2 more bottles of the healing medicine. Although the recovery speed of this medicine was slow, if used wisely, it could keep him at a safe health level. He lit a fire starter and looked around. The mining insect that had just stung him was already gone. Glancing down at his ankle, he noticed a small puncture. Damn it, the mining insect approached silently. If I had been stung like this when I first arrived here, I wouldn't have had time to save myself and would have died instantly. Yang Ling's face was sullen. At that time, he only had 30 life points. This time the mining insect's sting cost him 33 life points. If it weren't for the detox pill, he suspected he might have lost another 10 or so. How could an ordinary person withstand that? After resting for half an hour to restore his health, Yang Ling continued to venture deeper into the mine. He would not be deterred by a single mining insect. This time he still had plenty of food and water, trying to level up before going out. However, after only a few steps and a turn, Yang Ling sensed something was off. In the pitch-black environment, it seemed like something was wriggling. Yang Ling took a glance with the fire starter and immediately turned to run. Behind him, a swarm of black scorpions surged forward. The quantity was no less than 800 if not 1,000. This was the thing that just stung me. It had taken a third of my health in one go. If this swarm catches up to me, I would die on the spot after a few blows. Yang Ling's face turned pale. He was truly frightened. They say mining insects usually move in small groups, so why did I encounter them in swarms? Could these mining insects crawl out of the mine? Wait, mining insects love, or but ordinary ores wouldn't attract so many of them. Could it be? Yang Ling's body trembled, and his movements involuntarily slowed. There was no sound behind him. That group of mining insects had not chased after him. I heard Uncle Wong and others chatting before that some ore veins after many years could nurture mineral essence, which is extremely valuable. Could this group of mining insects have found fire crystal or essence? Mining that would surely yield a significant amount of experience points, right? Yang Ling's heart raced, but it was quickly doused by a bucket of cold water. With that number of mining insects, even Supervisor Wu would just stand by and watch. Is there any way to deal with these mining insects? After all, they are just insects lacking any intelligence. If they can't be dealt with, perhaps I can avoid them. Yang Ling immediately opened the map to check, looking several times only to find that the route was a dead end with no other forks to bypass. There's no way out. Yang Ling sighed and continued to head back. The No. 5 mine was evidently not a place to stay any longer. He needed to switch to another mine to grind for experience. Wait, there seems to be another way. Just as he stepped out of the mine, a thought immediately surged into Yang Ling's mind. To deal with insects, perhaps fire can be used. However, Divine Realm seems to lack gasoline. Yang Ling felt somewhat disheartened. The idea of burning this group of mining insects in his mind clearly could only remain an idea, very hard to realize. If fire won't work, what about water? I can't casually walk in there with a water bucket. Oh! Yang Ling's gaze suddenly swept over a large rock, and his thoughts stirred. He immediately turned back into the mine. Half an hour later, he had found over 30 stones the size of watermelons. Each stone weighed at least 60 to 70 pounds. Some of the larger ones weighed at least over 100 pounds. Yang Ling casually lifted one and weighed it in his hand for a moment before starting to practice throwing stones in the mine. His strength was frighteningly great now. Even without holding the steel pickaxe, he had a strength attribute of 10. He could easily throw a stone weighing several dozen pounds over 10 meters. There's no problem with strength, and my stamina is also decent. If smashing these mining insects yields experience points, then the more strength the better. For now, I just need to practice my accuracy. With that thought, Yang Ling became increasingly patient. After a day and a night, Yang Ling had already developed a feel for throwing. Although his accuracy wasn't particularly precise, he could control the deviation to about half a meter. It's time to give it a try. Yang Ling moved the stones to the preset locations, roughly one every 10 meters, then walked deeper. Sure enough, just like last time as he passed that bend, the swarm of mining insects chased after him. This time Yang Ling did not panic, but intentionally controlled his speed to run outside. He maintained a safe distance of over 10 meters from the mining insects. Soon he spotted the large stones he had prepared. He immediately bent down, picked one up, and turned to throw it. The stone made a whooshing sound as it flew through the air and landed heavily in the midst of the swarm. Boom! With a loud crash, countless black scorpions were smashed flat, bursting forth with juices. A wave of cool energy surged into Yang Ling's body. Experience points. Yang Ling was overjoyed. The group of mining insects briefly scattered before continuing to chase after Yang Ling. Without a second thought, Yang Ling immediately fled. When he reached the next stone, he picked up another stone and threw it again. Boom! Another group of mining insects was smashed, juices splattering everywhere. Countless experience points surged into Yang Ling's body. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 1 attribute point. He leveled up. Huh! Yang Ling laughed heartily, casually adding it to strength. The strength attribute immediately increased from 10 to 11. He continued to run and throw. Gradually, the swarm of insects disappeared. Yang Ling stopped running and turned to gaze. He saw a solitary mining insect swiftly approaching him. Come on, let's have a fair battle. Yang Ling picked up the pickaxe at his waist. As the mining insect approached him, he took out a large stone from behind and threw it. Puffed. Juices mixed with venom splattered everywhere. The last mining insect died, transforming into experience points that surged into Yang Ling's body. So the mining insects do yield experience points. It must be that the system judged them to be a threat to me, hence granting experience points. The last one was deemed no threat, so it didn't give any experience. As Yang Ling pondered, he cautiously ventured deeper into the mine. He encountered no mining insects along the way. When he reached the end of the dead end, he suddenly saw a fist-sized fire crystal or radiating dazzling light. Unlike ordinary fire crystal, or it was crystal clear resembling a gem. Behind it there was also an ancient-looking book. This must be the mineral essence of fire crystal, but what about this book? Holding the fire starter, Yang Ling stepped closer. The light emitted by the mineral essence illuminated the book brightly. It had a few large characters written on it, Vajra King technique. In that instant, Yang Ling felt a moment of clarity, as if he understood everything. Vajra King technique. Martial arts. This is true martial arts. Yang Ling's fingers trembled with excitement. He understood why the prisoner butcher had come to this mine. When that Captain Lin was chatting with Supervisor Wu, he mentioned that the prisoner butcher was suspected of stealing a Buddhist scripture from the Kuju temple. Now it seems this is indeed the case. There was no announcement from above, and Kuju temple didn't make a big deal out of it, likely fearing that other forces might covet this technique, or perhaps they were unwilling to lose face. So Zhang Hao was being chased all the way from Qingshan City. The fire crystal, or must have been brought by him. It's not something that formed here. He used this object to attract a swarm of mining insects just to guard this Vajra King technique, probably hoping to avoid the limelight before coming back to retrieve it. At this thought, Yang Ling suddenly turned around, feeling vigilant. Fortunately, none of this had been noticed by others. But I don't have much time left. Zhang Hao must be pursued by monks from Kuju temple, and it won't be long before they guess that he hid the Vajra King technique here. Without hesitation, Yang Ling stepped forward and picked up the Vajra King technique. Just as he was about to secure it and find another place to hide it, a prompt appeared before him. Vajra King technique cultivation threshold strength 10, a spirit 10 threshold met. Do you wish to comprehend? So this is how spiritual power is used. Yang Ling was filled with indescribable joy and immediately attempted to select comprehension. In the next moment, the Vajra King technique transformed into a golden light and vanished into his body. Immediately afterwards, Yang Ling felt a warm sensation in his body, and unexpectedly a grand Buddhist scripture appeared in his memory. Coming back to his senses, Yang Ling quickly opened his attribute panel. Character: Yang Ling. Profession: Minor. Level 8. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial arts. Vajra King technique, first class technique. Initial understanding. Health points 110110. Wu Kei's Black Tiger Fist seems to have no rank indicator. Could it be because it's too poor? Yang Ling secretly rejoiced. He had truly struck gold this time. Not only had he gained martial arts, but the rank of the martial arts was also first class. Although he still didn't quite understand the ranking system for martial arts in the Divine Realm. But first-class martial arts are typically learned in the mid to late game in any game. The Divine Realm has only just been released, and I'm still in the novice village. This first-class martial art will absolutely be a tremendous help to me. Yang Ling couldn't help but take a few more glances at the attribute panel, soon discovering that the martial arts section seemed to have more detailed information. He clicked to take a look. Vajra King technique, a total of 4 layers. First layer: gain 5 free attribute points during cultivation. Strength and agility each increase by 15 points. Additional health increases by 100 points. Second layer, not available for viewing. Hiss. Yang Ling gasped in surprise. Looking at this introduction, if he successfully cultivates to the first layer of Vajra King technique, he will gain 5 free attribute points, and during cultivation, strength and agility will each increase by 15 points. The most critical part is that health can also increase by 100 points. What difference does that make to having an extra life? I'll practice as soon as I get back. Why dig for her? Yang Ling immediately tidied up, took the ore essence with him, and buried the traces of the battles along the way, including the bodies of the mining insects. After clearing the traces and confirming there were no oversights, Yang Ling chose another place to bury the ore essence. The ore essence can't be hidden on my person, it has to be buried first. Even if I'm unlucky and someone else picks it up, I'll just have to accept it. Though this thing is valuable, it also comes with dangers and will attract unnecessary trouble. The Vajra King technique is the biggest gain this time. At the exit, Steward Nyo saw Yang Ling dig out another 30 pounds of fire crystal, or praised him verbally again, and settled the payment. Steward Nyo, I feel that Yang Ling looks a bit different. A mining guard stepped forward, watching Yang Ling's back. Steward Nyo sighed. His spirit seems to have improved. It looks like his injuries have healed. In his eyes, he had already identified Yang Ling as a member of the Yang family from Hongquan City. Hiding here was just to avoid enemies. The mining guard flattered him. You truly have a keen eye. Hey, learn from this. Returning to the wooden house that leaks during rain and wind, Yang Ling immediately began studying the cultivation method of the Vajra King technique. In his mind, the grand scripture gradually emerged. Mixed within these memories were some strange standing postures. Yang Ling grasped the essence and immediately took up the first posture. He squatted into a horse stance, palms facing upward, silently reciting the scripture of the Vajra King technique in his heart. Time passed second by second. Fortunately, his strength and patience had been trained through mining. Otherwise, an ordinary person couldn't hold this posture for even a minute. Perhaps about 10 minutes passed. A warm current slowly began to breed within Yang Ling. Something was happening. Yang Ling focused his mind, and the attribute panel opened again. In the martial arts section, new changes had appeared. Martial arts Vajra King technique, first class technique, initial understanding, experience points 1100. There's experience points. This means that as long as the experience points reach 100, I will have successfully cultivated to the first layer. Yang Ling suppressed his joy and continued to maintain the standing posture of the first layer, reciting the scripture in his heart. Unknowingly, several hours passed. Outside, the roosters began to crow. Daylight broke. Yang Ling hadn't slept all night, yet he felt not tired at all, but rather full of spirit. The experience points for the Vajra King technique had also increased to 5,100. Strange, I calculated that I could gain 1 experience point in just a few minutes at first, but after reaching 5 points there's been no movement. Could it be that it only grants a maximum of 5 experience points per day? Practicing more is ineffective. Yang Ling furrowed his brows slightly, but soon relaxed. Even if it's just 5 points a day, it's fine. He can reach the first layer in 20 days. At that time, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. Yang Ling focused his mind and opened the attribute panel. Character: Yang Ling. Profession: warrior. Level 8. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial arts Vajra King technique, first class technique, initial understanding. Experience points 5100. Health points 110. My profession has changed from minor to warrior. Yang Ling couldn't help but smile. Having been in the divine realm for almost a month, he finally made some preliminary achievements. From a vagrant to a minor, and now to a warrior. He would steadily establish his foothold in the divine realm step by step. Just then a sudden sound of drums and gongs rang out outside. Everyone get up, hurry, gather at the village entrance. Dozens of mining guards holding copper gongs kept beating them. One by one the miners walked out of their houses puzzled and headed towards the village entrance. At the village entrance, Supervisor Wu and Captain Lin were present, but both of their faces looked somewhat pale. In front of them stood a monk who appeared to be in his 30s, speaking expressionlessly. A monk. Yang Ling's heart stirred faintly. He had arrived with astonishing speed. This man must be a disciple of the Kuju Temple. Yang Ling opened the man's attribute panel. Name: Huineng. Profession: martial artist. Strength 18. Agility 12. Spirit 6. Martial arts: stone-splitting palm proficient, Gale step proficient, Kuju Heart Sutra 2nd rank, barely entered the threshold. Affiliation: Kuju Temple. 3 martial arts, mastered simultaneously. Is this the profound legacy of a grand sect? Yang Ling marveled inwardly. Yet he noted that Huineng's cultivation of the Kuju Heart Sutra remained only 2nd rank. His status within Kuju Temple must be modest. Moreover, his spiritual capacity falls short of the threshold required to cultivate the Vajra, illuminating king art. Yang Ling mused silently. You claim the prisoner butcher was apprehended right here. The monk spoke calmly. Indeed. Supervisor Wu nodded cautiously. All the miners froze. For the first time they saw such timidity on Supervisor Wu's face. Stunned and awestruck, they wondered what manner of figure stood before them. Besides a few taels of scattered silver, the prisoner butcher carried nothing else. The monk asked again. A wry smile flickered across Supervisor Wu's face. At the time, the prisoner butcher had already been taken away by Chief Lin, the constable, and I did not conduct a personal search upon him. He cast a subtle glance toward Chief Lin, sensing something unspoken. Chief Lin frowned. Master Huineng, after the prisoner butcher's arrest, his identity was verified, and indeed no extraneous items were found upon him. Pausing thoughtfully, he added, rumors have long circulated in the martial world that the prisoner butcher stole a Buddhist scripture from Kuju Temple. Could those rumors hold truth? Is Master Huineng seeking that very scripture? Huineng glanced at Chief Lin, then smiled gently. The prisoner butcher did indeed steal a canonical Buddhist text from Kuju Temple, for it is the original scroll containing profound Dharma teachings that must not be lost. Thus Kuju Temple dispatched me to recover this sacred text. Yet since it is not upon his person, he must have concealed it somewhere. Supervisor Wu, your insight stirs me. This fire crystal or mine proves an ideal hiding place. Huineng clasped his palms together. Venerable Wu, might you kindly assist in the search? Should the scripture be recovered, this humble monk shall be eternally grateful. Brother Wu, this favor is worth extending. I've brought several dozen men with me. Let us join the search together, said Chief Lin. Seeing the situation, Supervisor Wu naturally acquiesced and immediately instructed Foreman Nio to mobilize all miners in the hunt for the Buddhist scripture. Facing the 1,000-strong workforce, Huineng suddenly raised his voice. Whoever locates Kuju Temple's sacred scripture shall receive instruction in one martial technique and 50 taels of silver. SSS. A martial art. 50 taels of silver. Is this true, or mere illusion? A master of Kuju Temple would never lie. Should we truly find it, fortune awaits. Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and others among the crowd surged with excitement. To them, this was nothing less than a quest in a game. Mengming Chen Su. If we locate the quest objective, we'll share the reward among us all. Lin Guoyang declared eagerly. Wu Ming nodded, eyes alight with delight. Chen Su's expression darkened slightly. This won't be easy. Meanwhile, Supervisor Wu, fearing someone might seize the scripture secretly and incur Kuju Temple's wrath, took precautions. He assigned both mine guards and Chief Lin's constables to supervise the search. Together their forces numbered nearly 100, more than sufficient to oversee 10 miners apiece. He further instituted peer oversight among the miners. Any successful report of concealment would earn the informant 100 taels, double Huineng's promised reward. Whether by chance or design, Yang Ling found himself grouped with Zhang Wei and Lin Guoyang. Chen Su, somewhat surprised, approached Yang Ling to greet him. What muttering goes on here? Get searching now. A constable overseeing them scowled openly, treating these displaced miner laborers with no courtesy whatsoever. Chen Su dared not protest, and hurriedly began scouring the area. Search parties combed not only the mine veins, but also the miners' village. Gentlemen, I shall join the search as well. Huineng bowed respectfully and strode toward the mine tunnels. Once he disappeared into the distance, Supervisor Wu lowered his voice. Brother Lin, was the scripture truly a Buddhist sutra? Or rather, a martial manual? It must be a martial manual, Chief Lin replied gravely. And certainly no lower than second rank. Its base tier is unquestionably second rank. This is grave indeed. Supervisor Wu murmured. Even the mighty Shana sect possesses only 2 third-rank martial manuals. Then it struck him. What did the prisoner butcher say? Was he not captured by your men? Did you extract any confession? The prisoner butcher. Chief Lin glanced toward Huineng's retreating silhouette. Master Huineng spoke with him privately for a few moments. Then the man died. Died? Supervisor Wu's pulse quickened subtly. Does your bureau take no action? Why intervene? There's no need to provoke Kuju Temple. How many high-ranking officials and nobles across Zhao State are its devoted patrons? Chief Lin spoke coolly. Besides, they are the aggrieved party. Supervisor Wu nodded pensively. He was certain what Kuju Temple had lost could only be a martial manual, no less than second rank. Otherwise, Huineng would have had no reason to silence the prisoner butcher, to prevent word from spreading and drawing covetous attention from other great sects. Time passed steadily. Even the 5 mine shafts were assigned to teams of miners for thorough search. Yang Ling feigned diligent scrutiny while secretly tracking Huineng's movements. When he saw Huineng enter shaft 5, Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Had the monk already extracted the location of the Vajra illuminating King Art from the prisoner butcher's lips? No, that cannot be. If he knew, there'd be no need for such a grand-scale operation. Relief washed over Yang Ling. Yang Ling, have you nearly gathered 5 taels of silver yet? Zhang Wei called out while scanning every corner nearby. What concern is that of yours? Yang Ling shot him a sidelong glance. He casually glanced at Zhang Wei's attribute panel. Name Zhang Wei. Profession martial artist. Level 3. Strength 4. Agility 2. Spirit 1. Martial arts Zhang family leg technique beginner. Health 40. Yang Ling remained impassive, his expression betraying not a trace of surprise. The man's profession had shifted from miner to martial artist. Had he encountered Zhang Hao? Why would Zhang Hao impart the Zhang family leg technique to him? Unaware his secret had been so effortlessly unveiled, Zhang Wei continued. You mine faster than most. You'll reach 5 taels soon enough. I propose a transaction. What could you possibly offer me in trade? Yang Ling asked idly. A flash of anger lit Zhang Wei's eyes, but he restrained himself, drawing closer and whispering. A martial art. A martial art. You possess one. Yang Ling halted mid-step. Zhang Wei, speaks softer. If you wish to cultivate, pay me in silver. Yang Ling's thoughts stirred. Did this man truly possess an extra martial art? Had he acquired it from Zhang Hao? If genuine, then Zhang Wei likely had no choice but to seek him out for the deal. Approaching anyone else would mean certain death. The search lasted for about 5 hours. Whether it was the veins, the mines, or the miners' village, all had been thoroughly searched multiple times, but to no avail. Master Huaning, it seems the items are not here. Supervisor Wu cupped his hands in greeting. The vein has been halted for a day. If we continue, I fear I won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. Huaning remained expressionless for a moment before slightly smiling. I apologize for troubling you, Master Wu. Since the items are not here, I shall take my leave first. Master Huaning, I will escort you back to the city, said Captain Lin. Soon Captain Lin, along with his subordinates, left the miners' village with Huaning. There's no need to mine tonight. Everyone go back and rest, Supervisor Wu commanded. The miners, seeing this, could only leave dejectedly. After searching all day, not a single ore was found, and they couldn't even recoup their meal expenses. Once all the miners had left, Supervisor Wu turned to Steward Niu. Steward Niu, temporarily seal off mine no. No one is allowed to enter. You find someone quick-footed to go to the Shauna sect and inform them that there's been an incident with the fire crystal ore. Supervisor Wu, what has happened? Steward Niu asked, slightly startled. This matter is quite serious. We shouldn't get too involved. Supervisor Wu patted Steward Niu's shoulder. Niu immediately thought of Huaning, wondering if he dared not think further, and promptly arranged for several swift-footed guards to head to the Shauna sect. At night, Yang Ling continued to cultivate the Diamond King Kong art in his room. Once he gathered 5 experience points and confirmed there would be no further gains, he went to sleep. The next day, the ore vein is off limits. What's going on? They said work would be halted for a few days. The miners' village was bustling. It was supposed to be time to mine, but all the miners stayed in the village. Uncle Wang, what's going on? Why can't we enter the ore vein? Yang Ling scanned the area and quickly approached Uncle Wang. Something went wrong. Mine no. One has been sealed. Yang Ling felt a chill run down his spine. This probably had nothing to do with the Diamond King Kong art. It was likely that the bodies of Fifth Brother and the others had been discovered. Mine no. One has been sealed. Yang Ling felt a chill run down his spine. This probably had nothing to do with the Diamond King Kong art. It was likely that the bodies of Fifth Brother and the others had been discovered. Yang Ling. Zhang Wei called out from a distance. Uncle Wang, I'll take my leave first, Yang Ling said. Go on, go on. Uncle Wang waved him off and began whispering with several other old miners. Finding a quiet corner, Yang Ling scrutinized Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, what scheme are you concocting this time? While mining, I accidentally unearthed a martial arts manual. Zhang Wei slowly began. You should know what that represents. What martial arts? Yang Ling squinted. You found something while mining. Wait a minute. It can't be the Buddhist scriptures from Quanjua Temple, right? If you want to die, then go ahead, but I have no desire to die. Keep your voice down. Don't get us killed. Zhang Wei looked around in terror, and upon seeing no one nearby, sighed in relief. He whispered, Yang Ling, if I had that Buddhist scripture, I would have turned it in for silver long ago. Why would I need to find you? Then what is it? Yang Ling said lightly. Since you want to sell it to me, don't play coy, show it to me. I'm not that foolish. Zhang Wei said coldly. I've hidden it in a place where no one can find it. Even if you go out now and claim I have martial arts, no one would believe you. Then we can't make this deal. Yang Ling shook his head gently. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, but it's best if we part ways. With that, he pretended to leave. Bingshan Fist, Zhang Wei said seriously. This fist technique is called Bingshan Fist. Fist technique. Yang Ling's mind stirred. He was now quite powerful. With the Diamond King Kong art, he just lacked a means to fight. If you have martial arts, why not practice it? Yang Ling examined Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei pondered. You might not know, but in Xinyu, cultivating martial arts requires certain prerequisites. The requirements for Bingshan Fist are quite high. It requires 8 points in strength attributes. I only have 4 points, so I can't practice it for now. What strength attributes? Yang Ling exclaimed in surprise. You can see your own attributes. Indeed, it seems only martial artists can see their own attributes. Zhang Wei scrutinized Yang Ling for a moment before smiling. Actually, I am already a martial artist, which is why I can see my attribute panel. My current strength is 4 points, agility is 3 points, and spirit is 1 point. Your agility is clearly 5 points, Yongling thought to himself, then asked seriously, you can really see the attribute panel. What data is on the attribute panel? This could be key to understanding Xinyu. Why would I deceive you? Once you master the Bengshan Fist, you'll also be able to see your own attribute panel. Zhang Wei continued, I'm not like you keeping things to myself, I'm a very straightforward person. From what I've observed, your mining speed is so fast, not just because of practice, your strength attributes must be quite high. As long as you can practice the Bengshan Fist, you will soon become a martial artist. Enough talk, where's the Bengshan Fist? Yongling said in a deep voice. 5 taels of silver. Give me 5 taels of silver, and it'll give you the Bengshan Fist, Zhang Wei said. He was eager to leave, clearly feeling guilty, worried that the matter regarding Zhang Hao might implicate him. Yongling thought to himself, curious about how this fellow got Zhang Hao's martial arts. Could it be because his surname is also Zhang? That doesn't seem reasonable. I do indeed have 5 taels of silver, Yongling said slowly. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up with excitement. But I want to verify the goods first. This kind of transaction must be pay on delivery. Do I want pay you first? Yongling stated. Zhang Wei fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, all right, I'll come find you tonight. With that he turned and left. As the sun set, it was around midnight. The miners' village was nearly deserted. Zhang Wei quietly approached Yongling's door. Open up. Yongling opened the door, and Zhang Wei nimbly squeezed inside. This is the Bengshan Fist. Zhang Wei took out an ancient book from his pocket. Yongling glanced at it, and a message appeared before him. Bengshan Fist, an unconventional technique. Like the Black Tiger Fist, both belong to unconventional practices. Yongling did not show disdain. After confirming that this was indeed a technique, he placed 5 taels of silver on the table. Zhang Wei put down the Bengshan Fist and took the 5 taels. After completing the transaction, he visibly relaxed and smiled. I'll take my leave now. Congratulations on your imminent ascension to martial artist. After Zhang Wei left, Yongling picked up the Bengshan Fist. The system seemed to determine that it now belonged to Yongling, displaying new information. Bengshan Fist cultivation requirements: strength 8, spirit 3. Requirements met. Would you like to comprehend it? That bastard Zhang Wei, he never mentioned the requirement for spiritual power. Turns out he was trying to trick me. Yongling laughed in anger. Thankfully, he had 10 points in spiritual power. Otherwise, he would have lost 5 taels of silver for nothing. Clearly, the other party had already guessed that spiritual power is exceedingly difficult to increase. Given the other party's 1 point in spiritual power, even if their strength later increased to 8 points, they still wouldn't be able to comprehend the Bengshan Fist. Comprehend. Yongling immediately chose to comprehend. The martial art in his hands suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered his body. A warm sensation arose, and Yongling's mind was filled with memories of the Bengshan Fist once more. The mountain-crumbling fist, with the intent as solid as a mountain, strikes with the force of an avalanche. Initial understanding increases strength by 3 points. Mastery increases strength by 6 points. Proficient increases strength by 9 points. Entry into the hall increases strength by 12 points. Transcendence increases strength by 20 points. So martial arts are divided into 5 stages. Yongling instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Character: Yongling. Profession: warrior. Level 8. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial arts: King Kong Ming Wang Gong. First rate technique, intro level. Experience 10,100. Mountain crumbling fist, intro level. Proficiency 0-100. Health 110. Martial arts techniques are measured by experience, while martial skills are measured by proficiency, but in the initial stage only 100 points are needed. Previously, Wu Kei's Black Tiger Fist was at the entry into the hall stage, as was Zhang Hao's Zhang family leg technique. There's also Huining's Steely Splitting Hand and Gale Step, both at the entry into the hall stage. From the perspective of the increase in power, the difficulty of the first 4 stages should be relatively normal, but the final transcendence is evidently very difficult to achieve, hence the sudden increase of 20 points in strength. Never mind that, let's start practicing. Yongling closed his eyes and continuously recalled the practice method of the mountain-crumbling fist in his mind. In the next moment, he suddenly struck a pose and began practicing earnestly. Time passed second by second. About an hour had gone by. A layer of sweat had appeared on Yongling's forehead. At that moment, a warm current flowed into his body. There's some movement. He looked at his attribute panel. Mountain-crumbling fist, proficiency 1100. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong can increase by 1 point in experience value in about 15 minutes, so why does an ordinary martial skill take an hour to increase by 1 point in proficiency? A hint of doubt flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. Logically, the training speed of the mountain-crumbling fist should exceed that of the King Kong Ming Wangong. After all, it is just an ordinary fist technique. Never mind, just practice it. Yang Ling dismissed the thought and focused on practicing the fist technique, taking occasional breaks when he felt tired. Unconsciously, the rooster crowed outside. Yang Ling suddenly woke up and looked at his attribute panel again. Mountain-crumbling fist proficiency, 6,106 points of proficiency. It doesn't seem to have an upper limit like the King Kong Ming Wangong. Yang Ling was somewhat delighted. To verify this, he had no intention of resting and continued to practice the mountain-crumbling fist. An hour later, proficiency increased by another point. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Mountain-crumbling fist proficiency 12100. Indeed, Yang Ling murmured, the practice of fist techniques actually has no upper limit meaning. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists. As long as I practice diligently every day, I can reach 100 proficiency in 7 or 8 days, and then I will have entered the stage of initial understanding. Suddenly my heart is filled with clarity. After a sleepless night, he felt somewhat tired. Practicing the King Kong Ming Wangong seems to restore my energy quickly. If I could use it to replace sleep, then I could spend 24 hours leveling up. Yang Ling thought to himself as he began practicing the King Kong Ming Wangong. After more than an hour, he had once again accumulated 5 points of experience. King Kong Ming Wangong experience 15100. Yang Ling slowly opened his eyes, feeling energized, as if he had slept for 10 hours. This is the feeling. Yang Ling felt somewhat exhilarated. He quickly gobbled down 2 pieces of bread and continued practicing the mountain-crumbling fist. For the next few days, there was no way to enter the mine, so he used this time to push his proficiency in the mountain-crumbling fist. For 4 full days, Yang Ling did not step outside. Huff! After completing a set of punches, Yang Ling felt a little thirsty and picked up a cup of water, gulping down a few mouthfuls. He glanced at his attribute panel. King Kong Ming Wangong experience 35100. Mountain-crumbling fist proficiency 99100. Just 1 point of proficiency left. Yang Ling wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth and continued practicing the fist. Unknowingly, an hour passed. The proficiency of the mountain-crumbling fist silently reached 100 points. Huff! Suddenly, Yang Ling's fist felt a surge of power, and when he struck out, the sound of breaking air was noticeably louder. I've broken through. Yang Ling immediately checked his attributes. Character Yang Ling. Profession Warrior. Level 8. Strength 14, 3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial Arts King Kong Ming Wangong First Rate Technique Intro Level. Experience 35,100. Mountain Crumbling Fist Initial Understanding. Proficiency 01000. Health 110. The 3 extra points of strength come from the Mountain Crumbling Fist. I didn't expect to reach initial understanding in just 4 or 5 days, but Yang Ling noticed that the proficiency of the Mountain Crumbling Fist had changed to 1,000. So to achieve mastery, will I have to practice day and night for 40 to 50 days? Will proficient require 1000 points of proficiency? That would take over a year. If I want to reach entry into the hall, wouldn't that take over 10 years, assuming I practice day and night? Yang Ling's burning heart was suddenly doused with cold water. He finally understood why Wu Kei and the others only practiced their martial skills to the entry into the hall stage. This group must have been training for at least 10 years. But to achieve transcendence, it may take more than 100 years. Before reaching that level, one might grow old and die unless one has extraordinary talent. If I could increase proficiency by 10 points in an hour, my progress would increase tenfold. The Mountain Crumbling Fist isn't the main focus of looking at it this way. The experience points from the King Kong Ming Wangong may correspond to proficiency. It has only 4 levels, but it has a daily training cap allowing only 5 points of experience per day. The first level requires 20 days. If the second level also requires 1,000 experience points, then that would take 200 days. The third level, 2,000 days. The fourth level, 20,000 days. Haha, how many days are there in a lifetime? Yang Ling couldn't help but laugh, feeling quite helpless. However, there should be some external forces in the divine realm that can enhance the speed of proficiency and experience value increases. Yang Ling's expression shifted. His guess was not unfounded. It stemmed from experiences gained from playing many games. In games, there must be similar settings for it to make sense. If there's a way to gather information from local indigenous warriors about the situation in the martial world and see how others are progressing, that would be great. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ling immediately shook off the distracting thoughts from his mind. At least in 1 to 2 months, he could bring the mountain-crumbling fist to mastery. In another 13 days, he could also cultivate the first level of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. At that time, the mountain-crumbling fist would increase strength by 6 points. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong would also provide 5 free attribute points, increasing strength and agility by 15 points each during operation and boosting health by an additional 100 points. These attribute data are actually quite extraordinary. At least in a place like Qingshan City, they would definitely be sufficient. In fact, leveling up is the most practical. Each level up increases strength by 1 point. Indigenous warriors seem to lack this advantage. They cannot level up, and all their attribute points come solely from techniques and martial skills. Indeed, I still need to mine for experience. I love mining. Yang Ling picked up the steel pickaxe from his bedside and strapped it to his waist before pushing the door open. The entrance of the mine was bustling with miners, creating quite a lively scene. Everyone, please remain calm. I know that without mining you won't have money for food, but why didn't you keep some coins on you? Steward Neo, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, spoke leisurely. There are some issues with the mine, so it needs to be sealed for a while until the important figures from the Shanha sect come to make a decision. You want to enter the fire crystal mine at this time. Are you trying to walk into the mouth of a gun? The mention of the important figures from the Shanha sect caused the previously noisy miners to fall silent. All right, disperse. Steward Neo waved his hand. The miners exchanged glances, feeling dejected as they left. What should we do? We've already been hungry for a day. If we can't mine today, won't we have to go another day without food? Lin Guoyang looked at Chun Su, his face pale. I can endure hunger, but Meng Meng cannot. Wu Ming appeared somewhat weak. Chun Zu's expression grew serious. He knew there must be an issue with the mine. He wondered when it would be unsealed. There's no choice but to. He spotted Yang Ling. Chun Su gritted his teeth and stepped forward quickly. Brother Yang, could you lend us some money again? We haven't been able to mine these past few days and are at our wits' end. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming's eyes lit up as they immediately moved closer. How many days have you been hungry? Yang Ling asked with a smile. Chun Su forced a smile. I didn't eat anything yesterday. I happen to have some provisions. Take them to hold you over. I estimate it should be enough for another 2 or 3 days. Yang Ling divided his flatbreads into 6 pieces for Chun Su. Chun Su was immediately overjoyed. However, Wu Ming instinctively commented, these flatbreads are hard. I had one before, and it wasn't tasty at all. When you're hungry, who cares if it's tasty or not? Yang Ling laughed. It's better than nothing. With that, Yang Ling turned and left. Since they couldn't mine, they could only continue to practice the proficiency of the crumbling mountain fist. At this moment, Chun Su shared the flatbreads with Lin Guoyang, and Wu Ming chewing as he said, Brother Yang is a good person. Oh, among so many miners, he has helped us twice. Lin Guoyang was munching on the flatbread. No matter how good he is, he's just an NPC. Here we still have to rely on ourselves. Chun Su shot him a glance and suddenly asked casually, have you felt anything odd in your bodies these past few days? Odd. I'm a bit nauseous from hunger, Lin Guoyang responded instinctively. Wu Ming added, the bed here is too hard. I miss my comfortable mattress. Chun Su instinctively clenched his fist. He realized that the day before the mine was sealed, his strength had inexplicably increased significantly. At that time, a warm current had surged within me. The increase in strength must be related to it. Is this considered an upgrade from mining? Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming have been slacking off lately, so they haven't leveled up yet. Should I tell them about this? Chun Su felt a bit hesitant. Chun Su, we still don't know how long the mine will be sealed. You should go catch up with that NPC and borrow some coins. Wu Ming and I haven't had a proper meal in a long time. I want to have a nice dinner with her tonight, Lin Guoyang said. Never mind, I won't mention it. Chun Su turned and left. If you need to borrow, go borrow on your own. TCH, what are you pretending for? Lin Guoyang frowned slightly. Outside the miners' village, there was a very noticeable courtyard. That was the residence of Supervisor Wu. When Yang Ling saw Zhang Wei joyfully walking out from inside, he instantly knew the guy had acquired a formal identity. He was no longer a vagrant. Zhang Wei's Zhang family leg technique is only introductory. Oh, I wonder how proficient he is now and how far he is from grasping the basics. Yang Ling's mind stirred slightly. Zhang Wei now noticed Yang Ling staring at him without moving, and he suddenly felt a bit guilty. But as soon as he thought of his identity as a good citizen, he immediately puffed out his chest and walked up to Yang Ling with a smile. Yang Ling, I'm no longer a vagrant. I've registered in Qingshan City. Oh, congratulations. But shouldn't you give me an explanation? What explanation? Zhang Wei feigned ignorance. The training requirement for the crumbling mountain fist is 8 points of strength and 3 points of spirit. You only mentioned the strength requirement, You didn't say anything about the spirit. Yang Ling said. Is that so? I might have forgotten. Zhang Wei laughed. Don't worry, once your spirit level increases you'll be able to train the crumbling mountain fist. My spirit level is exactly 3 points, so I've already learned the crumbling mountain fist. Yang Ling was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhang Wei in disbelief. Why is your spirit level at 3 points? How could I? He immediately shut up, not continuing. It seems that you have at most 2 points, so you couldn't learn the crumbling mountain fist, which is why you sold it to me. Yang Ling smiled. I should thank you for helping me become a warrior. Damn, why is his spirit level so high? Why does he have 2 points more than me? Zhang Wei cursed inwardly, then said lightly, since that's the case, why are you still looking for me? It's about proficiency. Yang Ling scanned the surroundings warily. Right now, there are only you and me as players in the mine. You mentioned earlier that you had news to share, isn't that the case? Proficiency. That will increase as you train gradually. Zhang Wei's expression shifted. When you train the crumbling mountain fist, how long does it take to gain 1 point of proficiency? About 10 hours. 10 hours. Just like me. Zhang Wei pondered. It takes 100 points of proficiency to grasp the basics, right? That's right. Yang Ling nodded, but he was very concerned about Zhang Wei's earlier statement. The other party needed 10 hours to gain 1 point of proficiency. I'm 10 times that weight. Is it a matter of spirit level? Yang Ling suddenly realized. He started to understand that spirit level had its uses. He later discovered it was related to the training thresholds of martial arts. Now it seemed, perhaps the proficiency and experience growth rates of martial skills and techniques were all related to spirit level. In other words, as long as I increase my spirit level, whether it's proficiency in martial skills or experience points in martial arts methods, I can significantly enhance them. With this thought, Yang Ling felt somewhat impatient. Once the mine opens, he wants to test whether his guess is right or wrong. That's right, if I only sleep 2 or 3 hours a day, I can barely gain 2 points of proficiency. In just 50 days, I can reach the level of grasping the basics, at which point martial skills can enhance our strength. However, a person cannot possibly sleep only 2 or 3 hours, so practicing martial arts for 10 hours a day is more reasonable. That would take about 100 days to train martial skills to the level of grasping the basics. Saying that, he glanced at Yang Ling and smiled. Since you saved me back, then I'll share another piece of news I just obtained. Oh, what news? Yang Ling asked curiously. Zhang Wei smiled. I just gave a mine guard a little benefit and inquired about martial skills. For ordinary aptitude, it takes at least a year to train a low-level martial skill to the level of grasping the basics. So in fact, we are geniuses. Geniuses. Yang Ling pondered. So the existence of proficiency indeed allows players to master martial skills faster. Even if Zhang Wei's spirit level is only 1 point, he is still much stronger than an average person. He managed to train the crumbling mountain fist to the level of grasping the basics in 4 or 5 days. If we're talking about geniuses, perhaps he is the true genius. Yang Ling said, from today onwards, I Zhang Wei no longer owe you anything. Zhang Wei smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Yang Ling looked at his retreating figure and thought, you have schemed against me twice. The benefits I gained from you only offset one of those times. You still owe me one. Zhang Wei paused for a moment, and then walked away quickly, ignoring Yang Ling. He returned to the wooden house, while Yang Ling continued to practice the crumbling mountain fist and the King Kong Bright King technique. The next day, his proficiency in the crumbling mountain fist increased by 20 points again. The experience value for the King Kong Bright King technique also reached 40. The threshold of 100 points was now within reach. He stepped out and headed towards the mine entrance, preparing to see if it was unsealed. Just halfway there, he ran into Zhang Wei again. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Ling smiled and said, can't bear to leave the fire crystal or mine, wanting to level up here. Zhang Wei's expression turned slightly grim, and he glanced towards the mine entrance with a serious look in his eyes. A manager from the Shanha sect has arrived, and his position is higher than that of Supervisor Wu and Manager Niu. Zhang Wei said in a low voice, this manager has issued an order that no miner is allowed to leave. Yang Ling's mind stirred, feigning ignorance. What happened? Who knows? Zhang Wei replied absently. Yang Ling guessed that he was afraid of exposing his relationship with Zhang Hao. At this moment, a mine guard approached. Zhang Wei, feeling guilty, immediately walked away. Yang Ling, Supervisor Wu wants to see you. Come with me. The mine guard called out. Me? What is it about? Yang Ling was slightly taken aback. The mine guard impatiently said, why are you asking so much? Just come with me. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Ling nodded repeatedly and followed him towards the mine entrance. Zhang Wei, witnessing this scene, was somewhat surprised. Is it about Yang Ling? What does Supervisor Wu want with him? He couldn't understand, but he still felt relieved. As long as it wasn't about him, it was fine. He believed they wouldn't be foolish enough to expose the crumbling mountain fist. At the mine in front of the entrance to the no. 1 mine, the corpses of Brother Wu and the others had already been dug up, lying side by side at the mine's entrance. Having been dead for many days, their bodies had begun to rot, emitting a foul odor. Yang Ling saw this scene from a distance and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Supervisor Wu called him over. Could it be that something was discovered? I now have 11 points of strength, and when I utilize the crumbling mountain fist I can add 3 points, but at the same time I can't hold the steel pickaxe, so my strength limit is only 14 points. The King Kong Bright King technique has not yet been fully comprehended. I am still far from being a match for Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling's thoughts raced, and a bead of cold sweat began to form in his palm. However, upon entering, he found not only Wu Kei, but also Manager Niu, as well as Captain Lin and Master Huaning present. A young man dressed in white adorned with a mountain and river pattern was chatting and laughing with Huaning, though there was a hint of flattery in his demeanor. Supervisor Wu, I've brought Yang Ling here, the mine guard said respectfully. Supervisor Wu nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Yang Ling. Do you know whose bodies are on the ground? Yang Ling's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he glanced at the corpses on the ground, and quickly shook his head. I can't recognize them. They were rotten. How could he easily identify them? It's old 5, Supervisor Wu said calmly. As far as I know, he had a feud with you recently. What? Is it Brother Wu? Yang Ling stepped back in terror. Huaning and the young man who had been observing him nodded thoughtfully. Master Huaning, it seems that these miners must have died at the hands of the prisoner butcher, the young man said solemnly. The prisoner butcher may have hidden the scriptures of your Guibao temple in the no. 1 mine. I will have someone dig 3 feet into the ground to find this scripture. If we can find it, that would be best. This matter requires much attention from Master Wang. Huaning joined his hands in prayer. Master is too courteous. The young man smiled and said, the affairs of the Kuju temple are also the affairs of our Shanha sect. He then looked at Supervisor Wu and said, assign your most skilled miners to the no. 1 mine, work hard for half a month, and if you find the scriptures lost by the Kuju temple, I will reward you. Yes, Brother Wang. Supervisor Wu immediately cupped his fists in salute. Master Huaning, after Supervisor Wu and the others discovered this anomaly, they sealed the mine and took this matter very seriously. It will be done well with him in charge. We will stay in Qingshan City for a while and wait for news, the young man said with a smile. At this moment, Yang Ling already understood that he was not in danger, and he quietly took a glance at the attributes of this young man. Character: Wang Jing, profession warrior, strength 19, agility 10, spirit 5, martial arts, Shanha blade technique, advanced black tiger fist, advanced iron skin technique, comprehensive, influence Shanha sect. 2 advanced martial arts. So this is the difference between a disciple of the Shanha sect and Wu Kei. He is indeed much stronger than Wu Kei, probably slightly weaker than Huaning. Yang Ling thought to himself. Master Wang Jing, we will just stay in the miners' village and wait for news. It's 30 miles from Qingshan City, and it is not very convenient to go back and forth. Huaning smiled and said, the miners' village. It's fine. Wang Jing seemed a bit disdainful of the miners' village environment, but he certainly couldn't oppose it since Huaning had spoken. He instructed Wu Kei and personally took Huaning and Captain Lin away. The corpses of Brother Wu and the others were naturally taken away by Captain Lin's subordinates and would likely need to be examined by the coroner again. After they left, Wu Kei once again regained the imposing presence of the head of the mine. Yang Ling, you are now an experienced miner. You can also participate in the search work at the no. 1 mine. It's just right for you to accumulate experience in sparring with other veteran miners for a while. Wu Kei said casually. Yes. Yang Ling quickly nodded. This was exactly what he wished. As long as he could mine and level up, he was fine with anything. Manager Niu, you can arrange the others. We actually don't need too many people controlling it, to around 40 or 50 will be enough. To avoid someone fishing in troubled waters, Wu Kei instructed. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements. Manager Niu smiled and nodded. After a pause, he asked, should the mine be unsealed? Since Brother Wang has come, it must be unsealed. No matter if we find anything this time, our Shanha sect's attitude has been sincere enough. I believe the Kuju temple will not hold us accountable. The fire crystal or mine is our top priority, Wu Kei said. After finishing, he quickly left, seemingly showing no signs of sorrow for Brother Wu's death. Soon the news of the mine's unsealing spread. Countless miners surged in like wolves, starting to work and earn money. Yang Ling was assigned to enter the no. 1 mine with Uncle Wang and a group of veterans. He was accompanied by a dozen mine guards, clearly responsible for watching over them. Before entering the mine, manager Nyo only had one sentence to convey: do your best. The veterans, of course, understood this principle and felt relieved. As long as they were not required to find something specific, it would be easy to spend some time in the know. One mine and dig for fire crystal ore. In mine no. 1. Around 40 to 50 miners were diligently engaged in their excavation work. Since they were all seasoned veterans, they found the ordinary stones and the hardness of the mud and sand to be inferior to the fire crystal rock. Thus, after about an hour, the mine seemed to have expanded a little. During this time, there were also exposures of fire crystal rock buried deep underground, all of which were seized for excavation. Yang Ling wasn't particularly lucky, as he hadn't found a single piece of fire crystal rock. He planned to venture deeper, and the mine's guards watching over him paid no heed. That kid has gone deeper. Should we send someone after him? A mine guard noticed Yang Ling's movement and asked, why bother? If there's a collapse, well, all be dead. Let's just keep an eye on the entrance. His teammate rolled his eyes. But aren't they supposed to be searching for the Buddhist scriptures hidden by the prisoners in here? I don't believe that guy could hide the scriptures here. It's probably just a smokescreen. Otherwise, they would have found it a long time ago. Why bother sending miners to dig 3 feet into the ground? Just look at how Supervisor Wu only sent in about 40 to 50 miners. It's clear what that means, but it's just to give a report to the Kuju Temple. Besides, actually finding it might not be a good thing. Not finding it would be preferable. After this teammate's reminder, the guard seemed to understand something and immediately fell silent. Yang Ling, referencing the map, delved deeper into mine no. 1. The map marked several locations where large pieces of fire crystal rock had been found before. He began excavating near these marked spots. Through continuous probing and pinpointing, he finally found a decent piece of fire crystal rock. Let's get to work. Yang Ling gripped his steel pickaxe, feeling the excitement surge through his muscles. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blow sent a refreshing chill coursing through his body. At such moments, Yang Ling would lose track of time, becoming completely absorbed. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the piece of fire crystal rock was entirely excavated. Yang Ling placed it into the cloth pouch at his waist and weighted it was about 3 pounds. Your mining speed is impressive, someone nearby remarked, holding a torch with a look of surprise. Yang Ling, unfazed by the presence of possible miners, calmly regarded the speaker, who was a somewhat unfamiliar miner. I know every miner from the miners' village, and I can also gauge the attributes of newcomers to determine if they are players. Why haven't I seen this guy before? The other person appeared to be in their 20s, dressed in miner's attire, yet possessing an unusually distinct aura. Yang Ling took a glance at the other person's attribute panel. Character: Su Qing, Profession Warrior, Strength 22, Agility 17, Spirit 7, Martial Arts, Mountain River Blade Technique, Entry Level, Mountain River 12 Fists, Entry Level, Mountain River Mine Method, Third Rate, Initial Insight. Yang Ling was somewhat astonished. This young man had the highest attribute points among all the warriors Yang Ling had ever seen. Strength, Agility, and Spirit combined totaled a staggering 46 points. Even Hui Nang from Kuju Temple only had 36 points. Do I seem a bit unfamiliar, brother? Yang Ling casually remarked. Mining is very simple, it just requires practice. Sure, but you can't disturb me or steal my fire crystal rocks. Yang Ling replied casually. Su Qing nodded with a smile, saying, Understood, understood. From then on, wherever Yang Ling went, Su Qing followed. Yang Ling no longer ventured deeper into the mine. Having such a skilled person beside him gave him an unsettling feeling. He was uncertain of the other person's intentions. Soon, nearly a day's time had passed. Yang Ling had filled his pouch with about 10 pounds of fire crystal rock. It's getting late, we should head out, Su Qing reminded. Yang Ling was also preparing to leave, but as he was about to go, he casually excavated a few more times and discovered yet another piece of fire crystal rock. Without a second thought, he immediately got to work. What a mining enthusiast. Su Qing stood a short distance away, feeling a bit impressed. I heard from Wu Kei that 1 pound of fire crystal rock can be exchanged for 100 coins. With his speed, earning a silver or 2 in a day wouldn't be a problem. That amounts to 30 silvers in a month. I can understand him now. If I were to mine at full strength, my speed wouldn't be slower than his, but his stamina seems remarkable. After a day of mining, he still looked somewhat fatigued, but could continue on. Is it because of his strong willpower? Su Qing thought to himself. At this moment, Yang Ling had no thoughts of anything else. He was certain that Su Qing was merely a skilled operative sent by the Mountain River sect to secretly search for the Buddhist scriptures. Striking up a conversation was merely due to his swift mining speed. For now, he posed no threat to him. Hence, leveling up was the priority. His focus was solely on the piece of fire crystal rock. He worked diligently. Finally, ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Yang Ling instinctively wanted to allocate it to strength, but quickly regained his composure and added it to spirit instead. A warm sensation blossomed within him, finally surging through his veins and flooding into his mind. He felt his brain becoming clearer and his overall mental state improved. The attribute panel opened. Character Yang Ling, Profession Warrior, Level 9, Strength 14-3, Agility 5, Spirit 11, Martial Arts Diamond King Technique, First Class Method Entry Level, Experience 40100, Mountain Crushing Fist Initial Insight, Proficiency 22100, Health 110. Level 9 now. Yang Ling felt a sense of nostalgia. He was not far from level 10. As one of the first batch of Divine Domain players, my leveling speed shouldn't be considered slow, but without a level leaderboard, I can't gauge the general situation. As Yang Ling pondered, he walked toward the mine's exit. After a few breaths, a booming sound rang in his. Congratulations, a player has reached level 10 first and successfully completed their job transition. The Divine Domain level leaderboard is now open. Subsequent features will be gradually unlocked. Yang Ling cupped his hands and smiled. Fifth Divine Domain level leaderboard. Not only was Yang Ling astonished, but the trio from the miners' village Lin Guoliang and others also heard the immense prompt and saw the dazzling golden Divine Domain level leaderboard. Zhang Wei, who was also heading down the mine, slowly stood tall, a hint of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Someone has reached level 10 and completed their job transition. How is that possible? I'm only level 3, who could level up so quickly? It can't be Yang Ling, right? He immediately opened the Divine Domain level leaderboard to see for himself. At the same time, countless players in different locations also made the same move. Divine Domain level leaderboard 001. Kuju Temple, Hui Wu, level 10. Profession Monk 002. So it seems. Only one has reached level 10, and it's from Kuju Temple. What a coincidence. If this player entered the game around the same time as me, then they must be incredibly lucky to become a disciple of a top-tier sect like Kuju Temple right away. Yang Ling felt a bit uncertain while secretly shuddering. If he had reached level 10 first, would he have also been exposed on the Divine Domain level leaderboard? This is not a good thing. But I guessed one thing correctly, a level 10 is indeed the threshold for job transitions. Yang Ling took a deep breath. What happened to you just now? Su Qing asked curiously as they emerged from the mine tunnel. I'm tired, Yang Ling replied offhandedly. Su Qing felt the soreness in his arm muscles and thought he'd need to cultivate the Shanha heart art tonight to ease it. After bidding farewell to Yang Ling, he strode confidently away from the mining vein. Master Niu acted as if he hadn't noticed and didn't even ask for the fire crystal, or, Yang Ling, 13 gene of fire crystal, or, your speed grows ever faster. Master Niu withdrew several silver beans, weighed them carefully, confirmed the amount was exactly 1 liang and 3 qian, then handed them to Yang Ling. Practice makes perfect. Yang Ling smiled warmly as he accepted the silver. He had spent 5 liang of silver earlier on the mountain crushing fist manual. He still had over 3 liang left. Now with this additional 1 liang and 3 qian, he had nearly gathered enough to purchase official identification. After Yang Ling departed, Master Niu sighed inwardly. That eminent figure's status surpasses even senior brother Wang Jing's. Yet he treats Yang Ling with such familiarity. Indeed, he must be a scion of the Yang family. Back in his wooden hut, Yang Ling's mind lingered upon the Divine Realm rankings. Hui Wu's class transformation into a martial monk is likely an innate vocation granted by the Kuju Temple. But I'm no sect disciple. What class could I possibly transform into? A miner. That profession surely doesn't exist. Class transformation must confer tangible benefits, either enhanced attributes or unique abilities. Suppose I'm level 10, and face another player also at level 10 who has already undergone class transformation. His strength would almost certainly far exceed mine. So, I must undergo class transformation, but I'm still 1 level short of 10. Yang Ling frowned, utterly unfamiliar with the process. He also worried that reaching level 10 might expose him on the Divine Realm rankings. Yang Ling, are you in? Zhang Wei's voice rang out from outside the door. Yang Ling rose and opened the door. Zhang Wei slipped inside at once, his expression grave. You've heard about the Divine Realm rankings, haven't you? Yes. Yang Ling nodded. This proves there are many players like us. Zhang Wei murmured. Take Hui Wu. He leveled up astonishingly fast. It confirms that joining a sect is our ultimate destiny. At that, he suddenly lifted his gaze toward Yang Ling. Do you have any theories about class transformation? You've played countless games before. Surely you've some insight. Yang Ling countered with a question. Zhang Wei nodded pensively. Yes, I've played them all. In every game permitting class transformation, it's treated as a pivotal milestone. Most offer over a dozen classes, some even feature dozens, each granting distinct advantages and intrinsic bonuses. We've confirmed the Divine Realm includes the Martial Monk class. Yongling nodded. But no one else has yet transformed, so we can only speculate. I suspect professions like bandit, thief, Taoist, priest, physician, or alchemist may exist. Zhang Wei's expression turned oddly strained. What's your plan? What plan could I possibly have? Remember, I'm a minor and a displaced commoner at that. Yongling rolled his eyes. Some players are simply blessed with extraordinary fortune. We can't compete with them. Our only path lies in deep mastery of what we know best. My domain is mining, so I'll mine relentlessly until I level up. How high are you then, given how swiftly you dig? Zhang Wei blurted instinctively. Yongling paused for a breath, then replied coolly, higher than you. I'm level 6. Level 6. That fits. I'll reach level 4 soon. A gap of 2.5 levels seems perfectly reasonable. Zhang Wei's countenance brightened slightly. He didn't doubt Yongling. He'd have disbelieved a claim of level 8 or 9. After Zhang Wei left, Yongling resumed practicing his fists. Class transformation remained out of reach. For now, he set it aside. Strengthening foundational attributes was the true path forward. As dawn approached, Yongling cultivated the Vajra King art. Upon completion, not only did fatigue vanish, but he gained 5 additional experience points. 45 points, nearing 100 swiftly. Yet my spiritual energy increased by 1 point last night, though experience gain showed no obvious change. No, it must have changed. The difference is simply too subtle to perceive. Last night during fist practice, proficiency gain did seem marginally quicker, though barely noticeable. To verify this, he resolved to continue leveling up. He would invest more points into spiritual energy. If it enhanced both proficiency and experience gains, so much the better, if not no harm done. It was inevitably a prerequisite for cultivating advanced arts. Improvement was never misplaced. He arrived at Mine Tunnel No. 1. As yesterday, Su Qing followed closely behind him. They exchanged idle chatter as they worked. Yongling noticed Su Qing digging with unusual vigor today, and after observing briefly returned to his own labor. After several hours, Huaining and Wang Jing visited the tunnel. Surveying the extensive excavation marks and dozens of miners toiling steadily, they surveyed the scene. Huaining gave a slight approving nod. We're deeply grateful for the Shanha sect's support this time. It's our duty indeed, Wang Jing grinned broadly. After they departed, Yongling refocused on excavation. At dusk, he returned home to practice fists and cultivation. His entire day, barring eating, drinking, sleeping, and bodily needs, was devoted solely to grinding experience and proficiency. Several days later, Yongling slowly concluded his cultivation, glancing at his attribute panel, focusing especially on proficiency and experience. Vajra King Art 60100. Mountain Crushing Fist 871000. 8 more days, and the Vajra King Art will reach first glimpse of mastery. As for level, today I should finally reach level 10. A surge of excitement warmed Yongling's chest. Everything was progressing steadily, purposefully. Compared to his initial arrival in the Divine Realm, his self-preservation capability had increased tenfold, or more. Once he mastered the first layer of the Vajra King Art, opponents like Wu Kei would hold no terror for him. Yongling's thoughts stirred. He opened the Divine Realm level rankings. Divine Realm level rankings. 001, Kuju Temple Huewu level 10, Class Martial Monk. 002, Stargazing Academy Luo Kai level 10, Class Scholar Apprentice. 003, Valley of the Dead Chi Kai level 10, Class Medical Apprentice. 004. 2 more players have reached level 10 and successfully transformed. Wait, could this ranking only list those who've completed class transformation? If so, perhaps many players have already reached level 10 but remain unlisted, unable to transform, thus barred from the rankings. A hunch stirred within Yongling. Simultaneously, he committed 2 new classes to memory: Scholar Apprentice and Medical Apprentice. Scholar Apprentice likely follows the scholarly path. Medical Apprentice relates to medical arts. Their successful transformation stem from being situated in locales possessing transformation prerequisites. Thus, for me, class transformation remains impossible, at least for now, unless I find opportunity to join a major sect. For now, level up. Higher levels will inevitably lead me to transformation opportunities. Yongling gripped the steel pickaxe at his waist and stepped out of the wooden hut. But at the mine entrance, he sensed something different. Today's atmosphere carried an unfamiliar tension. You're late today. Zhang Wei approached calmly. The matter's settled. The master has departed. So I'm leaving the mine today, heading to Qingshan City to seek work. Mining for levels isn't so bad, Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. Zhang Wei scoffed. The divine realm is a martial world. Survival here demands more than mere mining. What future lies in being a miner? I seek tasks rich in experience. Clearly the greatest opportunities await in Qingshan City. With that he waved casually, and strode away confident and unrestrained. Yang Ling entered the mine vein and inquired with a few familiar miners, confirming that Zhang Wei's words were indeed true. Hui Neng and the others had indeed left. Even so, we cannot let our guard down. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong is a top-tier skill, and to lose it like this. The Kuju Temple would certainly not let it go easily. However, no matter what, it will not come to me as long as I do not expose my cultivation method. Yang Ling pondered for a moment before beginning to look for opportunities to go to Mine No. 2. Seeing that no one was around, Yang Ling swiftly entered Mine No. 2. But I can't stay in the mine for 4 or 5 days in a row anymore. Unlike before, he now needed to find opportunities to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang Gong and the Bangshan Fist. Such things could not be exposed, and naturally he would not practice in the mine. Thus, when he had mined enough, he needed to leave. Once he gained some insight into the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, perhaps he would choose a period to break through a level and add some attribute points. Opening the map, Yang Ling selected a route and slowly ventured deeper. He did not encounter large blocks of fire crystal or along the way. He was not in a hurry. While remaining alert for any signs of miners or mining insects, he steadily advanced. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Yang Ling checked the map and chose one of the entrances. While remaining alert for any signs of miners or mining insects, he steadily advanced. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Yang Ling checked the map and chose one of the entrances. This will do. Yang Ling began to dig around, searching for fire crystal ore. His strength was sufficient, and with a few swings of the pickaxe he could probe about a meter deep. After repeating this for a while, he struck a piece of fire crystal ore and immediately began to work. In the dark, silent depths, only the sound of Yang Ling's relentless digging echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike sent sparks flying and caused some debris to fall. Waves of experience surged into Yang Ling's body, alleviating muscle fatigue and pain and enhancing his endurance. It was like a mechanical device that never tired, digging with all his might. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of leveling up rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Level 10. Yang Ling felt a wave of emotion rise within him. He allocated the attribute point to Spirit and glanced at his attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Warrior. Level 10. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 12. Martial Arts, King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Top tier skill. Beginner. Experience 60100. Bangshan Fist. Initial Insight. Proficiency 87100. Health 110. Congratulations, player. Yang Ling has become one of the top 30 players to reach level 10 or rewarded with a random treasure chest. What? Is there such a good thing? Yang Ling was taken aback as a flash of white light flickered and eventually coalesced into the shape of a treasure chest before him. This scene looks like a game. Oh, it finally has a bit of a gaming flavor. Yang Ling looked at the shimmering white treasure chest, feeling somewhat excited. Here you are. It took me quite a while to find you. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Su Qing walked in, holding a torch, illuminating Yang Ling's startled expression. You. Yang Ling's muscles tensed up slowly. What to do? The treasure chest has been seen by him. How should he explain this thing? If the other party had intentions of greed, he would not be a match for Su Qing. Hui Neng had left. Wang Jing had also left. Why was Su Qing still here? Are you that surprised to see me? Su Qing said helplessly. Then he walked over, seemingly oblivious to the treasure chest on the ground. He can't see the treasure chest. Yang Ling's mind raced. You startled me when you suddenly appeared. Ew, I thought it was a miner. Yang Ling forced a hint of dissatisfaction onto his face. If I were a miner, would you still be alive? But to be honest, even if a miner found you with 1 swing of your pickaxe, they would be dead. Your strength is comparable to that of the guards outside, isn't it? Su Qing laughed. It's alright, I have quite a bit of brute strength. Well, I'm planning to return to the Shawnee sect. Su Qing said with a gentle smile. Don't be surprised, I am a warrior of the Shawnee sect, and my status is higher than Wang Jing. This time I disguised myself as a miner to see if the Buddhist scripture from the Kuju Temple is hidden in our mine vein. Clearly such a good item is not here, and the Kuju Temple has also given up on continuing to search here, shifting their target to Qingshan City. They believe that the probability of the prisoner hiding the Buddhist scripture in Qingshan City is greater. What they did afterward was merely to throw people off the scent. You. Yang Ling's face showed shock, then he respectfully said, So you are a big shot from the Shanhe sect. I preferred your previous attitude, but it's also normal. You are very devoted to mining and making money, which shows that you are an ambitious person. Are you interested in team? Hiss. Yang Ling gasped in surprise. Is the opportunity for a job change coming? He respectfully said, I am willing to join the Shanhe sect. Nonsense. Su Qing laughed and scolded. What qualifications do you have to join the Shanhe sect? To enter you either need a good background, wealth, or talent. Which do you have? So what do you mean, sir? Yang Ling was taken aback. The sect master plans to assign me a piece of red gold mine, so I am in great need of manpower. I hope to have someone who understands mining and is reliable to help me keep an eye on that side, just like how Wu Kei helps Wang Jing keep an eye on the fire crystal or mine. Like Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling hesitated and said, I am more familiar with fire crystal ore and have never mined other ores. He was uncertain whether the experience gained from that red gold mine would be more than that from the fire crystal ore. After all, he only wanted to level up a few more times right now. Su Qing said, You can only earn a small profit here. Do you know how much Wu Kei earns? His monthly salary is 100 taels of silver, and you wouldn't earn that much even if you dug until your pickaxe was smoking. Besides, there is one huge benefit. Don't you want to become a warrior? Although you don't have the qualifications to join the Shanhe sect, we also have some martial arts that can be taught externally. I happen to have the qualification to teach you a martial art. He paused. Additionally, the red gold mine is more valuable than fire crystal ore and is more valued within the sect. If you have the ability to increase the mine's output and achieve some merit there, it's not impossible to gain special admission and become an outer disciple. You are younger than Wu Kei, so you have more potential than him. Red gold mine is more valuable than fire crystal ore, and I have a chance to learn a martial art. Yang Ling with a serious expression clasped his hands and said, If you do not mind, I Yang Ling will be your pawn in the future. Good, very good. Su Qing smiled and said, Just having your word is enough, but the matter regarding the red gold mine will take some time before it can be handed over to me. At that time I will come to pick you up. Before that, stay here and do not leak any information. Yang Ling nodded firmly. Su Qing left. Yang Ling stood in contemplation for a moment, mainly listening to the sounds of breathing and checking whether Su Qing had truly left. After confirming he was gone, he looked at the white treasure chest on the ground. What could be inside? A random treasure chest, grade white. The treasure chest has 7 grades: white, blue, silver, gold, purple, emerald, diamond. There are 7 levels of treasure chests, and what I have now is the lowest grade chest. Yang Ling took a deep breath and rubbed his hands. Then he squatted down in front of the treasure chest and slowly opened it. As the chest opened, a gentle white light burst forth. It was like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Inside the chest lay a pill. Yang Ling focused his gaze and information immediately appeared. Yunling pill can increase 500 proficiency points. What the heck? Increase 500 proficiency points. Yang Ling was taken aback. This was rather outrageous. According to his current training speed, 500 proficiency points would take at least 20 days. Yang Ling thought for a moment and swallowed the Yunling pill in one bite. The white treasure chest vanished at that moment. Please select the martial arts proficiency to increase. Vajra Ming Wang Gong. Please select the martial arts proficiency to increase. It seems Vajra Ming Wang Gong won't work. It can only increase martial skills as expected. Bengshan Fist. In the next second, a warm current continually surged within Yang Ling's body, just like the feeling when his proficiency increased during training. The only difference was that this warm current was overwhelming, coming in waves. Yang Ling even felt a bit dizzy, as if he had practiced Bengshan Fist for over 20 days in one breath. When this feeling subsided, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. He immediately checked his attribute panel: character, Yang Ling, profession, warrior, level 10, strength 11, agility 5, spirit 12, martial arts, Vajra Ming Wang Gong, first class technique, beginner experience points 60100, Bengshan Fist, initial understanding proficiency 587, 1000, health 110. Indeed, my proficiency increased by 500 points. If I get another one, wouldn't I directly enter the realm of integration? Yang Ling secretly exclaimed in amazement. This was incredible. Yunling pill. Besides rewards from the game, is there anywhere else to buy it? There should be. For example, major sects definitely possess such treasures, so the disciples trained by those sects have extremely high martial skills. The batch I saw before, including Wu Kei, were all skilled practitioners. In this case, it seems there is hope for transcendence. I just wonder if there will be a tolerance to the Yunling pill with diminishing effects the more I consume. Yang Ling suppressed his thoughts and glanced at the Divine Realm leaderboard. His name was not there. As expected, without a job change, I have no qualification to be on the list. Just now the game notified me that I am among the top 30 players to reach level 10, which indicates that my level belongs to the first tier of players in the entire Divine Realm. But why can these guys level up so quickly while mining? Is it because they have an advantage in their backgrounds? Yang Ling felt a bit doubtful. He confirmed that Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and the others could gain experience points while mining. However, experience points are just experience points, completely unlike his situation where he could relieve fatigue directly, as if he were cheating. That's why Zhang Wei wanted to leave. For him, leveling up through mining was not only exhausting and painful, but also very slow. Forget it, leveling up is the priority. Perhaps there will be rewards at level 20. Yang Ling suppressed his distractions and focused on gaining experience. He didn't have ambitions of being number one, but he wanted to maintain his leveling speed. It would be best if he could earn game rewards each time. The sun was about to set and Yang Ling returned to his wooden house to practice his fists. Time passed slowly. Hey, something's not right. Yang Ling's expression changed. He had previously only gained 1 proficiency point in an hour. 5 hours meant 5 points. But just now when he practiced his fists, he felt the increase in proficiency was noticeably faster. In 5 hours, could it be 6 points? So that means it increased by 1/5. My spirit power was 10 points before and now it is 12 points, indicating that spirit power is indeed related to proficiency. Let's try Vajra Ming Wangong again. Yang Ling immediately took a stance and began practicing Vajra Ming Wangong. Experience points 1, experience points 1. As time passed, experience points quickly increased by 5. The rate of increase seemed no different from before. Yang Ling didn't stop and continued practicing. After a while, experience points 1. 6 points. Yang Ling opened his eyes filled with joy. The limit for acquiring experience points had increased. It was also by 1/5. Spirit power is indeed related to proficiency and experience points. Great. I don't have to wait until I'm old to become a master. Yang Ling was secretly excited. As long as he continued leveling up and allocated his free attribute points to spirit, he could enhance his training speed, creating a positive feedback loop. I have free attribute points at my disposal, but Zhang Wei and the others seem to only be able to obtain corresponding attribute points through similar training. If other players are like this, that is one of my greatest advantages. I can allocate points to spirit whenever I want, but they cannot. In the following days, Yang Ling's life had a steady rhythm. Mining for experience during the day, practicing fists, and training Vajra Ming Wangong at night. His strength was not only slowly increasing, but his purse was also steadily growing. One day, Yang Ling's face showed unprecedented seriousness. After ensuring no one was around, he continued practicing Vajra Ming Wangong. 97100, 98,100, 99,100. Time passed. Finally, 100,100. Boom. A massive warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. Yang Ling's entire body radiated heat and wisps of white smoke even faintly rose from the top of his head. Congratulations, Vajra Ming Wangong has been promoted a level. Gained 5 free attribute points during cultivation, strength, and agility, each increase by 15 points, extra health increases by 100 points. Finally done. Yang Ling murmured. Now that he reached this stage, his strength had finally undergone a qualitative change. Where should I allocate the 5 free attribute points? There shouldn't be any disagreement. Yang Ling immediately allocated all of them to spirit. At that moment, he felt his spirit underwent a significant enhancement. The benefits didn't just make his mind clearer. Even his vision became incredibly clear. Wait a minute, something seems off. Is the increase in health per... Yang Ling focused his mind and began checking his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling, profession warrior, level 10, strength 11, agility 5, spirit 17, martial arts, Vajra Ming Wangong, initial understanding, experience points 01000, Bangshan fist, initial understanding, proficiency 786, 1000, health 210. I haven't even cultivated yet, and my health has already increased from 110 to 210. I misunderstood earlier. The increase in health is permanent. Indeed, first-class techniques are extraordinary. If I reach the 4th level perfectly, my health might exceed 1,000. Yang Ling's breathing became rapid. When he first arrived, his health was only a meager 40 points. The normal standard for a person is 50 points. Now his health is actually over 4 times that of an ordinary person. In reality, this could be considered monstrous. Let me test my abilities. Yang Ling focused his mind and slowly activated the Vajra King art. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through his entire body. His physical strength surged dramatically. His attribute panel strength had risen to 26 points and agility to 20 points. His spirit remained at 17 points. Yang Ling threw a punch. The air shrieked with sharp resonance. And then he unleashed the mountain-crushing fist, boosting his strength by another 3 points, reaching a staggering 29. Suddenly Yang Ling drove a fist into the ground. And boom. And the hard stone floor shattered outward in all directions, leaving behind a fist imprint nearly an inch deep. This, not flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Ling's face. And at that moment fatigue washed over him. And activating the Vajra King art appears profoundly taxing. His expression turned grave as he once again assumed the mountain-crushing fist stance. And after roughly 1 minute, Nay could no longer sustain it. The art ceased automatically. 1 minute, and only 1 minute, and Yang Ling chuckled bitterly. And he had imagined using the art to mine, or surely accelerating his cultivation. Reality shattered that illusion. And still in actual combat 1 minute is more than sufficient. And to strike lethally, 3 seconds would suffice. Yet there must be ways to extend its duration. And Yang Ling focused inward and reopened his attribute panel to examine the Vajra King art in detail. Indeed, the second tier's information had now unlocked. Vajra King art in Tier 2 grants 10 free attribute points, while active strength and agility each increase by 30 points, additionally grants 200 health, and a special effect acquired Chi Blood. And all benefits have doubled, and now include a new special effect Chi Blood. What exactly is Chi Blood? Is it a form of inner energy? And curiosity stirred within Yang Ling. And none of the martial cultivators he had encountered thus far displayed any Chi Blood value. I recall both Su Qing and Huaning practice only rudimentary martial techniques, just as I do. And so they lack Chi Blood. Perhaps it manifests only upon reaching mastery. If so, their martial skills may attain proficiency, but their inner cultivation progresses agonizing. That implies they too possess innate limits. And yet our starting points are fundamentally similar. And since my spirit exceeds theirs, my ceiling must naturally be higher. Yang Ling's expression sharpened. He immediately began cultivating the Vajra King art. And the postures for Tier 2 differed slightly from Tier 1, yet the variations were minor, and he mastered them swiftly. His cultivation speed remained unchanged. And after roughly 1 hour, he gained 5 experience points. And he continued training. Another 3 points accrued. Then he hit his daily cap. No further gains regardless of effort. And 8 points. My spirit is 17, so my current daily limit is 8. Were my spirit 20, the cap would rise to 10 per day, and at this rate I could reach Tier 2 in 100 days. His heart hammered uncontrollably, and for a crucial realization struck him, and over those 100 days he would certainly not remain stagnant. Each point invested in spirit would continually raise his experience cap, and originally attaining Tier 4 would require tens of thousands of days. Now that timeline has contracted drastically. Setting aside all else, this is a top-tier art. Should I reach Tier 4, I would stand among the elite powers of the Zhao Kingdom. And even if I never return to reality, I could live securely here. A wave of exhilaration swept through Yang Ling. He nearly wished to roar toward the heavens. And train, and he steadied his mind and devoted himself fully to practice. After 10 hours, he earned 17 proficiency points, exactly matching his earlier calculations. And spirit was the definitive benchmark governing both proficiency gain and experience accumulation. Within another 10 days or so, his mountain-crushing fist would reach mastery, granting a 6-point strength boost upon execution. Combined with the Vajra King art, his instantaneous strength would soar to 32. And upon finishing his drills, he took up his pickaxe and headed for the Urvain. En route, he encountered fellow miners returning from their shift. Xiaoyang, heading to the vein so late. Didn't see you during daylight hours. And Uncle Wang called out. And Yang Ling smiled. Something came up earlier. I thought I'd make up for it tonight. You young man, don't burn out your body. And Uncle Wang shook his head in concern. And don't worry, Uncle Wang. I know my limits. Yang Ling replied with a smile. And watching his solitary figure recede toward the vein, Uncle Wang sighed softly. And he's nearly saved 5 taels of silver, isn't he? Well now, old Wang. Once he buys his official status, you planning to make him your son-in-law, non-minor T. Uncle Wang gave a wry, knowing smile, and he works so diligently. If he truly became my son-in-law, my daughter wouldn't starve. And come now, Xiaoyang stands tall and handsome, while your daughter weighs 200 jin. He'd collapse beneath her. I'll box your ears. And Uncle Wang roared, raising a fist. But the miner nimbly dodged. At the vein entrance, Yang Ling spotted Lin Guoyang, Wu Meng, and Shin Su. Yet alongside them stood 5 unfamiliar faces. And 4 appeared utterly spent, pale-faced, barely able to walk, their eyes clouded with despair and terror. Only one retained composure, his features resolute, as he spoke quietly with Chen Su. And since Yang Ling's spirit had increased, his perception had sharpened markedly, especially his hearing. From dozens of meters away, he clearly overheard their conversation and, "Officer Chen, you likely won't be returning. This divine realm is deeply anomalous. I suspect it's no mere game." Chen Su murmured, "We arrived before you. We've learned much. Follow us while mining at the very least you won't starve. Survival is our first priority. We must stay alive to find a way back." And Officer Chen, his countenance unwavering, replied, "The state has already detected the divine realm's strangeness. Rescue teams have been formed nationwide. Otherwise our entire unit wouldn't have entered the divine realm together. NWE will bring you home, alive." The state has dispatched rescuers. Yang Ling felt a spark of hope, yet the divine realm's uncanny nature cast a subtle shadow across his thoughts. Given current conditions, even legions of reinforcements would likely change nothing. Nan might only add to the casualties. With no one able to escape this news, could never reach the real world. "Officer Chen, let's set aside rescue talk for now. Today's food and water came from us." Lin Guoyang interjected, voice laced with veiled disdain. "For the next few days you'd better mine diligently. We can't support you indefinitely." "Guoyang, must you speak so harshly?" Chen Su snapped in anger. Officer Chen merely smiled faintly and waved a hand. "No need to fret. I admit it, as a newcomer I have burdened you. Rest assured, I'll mine diligently and first grasp this situation thoroughly before devising further plans." "Enough." Lin Guoyang said nothing, only offered a faint sardonic smile. Just then Yang Ling approached. Chen Su's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute. "His senior brother Yang." Yang Ling nodded, curtly avoiding further interaction as he entered the vein. Officer Chen watched his retreating back with quiet curiosity. "Is he also a victim?" Chen Su whispered. "He's a native of this land, a non-player character in essence. But he's honorable. When we first arrived starving, he lent us copper coins. And he's the most skilled miner in this vein, though he refuses to teach others. An NPC. Yet if he's trustworthy, perhaps he could aid us significantly." Officer Chen mused thoughtfully. "We must attempt contact." Yang Ling once again chose mine shaft No. 2. He had not ventured far when, after only half a day of excavation, an unsettling sensation crept over him. "Something is wrong. I've been mining every day at dawn. By all prior experience I should have leveled up by now. Yet nothing has happened. Could it be that experience requirements surged dramatically after level 10? Or must I first undergo vocational advancement before progressing further?" Doubt flickered in his mind. If vocational advancement were indeed mandatory for leveling, the situation would grow exceedingly complicated. His understanding of its prerequisites remained utterly blank. He had no idea where such advancement might even occur. The only plausible path lay in revealing his true strength to join the Shana sect, but doing so risked drawing immediate suspicion toward the Buddhist sutra from Kuju Temple. He knew well that people in this world did not indulge in subtlety or circumlocution. With Kuju Temple's formidable influence, mere suspicion, not proof, would suffice. They would strike without hesitation. "Vocation," Yang Ling murmured softly to himself before resuming his labor. He intended to test whether further advancement remained possible. Soon the sun sank beyond the horizon. No level up occurred. Returning to his wooden hut, he practiced martial forms and cultivated the Vajra Mingwang art. Day after day, the second, third, fourth, he adhered rigidly to the same rhythm, mining by day, training by night, sleeping not at all. The Vajra Mingwang art accumulated 8 points of cultivation experience daily. The Benshan fist gained roughly 20 points of proficiency each day. After 5 or 6 days, Yang Ling confirmed that advancement was impossible without vocational advancement. "It seems I need not return to the mine shafts by day, at least for now. All my time must be devoted to mastering the Benshan fist. I've already saved nearly 20 taels of silver, enough to purchase official residency. The remainder I'll keep as reserve." From then on he ceased visiting the mine shafts by day and remained sequestered within his hut. He stocked food and water, stepping outside only to relieve himself. Each day he dedicated approximately 22 hours solely to refining the Benshan fist, causing his proficiency to surge at an astonishing rate of 35 or 36 points per day. Within mere days his proficiency shattered the 1,000-point threshold. Congratulations, Benshan fist has advanced to the stage of profound integration. A chime-like system notification resonated. A scorching radiant current surged through Yang Ling's meridians. Unfazed, he continued practicing his fists, each motion growing sharper, more incisive. With but a thought, every strike channeled his entire body's power. Though confined within the cramped wooden hut, he moved with fluid grace, dodging, pivoting, unleashing punch after punch. Torrential force coursed along his spine segment by segment, until converging explosively in his fists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air itself shrieked under violent displacement. Unbidden, the Vajra Ming Wang art activated within him. Even casual strikes now seemed capable of shattering the very air. Yongling focused inward and summoned his attribute interface. Character Yongling. Vocation Martial Artist. Level 10. Strength 32, 15-6. Agility 20-15. Spirit 17. Martial Arts Vajra Mingwang Art Initial Comprehension. Experience 721,000. Binshan Fist Profound Integration. Proficiency 0100000. Health 210. These are inhuman statistics. Yet in this world, inhumanity is hardly rare. Wu Kei Wang Jing Huaning. Each transcends humanity. Among them, Su Qing's attributes are most terrifying. What enhancements might manifest when he cultivates the Shanha Heart Art, combined with his Shanha Drawsword technique and the 12 Shanha fist forms. Facing him, I would still stand no chance. Compared to them, I lack something vital. Battle-hardened experience, the crucible of life and death combat. A grave expression settled upon Yongling's face. Until now, he had carefully avoided such trials. His sole lethal encounter had been a one-sided annihilation. Fortunately, aside from Su Qing Huaning and Wang Jing, he held absolute dominance over Wu Kei. The wise never seek opponents stronger than themselves. So long as my adversary remains just one step beneath me, victory leans heavily in my favor. Then abruptly, a strange realization struck him. Why am I treating native locals as rivals at all? Yongling's expression shifted, puzzled then sharp. Logically, his true adversaries were fellow players who, like him, had entered the divine realm. At this early game stage, player threats remain minimal, native dangers loom larger. Training against them serves well. It ignites the iron-willed resolve I need. His attention returned to the Binshan Fist's proficiency. The third tier, Perfect Mastery, requires 10,000 points. If my spiritual capacity cannot increase further, I gain roughly 1.7 points per hour. 30-some points per day poses no difficulty. Thus, under worst-case assumptions, I'll attain the next tier in under 300 days. That's the bleakest projection. Fortune may grant me vocational advancement sooner. Otherwise, other players will surge ahead, leaving me no hope of claiming treasure chests ever again. A subtle urgency tightened within him, a silent, invisible race. The game's rewards were finite, allocated by rank. Falling behind meant forfeiting them entirely. Vocational advancement first, then push to level 20, aiming for another treasure chest. Beyond that, well, even modest standing within the divine realm would suffice. Soon afterward, Yongling left his hut and arrived at Wu Kei's residence. After the mine guards announced his arrival, he was granted audience with Wu Kei, calm, unruffled, unimpressed. He discreetly opened Wu Kei's attribute interface. Character Wu Kei. Vocation Martial Artist. Strength 12. Agility 8. Spirit 3. Martial Arts Black Tiger Fist Solid Foundation. Not a single point improved. Proof that without experience or proficiency systems, natives lag far behind players. Black Tiger Fist at Solid Foundation grants 12 additional strength points, so Wu Kei's maximum strength barely reaches 24. His strength falls 8 points short of mine. His agility 12. His spirit 14. He cultivates no inner art. His health likely caps at 120. Though native health values remained hidden, Yongling judged them unlikely to deviate significantly from player norms. From experience, he had already gauged Wu Kei's capabilities with remarkable precision. Yet one critical variable remained unaccounted for: battle-hardened experience in life-or-death struggle. Yongling, you seek official residency in Qingshan City? Wu Kei asked, voice flat and detached. Yongling bowed deeply. Supervisor Wu, I have assembled 5 taels of fine silver. Only 5. Do you think I'm unaware of your mining speed? Wu Kei's smile hovered ambiguously between amusement and disdain. Yongling lowered his head, silent. Here is your identification token. I shall dispatch attendants to register you at the Qingshan City Magistrate's office. Once registered, you become a legal resident of Qingshan City. Wu Kei picked up a jade tablet and inscribed Yongling's name, age, and height upon it. Yongling hurriedly produced the prepared silver and handed it over. Only then did Wu Kei pass him the jade tablet. Moreover, you must personally visit the magistrate's office to have your portrait painted and archived. Should your jade tablet be lost or damaged, you may pay a fee to obtain a replacement, provided your portrait remains on file. Without it, your registration expires in 1 month. This is Zhao Kingdom's decree. Do you understand? Wu Kei concluded. A faint chill prickled Yongling's spine. Zhao Kingdom might lack technological sophistication, yet its population registry system proved surprisingly rigorous. The matter I mentioned previously draws near. My journey coincides with Qingshan City. I'll take you along. We'll settle your residency en route. Wu Kei added. Yongling remained impassive. Then I shall return to prepare my belongings. Go ahead, Wu Kei waved dismissively. Emerging from Wu Kei's residence, Yongling's expression hardened into wary vigilance. His elder brother Wu Ji's dying words echoed with chilling clarity. This so-called miners' sparring match carried mortal peril. Inside the wooden hut, Yongling began sorting through his belongings for antidote pills, 4 vials of wound-healing salve, 5 flatbreads, and a steel pickaxe. He had roughly 15 taels of silver remaining, which he tucked securely against his body. Several cloth pouches hung at his waist, holding the antidote pills, salve, and flatbreads. He then secured the steel pickaxe at his belt and stepped out of the hut. Senior brother Yang. Chun Su hurried over, drenched in sweat. I've finally found you. What's happened? Yongling's expression shifted subtly. His companion would never rush like this unless truly desperate. Starvation alone wouldn't provoke such urgency. It's brother Chun and the others. They're in trouble. Chun Su gave a bitter smile. I know senior brother Yang has some influence in the mine veins. Could you please help them? Yongling fell silent for a moment, then asked, Let's talk while we walk. Relief washed over Chun Su. If Yongling was willing to intervene, resolution seemed possible. As they walked, Chun Su briefly recounted the incident, allowing Yongling to grasp its essence. A dispute over mineral rights, a common occurrence when Yongling first arrived, and one that still flared up occasionally. After all, fire crystal or mint copper coins, and copper coins meant food, shelter, survival. The unspoken rule was clear: whoever discovered exposed fire crystal or first claimed the right to excavate it. This time Lin Guoyang and his girlfriend broke that covenant. They and several other miners had jointly spotted a large vein of surface exposed ore. Its yield appeared substantial. Yet upon closer scrutiny, the original sighting belonged to the other miners. Lin Guoyang and his girlfriend Wu Ming then incited 4 other newcomers to seize the deposit alongside them. Violence erupted. Most miners upheld the established code and naturally intervened, resulting in Lin Guoyang's group of 6 being brutally beaten. Injuries ranged from minor to severe. Even the mine guards deemed the 6 unjust and refused to intervene. Eventually, Officer Chun arrived to protect them, but amid the chaos, a miner struck him across the head with a pickaxe, leaving him bleeding profusely. Chun Su knew he couldn't resolve this alone. The miners were enraged. Without someone respected stepping forward to mediate, calm was impossible. That was why he sought Yongling. Your friend is named Lin Guoyang, correct? Yongling asked. Chun Su nodded. Indeed. His judgment is clearly impaired. You do well to keep your distance from him, Yongling cautioned. A flash of fury crossed Chun Su's eyes, then slowly subsided as he nodded. Senior brother Yang, I'll heed your counsel. After today, I won't associate with him again. Yongling felt a quiet satisfaction. The youth listened, and in a realm like Xinyu that alone might extend his lifespan. He glanced at Chun Su's stat panel name. Chun Su, occupation miner, level 4, strength 6, agility 3, spirit 2, HP 60. Level 4 already. Considering their arrival timeline, Chun Su must have labored diligently. Understanding that mining granted experience strengthened his physique and thus avoided idleness. By now they had reached the mine entrance. Supervisor Niu sat leisurely there, lifting his gaze only slightly upon spotting Yongling and Chun Su. Yongling, are you meddling in this affair? Those novices flouted the rules, deserved what they got. A lesson now will teach them how to survive in the fire crystal mine. Supervisor Niu, I acknowledge Lin Guoyang's transgression, but I fear lives may be lost. Let me reason with them, Yongling replied with a calm, courteous smile. Only then did Supervisor Niu give a slight nod. His chief concern had been provoking the miners' wrath. Nearby workers formed dense layered rings around the scene. Others stood idly nearby, seizing a moment's rest. Yet most remained focused on labor. Earnings took precedence over spectacle. You brats, how dare you seize mines after mere days here? An older miner pointed furiously at Lin Guoyang and his girlfriend, whose faces paled with terror as they frantically scanned the crowd. The 4 other newcomers huddled together, trembling, weeping. Their clothes bore muddy footprints. Their faces were scraped raw and bruised, evidence of savage beating. Beside them, Officer Chun sat weakly on the ground, one hand pressed tightly against his skull. Blood seeped steadily through his fingers. Though weakened and half blinded by blood, he forced himself upright, speaking with strained civility. Brothers, forgive these youths' ignorance. They'll never repeat this offense. Please show mercy. Never repeat it. Huh. A wiry, sharp-eyed youth brandished a blood-smeared pickaxe, his sneer cutting. Once sets precedent. Unless dealt with severely today, they'll dare again tomorrow. Wanderers without status, daring to steal our ore. What gall? Brothers, I say we dig a grave for them right now. He rallied those nearby, and many miners responded. The mine guards exchanged glances, then deliberately looked away. At this juncture, even if the miners buried the newcomers alive, the guards would not interfere, lest unrest ignite, bringing blame they could not bear. Some miners already scouted for digging sites. A flicker of genuine alarm crossed Officer Chen's face. Only now did he grasp the horrifying truth: law held no weight here. Murder spoken so casually, was it truly permissible? Higher authorities confirmed players enter this world bodily. To die here is to die irrevocably. The thought sent chills down his spine. He hastily interjected, "No need for extremes. We'll compensate. No lives need be lost." Compensation. The miner's expression softened, yet the wiry youth scoffed. If coin solves everything, order collapses entirely. You newcomers barely feed yourselves. What copper could you possibly offer? When Brother Wu was alive, no one dared contest mining rights. Now he's gone, and chaos reigns. His gaze swept the crowd. Many honest miners lowered their eyes, refusing contact. Officer Chen realized this youth held the key. Anxiety tightened his chest. Anger followed. Why target him? Why provoke the very man who seemed the local enforcer? We'll start with you. Your meddling suggests you orchestrated this theft. The wiry youth advanced, pickaxe raised, its edge still slick with blood. Ma Ho, will you truly kill him? A cold voice cut through the tension. Ah, it's Xiao Yang. What's he doing here? The one beside him. That's one of the troublemakers. Miners exchanged wary glances, and instinctively parted, clearing a path for Yang Ling. Xiao Yang, the brat stole, or? Don't get involved, warned Uncle Wang, who'd been watching from afar. Uncle Wang, I know they erred, but death is too steep a price. Yang Ling replied. So, you've come to plead for them. Who do you think you are? The wiry youth locked eyes with Yang Ling, wariness flickering beneath his glare. Yang Ling produced a silver fragment. 1 tael, for their restitution. 1 tael, that equals 10 gene of fire crystal, or? The aggrieved miner's anger evaporated, replaced by stunned disbelief, as if fortune itself had fallen from the sky. 1 or 2 silvers. He is so wealthy. Lin Guoyang and the others were stunned. They involuntarily swallowed as they looked at the 1 or 2 silvers in Yang Ling's hand. They worked themselves to the bone, and it took several of them just to scrape together 10-1. The nearby miners also swallowed hard, their eyes shining with excitement. The copper coins they earned daily were mostly spent on food and drink. Even if they saved a little, they had no right to exchange it for broken silver. It could be said that in the vast fire crystal mine, there were very few miners who had broken silver. Uncle Wang secretly clicked his tongue, but reacted quickly, shouting at the few miners, "Little Yang has put all his belongings on the line, so give him some face, and let this matter be." All right, let's give Little Yang some face. This group of rascals got beaten today, they should be scared next time. Several miners immediately stepped forward, taking the 1 or 2 silvers from Yang Ling's hand, preparing to go to Manager Nio to split it up. Upon seeing this, Ma Hao's expression changed from green to pale. Yang Ling slowly walked up to Officer Chen. "Let me see your wound." Officer Chen smiled weakly. "It should be nothing serious, thank you, Brother Yang." They adapt quickly to local customs. Yang Ling chuckled, prying open Officer Chen's hand, revealing a thumb-sized gash on his forehead that was oozing blood. He took out a bottle of healing medicine and sprinkled it on the wound. The bleeding immediately stopped. He glanced at Officer Chen's status panel. His strength was at 6 points, considerably stronger than an ordinary person, and his health was at 60, but now only about 20 remained. With this bottle of healing medicine, after a few days of rest, his health would be nearly full. Chun Su felt a bit of a chill. He hadn't expected Officer Chen's injury to be so severe. If not treated promptly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Officer Chen's expression changed. "Be careful." A gust of wind blew in. Yang Ling quickly grabbed the pickaxe. Ma Ho was slightly startled and instinctively tried to pull the pickaxe back, but it wouldn't budge. Yang Ling gently shook it, and the pickaxe fell into his hand. The nearby miners exchanged glances. "What skill?" Officer Chen exclaimed. Chen Su and the others were also somewhat shocked. The previous scene had unfolded so quickly that they hadn't even noticed Ma Hao's sneak attack. They hadn't expected Brother Yang to resolve it with such ease. "Yang Ling, you are breaking the local rules by standing up for them," Ma Ho said, his bravado faltering. Yang Ling said nothing, simply stepping forward and gripping Ma Hao's neck, slowly lifting him up. Ma Hao's face turned bright red, his hands and feet desperately clawing at Yang Ling. Yet Yang Ling remained unmoved, his arm not trembling in the slightest. Such strength. Not only were the miners stunned, but the guards watching the scene exchanged serious glances. One of the guards murmured to himself, Manager Nio's speculation must be correct. This kid has an extraordinary background. Uncle Wang and the others clearly hadn't expected the usually gentle Yang Ling to possess such terrifying strength. Spare me, spare me. Maho clutched Yang Ling's tiger's mouth with both hands, his eyes rolling back, his tongue involuntarily sticking out. Little Yang, if this leads to a death, we will have to report it to Captain Lin in the city. What a hassle. Let's just consider it settled for my sake. Manager Nio leisurely walked over. The miners nearby immediately dispersed their gazes towards him, filled with respect. This was because Manager Nio was generally fair in his dealings, making him the most respected figure among the miners in the Fire Crystal Mine, second only to Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling released his grip, and Maho immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Yang Ling with fear in his eyes. Manager Nio, what do you think about today's matter? Yang Ling pondered. The dispute over the mine has been resolved, and you handled it well. As for Ma Hao's recent sneak attack, he shall be fined 10 gene of fire crystal, or he must gather 10 gene of fire crystal, or before he can receive any further payment. How does that sound? Manager Nio smiled. I have no objections. Yang Ling nodded slightly. Ma Hao's face turned even paler. 10 gene. How would he eat and drink during this time? All right, let's all disperse. Work is important. Manager Nio waved his hand. The nearby miners obediently dispersed. Maho didn't dare linger, leaving in a fluster. After Manager Nio handled this matter, he leisurely returned to his seat. Brother Yang, your medicine is really good. Oh, I feel much better now. Officer Chen slowly stood up, a bit surprised. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so effective? In his experience, even if his injury wouldn't be fatal, it would require 10 days to half a month to heal. The pharmacy sells it over there for 5 when a bottle. It's healing medicine. Yang Ling said with a faint smile. 5 on a bottle. That's not expensive. Chen Su quickly cupped his hands. Brother Yang, thank you for your help today. Otherwise Brother Chun and the others would definitely have been in trouble. This 1 or 2 silvers is a loan to you. Repay me when you have the opportunity. Yang Ling said. Chen Su was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded. I will definitely repay it. Although 1 or 2 silvers were a lot, he believed that given some time, he could definitely earn it back. Brother Yang, we were also injured. Can you give us a bit of healing medicine? Lin Guoyang came over, supporting Wu Meng. It's all used up. Yang Ling said casually. Lin Guoyang was slightly taken aback. Did you just run out? He quickly changed his tone. Then can you lend me 1 or 2 silvers? I will definitely pay you back. Not lending. Yang Ling replied. Lin Guoyang didn't expect such a decisive refusal. Feeling humiliated, he couldn't help but speak with anger. Do you think I won't pay you back? Why do you look down on people like this? Yang Ling looked Lin Guoyang up and down. What do you want? Lin Guoyang instinctively felt a hint of danger. In the next second, Yang Ling raised his hand and delivered a slap. Slap. Lin Guoyang was knocked to the ground, his cheek instantly swollen. His health visibly dropped. You dare to hit me? Wu Meng was furious and kicked at Yang Ling. Slap. Yang Ling countered with another slap. Wu Meng felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The 4 newcomers had some thoughts initially, but now they all had clear eyes. Fool. Yang Ling casually scolded, and then said to Chen Su and Officer Chun, I probably won't be at the Fire Crystal Mine anymore. You must follow the rules here. If you keep the rules and don't go into the mine, living won't be difficult. Brother Yang is leaving. Chen Su was slightly startled. He wanted to ask more, but Yang Ling had already left quickly. Lin Guoyang didn't stand up until Yang Ling had gone, furiously shouting. Guoyang, don't shout anymore. Chen Su said calmly. Chen Su, didn't you see him hit me? He even hit Ming Ming. Lin Guoliang's veins bulged. Officer Chen, let me take you back to rest. Don't go into the mine for a few days. Take good care of your injury. Chen Su ignored Lin Guoyang and supported Officer Chun as they left. Good for you, Chen Su. Good. Is it all my fault? What did I do wrong? I just wanted to earn a few more copper coins to fill our stomachs. Lin Guoyang roared. Chen Su did not respond, and Officer Chen seemed to have sensed something, remaining silent. The journey to Qingshan City will take roughly half a day. Once we complete your business there, will spend 1 night before departing tomorrow for another fire crystal mine 80 li away. This mining contest will be held there. Seated in the carriage, Supervisor Wu spoke faintly, his eyes half closed. A mining contest? Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly. Supervisor Wu, might I inquire, how exactly does this contest proceed? I fear I lack sufficient understanding. You'll learn upon arrival. Having finished speaking, Supervisor Wu feigned sleep and fell silent. With nothing to occupy him, and unable to cultivate openly in the supervisor's presence, Yang Ling idly opened the Divine Realm rankings. Changes have already appeared. Divine Realm Rank List. 001, Kuju Temple Huewu Level 13, O Occupation Martial Monk. 002, Guanxing Academy Luo Kai Level 13, O Occupation Scholar Apprentice. 003, Valley of the Dead Chi Kai Level 13, A Occupation Medicine Apprentice. 004, Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun Level 12, A Occupation Swordsman. 005, Tian Dao Sect Ning Shizha Level 12, Occupation Blade Guardian. 006, Ghost King Stronghold Lin Dongdong Level 12, O Occupation Bandit. 007. Within mere days, 3 new names had entered the Divine Realm Rank List. Swordsman Blade Guardian Bandit, coupled with Martial Monk Scholar Apprentice and Medicine Apprentice. 6 known occupational paths now exist. A swordsman, an excellent vocation indeed, though its initiation requirements must be formidable. I wonder whether Shanheshan sect offers such a path. A flicker of quiet envy stirred within Yongling. Unnoticed 2 hours slipped by. At last the carriage jolted and swayed its way into Qingshan City. This was not Yongling's first visit. He had been born in Qingshan City upon entering the realm as a wanderer. That very day, lacking official identification, he'd been classified as a vagrant and subsequently assigned by the magistrate's office to work at the Fire Crystal Mine. Shanheshan sect must maintain close ties with Qingshan City's magistrate's office. This is undoubtedly one of its core operational territories. As this thought crossed his mind, the carriage halted before the office gates. Go ahead, I'll wait here. Supervisor Wu did not open his eyes. Then I shall take my leave. Yongling stepped down from the carriage without delay. Before him loomed the grand, imposing entrance to the magistrate's office. At last, I shall finally obtain official status. A quiet sigh rose within Yongling as he strode forward. What is your business? A gatekeeper constable scrutinized Yongling from head to toe. Had the carriage not borne an air of distinction, he would not have permitted Yongling to approach so closely. I am Yongling. I've come to register my household. Yongling produced the jade slip. The constable instantly grasped his intent and nodded. You're from the Fire Crystal Mine. Enter. The process proceeded smoothly. Within half an hour, Yongling completed the registration. When he emerged, Supervisor Wu had already alighted from the carriage and stood conversing leisurely beside it with Constable Lin. Yongling discreetly waited at a distance. This young man seems oddly familiar, Constable Lin murmured, glancing toward him. Supervisor Wu smiled. He possesses raw strength and is a seasoned hand on our end. I'm taking him to compete in the mining contest at Shanheshan sect's other Fire Crystal Mine. Ah, Constable Lin nodded, then casually remarked, weren't you earlier asking me to reserve a position for your younger brother-in-law? Given current circumstances, though he's gone, the post remains vacated and the fee won't be refunded. After all, I've already made necessary arrangements upstream and downstream. A subtle shift crossed Supervisor Wu's features before he smiled again. No matter. The boy simply met ill fortune. No one else bears blame. Oh, they're referring to fifth brother. Was Supervisor Wu planning to appoint him as a constable? A sudden realization struck Yongling. Then in the next instant, another thought flashed across his mind. A constable? Is that also a vocational path? His thoughts quickened. If constabulary service constituted a legitimate occupational path, he could complete his vocation right here in Qingshan City and continue ascending. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Currently, formal sect enrollment was beyond his reach. Thus, sect-based vocational paths were out of question. Other paths remained elusive. No viable alternatives came readily to mind. Yet this constabulary path was certainly worth attempting. By then, Supervisor Wu had concluded his conversation with Constable Lin. He beckoned Yongling and departed with a courteous farewell. After settling into an inn, Supervisor Wu stepped out. Before leaving, he instructed Yongling not to wander far. Strolling about was permissible, but he was to return before nightfall. Yongling neither knew nor cared where the supervisor was headed. The moment Wu departed, he approached the inn's attendant to inquire after Constable Lin's residence. Upon locating the address, Yongling patiently took up watch. Dusk deepened. At last, Constable Lin appeared at the street corner. Yongling darted forward. Constable Lin. Who's there? Startled, Constable Lin barked sharply. Then, recognizing Yongling, his gaze sharpened with suspicion before hardening into icy displeasure. What do you want? Constable Lin. I am Yongling, now officially registered in Qingshan City's household registry. Yongling bowed respectfully. I seek honest employment so that one day I may marry and raise a family here. Seeking employment with me, eh? Constable Lin snorted irritably. I half expected some petty thief seeking vengeance. Pausing, his expression shifted. Did you overhear my conversation with Wu Cage? Do you wish to fill the vacancy left by his ill-fated brother-in-law? Precisely. Yang Ling withdrew 10 taels of silver and offered them with solemn deference. Constable Lin glanced at the coins, his eyes growing colder. Yet he made no move to accept them. What sort of man do you take me for? You, a vagrant by birth who purchased registration through mine labor, dare aspire to become a constable. Are you truly deluded? On what grounds? By what merit? Yang Ling felt no anger. He understood this was the natural response. Calmly he replied, I am no ordinary miner. Oh, Constable Lin's expression shifted anew. What do you mean? Senior brother Su Qing of Shanheshan sect has personally granted me stewardship over the sect's red gold mine. Yang Ling's countenance remained unruffled. My appointment begins shortly. This matter was to remain confidential, hence Supervisor Wu remains unaware. Su Qing. Ah, it is he. Constable Lin's face paled slightly. Shanheshan sect possesses only one red gold mine, their most lucrative enterprise. Entrusting it to Su Qing makes sense. But, his gaze narrowed suspiciously, why would Su Qing select you? To oversee an entire mine, especially a red gold mine, one must at minimum be a martial cultivator. Without warning, he lunged forward, seizing for Yang Ling. Yang Ling's eyes flared, yet he deflected the strike effortlessly. Constable Lin's attributes were unremarkable, comparable to Wu Kei's. So, you are a cultivator. Constable Lin's demeanor transformed instantly. His tone softened, warm and cordial. Young Master Yang, forgive my earlier rudeness. Let us begin anew. I am Yang Ling. No, not that line. Constable Lin straightened, grave and formal. Yang Ling caught the cue and immediately extended the silver once more. Constable Lin accepted it, glanced inside the pouch, then weighed it in his palm. 10 taels. He nodded approvingly. From this day forth you are an official constable of Qingshan City. However, you must still attend the mining contest. Upon your return, report to the magistrate's office. Overjoyed, Yang Ling clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Many thanks, elder brother, for your patronage. Elder brother. A faint knowing smile touched Constable Lin's lips as he gave a slight nod. Brother, you possess great promise. Return home now. Yang Ling promptly took his leave. Watching Yang Ling recede into the dusk, Constable Lin murmured softly to himself, Su Qing, prisoner slaughterer. Could you temple? Buddhist sutras. Yang Ling. Enough. This matter is settled. What concern is it of mine? He shook his head gently and walked homeward. In the night, Yang Ling practiced his punches while paying attention to the movements in the adjacent room. Wu Kei seemed to be absent for a long time, so Yang Ling mustered his courage and practiced the King Kong Ming Wang skill as well. It wasn't until around 7 o'clock the next morning that Wu Kei returned from outside and called for Yang Ling to set off. Yang Ling, do you know what the main purpose of the Shana sect is? Wu Kei seemed to be in high spirits today, taking the initiative to speak. Yang Ling replied respectfully, I am not aware. Wu Kei smiled. The Shana sect is one of the mining factions primarily engaging in mining operations. They have 3 fire crystal mines and 1 red gold mine under their command. The ores you excavate each year are either sold to the court or to various sects and noble families. Mining faction. Yang Ling pondered, realizing that there were many similar sects in the Zhao Kingdom, all primarily focused on mining. Fire crystal ore is a precious resource. When forging weapons, just adding a bit of fire crystal can enhance the weapon's toughness. Even when building walls, adding fire crystal to the mixture can make the walls more sturdy. Some noble families even require fire crystal in their courtyards and houses, which is quite extravagant. Wu Kei expressed a hint of sentiment. You can only exchange 1 or 2 fire crystals for 10 copper coins, but the Shana sect can sell them for 100 copper coins each. When it reaches the market, 1 or 2 fire crystals can be worth 300 to 500 copper coins. Such substantial profits. Yang Ling was taken aback. Profits indeed, right? Wu Kei glanced at Yang Ling. Yang Ling chuckled awkwardly. I dare not comment. Wu Kei chuckled. It is precisely because the profits are significant that mining factions often have bandits lurking around. These bandits secretly rob and plunder mining resources, then sell them off for enormous profits, filling their pockets. Supervisor Wu, why is there not a dedicated team to deal with the bandits? I heard that bandits frequently attack and kill for profit in our mining caves. Yang Ling said. Wu Kei replied, how do we deal with them? Bandits disguise themselves as miners, blending in without raising suspicion. We can't assign someone to watch over every miner, can we? Besides, the resources stolen by the bandits are on the whole just a drop in the bucket. Yang Ling understood, realizing that such losses were tolerated. However, we have run into some trouble recently. Wu Kei said. What trouble? A major bandit has emerged in our area. Wu Kei's tone turned somber. a total of 3,000 pounds of fire crystal, or has gone unaccounted for, and in a few days it will be time to settle accounts. Someone from the Shanha sect will come down to reconcile accounts and take away the fire crystals. But what should be done about this 3,000 pounds? 3,000 pounds. Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. There are thousands of miners in the fire crystal mine. Although some may not gather even 1 or 2 fire crystals in a day, all told at least 80 pounds of fire crystal, or should be unearthed daily. 3,000 pounds of fire crystal, or is equivalent to more than a month's harvest from the entire mine. How could there be such a massive loss? Could those bandits really have that capability? Why did Wu Kei not notice? Even if these fire crystal ores were sold at a low price, they could still fetch 20 or 30 won per pound. 3,000 pounds amounts to nearly 1,000 taels of silver. For the Shanha sect, if each tael incurs a loss of 100 won, that would be 3,000 taels. Yang Ling found it hard to imagine what kind of sum that represented. The carriage had now come to a slow stop. Yang Ling, the reason I brought you out this time is not for some mining competition. Wu Kei smiled. Someone has to take responsibility for the 3,000 pounds shortage. Supervisor Wu, you can't be talking about me, right? Yang Ling's expression became a bit strange. Did fifth brother say he would die because of this matter? It wasn't about that so-called mining competition. Was this 3,000 pounds of fire crystal, or embezzled by this person? Yes, you are the biggest bandit on my side. After realizing this, I deliberately found an excuse to take you out, actually to lure you into a trap. And your subordinates. Wu Kei nodded slightly and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Before them stood a group of masked strongmen. At their feet lay more than 20 corpses. Each corpse was dressed in miner's clothing, their hands calloused, a testament to years of hard labor. Yang Ling recognized a familiar face. Uncle Wang. He was lifeless, his face pale with a large gash on his neck, blood spilled everywhere, still not dried. Clearly Uncle Wang and the others had been executed here, the time of execution likely very recent. Get down. Wu Kei exited the carriage and smiled at Yang Ling. Yang Ling got down from the carriage with a blank expression. I am merely a refugee, having just acquired a formal identity. Is it reasonable to pin the title of bandit leader on me? Will the Shanha sect believe that? Yang Ling said. Wu Kei smiled slyly. Why wouldn't they? Do you think I don't know you are from the Yang family in Hongkou City? Yang family in Hongkou City. What nonsense. Yang Ling's face showed confusion. A masked strongman chuckled. Stop pretending. Manager Niu is sharp-eyed and can see your background at a glance. Otherwise, why has he been accommodating you these days? Manager Niu. He is here too. Yang Ling narrowed his eyes, trying to spot Manager Niu among the masked strongmen. No need to look for him, he is not here. He has been sent to keep an eye on me. Wu Kei smiled lightly. I was originally still worried about who to pin the blame on, but Manager Niu helped me find a good scapegoat. A member of the Yang family from Hongkou City qualifies to be the bandit leader. Yang Ling realized it was a misunderstanding, and this misunderstanding made Wu Kei see him as the most suitable scapegoat. If he had acted sooner, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Ling felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected Supervisor Wu, the biggest manager in the mining area, to actually be the biggest bandit. But right now, Yang Ling glanced at the attributes of everyone present. Their disguises were already in vain. Each name and attribute was clearly presented before him. Their strength had all exceeded 10 points, and the names were familiar. They were the mine guards. The one who spoke earlier seemed to have a good relationship with Manager Niu, often seen chatting together. He looked again at Wu Kei, whose attributes remained unchanged from before. Yang Ling felt relieved. There wasn't much to worry about. By the way, I heard that Su Qing spent all his time with you when he was in the mines. Do you two have a connection? Wu Kei seemed to casually ask. This guy knows everything. Yang Ling stopped pretending. Wu Kei brother Su Qing values me and plans to have me become a supervisor at the Red Gold Mine in the future. If you take action against me, he won't let you off easily, and at the very least he will thoroughly investigate this matter. All right. Wu Kei clapped and laughed. In that case, it all works out. After this incident, he won't think of taking over the Red Gold Mine anymore. Yang Ling was silent for a moment. Do you have someone behind you? Of course, Wu Kei chuckled lightly, rolled up his sleeves. Let me send you on your way. In the next moment, he lunged at Yang Ling like a leopard. Black Tiger Fist. His entry-level skill had increased his strength by 12 points. Wu Kei's strength reached 24 points. The wind from his fist howled fiercely. If I make a move, I will kill them all. As for the reasons afterward, we can discuss that later. At worst, it'll just be a wanted criminal. In an instant, his thoughts raced like lightning. Yang Ling activated the King Kong Mighty King skill. In that fleeting moment, his strength surged to 26 points. Agility reached 20 points. To him, Wu Kei's movements appeared much slower, filled with openings. Mountain-shattering fist. Yang Ling struck, amplifying his strength by another 6 points. His fist techniques became fiercer, and his speed surged. The masked men only felt a flash before Yang Ling appeared right in front of Wu Kei. They were somewhat stunned. Wu Kei was even more shocked, a martial artist. This speed, this fist momentum. Wu Kei panicked. Bang! Yang Ling's fist had struck Wu Kei's chest. With one punch, it left an imprint, causing his chest to cave in several inches. Poof! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Wu Kei was sent flying. Wait! His voice was hoarse. Shut up! Yang Ling swiftly closed the distance, grabbing Wu Kei's arm to make him stand straight. In the next moment, a storm of fists rained down like a tempest. One punch after another crashed onto Wu Kei. Wu Kei's eyes began to glaze over. Uncle Wong is a decent person. Are you going to kill him just like that? You want me to be the scapegoat? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? By the way, I also killed fifth brother. He was a useless waste just like you. You? King Kong mighty king skill. Wu Kei's pupils completely dilated, but his strong will as a martial artist allowed him to barely speak. It's too late to know that now. Yang Ling's gaze was indifferent as he delivered a punch to Wu Kei's forehead. Crack! The skull shattered. Wu Kei's eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. A massive warmth surged into Yang Ling's body. Similar to his mining experience a few days ago, although he had the experience, there were no signs of leveling up. The group of masked men shivered in fear, their legs trembling. By the time they reacted, Yang Ling had already swept in like a whirlwind. Run! The King Kong mighty king skill is on him. Not a single man chose to confront Yang Ling. They were already terrified and did not believe they had any chance of winning. They all turned their backs. This time Yang Ling went all out, realizing just how strong he was. His speed, without any leg technique enhancement, was as quick as the wind. He caught up to a masked man and smashed his fist into the back of his head. Then onto the next one. And the next. In less than half a minute, all the masked men were dead. Waves of warmth continued to surge into Yang Ling's body. Do they also have experience? It seems the system judged that they actually posed a slight threat to me. Yang Ling withdrew his power, standing in place, a bit dazed. He roughly understood why fifth brother had not allowed the miners to work overtime. This would obviously affect the actions of the bandits. What should I do now? Yang Ling looked around. The bodies of Uncle Wong and Wu Kei lay scattered on the ground. Nearly 30 corpses. This would be a major incident in reality. I can't explain this at all now. Either I expose the King Kong mighty king skill and get hunted down by the Kuju temple, or I find a way to disappear and become a wanted criminal on the blacklist in the future. I even went to the government office to have my portrait drawn. Unless I undergo plastic surgery, it's going to be hard for me to stay in the Zhao kingdom. What a damn situation. Yang Ling looked at Wu Kei, still feeling unsatisfied. Originally, he was about to go to the Qijin mine as an inspector. He had even secured an identity as a constable, which might have allowed him to successfully change positions. From then on, he could steadily level up and strengthen his power. All his preparations had been thrown into chaos. Wait, perhaps there's another way. Yang Ling's thoughts shifted. The fight for the mines was fake, but only Wu Kei and I know that Lin the constable should be unaware. So as long as I return to Qingshan City, I can regain my identity as a constable. Whether or not I can change positions remains to be seen. In a few days, someone from the Shanha sect will come down to collect the mines, and at that time discrepancies will be discovered. If Wu Kei goes missing at this point, it should be deemed as fleeing in fear of punishment. Earlier I asked Steward Nyo why he didn't manage fifth brother and the others. Steward Nyo said he didn't want to offend Wu Kei, but he should have sensed the problem. He might become a key witness. From Wu Kei's demeanor, he still wants to use my identity to influence Su Qing in obtaining the Qijin mine, indicating that Su Qing has enemies within the Shanha sect who are Wu Kei's supporters. If something happens to Wu Kei, it would naturally benefit Su Qing. He will likely suppress this matter. Yang Ling thought it over and felt this plan wasn't perfect, but it could buy him some time. As long as he got stronger during this period, this matter wouldn't be a big deal. Next, he took out a steel pickaxe and began to do what he was best at, digging a pit. A large pit quickly took shape. He first settled the group of innocent miners. Then he dealt with the bodies of Wu Kei and the others. What is this? A silver note. Yang Ling found a hidden pouch on Wu Kei's clothes containing several silver notes. Looking at the denomination, they were all 100 taels, each totaling 8 notes. Wu Kei went out all night last night. He didn't go out to trade with someone, did he? Did he just get these? Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. This raised a problem. There was a guy in Qingshan City who dealt in stolen mines, and he should be quite familiar with Wu Kei. They were likely long-term partners. Wu Kei probably wouldn't have told the other party about his plan. They might not even think of me. Even if they did, It doesn't matter, he'll soon be a constable, and my identity will be different. Yang Ling put away these 8 silver notes. A total of 800 taels of silver was undoubtedly a significant sum for him. He knew Wu Kei's wealth was more than this, but he didn't plan to rob him. That would be a foolish act. The remaining masked men also had some loose change, adding up to about 10 taels. The next day, Yang Ling returned to Qingshan City. He went straight to the government office. When Lin the constable saw him, he smiled and asked, what was the result of the mind fight? Seeing him like this, Yang Ling felt relieved. The other party's expression was normal, indicating no collusion with Wu Kei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have this attitude. Wu Kei seemed to have urgent business and left midway, saying the mind fight wasn't urgent, and told me to wait for him back in the city. I had no choice, Yang Ling said helplessly. Urgent business. Lin the constable didn't think much of it, and immediately took out a document, smiling. I've taken care of your employment. Starting today, you are one of the 100 constables in Qingshan City. Yang Ling felt a sudden rush of tension. He took the document with both hands. In an instant, a message appeared before his eyes. Job transfer conditions met. Transfer direction. Constable, would you like to transfer? Job transfer information. I guessed right away I can really transfer. Yang Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately selected yes. Transfer complete. Gained exclusive constable skill insight. Gained transfer reward, 5 free attribute points. At the same time, a long-awaited warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. Ding, ding, ding. A pleasant sound rang out 3 times. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 3 free attribute points. He leveled up 3 times. Yang Ling was left dumbfounded. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, constable. Level 13. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 17. Exclusive skill insight. Free attribute points 8. Martial arts. King Kong Mighty King skill. Initial understanding experience 8. 1000. Mountain shattering fist. Comprehensively integrated proficiency 102. 1000. Health 210. It seems that the experience pool I accumulated recently, along with the experience given by Wu Kei and the others, has allowed me to level up 3 times in a row. Lin Bidu smiled faintly, saying, now that you are a constable, there are some matters I need to explain to you. Please go ahead, boss. Yang Ling quickly cupped his fists. Our group of constables belongs to the TA division. You know about the TA division, right? The blacklist was created by the adults of the TA division. Lin Buda's face showed a hint of reverence as his gaze instinctively shifted toward a certain direction in our Zhao kingdom. Although the TA division is beneath the 6 ministries, its authority is not small, all thanks to the extraordinary means of our division head. In all major cities and counties of the Zhao kingdom, any violation of laws and regulations falls under the jurisdiction of our TA division. TA division. This was the first time Yang Ling had heard of this department. It seems that the constable system in Zhao Kingdom is different from what he imagined. What I mentioned also includes the major sects, such as the Shana sect. Lin Butu smiled meaningfully. After a pause, he added, of course, you are just an ordinary constable, and I am merely a 9th-tier TA constable myself. Matters regarding the sects are too complicated for me to manage, and I lack the ability to do so, so I prefer to turn a blind eye to everything. 9th-tier TA constable. Yang Ling's expression became somewhat peculiar. So it seems there is a path for promotion in being a constable. The reason I tell you this is to hope you don't think that just because you became a constable you have power. Lin Butu smiled subtly. I hope the areas under my jurisdiction can remain stable, and if so, before I retire, it shouldn't be a problem for me to achieve the status of an 8th-tier TA constable. Rest assured, boss, I will definitely not cause any trouble. As Yang Ling said this, he changed the subject. However, in a while, I may go to the Qijin mine to serve as an overseer. It's not a conflict. You don't need to stay in Qingshan City regularly. I have over 100 constables under my command, but in reality, only about 50 or 60 of them reside in Qingshan City. Lin Butu smiled faintly, saying, just stay at the Qijin mine. Unless an adult from the TA division comes, then you must return. Yang Ling felt relieved. The path of mining for upgrades is still open. Boss, I wonder if I will have the chance to become a TA constable in the future. Yang Ling asked. Lin Butu looked Yang Ling up and down. There is a chance. How could there be none? You are a martial artist with skills. If you can achieve some merits, becoming a 9th-tier TA constable shouldn't be difficult. However, after the 9th tier, you will need to pass an assessment for promotion. Assessment for promotion. Lin Butu patiently explained the TA division has its own promotion system, which is different from those scholarly officials. The division head values ability the most. As long as you have strong abilities, you can be promoted. Where does this ability manifest? Let me test you. The ability to solve cases. Yang Ling instinctively responded. Lin Butu smiled and waved his hand. That's one aspect, but not the most important. We are only responsible for apprehending and capturing, and of course it depends on your skills. As long as your martial arts cultivation is deep enough and strong enough, and you have recommendations from superiors, the TA division will arrange assessments. Passing the assessment will allow for promotion. While speaking, he took out a set of red constable clothing, a sword, and an ancient book. The thief subduing blade technique. Yang Ling's sharp eyes caught sight of the content in the ancient book, and he felt somewhat astonished. So becoming a constable also comes with martial skills. This thief subduing blade technique is considered the most basic blade technique, but if practiced to a high level, ordinary thieves will find it difficult to withstand even 3 of your strikes. All constables must practice this. Sometimes your cultivation level may not be enough, but if you excel in this blade technique and catch the attention of superiors, you can still receive promotion. Lin Buta said, change into the uniform and put your belongings away. I will take you to meet your future colleagues. While Yang Ling changed clothes, he checked their attributes. Ordinary constable uniform, TA division, crafted official blade strength 3. Attack 20. This is a weapon. But how does this attack attribute manifest? Is it related to armor penetration? Yang Ling pondered as he finished changing. He stood around 1.8 meters tall, and after this period of cultivation, he had developed a thin layer of muscle. Now dressed in the uniform, his figure stood tall momentarily, causing Lin Butu to stare in astonishment. How does this outfit give you the aura of a 7th or 8th tier constable? Lin Butu then laughed, saying, little Yang, you might really be suited to be a constable. Just your posture and demeanor would make thieves fear you. Next, Lin Butu personally took him to the neighboring courtyard. In the courtyard, a group of constables was laughing and practicing the thief-subduing blade technique. Upon seeing Lin Butu, they immediately stopped their activities and approached to pay their respects, also curiously sizing up Yang Ling. This is Yang Ling, the new constable. Old Zhao, you have the longest tenure here. Please mentor him for a while. Lin Butu nodded at an old constable with somewhat graying hair. Yes. Old Zhao stepped forward and nodded slowly. Yang Ling won't stay long in Qingshan City and will only return occasionally, so there's no need for him to take shifts regularly. Understood. Lin Butu reiterated. The expressions of the other constables changed slightly at this, and their gazes toward Yang Ling carried a hint of displeasure. After finishing his instructions, Lin Butu strode away. The other constables showed no interest in conversing with Yang Ling, continuing their training and sparring. Yang Ling, right. Just call me Old Zhao. Do you need me to show you around the office, or take a stroll outside? Old Zhao was quite courteous. Yang Ling knew the others regarded him as someone with connections, but he didn't mind. After all, he was indeed someone with connections, and it seemed Lin Butu had arranged for dozens of such individuals. Xiaogo, I plan to rest a bit. Do you know which room is our resting area? Yang Ling asked. The constables in the courtyard were secretly paying attention to this side, and upon hearing this, they immediately showed disdain. Old Zhao remained polite, pointing to one of the rooms. That room is our resting area, but everyone here is a rough man, so it might have a bit of an odor. I wonder if you... No problem. Yang Ling immediately entered the resting room and closed the door. There was only him in the room, and he opened the attribute panel again. With 8 free attribute points, I can raise my spirit to 25 points. This way, whether it's martial skills or the cultivation speed of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong will greatly. If I can earn 12 to 13 experience points a day, it would only take 2 to 3 months for the King Kong Ming Wang Gong to reach the 2nd level, achieving the state of mastery. At that time, not only will I receive 10 free attribute points, but I will also gain 30 points in strength and 30 points in agility while in the state of cultivating. Thinking of this, Yang Ling had already made up his mind. If I allocate the attribute points to strength or agility, the short-term boost would be significant and noticeable. However, in the long term, it wouldn't be as cost-effective as the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. If by then Wu Kei's matter is exposed, I would at least have the power to protect myself. But if I can become a formal TA constable, even if just a 9th year, this matter should not be too much trouble for me. Upgrading, cultivating martial skills, and becoming a formal TA constable are the most important things for me right now. Yang Ling immediately allocated all 8 points to spirit. As a warm, fiery flow surged into his brow, Yang Ling instantly felt his mental strength increase, and his vision became clearer and more refined. Even his hearing received a tremendous boost. The whispers and various movements outside would instinctively conjure the corresponding images in his mind. Earlier he had not noticed it so clearly, but now as his spirit power climbed, the alterations to his senses grew ever more distinct. Yang Ling murmured to himself. This spirit power felt different from brute strength. The latter shifts dramatically with just a few points, yet it was only when his spirit reached 25 that he truly sensed a metamorphosis. It is not merely a threshold for martial training that quickens practice, it exerts a profound influence on me in its own right, he reflected. Perhaps in combat it will show, making it easier to perceive an opponent's openings. My reaction speed has improved accordingly. These spirit points were not wasted. He thought, if it rises to 100-200, what transformations will follow? Turn into a monster. A flicker of expectation stirred in Yongling. By the way, I also have an exclusive skill insight. What does it do? Yongling glanced at his panel and opened the detailed description for insight. Insight can perceive a person's bad deeds within the past 3 days. The description was succinct and immediately comprehensible. He stood there stunned for a long moment, unable to collect himself. The skill had nothing to do with combat yet. This skill is utterly extraordinary, he breathed. A single glance reveals a person's misdeeds of the past 3 days. Yongling's heart pounded. In the mind, such a skill would be practically redundant. But he now wore another identity, a constable. Possessing this skill would allow him to amass merits with astonishing speed. With merits, and by revealing a little of my ability later 9th rank. No 8th, 7th. I might very well attain them. With that thought, he walked to the door and opened it to peer outside. The constables beyond neither guessed his intentions nor bothered to notice him. Old Zhao had already brewed tea and did not observe Yongling's movement. Yongling stared at old Zhao for 2 or 3 seconds, and then the insight readout manifested. He whispered insight. In an instant a message appeared. Zhao Air took 1 or 2 taels of broken silver yesterday and did not hand it in. Today's use is exhausted. Yongling closed the door again. He had confirmed insight's usage, though it could only be used once per day. He was pleased. Old Zhao's small theft stirred little emotion within him. If he had been in the same position, he would not have turned it in either. A divine skill. I've only just changed professions and already gained such a gift. I wonder what exclusive skills other professions receive. Right? Yongling's expression grew serious. He had changed professions and risen to level 13. Wouldn't the divine domain level ranking now expose him? With a thought, the divine domain level ranking opened at once. Divine domain level ranking 001. Kuju Si Hui Wu level 14. Profession Martial Monk 002. Guanxing Shiyuan Luo Kai level 14. Profession Scholar 003. Si Ren Guqi Kai level 14. Profession Medical Apprentice 0040. Jianzong Fong Yun level 13. Profession Swordsman 005. Tian Daomen Ning Shizha level 13. Profession Blade Guard 006. Gue Wang Zhai Lin Dongdong level 13. Profession Bandit 007. Tai Isi Yong Ling level 13. Profession Constable 008. Shan Hezong Wu Xiaocheng level 12. Profession Blade Guard 009. Sure enough, he had made the list. Everyone seemed to be striving. Within just 2 days, Hui Wu and the others had reached level 14, and the rest were at level 13. Shan Hezong's Wu Xiaocheng. A player lucky enough to join Shan Hezong outright. Yongling's expression was curious. The 9th and 10th places still had not appeared. It showed that among the first 30 players to hit level 1022 had been stalled at the profession change. No doubt more would be stuck in the future. But now they know that becoming a constable is also a path. Compared with entering a sect, it is clearly more practical to pay a little and pull some strings to become a constable. Will future players who become constables also receive the exclusive skill insight? Yongling's face darkened. Never mind, I'm still within the leading tier. The player base must already number in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps 100,000. Out of 100,000 to place within the top 10 is a 1 in 10,000 chance, he thought. I must capitalize on this advantage, building layer upon layer, so that each step keeps me ahead of other players. Yongling took out the Qinzhe Saber Technique. Qinzhe Saber Technique. Training requirements: Strength 3, Agility 5 requirements met. Comprehend. Comprehend. A warm current flowed through him, and Yongling instantly understood the Qinzhe Saber Technique. He opened his attribute panel for a glance. Character Yongling, Profession Constable, Level 13, Strength 11, Agility 5, Spirit 25, Exclusive Skill Insight, Martial Art Jin Gang Ming Wang Gong Initial Glimpse, Experience 8810000, Bengshan Fist Integrated Proficiency 1021000, Uchinze Saber Entry Proficiency 0-100 Health 210. Only 100 proficiency. At my current pace, I can reach initial comprehension in 2 days, he calculated. Yet this saber seems to augment agility rather than strength. An agility build then. Yongling checked the saber's details. Qinzhe Saber Technique: Strike with swift ferocity to fell loathsome thieves. Initial Glimpse 3 Agility, Integrated Mastery 6 Agility, Exquisite Mastery 9 Agility, Advanced Proficiency 12 agility, transcendent 20 agility. Note this is a prerequisite for the Chinhu saber technique. After reaching exquisite mastery, one may transition to the Chinhu saber. Chinhu saber. Yang Ling's eyes flickered as a notion dawned. The tiger-catching saber must be roughly one tier superior to the thief-catching saber. It might be specially designed for Tai constables. Yet Captain Lin's attribute panel lacks this saber, which means he is not qualified to cultivate it either. Must one reach 8th rank as a Tai constable to be eligible? With that thought, Yang Ling began to scheme. He decided to return to the Huijing Yin mine. One reason was to mine for experience and refine his arts, another was to wait for superiors to come down and audit the accounts. He would also wait a while for Su Qing. Leaving the resting room, he greeted old Zhao and departed the courtyard. Old Zhao, ignore that kid from now on. Who knows how many silver pieces he paid to curry favor with our boss to get this post, a constable remarked in a half-meaning, half-sullen tone. Don't say so much. The fact he can smooth the boss channels shows Yang Ling's origins are not humble. Oh, don't offend people like that, old Zhao said with a helpless wave. The constables present exchanged glances, snorted inwardly, and returned to grueling practice. They believed that one day they too could become Tai constables like Captain Lin and gain a formal station in the Tai division. Meanwhile, on the riverbank docks of Qingshan City, several laborers lay on the ground wailing, beaten by a gang of thugs. The gang leader sneered, working in our Shi Bang's territory without paying protection. Too fond of life. From now on you pay half your wages to us every day, understand? Half? How are we supposed to live? Do you want us dead? The laborers cried. The thugs mocked them. Still defiant. Zhang Wei, teach them. Zhang Wei stepped forward and began to kick them. Now you submit or not? We submit, we submit. Only then did Zhang Wei withdraw, standing behind the leader. Bored, he glanced at the divine domain level ranking. I am so envious, he mused as he scanned the now familiar names. Huh, 2 more have appeared. Which bastard is so lucky? Zhang Wei stared, and his face went deathly pale. He ground his teeth and hissed Yang Ling. In that moment, Zhang Wei suddenly understood a great deal. From the very beginning, Yang Ling's level was far superior to his own. It was even likely that he had already become a warrior before Zhang Wei. Otherwise, how could one explain that in such a short time the other had transformed into a constable of the ironclad division? Not only did he successfully change careers, but his level was also a terrifying 13. What? I'm only at level 5. Damn you, Yang Ling. After a moment of anger, Zhang Wei suddenly came to his senses. Constable, is that also a career change? Then can I do it too? He gradually calmed down and said to the nearby gang leader, Boss, I need to step out. Go on, go on. The other waved his hand. Zhang Wei quickly found the location of the court. When he expressed his desire to become a constable, the guarding constable was taken aback. We don't recruit constables here. How could you not recruit? Zhang Wei frowned. Do you think anyone can become a constable? Do you have a recommendation letter? Did Lin, the head constable, nod in approval? Moreover, our quota is already full and the only vacancy has been filled. The other waved his hand again. Go, stop daydreaming. Zhang Wei stood there with a pale face for several breaths before finally turning to leave. He had not expected that even becoming a constable would be so difficult. At that time, many players were still looking at the new rankings in the Divine Realm, seeing the emergence of 2 new masters, Yang Ling and Wu Xiaoqing. Some perceptive individuals quickly identified the problem. So being a constable counts as a career change. Great. I have hope for a career change. This is much simpler than joining a sect. Meanwhile, the others on the leaderboard were also checking the standings. A constable? Haha, I never thought that would be possible. Compared to joining a sect, this career path is a bit weaker. It seems many people are racing to catch up. I need to level up quickly and not be left behind. In the fire crystal mine, the miners' village, Chun Su and Officer Chun were eating noodles. Suddenly, Officer Chin's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Chun Su. What was the full name of that brother Yang? Yang Ling. Chun Su replied while slurping his noodles. Not far away, Lin Guoyang and others watched as Chun Su and the others enjoyed warm Yanchun noodles topped with a hint of meat, their expressions growing increasingly sour. Take a look at the Divine Realm level rankings. Officer Chun said with a serious expression. Chun Su replied, Brother Chun, there's nothing to see, those are all immortals, we can't compare. What we need to do now is to work hard at mining. My strength has been increasing lately, I must have leveled up again. Although I can't see my level, mining is the right thing to do. Take a look. Officer Chun said with a somewhat strange tone, there might be someone we know. Someone we know? How could that be? Chun Su skeptically opened the Divine Realm level rankings. He started looking down the list, and when he saw 007 Ironclad Division, Yang Ling, the chopsticks in his hand involuntarily fell onto the table. Do you think it could be Brother Yang? Is he also a player? Officer Chen pondered aloud. Not really. Maybe. If he's a player, why wouldn't Brother Yang tell us? Why hide his identity? Chen Su's expression turned strange, and I've never even heard of this ironclad division. It would be great if it really was him. Brother Yang is a warm-hearted person. Officer Chen sighed, and then suddenly thought, did you see? Being a constable is also a career change. A constable. Compared to joining those sects, being a constable is more practical. There are constables in Qingshan City. Officer Chen mused, if the other colleagues in the rescue team see this news, they should be able to connect the dots. Perhaps this will be our main direction in the future. If one can become a constable, then one can survive better in this world and still have the capacity to help other victims. Officer Chen, we are still refugees. Refugees are not qualified to be constables. Chen Su reminded him in a low voice. Just thinking about their status as refugees made him feel uneasy. In the miners' village, he could see that those miners with official identities held a faint sense of pride. That was because the law could be applied to them. But refugees, if they died, they died. They had no identity, and the court would not care. At that moment, Lin Guoyang could no longer hold back and walked over with his girlfriend Wu Ming. Chen Su, I was wrong before. Oh, I apologize. Lin Guoyang fidgeted for a while before slowly speaking. Wu Ming stared at the noodles in front of the two, swallowing instinctively. Could you please treat us to a bowl? Chen Su turned his head and finished the noodles in a few bites, ignoring them. Officer Chen said seriously, you two need to mine. Mining is how you level up and increase your strength. This way you can dig more, and 3 meals a day will definitely not be an issue. Mining. But why didn't Chen Su tell me earlier that I could level up? Lin Guoyang looked at Chen Su with resentment. Why should I tell you? You even expect me to support both of you. Do you think I'm your servant? Chen Su stood up and said coldly. All right, I won't argue with you. Lin Guoliang's eyes flickered. He knew he could no longer defeat Chen Su. So he turned to Officer Chen. Officer Chen, you can't just watch us go hungry, can you? We can mine, but we don't have the ability yet. After mining for a while, our hands get hurt, and we exhaust our strength, our bodies ache terribly. We will level up slowly. Once our strength is greater, we can be self-sufficient. Until then, you need to take care of us. Officer Chen couldn't help but sigh, and then waved his hand. My capabilities are limited. If you get beaten today, I can help you say a few words, but filling your stomach is something you'll have to solve yourself. Have you forgotten your identity? Lin Guoyang suddenly raised his voice, attracting the attention of several miners. Don't cause trouble. Chen Zu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately gritted his teeth, taking out 4 copper coins. Here, this is enough for 2 bowls of Yanchun noodles. Lin Guoliang's face lit up with joy, but just as he was about to take them, he saw that the copper coins in Chen Zu's hand had been snatched away by another hand. Yang Ling smiled lightly at Chen Su. I still owe you 996 coins. Brother Yang. Chen Su was a bit surprised. But when he saw Yang Ling dressed in official attire with a waist knife, he was momentarily stunned. The information about 007 in the Divine Realm level rankings filled his mind. Officer Chen took a deep breath, feeling somewhat excited. He guessed correctly that Yang Ling was indeed this Yang Ling. What are you doing? Lin Guoyang was also taken aback by Yang Ling's imposing presence and attire, his heart filled with uncertainty. To eat, one must rely on themselves. Yang Ling smiled and said, if you can't even support your girlfriend, do you think you're worthy to be in the Divine Realm? You might as well end it all now. What? Who are you? Lin Guoyang's eyes widened. Wu Ming also couldn't believe it. They shared the same mindset as Chen Su, having little interest in the Divine Realm level rankings. Or rather, every time they saw that ranking, their mood worsened, so they simply chose not to look. That's why they hadn't discovered the changes in the information sooner. Chen Su, Officer Chen, can we talk for a moment? Yang Ling smiled lightly at Chen Su, and the others ignored. Chen Su, Officer Chen, can we talk for a moment? Yang Ling smiled lightly at Chen Su, and the others ignoring the fool. This was the effect Yang Ling desired. If he concealed his identity as a constable, it would easily lead to unnecessary suspicions. However, if he made this identity clear when the Shanha sect discovered that Wu Kei embezzled a sum of fire crystal and fled, it would be a different matter. They would not make things difficult for him, a constable from the Iron Garment Division. His only suspicion would be entering and leaving the city with Wu Kei. His identity as a constable could allow the Shanha sect to overlook or ignore this minor suspicion. Could the sect's power deal with the court's officials? This was impossible. Inside the wooden house, Yang Ling invited the two to sit down. Brother Yang, so you are also a player? Chen Su said with a wry smile. I had deduced you were also a player from your conversation the other day. The reason I didn't want to tell you is that I encountered an issue. Yang Ling briefly recounted the conflict with Zhang Wei. You should have a deep understanding. Lin Guoyang and Zhang Wei are quite similar, though the latter is more resilient. At least he can fill his own stomach. Yang Ling smiled. Chen Su showed a hint of shame, yet he understood why Yang Ling did not reveal his identity as a player. The quality of players entering the divine realm varies. Lin Guoyang and Zhang Wei are not unique cases. Officer Chen contemplated what you are doing is actually correct. Quietly helping within your means has already fulfilled your duty. Can you both see the attribute panel? Yang Ling suddenly asked. Attribute panel? We can't see it. What does it show? Chen Su and Officer Chen perked up. Zhang Wei wasn't lying about this. It was only at this moment that Yang Ling truly confirmed that Zhang Wei had not deceived him. The attribute panel contains level information, attribute details, and the information regarding the cultivation methods. Yang Ling said, according to the information I previously obtained from Zhang Wei, you can only access your attribute panel after becoming a martial artist. He had just checked the attributes of the two. Due to mining, both had already leveled up. Chen Su was level 5, with a strength of 7. Although Officer Chun was 2 levels lower than Chun Su only at level 3, his base attributes were quite good. Excluding spirit, his strength and agility attributes were much better than Yang Ling's. Character, Chen Guiqing. Occupation, miner. Level 2. Strength 6. Agility 5. Spirit 4. Health 60. This indicates that Chun Guiqing's initial strength and agility are both 5. Such initial attributes are actually quite high. Becoming a martial artist allows access to the attribute panel. The two perked up, but the two quickly realized what that meant. Becoming a martial artist. That might be quite difficult. Being a constable is a path, and you won't need to specifically change jobs later. Yang Ling, knowing what they were thinking, said with a faint smile, becoming a constable, the Iron Garment Division, will provide you with a thief-catching technique. With our game system, you can learn it directly, even if, just to get started. Brother Yang, our levels are probably quite low, and we have no savings. Right now, we are still refugees. It might be difficult to become constables. Chen Su pondered. Chen Guiqing, however, had a gleam in his eyes. Nothing is impossible for the determined. Perhaps we can't become constables this year, but what about next year? And the year after that? As long as we are alive, there is hope. Yang Ling looked at him, feeling somewhat gratified. This individual was not rigid, and had previously firmly refused charity from Lin Guoyang. Yet this person also had a sense of justice, and his will was much more resilient than ordinary people. If he could truly go to the Qijin mine as an inspector, Chen Su and Chen Guiqing would be good helpers. For now, you two should follow me to mine and level up. As for the opportunity to become martial artists, once you have a goal, it will eventually happen. Yang Ling said. The two were immediately overjoyed. Having a great player willing to lead them was the best scenario. Little Yang, I heard you became a constable. Suddenly a voice from outside called out. Yang Ling's expression changed, and he immediately opened the wooden house door, smiling and cupping his fists. Manager Nyo. Manager Nyo looked at the clothes on him and nodded slightly, not surprised, but rather finding it quite normal. Yang Ling guessed the reason. The reason Inspector Wu ultimately decided to make him a scapegoat was also because he learned from Manager Nyo that he might be a member of the Yang family from Hongquan City. Since he had such an identity, it was only natural for him to become a constable in Qingshan City. Little Yang being a constable is good. It has prospects. At least some of the conflicts in the Jianghu won't concern you, and petty thieves wouldn't dare to provoke you. Manager Nyo smiled meaningfully. After a pause, he curiously asked, since you became a constable, why are you back here? Manager Nyo, it's like this. I don't have to be on duty, so in my free time I want to come back to mine. Yang Ling smiled. It's a way to earn money. A constable coming to mine. Manager Nyo had a strange expression, but understood well. After all, the other party's speed in mining was incredibly fast. In such a large fire crystal mine, who could mine for several days straight and gather around 30 pounds of fire crystal? Or one could probably earn 20 to 30 taels in a month without issue. Alright, since you are from our mining vein, you can mine freely. We will still pay you at the same rate as the other mine. Manager Nyo laughed heartily, but don't overexert yourself. The Iron Garment Division occasionally has officials come down for inspections, so you must return to the city to avoid being charged with negligence. Don't worry, Manager Nyo, I will take care of both sides. Yang Ling nodded with a smile. At this moment, Manager Nyo suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard Inspector Wu wanted to take you to the fighting mine. Why didn't Inspector Wu come back with you? Yang Ling's face showed a hint of confusion. I also found it strange. We stayed in Qingshan City for a night, and the next morning we set off. However, halfway through, Inspector Wu said he had something to attend to and asked me to wait. I waited all day, and seeing he did not return, I went back to Qingshan City. Oh. Manager Nyo pondered, then smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before leaving without further questioning. Shall we start working now, the two of you? Yang Ling looked at Chen Su and Chen Guoqing smiling. The two nodded excitedly. Yang Ling changed back into miner's clothes and led the two to the mining vein. This time he did not disguise his movements and directly took them down the mine. This scene shocked all the miners present. In the evening, Yang Ling brought the two out of the no. Free mine. His bag was already filled with fire crystal ore. This time the harvest was quite good, around 10 pounds. Yang Ling no longer regarded the value of fire crystal ore itself. 10 pounds could only be exchanged for about 1 tael of silver. However, the experience points it represented were what Yang Ling truly needed. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing, though exhausted, were beaming with satisfaction. 3 taels. This is the first time I've managed 3 taels of fire crystal ore in just one day. Chen Su was incredibly excited. Chen Guoqing also mined around 3 taels. He smiled at Yang Ling, thanks to Brother Yang teaching us the techniques and taking us to richer mines, otherwise we would have wasted more time just searching for ore. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing instantly felt hopeful about their future lives. The experience points gained today were at least 3 times more than usual. At night, Yang Ling took the official knife and found an empty spot near the village to practice the thief capture blade technique. The house was too small to fully utilize it. Practicing punches was fine, but swinging the knife would dismantle the entire place. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. The proficiency increased by 5 points. At 5 points per hour, it matched his previous estimate perfectly. He practiced until dawn before returning to the wooden hut to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. After the experience points increased by 13 points, he stopped moving. The limit for the King Kong Ming Wang Gong has also become 13 points. In a month, nearly 400 points. I should be able to break through to the second layer in a little over 2 months. At this moment, Chen Zu's voice came from outside, calling him to the mine. Yang Ling suddenly realized that his time was simply not enough. I haven't practiced the crumbling mountain fist today, and I have to go to the mine and cultivate martial skills. There is simply not enough time. If I can't find a way to balance both, I might have to simplify my martial skills in the future. By the way, can I buy the precious Yang Ling Dan with my own money? If I can buy Yang Ling Dan, the issue of martial skill proficiency could be temporarily resolved. With this thought, Yang Ling picked up the steel pickaxe and stepped out. When he returned, it was already evening. He continued to practice the thief capture blade technique. This martial skill had a follow-up, and its benefits outweighed the crumbling mountain fist, so he wanted to push the proficiency of the thief capture blade technique. Unknowingly, the day broke again, and he switched to cultivating the King Kong Ming Wang Gong instead of sleeping to replenish his energy, then went out to mine. For the next several days, everything followed a set routine. Every day, new miners were sent to the mine, and Yang Ling had already discovered several batches of players. However, he was too lazy to interact with them. He only communicated with Chen Su and Chen Guoqing. These two also understood some principles through Lin Guoliang's matter and temporarily refrained from contacting those players. In mine, no. For while Yang Ling was digging, he suddenly felt a warm current. He was about to level up. A slight joy flickered in his heart. Sure enough, a clear and pleasant voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 point of free attribute points." Without much thought, Yang Ling directly added it to his spirit. It's about time, let's call it a day. Leaving the mine, Yang Ling continued to find a place to practice the thief capture blade technique. As he practiced, another warm current appeared. The official knife in his hand suddenly became several times sharper. The speed also increased dramatically. Yang Ling opened the attribute panel and took a look. Character: Yang Ling. Occupation: Constable. Level 14. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 26. Exclusive skill: Insight. Martial arts. King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Initial understanding. Experience points 140. 1000. Crumbling mountain fist. Comprehension. Proficiency 102. 10000. Thief capture blade technique. Initial understanding. Proficiency 0. 1000. Health points 210. When using my abilities, my agility will increase by 15 points, adding 3 points from the thief capture blade technique and 5 points from my base stats, making my agility reach 23 points. Yang Ling's expression changed as the King Kong Ming Wang Gong slowly operated. Holding the official knife, Yang Ling executed the thief capture blade technique. He became increasingly faster, moving around the open space with agility. At this moment, it began to rain lightly from the sky without him noticing. Under this fierce knife momentum, the rainwater could not get close for a while. Yang Ling suddenly locked onto a thick tree about a foot in diameter and brought the knife down. Splitting, the tree was effortlessly cut in two. At this moment, the rainwater gently fell on Yang Ling, making him feel a bit chilly. So this is the power of the blade technique. Yang Ling gazed at the severed tree, falling into contemplation. He could now increase his strength by up to 32 points. However, even with the crumbling mountain fist, 32 points of strength would be difficult to break this tree in a short time. He would need at least 2 or 3 punches. This is probably why this knife has an attack power of 20 points. It seems that weapons inherently have an advantage over bare hands. Correspondingly, the difficulty of obtaining sword techniques and blade techniques should be higher. If I hadn't become a constable, I wouldn't have been able to get a blade technique in such a short time. Yang Ling's mind suddenly became clear. Next, he needed to focus on the cultivation of the thief capture blade technique, while the crumbling mountain fist could be set aside for now. If he could advance the King Kong Ming Wang Gong to the second layer, and if the thief capture blade technique could reach perfection, his blade momentum would become truly terrifying. I wonder how my strength compares to Su Qing and Huineng now. I should be no weaker than the latter, but perhaps still a bit weaker than Su Qing. However, without absolute strength to crush, if I truly faced experts of their level, they definitely wouldn't panic like Wu Kei. At that time, with their deep combat experience, I might not be able to win. As Yang Ling pondered, he walked towards the wooden hut. Upon returning, he continued to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, until Chun Zu's voice came from outside. As soon as Chun Su saw Yang Ling come out, he quickly approached, and whispered, "Brother Yang, it seems that a big shot has come again today. I saw Steward Nyo bustling around to Supervisor Wu's residence." "Is that so?" Yang Ling smiled. "That has nothing to do with us. Let's go to the mine." "Right to the mine." Chun Su and Chun Guiqing nodded excitedly. They felt that they were not far from the next upgrade. They hadn't mined for long, when suddenly a mine guard entered the cave calling for Yang Ling, saying he needed to go to Supervisor Wu's residence. "While I'm away, you all mine outside. Don't go into the mine cave. There are still quite a few mine bandits here, so be careful." Yang Ling reminded them and hurried to Supervisor Wu's residence. He knew that the people from the Shanha sect had come to check the accounts. "A total shortage of 3,000 pounds, ha. How did you manage things here?" A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression and dressed in brocade laughed angrily. Steward Nyo's face turned pale. He hadn't expected the inventory to be short by 3,000 pounds. "Where's Wu Kei? Why is he not here when he knows I am coming today?" The middle-aged man said coldly. "Lordly, please don't be anxious. I have already sent someone to call Yang Ling," Steward Nyo said with a bitter smile. The middle-aged man remained silent, waiting quietly. As soon as Yang Ling arrived, he was met with the man's sharp gaze. "Tell me the whereabouts of Wu Kei." The other party got straight to the point. Yang Ling repeated what he had told Steward Nyo earlier. "You don't know where he went either." The middle-aged man's eyes sharpened. "I suspect Wu Kei has stolen the fire crystal, or you seem to have a good relationship with him. Come with me to the Shanha sect." "My lord, I have no ties with Supervisor Wu. He just asked me to help him mine, but it hasn't been successful yet." Yang Ling pondered and said, "As for going to the Shanha sect, I'm afraid that's not possible." "Not possible? Do you have the right to say that?" The other party spoke sharply. Yang Ling replied, "I am already a constable of Qingshan City, entering the Iron Armor Division, and occasionally need to be on duty, so I truly cannot go to the Shanha sect." The other party was taken aback for a moment and glanced at Steward Nyo. Steward Nyo slapped his forehead. "Look at me, I forgot to mention that Yang Ling is indeed a constable of Qingshan City now." "Oh." The other party's expression softened a little, and politely asked Yang Ling, "Constable Yang, was there anything unusual the night you stayed in Qingshan City with Wu Kei?" "It seems there was nothing unusual." "Wait, Supervisor Wu should have gone out for a while and returned around daytime." Yang Ling's expression shifted as he spoke. "Wu Kei was out all night and only returned this morning." The middle-aged man pondered, his gaze sharpening. "Constable Yang, how do you know Wu Kei did not return all night?" Yang Ling considered for a moment. "That night I felt a certain joy and could not sleep, so I lay awake until dawn. In the morning I heard the stir of Supervisor Wu returning." "Why could you not sleep?" the man pressed. Yang Ling smiled. "That day Head Constable Lin agreed to let me fill a vacancy at the Qingshan City Yamen." The man registered this with a slight look of understanding, then spoke politely. "Constable Yang, forgive my asking so much, but Wu Kei's affair is grave. It may draw the sect leader's personal attention. Young Yang, you may not yet know, our vein has suffered a serious loss. The stock is short by 3,000 jin of Huijing yen, and we will likely need your assistance to locate Wu Kei's whereabouts." Nyo the steward spoke with a solemn expression. Yang Ling offered a rueful smile. "I am but a lowly constable. Oh, I fear such a matter does not fall to me." "Constable Yang, the ostensible reason Wu Kei took you out was to contest a mine, which is peculiar. You should come back with me to the Shanha sect. If the sect leader asks, I would not know how to reply." The middle-aged man spoke again. Yang Ling felt a trace of helplessness. He knew the other feared responsibility and sought to shift scrutiny upward. "Administrator Li Yang Ling may not have time to go to the Shanha sect. Su Qing entered the main hall wearing a faint smile. Su Qing, the man murmured, slightly surprised. Senior brother Su Nyo, the steward, stepped forward and saluted. Su Qing turned to the middle-aged man. Administrator Li, I have long suspected that Wu Kei not only stole Huijing Yin, but may have been sheltering a band of mine raiders who acted with impunity. Nyo, the steward, was my planted informant at his side. Over the years, I have known every movement of Wu Kei. What the man exclaimed in disbelief. The middle-aged man stared at Nyo in stunned silence. A dawning realization touched Yongling. I simply lacked sufficient evidence, and Wu Kei is a talent favored by my senior brother. I could not expose him, Su Qing admitted. Su Qing pondered. This time Wu Kei discovered he could not make up the deficit, and with the sect preparing an audit, he naturally chose to flee. As for Yongling, I intend to appoint him overseer of the Qi Jin mine. He is my man. If you think him suspicious, then the blame falls to me. Junior brother Su, has the sect already entrusted you with managing the Qi Jin mine? Administrator Li asked with an odd expression. Indeed, Su Qing nodded slightly. Administrator Li felt a cold prickle along his scalp. It turned out the struggle had already been decided. He had received no hint of it, and nearly caused a catastrophe. If he were to clumsily entangle Su Qing in the matter now, he feared he would no longer be able to remain within the Shanha sect thereafter. Junior brother Su, it appears Wu Kei embezzled for his own gain and fled in fear of punishment. Should we hand this matter to Qingshan City to adjudicate? Administrator Li asked with deference. Such a thing spreading would only bring shame. We of the Shanha sect are among the mining guilds. If word got out that an overseer under our command could pilfer 3,000 jin of Huijing Yin, we would be a laughingstock. Su Qing shook his head. I will report this to the sect leader and have the sect resolve it internally. Understood, Administrator Li replied with a nod. Neo, keep watch here to prevent trouble. I'll temporarily assume the overseer's duties, Su Qing instructed. Neo's face turned solemn as he cupped his fist in salute. Yes. Administrator Li inwardly admired the deft maneuver. In the blink of an eye, the other side had secured not only a Qi Jin mine, but perhaps even the Huijing Yin mine that should have been under that person's control. Administrator Li, please return and report these matters truthfully. I must stop by the Qi Jin mine to ensure no similar incidents occur there, Su Qing said. Rest assured, Junior brother Su, I will depart at once, Administrator Li replied. Administrator Li nodded decisively, gathered the accounts, and set off immediately back to the Shanha sect. After he left, Su Qing regarded Yongling thoughtfully. How did you become a constable? Senior brother Su, I gave head constable Lin 10 taels of silver, Yongling admitted. Su Qing asked with a look, did head constable Lin know you were my man? Yongling nodded awkwardly. At first he refused to take it, so I invoked you as my patron. Head Constable Lin's attitude changed immediately. Indeed, if he had not known you were my man, he would not have dared accept your 10 taels. Even had he taken it, he would not have given you the constable post. Su Qing inclined his head slightly. It is good that you became a constable. In time you may have the chance to enter the TAC. That would be of considerable benefit to the Shanha sect. Relieved by Su Qing's attitude, Yongling breathed easier. Do you have any luggage? I intend to leave for the Qi Jin mine now. Su Qing replied. Yongling's expression shifted. Senior brother Su, I would like to bring a few assistants. Are they trustworthy? They are. Then summon them, Su Qing said. On the carriage, Chun Su was somewhat restrained. Chun Guoqing, more worldly, knew the hierarchy in the divine realm was strict and unlike the modern world, so he did not dare address Su Qing unbidden along the road. Yongling, you truly like mining, Su Qing reflected. If I were you and had secured a constable post, I would enjoy life in the city rather than go to the mines. Senior brother Su, mining earns money, Yongling smiled. Besides, if I do not strive now in my years, when I grow old, I may no longer have the strength to work. At your pace you can indeed earn a little. Yet even if you extracted 10 jin of Huijing Yen in a day, you would only make 1 tael. Su Qing smiled faintly. By appointing you overseer of the Qi Jin mine, your monthly stipend will be 100 taels. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing could not help but gasp at the sum. 100 taels. By local prices, a single one buys a flatbread. 100 taels could buy 100,000 flatbreads. It was virtually a freedom of flatbreads. Thank you for your patronage, senior brother, Su Yongling said solemnly, cupping his hands. It is not so simple, Su Qing cautioned. Su Qing waved his hand casually. Yongling's expression changed. To be frank, I have a senior brother who has managed affairs in the Shanha sect for years and commands vast connections, Su Qing revealed. Within and beyond the sect, his people are everywhere. He formerly oversaw the Qi Jin mine, so the stewards and miners there heed his words. Unlike the Huijing mines, the Qi Jin mine is the Shanha sect's most profitable enterprise, and Qi Jin is among the most difficult minerals to extract. Thus there are tens of thousands of miners and a dozen or so stewards. Although the Qi Jin mine has fallen into my hands for certain reasons, I can appoint only a single overseer. The stewards below were reassigned from within the sect. I do not know which of them serve my senior brother. Su Qing said this, then looked at Yang Ling with seriousness. The Qi Jin mine currently produces 3,000 Jin a month. Its yield has recently declined. To secure control of the Qi Jin mine, I gave the sect a solemn pledge to increase output to at least 3,500 Jin per month. If I fail to achieve this within 3 months, the Qi Jin mine will no longer be under my management. I selected you as overseer because of your genuine zeal for mining and because you are not one of my senior brother's men. You must help me complete this task, otherwise your 100 teal stipend will only last 3 months. Yang Ling's face registered an odd look. Clearly the senior brother's network was so extensive that Su Qing dared not recruit within the Shana sect. At the same time, he nearly confirmed that the senior brother was Wu Kei's patron, though he did not yet know whether that senior brother was aware of Wu Kei profiting from Hui Jingyan. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing focused their attention on the Qi Jin mine's production. Chun Guoqing murmured 10,000 miners yielding 3,000 Jin a month means a single miner extracts only 1 Qian per day. Su Qing was a little surprised. Did you study arithmetic? He smiled at Yang Ling. Your judgment is sound. With assistance like these, perhaps we can truly accomplish the task of raising output. Yang Ling, do you have any thoughts at the moment? Su Qing asked. Yang Ling pondered. To improve mining efficiency, the quality of the pickaxe is crucial, right? Chen Su and Chun Guoqing's eyes brightened. If they had good pickaxes, the speed of mining would naturally increase. Then they could level up faster. If every miner had a steel pickaxe, the issue of output would naturally be resolved, Yang Ling said. Su Qing sighed. A steel pickaxe. Do you know how much that would cost? Our Shanha sect cannot provide every miner with a steel pickaxe. He paused. Moreover, even if we provided steel pickaxes, some miners might still deliberately slack off. Yang Ling and the others guessed Su Qing's predicament at that moment. If nothing unexpected happened, this red gold mine could only remain in his hands for 3 months. There will always be some diligent miners, Yang Ling pondered. At that time I will select these miners and give them steel pickaxes. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing immediately understood his meaning, their eyes slightly brightening. Do you have any other suggestions? Su Qing asked. Yes, Yang Ling said thoughtfully. I want a pickaxe that is even better than a steel pickaxe. How much can you mine alone? This won't resolve the essence of the issue. Su Qing felt somewhat helpless and instinctively began to scratch his head. If I had known this was such a hot potato, I wouldn't have taken it. Now I might lose face within the Shana sect. Senior Su, we still have 3 months. We can think of solutions slowly, Yang Ling said. We shouldn't care who the decision makers are. What truly matters is the miners themselves. If some miners deliberately slack off, then they should be dismissed. Newcomers should be brought in. With over 10,000 miners, how many people do you intend to dismiss? Su Qing waved his hand. Moreover, how can newcomers mine? The last time I tried mining at the fire crystal mine, it requires skill. If I weren't a martial artist, my mining speed would definitely not match that of an experienced miner. Never mind, let's not think about it. We should act according to the situation. Regardless, at least that fire crystal mine won't change hands again. Wu Kei's issue will bring my senior brother a lot of trouble. Su Qing glanced at Yang Ling and changed the subject. Now that you are a constable, you should have been taught the thief-catching knife technique. Indeed, Captain Lin gave me the manual for the thief-catching knife technique. Yang Ling nodded. This is a good thing. If the thief-catching knife technique is mastered to perfection, there will be a chance to learn the tiger-catching knife technique. This knife technique is not inferior to our Shanha sect's Shana blade technique, Su Qing remarked. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing exchanged glances, their desire to become constables growing stronger. Yang Ling's expression shifted and he asked, Senior Su, what conditions would allow the Ironclad Division to grant the tiger-catching knife technique? First, as I mentioned earlier, you must master the thief-catching knife technique to perfection. Secondly, you need to become an 8th grade Ironclad Constable. Then you need to undergo another assessment to prove your qualification for the tiger-catching knife technique. As for the specific details of the assessment, I don't know, Su Qing casually said. Indeed, to become an 8th grade Ironclad Constable, one must undergo an assessment. Yang Ling's thoughts stirred. You don't really want to become an 8th grade Ironclad Constable, do you? Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. That's almost impossible, so don't think too much about it. You might consider the 9th grade instead. Senior Su, Captain Lin is already a 9th grade Ironclad Constable. Is it really that difficult to become an 8th grade? Yang Ling asked curiously. 9th grade is quite easy, you can see them everywhere. Su Qing chuckled. But moving from ninth grade to 8th grade involves completely different paths. Seeing Yang Ling's puzzled expression, he pondered. If you consider the Ironclad Division as one of the elite sects of the Zhao Kingdom, a ninth grade Ironclad Constable is akin to an outer sect disciple, but upon reaching 8th grade one becomes an inner sect disciple. The gap between outer and inner sect disciples is immense, and some wait their entire lives without ever seeing that change in status. So that's how it is. That analogy is quite vivid. Yang Ling noted this, and subtly signaled Chen Guoqing. Chen Guoqing immediately spoke up. Brother Yang, can you tell us about the differences between those sects in the martial world? What do I count as a martial world person? I only know a bit about this. If you have questions you should ask Senior Su. Yang Ling waved his hand. Su Qing glanced at Chen Guoqing, then at Yang Ling, and said with a gentle smile, there's still some distance to cover. It's good to chat about the martial world with you both. Yang Ling, Chen Su, and Chen Guoqing felt a slight joy in their hearts. They urgently needed various pieces of information about the divine domain. In this context, matters of the martial world were of utmost importance concerning their future plans. You want to know about the strengths and weaknesses of the sects in the martial world, right? Su Qing smiled. What do you think of the Shanha sect? Yang Ling replied, very strong. Strong. The Shanha sect can at most be considered a third-rate sect, Su Qing said self-deprecatingly. Above third-rate there are second-rate sects, and above second-rate there are first-rate ones. Don't be deceived by the Shanha sect controlling several fire crystal mines and a red gold mine. Compared to those second-rate major sects, it's the difference between a small insect and an elephant. Is the Shanha sect indeed just a third-rate sect? Yang Ling had suspected much when he saw that Su Qing's Shanha Heart Law was also a third-rate technique. Today it was confirmed by Su Qing himself. That being said, the ranking of sects in the martial world is likely determined by their martial arts techniques. With Senior Su around, the Shanha sect will surely become second-rate or even first-rate. Chen Su remarked. You think too highly of me, Su Qing replied. The Shanha sect will never become second-rate in this lifetime. Senior Su, why is that? Because of martial arts techniques, Su Qing said lightly. The classification of sect levels is closely related to martial arts techniques. The Shanha sect only possesses third-rate martial arts techniques. How can it possibly advance to second-rate? Currently, the major sects in the martial world guard their martial arts techniques very strictly and would never share them. Unless one day a second-rate technique suddenly falls into the hands of the Shanha sect, and we can protect it, only then is there a chance to advance to a second-rate sect. Yang Ling and the others were somewhat astonished. It seemed that martial arts techniques were incredibly rare. Wait. Does this mean that the Kuju Temple might not know that the Buddhist scripture is actually a first-rate technique, the King Kong Ming Wang skill? Otherwise, how could a prisoner manage to butcher so easily given the strength of the Kuju Temple? Realizing this, Yang Ling immediately felt relieved. If his speculation was correct, the Kuju Temple should no longer be entangled in this matter. They might truly believe they had only lost a Buddhist scripture. Yang Ling, as I promised before, if you come with me to the red gold mine, I will teach you a martial technique. Su Qing took out a manual and tossed it to Yang Ling. This is the Black Tiger Fist. Though it's somewhat common, it's not something just anyone can practice. Black Tiger Fist. Yang Ling looked at the 3 large characters on the manual, feeling somewhat complicated. If he had obtained this martial technique when he first entered the martial world, he would have been ecstatic. Now, he simply didn't have enough time to practice so many miscellaneous martial techniques. Thank you, Senior Su. Yang Ling cupped his hands in gratitude, appearing quite excited. As they continued on their journey, Su Qing seemed to have opened up a floodgate of conversation. Yang Ling and the others seized the opportunity to ask all sorts of questions. It turned out that among the forces listed on the Divine Realm power rankings, aside from the Iron Garment Division, none were first-rate sects. Among them, the Kuju Temple and the Dayan Sword sect could be considered second-rate. The Stargazing Academy was not considered a sect of the martial world. The Dead Man's Valley and the Heavenly Blade sect were similar to the Mountain River sect, both classified as third-rate. This surprised Yang Ling. He had chosen the path of a constable as a compromise. Unexpectedly, by some twist of fate, he had entered a first-rate power. However, the Iron Garment Division was still different from a sect. After all, it was an official agency of the court. To truly become an 8th-tier Iron Garment constable, the level of freedom was far less than that of a sect disciple. The Kuju Temple is indeed just a second-rate sect. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong is not even their martial art. The Kuju Heart Sutra practiced by Huineng is the very foundation of Kuju Temple. Yang Ling thought to himself. In our Zhao Kingdom, there are quite a few second-rate and third-rate sects, though I haven't counted them specifically. However, there are only 4 first-rate sects. Su Qing's face revealed a serious expression. They are the Divine Sect to the east, the Arhat Temple to the south, the Nine Immortals Path Palace to the west, and the Extreme Flame Sword House to the north. Chen Su and Chen Guiqing did not dare to be negligent and immediately committed this information to memory. Su Shixiang, how powerful are these first-rate forces? How powerful? Yang Ling asked curiously. If you are in the Central Plains, then it is the court that holds. In the east, it is the Divine Sect that holds sway. In the south, it is the Arhat Temple. In the west, the Nine Immortals Path Palace. And in the north, the Extreme Flame Sword House. The strength of the sects can actually rival the court. Is that even possible? Chen Guiqing murmured to himself. As a police officer, he found it hard to imagine that local powers could be that formidable. Why not? Su Qing replied with a smirk. Take the Mine Gang, for example. They have 27 third-rate sects like Mountain River Sect under their command. If our Mine Gang were to unite as one, it would be enough to rival second-rate forces. However, the Mine Gang still has to listen to the Arhat Temple. Do you all know about Hui Neng, who came here some time ago? He is a monk from the Kuju Temple, which is a second-rate force, and they too have to heed the Arhat Temple. The foundations of these 4 first-rate sects are beyond your imagination. Being accepted as inner disciples among them would be an absolute delight. Su Qing remarked. They consume pills that enhance cultivation and spirit pills that benefit martial skills by the bottle. Spirit pills. Of course, this world still belongs to the Zhao Kingdom. Su Qing changed the subject. The 4 first-rate forces would not offend the court unless absolutely necessary. The relationships involved are intricate. You don't need to think too much about it, as you wouldn't be able to comprehend it even if you tried. Su Shixiang is right. This matter is far too distant from us. My dream is to join the Mountain River Sect. Yang Ling declared. Chen Su and Chen Guiqing quickly nodded. So do we. Joining the Mountain River Sect. If you can achieve merit in this red gold mine, allowing my position to stabilize, it wouldn't be impossible to arrange. Su Qing pondered. The eyes of the 3 brightened slightly. Just as Yang Ling was about to ask for more details, Su Qing shifted the topic. In the midst of their conversation, Yang Ling suddenly asked curiously, Su Shixiang, what is the spirit pill you mentioned earlier? Is it helpful for cultivating martial skills? The spirit pill is indeed a marvelous item. After taking it, your martial skills will greatly improve. Su Qing explained, martial skills are divided into 5 levels: initial insight, profound comprehension, mastery, entry into the door, and transcendence. The initial insight is the simplest. Take the Black Tiger Fist as an example. An average martial artist can achieve initial insight in 2 to 3 months. Yang Ling felt a sense of comfort. He had only taken 4 to 5 days during his first attempt. Indeed, mental strength can also be seen as understanding. Then comes profound comprehension, which might take 1 to 2 years. As for mastery, it would likely take around 10 years. One could say that each level increases in difficulty tenfold. Su Qing sighed. The martial artist I just mentioned might spend their entire life mastering just one martial skill to the level of mastery, let alone achieving entry into the door. If one has a slightly higher aptitude, they might reach entry into the door in a decade or so, but transcendence is something they can only dream of. Even among the disciples of those first-rate sects, their talents are top-notch in the world. Perhaps in their old age they might manage to cultivate one martial skill to the level of transcendence. However, as a martial artist, if one only possesses one martial skill, it is far too dangerous. If you want to practice several martial skills, but time is insufficient, what should you do? The spirit pill can solve these problems. As far as I know, within the 4 first-rate sects, and even among many second-rate sects, there are young martial artists relying on spirit pills who possess multiple martial skills at the level of entry into the door at a young age. You must understand that the martial skills they practice are far superior to ours, and the difficulty is significantly higher. Su Qing said quietly, compared to them, I fear I will never catch up in this lifetime. Chen Su and Chen Guiqing fell silent, working hard to digest this information. However, Yang Ling drew some conclusions from these words. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the higher the required proficiency. The Crumbling Mountain Fist only needs 100 proficiency to achieve initial insight. Do some profound martial skills, start at 1,000 points. If that's the case without spirit pills, even if my mental strength is extremely high, it would take decades to cultivate a martial skill to the level of transcendence, if not longer. The spirit pill is the key. Su Qing is right, martial skills are methods of combat, and the more the better. Lacking them is quite disadvantageous. I currently have fist techniques and sword techniques, but I am still missing a movement technique. Thinking of this, Yang Ling quietly asked, Su Shixiang, where can I buy the spirit pill? Only the court, and the 4 first-rate forces can procure spirit pills. We also purchase them from them. You want to buy? Their price is quite stable, 500 taels of silver per pill. Su Qing said with a faint smile. Hiss, 500 taels. The spirit pill can enhance proficiency by 500 points, meaning 1 point of proficiency costs 1 tael of silver. Therefore, in this world, one must earn money. Making money is the true way. Su Qing smiled faintly. As long as you have money, even if your talent is poor, you can rely on various pills to accumulate a level of cultivation. Items like the spirit pill, regardless of whether you're a dullard or a prodigy, have the same effect when consumed. Pills indeed uphold fairness. They treat everyone equally. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing felt unworthy to hear such words. 500 taels. This was an unimaginable fortune for them. If you ever truly want to buy, I suggest you ask the Iron Garment Division. Su Qing said with a smile. They also have a quota for spirit pills aside from regular rewards. If you have connections, you can also buy some. Yang Ling nodded thoughtfully. He had to admit that he could now be considered a disciple of a first-rate power. I need to find a way to quickly become an 8th-tier Iron Garment Constable. Although I am not a chivalrous figure of the martial world, this public position truly gives a sense of security. Yang Ling murmured softly to himself. The Crimson Gold Mine, far larger in scale than the Fire Crystal or mine. Countless miners are fervently excavating crimson gold in the open pit, the sound of metal clanging incessantly. As Su Qing's cart arrived here, he saw 12 figures standing at the entrance of the miners' village. The news travels fast. There are spies along the way. Su Qing lifted the curtain, narrowing his eyes slightly. We pay our respects to Senior Brother Su. The leader stepped forward first, clasping his hands in greeting. Who are you? Su Qing asked indifferently. I am Fang Qingyang, the steward sent by the Shana sect. Fang Qingyang replied, neither servile nor overbearing. At this moment, Yang Ling had also brought Chen Su and Chun Guoqing down from the cart. He was wearing the official uniform of a constable, as per Su Qing's specific request. Seeing this scene, the 12 stewards, including Fang Qingyang, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Oh, Su Qing nodded lightly. You are all the stewards here, right? That's right, everyone replied. Perfect, let me introduce you. This is the new supervisor I arranged. Su Qing introduced Yang Ling. Supervisor Yang Ling is a constable from Qingshan City, holding an official position. I heard that the Crimson Gold Mine has been plagued by many bandits, causing numerous miners to complain incessantly. Since the previous supervisor couldn't resolve these issues, Supervisor Yang Ling's identity is quite suitable. You should cooperate with him more in the future. The new supervisor is a constable. Fang Qingyang and the others were slightly taken aback, their expressions somewhat peculiar. They truly did not expect Su Qing to pull such a move, bringing a constable to be the supervisor of the Crimson Gold Mine. We have met Supervisor Yang, they said politely without showing any signs of surprise. You are too kind, Yang Ling replied with a smile, cupping his hands. From a refugee to now, he could be considered to have a small reputation. However, whether as a constable or a supervisor, neither was his true trump card. You just arrived and are still unfamiliar with this place. Let Fang Qingyang show you around for a few days, Su Qing said with a faint smile. I will stay here for a few days as well. After that, I need to return to the sect to handle matters concerning Wu Kei. Wu Kei. Fang Qingyang and the others exchanged glances. Steward Fang, is that all right? Su Qing asked with a faint smile. No problem, no problem. Senior Brother Su and Supervisor Yang, please come inside. Fang Qingyang replied, nodding and smiling. Fang Qingyang nodded and smiled. Yang Ling's residence is a private courtyard. When Su Qing was present, the master bedroom was naturally reserved for him. Even so, Yang Ling and the others each had their own rooms. Finally, we don't have to live in a leaky wooden house that lets in rain and wind, Yang Ling said, glancing around and quietly sensing the movements in the other rooms. Then he began to cultivate the Diamond King technique. This is a first-rate cultivation method. Having learned about the power of first-rate sects and the scarcity of their techniques from Su Qing, he was already certain that the Diamond King technique would be his foundation in the future and must not be neglected. After acquiring a full 13 experience points, Yang Ling started practicing the Thief's Blade technique. The room was spacious enough for him to fully utilize it. After practicing through the night, Yang Ling once again cultivated the Diamond King technique, immediately replenishing his spirit. Half an hour later, he, along with Chen Su and Chun Guoqing, began to inspect the Crimson Gold Mine under Fang Qingyang's guidance. Yang Ling had only one goal: to first count the number of players in the Crimson Gold Mine. He could see the players' attribute panels, and this advantage was fully utilized at this moment. As his gaze swept across, he memorized one name after another. Supervisor Yang, we have actually been operating the Crimson Gold Mine for many years. In the early years, the output was a stable 3,000 gene per month. However, in recent years, due to an increase in mining bugs in the mine and frequent collapse accidents, and occasionally bandits killing and robbing miners have become reluctant to descend into the mine, leading to a continuous decrease in output. Fong Qingyang observed Yang Ling's expression out of the corner of his eye as he introduced. Steward Fong, how much output do we have now per month? Alas, just 2,000 Jin, Fong Qingyang sighed. A reduction of 1/3. Chen Su and Chun Goking's expressions darkened. This is troublesome. To increase the output from 2,000 Jin to 3,500 Jin in 3 months is nothing short of a hellish task. It's virtually impossible. How many miners do we have now? Yang Ling asked again. A little over 10,000. You know how miners come and go, the number is never fixed. Too slow. The output must be raised to 3,500 Jin, Yang Ling said with a smile. Steward Fong, do you have any solutions? Fong Qingyang's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, but he smiled bitterly and said, 3,500 Jin. That's impossible. The surface crimson gold ore is increasingly scarce, and it's not that they aren't putting in effort. The main issue is the lack of ore. Unless we go underground, but the mines are too dangerous and the miners are unwilling to descend. We can't do anything about it either. With over 10,000 miners, if a riot occurs, it could swallow us, and the mine guards whole, leaving no bones behind. Yang Ling felt reassured. The other party was straightforward and did not hide anything. The decline in mineral production is indeed due to the dangers of the mines, causing miners to be unwilling to go. The problem has arisen. Is there a solution? Currently, there is no solution. What the other party said is correct. With over 10,000 miners, a riot would be disastrous. He has also determined that I have no way out. Yang Ling caught the hint of mockery in Fong Qingyang's eyes. The main issues in the mines right now are the mining bugs and bandits. As for the risk of collapse, it indeed exists, but there are also man-made risks. Relying solely on me will not resolve this matter. However, whether it's the mining bugs or the bandits, they all yield experience points. For players, that is quite enjoyable. Yang Ling had a general idea in his mind. After wandering around for a while, he mentioned something. Steward Fong, where is our blacksmith shop? I want to check the quality of the picks. Oh, please follow me, Fong Qingyang said, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and leading the way. Clang clang. The atmosphere was lively. The blacksmith shop was bustling. The number of blacksmiths here was several more than at the fire crystal mine. Their main tasks were to forge and repair picks. When they saw Yang Ling and his group, they did not greet them, but focused on their tasks. The picks here are generally of better quality than those at the fire crystal mine. Yang Ling glanced at the picks piled in the corner. Steward Fong, please bring out the best pick here for me to see, he said with a faint smile. As the supervisor, he was about to exercise his authority. You aren't thinking of distributing better picks to the miners, are you? That's unrealistic. We don't have that much money. Fong Qingyang pondered. That's not at you. I want to get a good pick for the three of us, Yang Ling replied with a smile. We also come from a mining background. To improve output, we should lead by example. You three are going into the mines. Fong Qingyang was genuinely taken aback this time. But soon he was overjoyed and immediately said, please follow me. Our blacksmith shop indeed has some good items. He led the three of them skillfully to a storeroom in the backyard. As soon as the storeroom was opened, a dazzling array of picks came into view. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing were both in awe, a surge of excitement welling up in their hearts. These picks were clearly not ordinary items. Supervisor Yang, this crimson gold heron beak pick is entirely made of crimson gold left by the previous supervisor. Fong Qingyang said with a half smile, see if it fits you. Feel free to take it and use it. Yang Ling looked at the crimson gold heron beak pick, which emitted a faint white light. Crimson gold heron beak pick, grade white, strength 10, attack power 40, skill frenzied 10 strikes. This is a treasure. Yang Ling suppressed his excitement and slowly reached out to take it. In an instant, a rush of heat surged and his strength increased by 10 points, reaching 21. The white light indicates that it is of the white grade, likely comparable to a treasure chest. Moreover, it has a special skill frenzied 10 strikes, which might mean that any gear of this grade will come with a skill. Yang Ling felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. He couldn't help but want to head into the mines on the spot to test the power of this crimson gold heron beak pick. This vermilion gold crane beak pick is excellent. I'll take it. Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction and fastened it at his waist. A government-issue saber hung there already, now joined by the pick. Its presence felt oddly incongruous. Fong Qingyang watched the scene unfold, a deeper smile gathering in the corners of his eyes. Aside from this vermilion gold crane beak pick, the rest are all fine steel crane beak picks, each granting a 5 strength boost. Though not Waitire equipment, such an enhancement is more than sufficient for players. You two may each choose one. Yang Ling told Chen Su and the other. Eagerly awaiting the chance, they immediately selected their own fine steel crane beak picks. Over 100 remain here. Yang Ling turned to Fong Qingyang. Send someone to pack them all and deliver them to my residence. Fong Qingyang paused, his expression shifting to mild bewilderment. Supervisor Yang, each fine steel crane beak pick sells for 3 taels of silver. Do they belong to you? No, they're assets of the mine vein. Fong Qingyang replied instantly. Precisely. As supervisor, I hold authority over their allocation. Dispatch workers to pack and deliver them, every last one. There are exactly 103 fine steel crane beak picks here, not a single one may be missing. Also provide me with a detailed, up-to-date map of this mine complex. No shortcuts, no omissions. Yes. Fong Qingyang said nothing further, merely bowing his head in silent assent. Half an hour later, 103 fine steel crane beak picks and the mine map arrived at Yang Ling's courtyard. Yang Ling, what is this? Su Qing emerged from his chamber radiant with vigor after practicing the Shanha heart technique and froze upon seeing the pile of crane beak picks scattered across the floor. Senior brother Su, these are assets of the Vermilion Gold Mine. I intend to allocate them wisely. Yang Ling clasped his fists in respectful salute. Distribute them directly to the miners. Hey, that would work, but there aren't nearly enough. Besides, even armed with such tools, miners might still slacken their efforts. Su Qing furrowed his brow. Rest assured, senior brother Su. I'll have Chen Su and the others select only those miners who demonstrate ambition and earnest desire to earn. They won't idle, instead they'll strive, working overtime without hesitation. Let's test this approach for 3 months. Success or failure we'll know soon enough. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing exchanged quiet nods. Any player receiving such an advantage would inevitably pour their utmost effort into the task. After all, leveling up was their shared imperative, and the fine steel crane beak pick delivered astonishing results. Merely gripping it, they felt their strength surge, nearly doubling in an instant. Indeed, every method deserves trial. You seem ready to descend into the mine yourself. Su Qing's gaze lingered on the vermilion gold crane beak pick at Yang Ling's waist. Senior brother Su, this is the vermilion gold crane beak pick. It excavates, or with extraordinary speed. I mean to test my daily limit. How much vermilion gold, or can I extract in a single day? Yang Ling's voice carried a spark of exhilaration. Excellent. I judged you rightly. You possess an innate passion for mining. Su Qing nodded, genuinely pleased. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Qing, Yang Ling led Chen Su and the other into the mine vein. That morning during his inspection, he'd counted over 100 players working there. Some had already surpassed 5 points in strength, proof they labored diligently, unlike Lin Guoyang and his ilk. A few others, however, appeared listless, drifting through their duties without purpose. Such players would normally have been dismissed. Yet, driven by production demands, Yang Ling resolved to observe them longer, and if necessary inspire them with promises and fervent encouragement. Isn't that Supervisor Yang? Where are they headed? Unnoticed, several overseers had gathered behind Fong Qingyang. One gestured toward Yang Ling and his companions in the distance, his expression faintly perplexed. Into the mine, Fong Qingyang replied with a wry smile. Our Supervisor Yang appears deeply enamored with mining. Perhaps even believes he alone can elevate the Vermilion Gold Mine's output. What? The overseers exchanged glances, then burst into unrestrained laughter. There are 36 mine shafts here, each far more intricate than those at the Fire Crystal Mine. Let's begin with Shaft 1. Yang Ling unfurled the map and kept it open as he led the two inside. Many miners already knew him as the newly appointed supervisor. Curiosity rippled through them as they watched his approach. Say, what do you suppose Supervisor Yang intends to do in Shaft 1? Could he be clearing out the oreworms and bandits first, so we can safely enter? No way, I won't go. Haven't enough died down there already. Better rich than dead. I'll pass. One miner declared outright, all the while gauging his fellows' reactions. Seeing their growing wariness, Yang Ling felt quietly satisfied. Shaft 1. He advanced now with a torch held high, no longer needing to slip in secretly. As supervisor, his actions required no concealment. An hour later, at a recessed chamber, he discovered veins of vermilion gold, or glowing with a soft golden radiance. Search nearby, but don't stray far, Yang Ling instructed. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing nodded and began scanning the walls for ore deposits. You're mine now. Yang Ling gripped the crane beak pick, his strength surging to 21 points. With a thunderous exertion, the tool cleaved the air. The vermilion gold crane beak pick struck the ore with a resounding clang, sparks erupting like molten stars. A chunk of ore broke free cleanly. The tactile feedback confirmed it this, or was nearly 10 times harder than fire crystal rock. Then, a cool, invigorating current surged into Yang Ling's body. It felt denser, more potent than the qi drawn from fire crystal rock excavation. Its experience yield exceeds that of fire crystal ore. True, the ore is nearly 10 times harder. But neither am I the same man I once was. Plus 10 points of strength, and the experience itself replenishes stamina. His gaze sharpened, fierce and unblinking as he swung the pick with relentless fury. The ceaseless clang 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 made Chen Su and Chun Guoqing's scalps prickle. Is this even human? 10-strike frenzy. At that moment, Yang Ling instinctively activated the vermilion gold cranebeak pick's innate skill. Instantly the pick blurred, leaving afterimages in its wake. In a breathless span it struck 10 times, speed so extreme the sounds nearly merged into one. A massive slab of vermilion gold were shattered free. Yang Ling felt fatigue creeping in, yet the torrent of experience instantly restored his vigor. Meanwhile, Chen Su and Chun Guoqing had each located ore veins and begun digging in earnest. The trio remained deep within the mine for a full day and night. Chen Su and his companion dug in shifts, resting between bouts of labor. Each time they paused, they beheld Yang Ling, unflagging, unstoppable, hammering relentlessly at the ore. A muttered epithet rose, unbidden monster. Officer Chun, did Supervisor Yang just strike with afterimages? Was I imagining things? No illusion. I saw it too, terrifyingly sublime. Clang. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point awarded. He had it. Yang Ling allocated the point to Spirit, then opened his status panel. Name Yang Ling. Occupation Constable. Level 15. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 27. Exclusive Skill Insight. Martial Arts Diamond Mingwang Art Budding Proficiency. Experience 179-1000. Mountain Crushing Fist Mastery achieved. Proficiency 102-10000. Thief Capturing Saber Technique Budding Proficiency. Proficiency 106-1000. Health 210. Not bad. Even if I'm dismissed in 3 months, this stretch at the Vermilion Gold Mine will rocket me upward. Yang Ling was thoroughly pleased with his rapid progression. He opened the Divine Realm Rank List. Divine Realm Rank List. 001, Stargazing Academy Luo Kai, Level 17 O Occupation Scholar. 002, Bitter Awakening Monastery Huewu, Level 16, Occupation Martial Monk. 003, Valley of the Dead Chi Kai, Level 16, O Occupation Apprentice Physician. 004, Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun, Level 16, A Occupation Swordsman. 005, Heavenblade Sect Ning Shija, Level 15, O Occupation Blade Guard. 006, Ghost King Stronghold Lin Dongdong, Level 15, O Occupation Bandit. 007, Iron Robe Bureau Yang Ling, Level 15, O Occupation Constable. 008, Shana Sect Wu Xiaochen, Level 14, O Occupation Blade Guard. 009, Nine Immortals Taoist Palace Lin Sai, Level 12, Occupation Taoist Priestess. 010, Supreme Flame Sword Academy Jiang Tian AI, Level 12, Occupation Swordsman. Yang Ling hadn't checked the list in days, and was stunned by its dramatic reshuffling. Hui Wu, who should have ranked first, had been overtaken by Luo Kai of the Stargazing Academy. 9th and 10th, disciples from top-tier sects. Their fortune is truly extraordinary. How did these players ascend so swiftly? Yang Ling murmured, inwardly suspecting each possessed unique, highly efficient leveling methods. And every one of them was a legendary grinder. Gentlemen, there has been a change in the Divine Realm ranking. Yang Ling, holding a golden mining tool, squatted down beside Chen Su and the others who were resting. The two hurriedly opened it to take a look, then were somewhat shocked. Hui Wu has actually been brought down. How did that Luo Kai level up so quickly? Already at level 17. Chen Su muttered to himself. Didn't senior brother Su say that the Star Observation Academy is just a school, a place for study? How can it level up too? Yang Ling smiled and said the Divine Realm is obviously an extraordinary world. It's quite normal for studying to lead to leveling up. Chun Guoqing nodded solemnly. The key point is that players have already joined first-rate sects. Through Su Qing's narration, they now held deep reverence for the first-rate sects. Those are colossal entities that even the court must respect. Now players have already entered. This indicates that the number of players is increasing, which is why this situation has arisen. Brother Yang, by the time the rescue team was formed, the number of missing people had actually reached around 300,000. Back then it was almost growing at a rate of 10,000 every day. Shun Guoqing added, I suspect that the number of players entering the game will continue to rise. It may have already broken 1 million. Shun Guoqing's expression became increasingly serious. Isn't the government controlling it preventing people from entering the game? Yang Ling asked curiously. It's already known that the missing persons are related to the divine realm. It makes no sense not to seal it off. It can't be sealed. Shun Guoqing sighed. The news I've heard is that this thing is very strange. It can't be sealed at all. Moreover, the advertisements are everywhere, increasingly excessive. At this point, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. I'm afraid that if this continues, the real world will be thrown into chaos. Yang Ling sighed inwardly. Just imagine your child being perfectly fine, then playing a game and disappearing. What would the family think? Now missing persons are spread across various countries and industries. If this goes on, something will inevitably. There should be quite a few players at the Golden Mine. I've discovered some. When the time comes, you can call them to where I'm staying, and we can first ask about the situation outside. Yang Ling mused. The two immediately nodded, as they also wanted to know what the situation outside was like. Brother Yang, how much have you mined? Chen Su looked at the cloth bag around Yang Ling's waist, somewhat curious. About 10 or so, Jean. Yang Ling waved the cloth bag and smiled. I've found that the golden ore here is quite large, at least bigger than the fire crystal, or so. Finding a piece yields good results, but they are too hard, which is labor-intensive. If it weren't for the attributes added by the golden mining tool and its own hardness, Yang Ling estimated that he could only mine about 4 or 5 Jean in a day. Now he can mine 10 Jean a day. In a month, that's 300 Jean. It seems not much different from when he was at the fire crystal mine. However, the golden ore provides richer experience points, allowing him to level up faster. Impressive. Chen Su gave a thumbs up. He glanced at his own cloth bag. Can it be around 3 or 2 Jean? He added, Officer Chen and I mined for a day and only got about 3 or 4 liang. You'll be slower at first. After all, your stamina isn't sufficient and the golden ore is hard. Having 3 or 4 liang is already quite good. If you were at the fire crystal mine with such a steel mining tool, it would be no problem to mine at least 2 or 3 Jean a day. Yang Ling chuckled. Chen Su and Shun Guoqing fully agreed. Their progress was quite significant. If every player can mine 3 liang of golden ore a day, Shun Guoqing calculated, and his eyes brightened. With 100 players, that would be 30 Jean a day. I plus your 10 Jean, that makes 40 Jean. In a month, that's 1,200 Jean, getting closer to the 3,500 production target. Yang Ling nodded slightly. It's probably not that easy, but there is indeed hope. Yang Ling slightly nodded. There was one thing he didn't mention. In 2 months, his Diamond King Kong skill would be upgraded to the 2nd level. At that time, it would provide more attribute points to enhance mining speed. He could allocate these attribute points to strength. Spirit can speed up the cultivation of techniques and skills, but strength can enhance my mining speed. Mining is leveling up. This group of gamers is clearly competing against each other to level up. I can't fall behind. Yang Ling thought silently. He wasn't particularly competitive, or in fact, he tended to be more laid back. Even when he was farming gold, he didn't grind too hard, and would even take breaks after making money. But now it's different. This world can be deadly. If he doesn't grind, he will fall behind. Leveling up is mainly to ensure that he can receive the rewards the game offers. At level 20, there should be another reward. It would be great if it's a blue random treasure chest. Brother Yang, something seems off. I heard some noises. Chen Su's voice interrupted Yang Ling's thoughts. Yang Ling listened quietly, then immediately stood up, his expression serious. There are mining insects. He didn't move, just instructed Chen Su and Shun Guoqing to stand behind him. With a mental strength of 27, his perception was extremely sharp. He could sense from which direction the mining insects were coming. Chen Su and Shun Guoqing felt a bit nervous, but also somewhat excited, gripping their steel mining tools tightly. They had already heard Yang Ling mention that killing mining insects would also yield experience. We are about 2 miles away from the outside. At this depth, it is indeed an area where mining insects may appear. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Prepare the healing potions on you. Take them if you get injured. They can only recover 1 point of health per minute, so don't wait until your injuries are severe before using them. Yang Ling kept reminding them. The two nodded in agreement, already prepared. After a few moments, a pair of green eyes appeared in the pitch-black depths. Such big eyes. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised. Those eyes were about the size of soybeans. If they were mining insects, their size would likely be several times larger than those previous scorpions. Soon another pair of eyes appeared, then another, and another. In the blink of an eye, the scene before the three was filled with countless green eyes in the darkness. Squeak! A shrill scream rang out as the owners of these green eyes rushed towards the three. Are these mining rats? There must be over 1,000 of them in here. Yang Ling was taken aback for a moment, then immediately said retreat. Retreat. It was indeed time to retreat. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing did not hesitate at all and turned to run. So many rats made the onlookers' scalps tingle. Yang Ling took up the rear, maintaining a steady retreat. However, he realized that the mining rats were extremely fast. They might not catch up to him, but they would definitely catch up to Chen Su and Chun Guoqing. Leave them behind you, but Yang Ling thought for a moment and immediately instructed, there's a narrow turn ahead. The two quickly nodded. Once we get there, I'll make the opening smaller. You both take your steel mining tools and be ready to deal the finishing blow. They are too fast. If we run a bit longer, we'll be caught. We can't run now, we can only fight. Yang Ling spoke rapidly. Fortunately, Chen Su and Chun Guoqing were both quite sharp-minded, and they trusted Yang Ling, having no doubts about his judgment. The three quickly arrived at that corner. Yang Ling swiftly modified the corner with his golden mining tool, ensuring that only about 10 mining rats could pass through at once. Alright, I'll take care of the killing, and you'll deal with any stragglers. Yang Ling instructed. Try not to get bitten. From their appearance, they likely carry poison. Time passed little by little. A second seemed fleeting, yet at this moment it stretched long in Chen Zu's eyes. Chun Guoqing, bold as ever, gave Chen Su an encouraging glance, which eased his heart slightly. Suddenly, a huge black rat emerged from the hole. Upon seeing this, Yang Ling did not use his golden crowbar, but instead executed the thief's blade technique, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 mining rats in the blink of an eye. A surge of cool experience points flowed into his body, comparable to the experience gained from mining the golden ore. This might work, Yang Ling thought, feeling a sense of steadiness in his heart. At this rate, the group of mining rats posed little threat to him. He continued to wield his official blade, and the stamina he lost was swiftly replenished by the experience points. This became increasingly terrifying as his strength grew. Doesn't he get tired? Chun Guoqing exclaimed, astonished. He had trained in combat. He knew that in a combat state lasting 2 to 3 minutes was considered exceptional. A normal person would be exhausted in just a few seconds. Unknowingly, a pile of rat heads had formed in front of Yang Ling. During this time, Chun Guoqing and Chen Su also managed to collect many mining rats. Gradually, they found their strength inexplicably increasing. Suddenly, they realized they had leveled up. Indeed, following Brother Yang has a promising future, they thought, as the warmth of leveling up alleviated their fatigue. The two were invigorated and continued to collect. About an hour later, with the last mining rat dead, the crisis was finally averted. Brother Yang, you must have played a lot of games before using this monster trapping technique. It's just too amazing, Chen Su remarked, gazing at the chaotic scene before him. In such a situation, the three of them would have been helpless without the monster trapping technique. Let's not talk about that. Let's pack up the rat heads and take them out. Yang Ling smiled. Let's show the miners to boost their confidence. All right. Chen Su immediately took off his clothes and began packing the rat heads. Before long, the three of them arrived outside the mine and tossed the rat heads onto the ground. Nearby miners were immediately drawn over, and upon seeing the rat heads, they recoiled in terror. Mining rats. So many mining rat heads. Did Supervisor Yang and the others kill these? They really went out to deal with these filthy creatures. Damn mining rats. One of my brothers was killed by them. A large group surrounded him and could eat a person down to the bones in just a few breaths. Some miners had red eyes, staring intently at the rat heads with rage. Supervisor Yang, did you three kill all these mining rats? Fong Qingyang hurried over, and upon seeing the rat corpses, his face revealed a hint of shock. You're just in time. Handle these. We need to go back and take a shower. Yang Ling patted him on the shoulder and led the others away. Back at the house, after Yang Ling finished washing up, a somewhat familiar face stood beside Chen Su and Chun Guoqing, looking slightly nervous yet excited. Yang, Supervisor Yang. The other party quickly clasped his hands in greeting upon seeing Yang Ling approach, stammering slightly. Brother Yang, this is Wang Haodong, just like us. He's also a player and has been here for 7 or 8 days. Chen Su added. Wang Haodong cautiously looked at Yang Ling, still somewhat in disbelief. Was this person the 7th ranked in the Divine Domain leaderboard Iron Armor Division's Yang Ling? He found it hard to imagine encountering such a prominent figure in his darkest hour. Haodong, don't be nervous. Yang Ling smiled. We're here to ask you a few things. Upon seeing Yang Ling's gentle demeanor, Wang Haodong felt a bit more relaxed and quickly said, What do you need, Brother Yang? Do you know what the situation outside was like when you entered the game? The situation outside. Wang Haodong seemed to recall and slowly said, When I entered the game, news about Divine Domain was already spreading like wildfire. Some cults even emerged claiming that Divine Domain was created by their church. From what I saw in the news, these cults were quickly suppressed. Then, because many people are missing, some places are indeed quite chaotic, with reports of people calling the police every day. It's chaotic indeed. Chun Guiqing murmured. Cults have appeared. Yang Ling frowned slightly. By the way, there's a piece of news I don't know if it's true or not. Wang Haodong suddenly said. I saw online that various countries have sent special forces into Divine Domain trying to figure out the situation here. If we could meet them, we would be saved. I'm afraid not. Chen Su gently shook his head. Once they enter here, they can't get out. In this place, even eating is a problem. It's hard to ensure one's own safety. Wang Haodong wore a bitter smile. In fact, their group of players had already discussed this matter together. Everyone's attitude was similar to Chen Zu's, with only a small part still holding on to a glimmer of hope. They hoped that the country could bring them back, as they did not want to eat hard flatbreads and cold water here. Here's the thing, you guys go again and gather all the players here. Yang Ling said, I have something to announce. The three of them immediately left the courtyard upon hearing this. While Yang Ling was washing up, he had already practiced the King Kong Ming Wang skill once. Now he was focused on training the Thief's Blade technique. After about 2 hours, the three finally gathered the remaining players from the mine. They all bore expressions of uncertainty. After all, upon hearing that Yang Ling wanted to meet them, they were immediately shocked. Yang Ling from Iron Armor Division was indeed a master on the leaderboard. Could this person really be the newly appointed supervisor of the Golden, or? Everyone's here. Yang Ling glanced at the crowd. Brother Yang, all the players are here gathered together. Chen Su said. Some haven't come. They're likely hiding their identities as players, but there are nearly 100 of us already. Yang Ling's mind began to turn. At this moment, a female player cautiously asked, Are you Yang Ling? Iron Armor Division's Yang Ling. Yes, Yang Ling nodded. How can you prove? A male player looked at him with suspicion. Why do I need to prove anything? Yang Ling looked at him. I'm still the supervisor of the Golden, or what do I need to prove to you? The male player's face turned awkward as he recalled his current situation, not daring to speak again. You all know that mining will level you up, right? Yang Ling said. Except for the few newcomers who looked confused, the players who had been around for a while nodded silently. They certainly knew, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to survive. How much golden, or can each of you mine daily? Yang Ling casually asked. 1 qian. 1.5 qian. Sometimes with good luck and an extra shift, I can manage 2 qian. The player who said this had a higher strength attribute with 7 points. Today I mined 10 jin. Yang Ling took out a cloth pouch, opened it, and tossed it on the ground. Chen Su and Chun Guiqing also took out their pouches and tossed them on the ground. I have 3 liang. 4 liang. How is that possible? The players exchanged glances. Yang Ling said indifferently, Your progress is too slow, you need to level up. Supervisor Yang, although you mine quickly, you are a master on the leaderboard. We are just ordinary players, and we can't speed up at all. First, your veins in the mine are richer with larger pieces of golden, or so you need to go down into the mine. Second, your equipment isn't good, and you don't mine for long enough each day, or it's not enough. I plan to form a mining leveling team. Anyone who wants to join, come and get a steel crowbar. This tool will enhance your strength and increase your mining speed. Using it is like upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. However, I must say this up front, once you join the team, everything will be at my command. Non-compliance won't just mean leaving my team. I will ensure they can't stay in the Golden or any longer, Yang Ling said calmly. When they first entered the game, such words would have sparked outrage. But now, after a brief silence, the crowd asked, Brother Yang, where can we get the steel crowbars? Tempered steel crane beak pickaxe 5 strength. And when the players received the tempered steel crane beak pickaxe from Chen Su and Chun Guiqing, they were utterly stunned. Wang Haodong stared in disbelief and cried out, My strength. It feels vastly increased. And instinctively he swung the pickaxe several times, slicing sharply through the air with a rushing sound. This strength was unquestionably beyond his original capacity. Mine too. Does the tempered steel crane beak pickaxe amplify our strength? Then mining efficiency will double, or more, so will experience gain. Wonderful. And the assembled players erupted into ecstatic jubilation. I'll share some information about the Divine Realm. Yang Ling's voice rang out. And instantly the players fell silent and turned toward him, eyes gleaming with excitement. Here we can access our attribute panels. They display detailed stats, level, strength, agility, spirit, and more. Moreover, if you cultivate martial arts, their proficiency levels also appear on the panel. And at these words, the players' excitement surged even higher. I knew it. The attribute panel had to exist. Brother Yang, how do we summon the attribute panel? An eager player blurted out. By becoming a martial artist. Yang Ling replied. Only after attaining that status can one view their attribute panel. And this has already been verified by a fellow player I know. Become a martial artist. And the players felt as though doused with icy water. Senior Brother Yang, I've been here over a month. And all this time I've probed every possible lead on martial artists. What I learned is stark: becoming a martial artist is extraordinarily difficult. In martial techniques and cultivation arts are tightly held by sects within the divine realm. Gaining entry into those sects is like leaping straight from elementary school into Tsinghua or Peking University. In that vivid analogy left the players steeped in despair. Yet, what once seemed impossible may now be attainable. The young man shifted tone, his gaze sharpening with a glint of resolve. With senior brother Yang guiding us in mining and leveling up, and equipped with tools like the tempered steel cranebeak pickaxe to accelerate our growth, our levels will rise swiftly and our strength will surge steadily. By then we'll stand apart from the native inhabitants. Insects across the land aren't blind. They'll surely recognize our exceptional talent, and what follows will unfold naturally. Exactly. As long as we level up, our strength grows, and such disciples would be welcomed eagerly by any major sect. Then we'll begin martial training, become martial artists, unlock our attribute panels, and finally establish ourselves firmly within the divine realm. At the very least, we'll survive securely. Don't laugh, but since arriving in the divine realm, I haven't slept a single peaceful night. Don't laugh, but since arriving in the divine realm, I haven't slept a single peaceful night. Gradually, a new spark kindled in their eyes. And where there is hope for tomorrow, there is hope for life. Yang Ling glanced at the young man's attribute panel and name: Li Taiyan, occupation, Minern, level 4 in strength, 8 in agility, 5 in spirit, 5 in health, 80 in base stats, strength, agility, and spirit. All start at 5 points, truly exceptional. His spirit exceeds the norm, significantly promising swifter progress in cultivation. A rare talent, Yang Ling mused inwardly. Brother Yang, shall we descend into the mine? Chen Su asked, brimming with anticipation. Seeing the team swell in size, he could barely contain his eagerness. And all players turned expectantly toward Yang Ling, awaiting his command. Let's go, into the mine. Yang Ling swept his hand forward decisively. At the mine entrance, Fang Qingyang and other overseers stood respectfully aside. Su Qing conversed quietly with a slightly older youth. Junior brother Su Yu pledged to the sect leadership that red gold or output would triple to 350 gene per month. That was rather rash. Let me speak with the superiors and propose settling at 350 gene instead. As senior brother, I declared 350 gene. I cannot retract my word. Junior brother Su smiled. If I were to break my promise now, the sect would never entrust me with independent responsibility again, let alone place confidence in my judgment. Senior brother Su, under current conditions at the red gold mine, achieving 350 gene monthly is virtually impossible. Fang Qingyang spoke slowly, a tinge of melancholy in his tone. Even 250 gene is near our absolute ceiling. And still, we must try. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Fang Qingyang. And suddenly everyone sensed something amiss. Turning around, they beheld a procession of miners advancing with resolute purpose. At their head strode Yang Ling. Fang Qingyang's sharp eyes instantly recognized the tempered steel cranebeak pickaxes in their hands, and understood everything. Has Yang Ling already rallied a cohort of miners so swiftly? Su Qing's expression flickered. At that moment, Yang Ling too sensed the tension thickening in the air. Why does that man beside Su Qing stare at me so strangely? Yang Ling swept a glance his way and opened his attribute panel. A name: Yang, Zoan, occupation, martial artist, and strength, 32 in agility, 25 in spirit, 10 in martial arts, Mountain River draw sword technique, mastered in Mountain River, 12 fist style, mastered in Mountain River cultivation, art proficient in affiliation, Mountain River sect, and strength, 32. Agility, 25. Spirit, 10. Na subtle chill ran through Yang Ling. He himself hadn't yet broken 30 in any single stat. His spirit at 27 came closest. Ni's strength and agility hadn't even breached 20, still far from 30. Beyond raw stats, the opponent's Mountain River cultivation art had reached proficiency, a tier above mastery. In every measurable aspect, he surpassed Su Qing. Senior brother Su. Yang Ling betrayed no surprise, stepping forward and bowing deeply with clasped hands. You intend to personally lead them into the mine? Su Qing smiled. Indeed. Yang Ling nodded slightly. Excellent. Keep pushing forward. I await your success. You're Yang Ling, a namesake of mine, serving as supervisor of the red gold mine, yet still choosing to guide miners underground yourself. Junior brother Su judged well indeed. May I ask who you are? Yang Ling inquired politely. This is my senior brother Yang Jiwen. Previously, the red gold mine supervisor was appointed by him, until certain issues arose prompting reassignment. He happened to pass through recently, offering guidance to prevent managerial oversights. An act of genuine concern, Su Qing remarked, his tone layered with veiled meaning. Yang Jiwen, seemingly oblivious to the barb, scrutinized Yang Ling, then asked abruptly, "And were you with Wu Kei the day he vanished?" A faint tremor stirred within Yang Ling. In that instant, he wondered whether Yang Jiwen had come not to confront Su Qing, but to confront him. "Supervisor Wu did accompany me that day," Yang Ling affirmed with a nod. "And would you recount precisely what transpired?" Yang Jiwen smiled. Su Qing, catching on, interjected immediately, "In, Yang Ling, take your team down into the mine." "In, yes, sir." Yang Ling led his group into the mine shaft without another glance at Yang Jiwen. "In, senior brother Wu Kei fled. That's his affair. Do not entangle my people in it." Su Qing fixed Yang Jiwen with a half-smile. In, Yang Jiwen's lips curled upward, mask discarded. "In, junior brother, this red gold mine is too precious for you to hold steady. No matter. In 3 months it will return to my hands. And until then, if I declare its output cannot reach 2500 gene, it will not reach 2500 gene." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingyang and the other overseers exchanged faint knowing smiles. In, Su Qing's expression darkened. The challenge had been laid bare. Yang Ling led over 100 people into the know. One mine, a sight observed by the thousands of miners at the red gold mine. "Our supervisor seems to be quite determined about the mine. If he can truly resolve the dangers within the mine, we might actually have a chance to profit later on. Stop daydreaming, for our supervisor Yang is just putting on a show for us," a miner bluntly remarked. "His intention is to get us into the mine to dig more red gold. It's a dangerous job. Whoever wants to go can go." Many miners' hopes were once again dashed. While making money was indeed crucial, preserving one's life was even more important. Su Qing had already lost interest in dealing with Yang Jiwen and had left. Yang Jiwen glanced at the managers present and smiled lightly. "Do you think my junior brother Su could actually increase the output of the red gold mine?" The managers exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent and not express their opinions. Fang Qingyang, however, said with a serious expression, "Senior brother Yang, we also want to increase the output, but these miners are unwilling to risk their lives to dig. There's nothing we can do. If no one can resolve the 3 major dangers in the mine, no one will be willing to enter. The 3 major dangers of the mine are mine insects, mine robbers, and collapses. Encountering any one of these could be fatal." Yang Jiwen pondered. "True, let's wait and see. They'll find a way to tackle these issues later." That Yang Jiwen should be Wu Kei's backing his strength is indeed impressive, far surpassing Su Qing. But give me another 2 months, and once I advance the King Kong Ming Wang skill to the 2nd level, along with the free attribute points gained during this period, my attributes will far exceed his. Yang Ling felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least he now had enough time to level up and practice his skills. Next, he, together with Chen Su and Chen Guoqing, took the lead and ventured deeper into the mine. At the same time, he had over 100 players working together to explore the area. Soon, red gold ore in front of Li Tianai was a piece of red gold ore. Holding a steel pickaxe, he struck it just once and a few pieces of red gold fell off. "This thing nearly doubles my strength. The speed and efficiency of mining will greatly increase." Without further ado, he buried himself in work. Other players also got into the rhythm, as long as they found red gold, or they began to mine immediately. With the noticeable increase in digging speed, their desire to level up ignited instantly. The resources in the mine were indeed much richer than outside. Almost every side path could yield various sizes of red gold ore. Even with around 100 players, there wouldn't be a situation of too many people and too few ores. They only regretted not digging faster. Suddenly, a series of clanking sounds rang out. Many players instinctively stopped their actions and raised their torches to look. They saw a figure seemingly possessed continuously striking at a piece of red gold ore. The pickaxe in hand created afterimages. The hard red gold ore kept breaking away under such intensity. At that moment, they finally believed that Yang Ling had the ability to mine 10 pounds of red gold in a day. This speed is terrifying. Is this the fearsome power of a level 15 expert? The players swallowed hard, then invigorated began to mine furiously. Time passed gradually. Some players grew tired and rested on the spot. While resting, they couldn't help but admire Yang Ling's impressive digging skills. When they realized that Yang Ling seemed like an inexhaustible machine, their feelings shifted from envy to a growing respect and admiration. "The leveling god," Wang Haodong muttered to himself, then glanced at Chen Su, who was also resting. Brother Su was young the same way before. "We've been here for at least half a day, and he seems like he doesn't need to rest at all. That's obvious. That's why Yang is in the top 10 of the divine domain rankings." Chen Su replied. Wang Haodong nodded immediately, of course. Unbeknownst to them, time had drifted into the next day. Except for Yang Ling, all other players spent their time stopping and starting while mining. By nightfall, they even slept on the ground. Before sleeping, Yang Ling was still mining. When they woke up, they found Yang Ling still mining. How much did you all mine? Yang Ling put away his red gold pickaxe and called the players over to count. I mined 2 taels. I got 3 taels. I should have about 1 tael. Except for a few, the rest all started with at least 1 tael. Meanwhile, an average miner could only mine 1 qian of red gold in a day. All players suddenly felt their fatigue lift their spirits even more invigorated. There's plenty of red gold here. It won't be exhausted after just a bit, saving us the time of searching for ore. The increased power of the steel pickaxe also enhances mining efficiency significantly. Plus, you all have been mining for longer than usual with more drive. It's only natural to have such gains. As your levels increase, your mining speed will only get faster. Yang Ling smiled. That's enough for now. Let's go back, take a shower and rest. You all have 6 hours after that meet at the entrance of the mine. He planned to compress the training time for the thief's blade technique. As long as he maintained the King Kong Ming Wang skill at its daily limit, that was enough. The rest of the time would be used for mining and leveling up. Martial skills were indeed important, but the situation he faced now was leading the team to level up. This was only the first day, and he already saw hope. With over 100 players, each averaged 2 taels of red gold ore. That totals to 20 genes. Adding his 10 genes, that's a daily output of 30 genes. In a month, that's 900 genes. Even if this speed continues, as long as the output of other miners reaches 2,600 genes in a month, he can complete Su Qing's task. If Su Qing's position is stable, then mine will be secure, Yang Ling thought to himself. Soon he led the large group out of the mine and slowly headed toward the direction of the managers. Nearby miners looked over. It seems there aren't fewer people. With Supervisor Yang's protection, of course, there would be fewer people. But if we enter the mine, will Supervisor Yang protect us? That's true, but they've been inside all day. They must have reaped a lot, right? Their curiosity piqued. They immediately followed from a distance, eager to see how much red gold or they would turn in. At this moment, Fong Qingyang sat behind a table with a small scale on it. Manager Fong, the supervisors have come out, a miner guard quietly reminded. Fong Qingyang instantly perked up, a faint smile appearing on his face. When Yang Ling approached, he immediately cupped his hands and said, Supervisor, you must have had a good harvest after staying in the mine all night, right? It's alright, I didn't turn in any red gold or on the first day, but let's turn it all in together. Yang Ling tossed 2 bags of cloth in front of Fong Qingyang. Bang! The bags landed on the table with a dull thud. Fong Qingyang, somewhat puzzled, immediately began to check the weight. After a moment he pondered, there are 22 genes in here. Hiss! The nearby miners gasped in astonishment. 22 genes. Is that real? Fong Qingyang suddenly smiled. Supervisor's skills are impressive. You gathered 22 genes of red gold, or in just over a day with over 100 miners. Our red gold output will surely soar from now on. This is what I personally mined. Theirs is still with them, so don't mix them up. Yang Ling said sternly. The smile on Fong Qingyang's face gradually stiffened. Personally mined. Is that even possible? Yang Ling's words fell like a massive stone onto a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples. The onlooking miners instinctively gathered closer. The overseer nearby, who had been paying attention to the commotion, also approached, his expression filled with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Fong Qingyang forced a smile. Are you joking, Supervisor Yang? Do you mean to say you can mine 10 pounds of red gold, or in a day? About that, depending on luck. If I find a sufficiently large vein of red gold, I could manage over 10 pounds. Yang Ling nodded lightly. Fong Qingyang fell silent. The overseer nearby exchanged glances. Could mining over 10 pounds in a day really be possible? The players felt a sense of disbelief that they had previously harbored. However, when they saw Yang Ling mining without needing to rest, it became clear that 10 pounds a day was hardly a daunting feat. If they didn't need to rest, they could certainly mine at least 1 or 2 pounds in a day. Stop dawdling, let's settle up, Yang Ling reminded. All right. Fong Qingyang replied. 1 qian of red gold, or is worth 21, so for 22 pounds that's 44 taels. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. Chen Su and the others gasped in shock. 44 taels. That was enough to buy several lives. Fong Qingyang forced a smile as he finished counting Yang Ling's earnings before starting to tally the red gold ore from the other players. 3 qian 61. 5 qian 101. 2 qian 41. Initially everything seemed quite normal. 1 tael. 201. 2 taels. 401. 3 taels. 601. What is your name? Li Tianai. Cold sweat broke out on Fong Qingyang's forehead. He forced himself to remain calm as he settled the miners' wages. In the end, his table was piled high with over 30 pounds of red gold ore. The overseers nearby looked on with unprecedented gravity. The miners were also left dumbfounded. How can they mine so quickly? Their pickaxes are different from ours. That looks like a fine steel pickaxe. Was it Supervisor Yang who provided them with those? But even if the pickaxes are different, it shouldn't lead to such a disparity in output. Mining usually works like this. In fact, the red gold veins in the mine are relatively large. Finding a sizable piece might take several days to excavate fully, allowing for a more efficient search for ore. That still seems unlikely. They felt a hidden anxiety, unable to comprehend. All right, let's head back and rest. We'll gather at the mine entrance at the agreed time. Yang Ling said. Supervisor Yang, then we'll head back now. The players, of course, wouldn't address Yang Ling with any other titles in front of the locals. They bowed respectfully before briskly walking back towards the village, their steps imbued with a sense of joy and an indescribable excitement within. We've struck it rich. For the first time, we can earn so many copper coins in just one day. There's no way we'll go hungry again after this. I can eat whatever I want. Fish, meat, eggs, we'll be able to buy whatever we desire. Just as Yang Ling was about to leave, someone suddenly called out, "Is there something you need?" Yang Ling turned to the miner. The miner, mustering his courage, asked cautiously, "Supervisor Yang, could I join you in the mine?" "That's exactly what I was waiting for. Why wouldn't you be allowed? If you want to come with me into the mine, just follow along." Yang Ling smiled faintly. Thank you, thank you." The miner bowed repeatedly. He too wanted to make a fortune. Once one did, others followed. After this miner spoke up, many others gathered the courage to ask, and Yang Ling naturally agreed to all of them. After informing them of the mining schedule, Yang Ling floated away. He knew that the situation regarding the red gold ore had opened up. It was a very good start. "You all can disperse now." One overseer waved his hand, driving away the onlooking miners. Then they stepped up to Fong Qingyang. Their expressions, unusually solemn, were in big trouble. Why is Yang Ling mining so quickly? Many miners are already tempted. If we don't curb this, the number of miners joining him in the mine will only increase. If it really comes to that, we won't have a good explanation for Brother Yang. Fong Overseer, think of a solution. Do you think it could be fake? Fong Qingyang appeared thoughtful. Fake? The overseers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Are you saying those red gold ores were brought in by him beforehand? One overseer whispered. Exactly. Fong Qingyang slowly nodded. He's doing this to attract miners to join him, increasing the yield. That's easy to handle. We just need to tell the miners the truth. The overseers felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the miners were also discussing the recent events. Many miners had already agreed to go down the mine with Yang Ling. You all are foolish. Oh, no one can mine 10 pounds of red gold ore in a day. Supervisor Yang is probably just bluffing. Who knows if those red gold ores were actually brought in by him? Exactly. If you get tricked and die in the mine, how unworthy that would be. These words did calm many miners down. Yet some miners frowned and said the copper coins exchanged for red gold are real money. Are you trying to stop us from making money? Regardless of the truth, won't we know if we go down the mine with the supervisor? Right? Let's go down together and see what the situation is. Those miners with ulterior motives exchanged worried glances. Under the lure of money, their reasoning seemed to falter. In the courtyard, Yang Ling casually took a shower, refreshing himself. He then began to cultivate the king of Vajra art. After gaining 13 experience points, he switched to practicing the thief's blade technique. At the appointed time, he appeared again at the entrance of Mine No. 1. This time, in addition to all the players being present, there were also dozens of ordinary miners. Among them were a few who were reluctant to reveal their identities as players. Their attempts at concealment were clearly futile before Yang Ling. He didn't expose them, leading the miners down into the mine. With the experience of their first venture, the players became very proficient this time. The ordinary miners, initially a bit apprehensive, gradually got caught up in the atmosphere, casting aside distractions, and began searching for red gold ore. Before long, the sound of clanging metal caught their attention. Yang Ling had found a sizable piece of red gold ore, large enough for several people to mine. He let Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, Wang Haodong, and Li Tianai mine together. However, his speed of excavation left all those watching both closely and from a distance once again in awe. Frenzied 10 consecutive strikes, frenzied 10 consecutive strikes, frenzied 10 consecutive strikes. The red gold pickaxe swung in a blur. This sight made the ordinary miner's jaws drop. What terrifying speed! Supervisor Yang mines with such ferocity. He seems young, but it looks like he's been mining for decades. At this rate, mining 10 pounds in a day really seems possible. Not just him, the others are mining at a decent speed too. They aren't lying. You can really make a lot of money in the mine. Supervisor Yang is further in the mine, If there are any mining worms, they'll surely target him first. Is he protecting us? It should be. The ordinary miners' gazes began to grow passionate. This newly arrived supervisor had gradually earned their respect. Previously, they had never heard of any supervisor in a mining vein who would go down the mine and do the same grueling work as them. Is he really Yang Ling from the Iron Armor Division? A professional constable. I feel like his profession is related to mining. 3 players with hidden identities were also observing from the shadows. Seeing this scene, they were left dumbfounded. One of them even checked the Divine Domain level leaderboard. His profession is indeed constable. How to put it, his skills are quite impressive and his mining speed is fast, making this leveling squad seem very promising. One of them quietly suggested, should we reveal our identities? Let's observe a little longer. The more composed one replied slowly. The other 2 exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and continued to focus on their mining tasks. As Yang Ling mined, he cast his gaze over the 3 of them intentionally and unintentionally. Since he arrived at the red gold mine, he had been keeping an eye on them. Not for any other reason, but because these 3 were completely ahead of the others in levels. All 3 were level 10 and stuck right at the threshold for job class advancement. They must have some secret to leveling up, but he was unsure in which area. Unknowingly, this mining session had already lasted 5 or 6 hours. Yang Ling had already mined about half of this crimson gold mine. This speed astonished the ordinary miners, filling them with increasing respect for Yang Ling. Have you noticed? Supervisor Yang is really focused when mining, but seems he truly enjoys it. Those guys also seem quite invested, but they need to rest after a while, unlike Supervisor Yang, who appears tireless. This time it was undoubtedly Yang Ling and his group of players who were the most dedicated in the mine. Not only could they make money from mining, but they also earned experience points. This made the ordinary miners more serious about their work. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. The miners were gradually leaving the site. As they passed by Mine No. 1, they could still hear the clinking sounds coming from deep within. Are they still mining? Aren't they planning to go home and sleep? Are they eating and drinking in the mine? They are really working hard. Despite saying this, some miners still showed a glimmer of interest in their eyes. But they held back, planning to observe a bit longer. The next day at the start of work, the miners began to enter the site one after another. Fong Qingyang and the other managers, however, were somewhat anxious, with worry etched on their brows. They occasionally glanced towards Mine No. 1. Finally, on their 30-second glance towards Mine No. 1, Yang Ling had exited with his team. Except for Yang Ling, who appeared full of energy, the remaining miners all looked exhausted. Supervisor Yang and the others are out. Let's go take a look. Yang Ling approached Fong Qingyang and dropped the cloth pouch. Looking at the bulging pouch, Fong Qingyang forced a smile and began weighing it. Nearby managers were keeping a close watch on the situation, hardly daring to blink. 13 pounds. Fong Qingyang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Hiss. Whether it was the managers or the ordinary miners, even the mine guards, all gasped in shock. Normally, a miner could only extract 1 tael of crimson gold in a day. Currently, this Supervisor Yang alone was worth more than 1,000 skilled miners. They found it hard to imagine how this was possible. Fong Qingyang settled the payment for Yang Ling, then turned to Chun Su and the others. Chun Su cheerfully stepped forward and dropped his cloth pouch. 4 taels, 801. Chun Guoqing and Li Tianai also stepped forward to drop their pouches. 4 taels, 801. 5 taels, 1001. During the following time, Fong Qingyang didn't even know how he passed it. He numbly settled the pay for this group of miners. The nearby miners' eyes grew brighter. In the end, their gazes fell on the ordinary miners, just like themselves. The earlier batch had all been equipped with fine steel pickaxes, making it normal for them to mine a bit faster, especially since they were in the mine where resources were abundant. As long as they were willing to take the risk of death, they could save a lot of time searching for her. How much did you mine? Come on, let's calculate one by one. Fong Qingyang's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. As long as this group of miners didn't extract too much, things could still be salvaged. Manager Fong, I should have 3 taels here. An honest miner scratched his head in embarrassment. Compared to the previous ones, his quantity was indeed too little. However, compared to himself, it was 3 times more than usual. 3 taels. Fong Qingyang's expression slightly changed, and then he settled the payment for the miner. The next miner dropped his cloth pouch, which contained only 2 taels. This made Fong Qingyang's mood improve a little. But the third miner's pouch contained 4 taels. Nearby, the miner's eyes grew increasingly bright. Fong Qingyang felt increasingly uneasy. Yang Ling stood in the distance with a smile, watching. The ordinary miners here had a fair amount of strength. Their strength attributes hovered between 4 and 6. Although they mined slowly, as long as they were in the mine, reducing the time spent searching for, or their mining efficiency could still improve. Brother Yang, I understand now why we need a mining level-up team. Chen Zu's eyes sparkled slightly. Chen Guoqing was also observing the expressions of the nearby miners, revealing a smile. They might truly be able to establish a foothold in the Crimson Gold Mine. Brother Yang's senior brother Zu's request for increased output should be achievable now. Increase output. Li Tianai and Wang Haodong, standing a bit closer, looked surprised at the mention. The Shanhe sect requires a monthly output of 3,500 pounds of crimson gold from the mine. If we fail to meet the standards, my backer will have no choice but to relinquish the Crimson Gold Mine, and I naturally cannot continue to serve as supervisor. Yang Ling said with a calm smile. Li Tianai and the others' expressions tightened slightly. This is a serious matter. If Yang Ling leaves, who would they rely on? The players secretly made up their minds to work harder in mining 6 hours later. In the end, Fang Xingyang came to a conclusion. In just one day, Yang Ling had brought out a total of 27 pounds of crimson gold from mine No. 1. Yang Ling alone accounted for 13 pounds. Fang Xingyang's mood eased somewhat. Things hadn't reached the worst point yet. After settling the payments, Yang Ling returned to his residence. Seeing this, Su Qing immediately waved and said, Yang Ling, I plan to return to the Shanhe sect first. Keep a close eye on the Crimson Gold Mine, and just make sure nothing goes wrong. Senior brother Su, are you leaving for the Shanhe sect now? Won't you stay a few more days? I was just about to report some work matters to you. Yang Ling was a bit surprised. Su Qing sighed. Yang Jiwen won't let me have my way. The managers here are either his people or too afraid to offend him. After much thought, I decided to go back and ask someone to intervene, hoping to lower the standards a bit. Senior brother Su, I do not wish to lower the standards. Yang Ling replied. My. Su Qing furrowed his brow. Why? Yang Ling, today I took more than 100 miners down the mine and extracted 27 pounds of crimson gold. Su Qing gasped in shock. How much? 27 pounds. More than 100 miners. Yang Ling nodded earnestly. The difficulty we face now actually stems from the danger of the mine. This danger may be artificially created. As long as we break through this barrier and let other miners know that mining isn't as perilous as it seems, the output can improve. Yang Ling, how much crimson gold did you mine on your own? Su Qing's expression became somewhat serious. Today it was 13 pounds. In the future it should be even more, plus I specifically brought a batch of miners equipped with fine steel pickaxes. On average, each of them could yield 1 tael. I am confident that in the next 2 months I can raise their average yield to 3 taels. Yang Ling cupped his hands respectfully. 3 taels per person means over 30 pounds a day. Adding in your share, over 1,000 pounds a month. Su Qing immediately calculated, and his eyes lit up. The current output here is around 2,000 pounds. Isn't there a chance to meet the standards? There's a great chance. Yang Ling nodded slowly. Next, we just need to thoroughly break the deadlock, and the situation will change. Once that happens, Manager Fang and the others won't be able to influence the output here. Good. Su Qing patted Yang Ling on the shoulder, looking pleased. Yang Ling, I always thought you were talented, and you truly haven't disappointed me. After a pause. But this means I need to return to the Shanhe sect to keep an eye on Yang Jiwen to prevent him from causing further trouble. You just keep a close watch on the Crimson Gold Mine. Then I'll see senior brother Su off. No need, you should go take a shower, you're dirty. Su Qing waved his hand with a smile and strode away. Yang Ling quickly took a shower and began to practice the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. After gaining 13 experience points, he continued to practice the thief capture blade technique. He was no longer anxious about martial arts, practicing slowly. As long as he did not neglect the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, that was enough. 6 hours later, the sky had turned dark. However, the entrance to mine No. 1 was brightly lit. Countless miners held torches waiting for Yang Ling's arrival. 400 to 500 of them. Chen Su gasped in disbelief. Soon Yang Ling appeared, and all the miners looked towards him in awe. Are you all planning to go down the mine? We have made up our minds, Supervisor Yang. If you aren't afraid of the dangers in the mine, then we certainly shouldn't be. Going down with you is an opportunity to make a fortune that we cannot miss. Alright, without further ado, let's head down the mine. Yang Ling, holding a torch, walked at the front. This scene immediately invigorated those miners who were still uncertain. With the supervisor leading the way, what was there to fear? Fang Xingyang watched this scene from a distance, his expression somewhat gloomy. What should we do now, Manager Fang? One of the manager's eyes flickered. At this rate, it won't be long before the tasks that Senior Yang assigned to us cannot be completed. As managers of this place, they were already well aware of the resources of the Qijin mine. If thousands of miners were to go down the mine together, it wouldn't just be 350 Jin. A monthly output of 700 Jin was possible. Senior Yang also taught me one last method. Fang Qingyang's eyes glinted. This method is enough to settle this matter, and from then on no miner will want to go down the mine. What method? The manager instinctively asked. Fang Qingyang glanced at him, a smirk on his face. Why ask so many questions? The other party shuddered slightly and chuckled awkwardly. I was being too talkative. Crazy 10 consecutive strikes, crazy 10 consecutive strikes, crazy 10 consecutive strikes. Yang Ling descended to a deeper area and focused on outputting as he found a piece of Qi Jin ore. Mine no. One was actually quite large, even with 400 to 500 people flooding in it still felt spacious. Therefore there was no issue of resource scarcity. Oh, everyone could quickly find enough Qi Jin ore to dig for several days and nights. Clang, clang. The Qi Jin pickaxe in Yang Ling's hand swung with afterimages. Chun Su and the others had grown immune to this scene. But the miners who had only just made their decision to go down the mine were all stunned, gazing at Yang Ling in bewilderment. It was only at this moment that they believed Yang Ling could indeed mine 13 Jin of Qi Jin ore in a day. This was simply not human. Hurry and mine. Since we are here we have to work hard to make money, Chun Guoqing shouted to them. Right. Let's get to it. Soon they entered the zone. Hundreds of miners were all seriously mining. A miner who appeared to be in his early 20s dug and slowly entered a less crowded fork. He then continued deeper. When no one was behind him, he started to jog slowly. He ran to a place that had already been marked and carefully took out a wooden box from his waist. After opening it, he found a mineral emitting fluorescence inside. Qi Jin mineral essence. The miner murmured to himself, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, but ultimately, he placed it back on the ground. After doing all this, he returned the way he came. Shortly after he left, a fist-sized black mantis jumped over. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. They surrounded the Qi Jin mineral essence, seemingly gnawing and feeding. The miner cautiously observed the surroundings, and when he was about to return to his original position, he gradually relaxed. Bro, why did you run inside? Is there a big mine in there? Chun Su curiously asked. Seeing that it was Chun Su, the other party's heart trembled slightly. This was a close attendant of Supervisor Yang. He chuckled awkwardly. I went in and searched around, but didn't find any good Qi Jin ore. Chun Su paid no heed, nodded, and continued mining. Yang Ling had been mining for almost half a day when a crisp and pleasant sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Leveled up such a quick speed. All in all, I've been down the mine for about 2.5 days, right? Yang Ling felt a slight joy in his heart. The experience points from the Qi Jin ore were indeed substantial. He immediately allocated the attribute point to his spirit. A warm current surged within him, ultimately converging at his brow. Yang Ling felt his perception had improved slightly, and his thoughts became even clearer. He opened the attribute panel for a glance. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Constable. Level 16 Strength, 11 Agility, 5 Spirit, 28 Exclusive Skill, Insight. Martial Arts. King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Initial Understanding. Experience points, 218. 1000 Banshan Fist. Integrated Proficiency, 102. 100 Thief, Capture Blade Technique. Initial Understanding. Proficiency, 146. 1000 Health, 210. Level 16. Just a few more levels to go, and perhaps I can get the next random treasure chest. Yang Ling secretly anticipated. At this rate, in another 10 days, or half a month, he'd probably reach level 20. He opened the Divine Domain Level Leaderboard. Divine Domain Level Leaderboard 001. Juxian Dao Palace. Lin Sai, Level 19. Profession Taoist 002. Extreme Flame Sword Mansion. Jiang Tianai. Level 18. Profession Swordsman 003. Divine Sect Zhang Shindao. Level 18. Profession Assassin 004. Luoan Temple Li Shou. Level 17. Profession Mad Monk 005. Kuju Temple Hui Wu. Level 16. Profession Martial Monk 006. Deadman Valley Chi Kai. Level 16. Profession Medical Apprentice 007. A Dian Sword. Sect Fong Yun. Level 16. Profession Swordsman 008. Iron Clothes Division Yang Ling. Level 16. Profession Constable 009. Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaoqing. Level 15. Profession Blade Guardian 010. Iron Clothes Division Qin Mo. Level 15. A Profession Constable. How is this possible? Yang Ling's eyes widened. Originally ranked 9th and 10th, Lin Sai and Jiang Tianai had suddenly skyrocketed to 1st and 2nd place in just a few days. Moreover, 3 unfamiliar faces had appeared on the leaderboard. Zhang Shindao from the Divine Sect, Li Shou from Luohan Temple, Qin Mo from Iron Clothes Division. The first 2 took the 3rd and 4th spots. Thus the top 4 were occupied by disciples from first-rate sects. Ranked 10th Qin Mo, like Yang Ling, had also transitioned to a constable under the Iron Clothes Division. But Yang Ling's expression suddenly turned extremely grave. What happened to Luo Kai from the Star Observation Academy? He was originally first at level 17. I am now only level 16, which is just a drop in one rank. But how come Luo Kai's rank has completely disappeared? Could it be he died? Yang Ling felt a chill creeping up from his soles, directly piercing through to the crown of his head. The top player of the Divine Domain level leaderboard just died like this. Brother Yang, something happened. A loud shout brought Yang Ling back to his senses. Chen Su came running in a panic. There are mine insects. At this moment, a group of miners was fleeing in panic with dark shadows occasionally emerging behind them. These shadows would bite off a piece of flesh from anyone they touched. Some miners had been bitten multiple times, their bodies drenched in blood, unable to suppress their cries of pain. Others were even worse off, having been bitten on the neck and dying on the spot. As his corpse fell to the ground, swarms of dark shadows quickly surrounded him, and in a short time, only bones remained. We're doomed. If only we had listened and not gone into the mine out of greed, we would not be facing death now. Countless miners lamented, desperately running away. Among them was a player running at full speed. Don't panic. Supervisor Yang will be here soon. Chen Guoqing shouted, no pushing. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Suddenly some miners who had already run far turned back. There are mining worms ahead. Chen Guoqing's heart sank. How could these mining worms be coming from all directions? Soon hundreds of miners gathered in a massive mining chamber. Their expressions ranged from fear to panic as they stared intently at the dark branches of the tunnels around them. Yang Ling arrived quickly and noticed that many miners had injuries, causing his heart to sink. The players felt reassured upon seeing Yang Ling. Li Tianya, Wang Haodong, Chen Guoqing, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Supervisor Yang, didn't you say there was no danger in the mines? What do you say now? One young miner bravely spoke up, his expression one of sorrow and anger. Some miners have already been killed by the mining worms. Yang Ling glanced at him and replied, mining tunnels always have mining worms and dangers. If you want to earn money while staying safe, then why come down at all? The young miner was momentarily speechless. Yang Ling turned to Chen Guoqing and the others, asking, what is the situation now? What are the casualties? Did anyone see what the mining worms looked like? Supervisor Yang, I just counted the number of people. When we went down, there were a total of 433 of us. Now there are only 423 left. Chen Guoqing said softly. 10 people have died. The expressions of the others grew increasingly grim. One of ours is also missing. He probably got killed by the mining worms. Chen Guoqing added. Yang Ling understood he was referring to a player. Meanwhile, Li Tianai and the others looked very serious. Arriving at the Qijin mine, this was their first encounter with such an incident. After all, previously they had only been in surface veins, which posed little danger aside from being a bit tiring. Brother Yang, this is too coincidental. After this incident, other miners will surely be even less willing to go into the mines. Chen Su whispered. At that moment, a miner exclaimed in fear, there are mining worms. A dark shadow flew over, moving very quickly. But Yang Ling's blade was even faster. With a swift slice, the mining worm was split in two and fell to the ground. It was a black mantis about the size of a fist. Its fangs were extremely sharp, and its forearms resembled razors. This is a Qijin mantis, which specifically feeds on Qijin, or however they usually dwell very deep. Why are we encountering them at this shallow depth? An old miner, gathering his courage, stepped forward with a strange expression. Are you saying it shouldn't appear here? Yang Ling looked at the old miner. The old miner replied uncertainly, Supervisor Yang, I don't quite understand, but these mining worms do live very deep. Normally, even if we go down into the mines, we wouldn't go to such places. At that moment, several more Qijin mantises flew in from other tunnel branches, easily dealt with by... The old miner's expression grew increasingly serious. Qijin mantises go mad at the scent of blood. With so many of us injured, they will seek various paths to come here. No matter which way we go out, it's very dangerous. Yang Ling's gaze suddenly swept over the faces of the crowd. Has anyone among you acted alone? Acted alone? There shouldn't be anyone, right? The crowd exchanged glances, all aware of the dangers of going into the mines, and they usually moved in groups. Alone? That was almost non-existent. Who would be so foolish? A young miner averted his gaze, but he was hidden among the crowd, and no one noticed his unease. Chen Su thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly said, Supervisor Yang, I know of someone who acted alone. I ran into him, and even asked him a question. After all, it doesn't make sense for someone to go deep into the mining tunnels alone. Who is it? Can you recognize him? Yang Ling asked. Chen Su immediately started scanning the crowd. Soon he spotted the young miner trying to hide and immediately exclaimed, It's you. Come out. Me. The young miner looked up bewildered. Without saying another word, Yang Ling cast a detection spell at him. In an instant, a piece of information appeared. Wang Air today concealed Qi Jin or essence, attracting Qi Jin mantises. Then using pig's blood as bait, leading to the Qi Jin mantises killing 10 miners. Today's attempts have been exhausted. Yang Ling was enlightened. The other party had attracted the Qi Jin mantises using Qi Jin or essence. Then he used the smell of pig's blood to lure the Qi Jin mantises away from the or essence. Several passages here had seen the presence of Qi Jin mantises, indicating he had smeared pig's blood everywhere as bait. Fortunately, I have the detection technique, otherwise this incident could have turned out very badly. Yang Ling thought to himself. Supervisor Yang, I have nothing to do with the Qi Jin mantises. I'm just an ordinary miner. You used Qi Jin or essence to attract the Qi Jin mantises and smeared pig's blood around, causing the Qi Jin mantises to appear from deep within and kill 10 miners. You are indeed just an ordinary miner, but someone is manipulating you from behind. Yang Ling said calmly. If you reveal the mastermind, you might save your life. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped, some looking uncertain. The old miner suddenly raised his head. Qi Jin or essence. This can indeed attract Qi Jin mantises and then use pig's blood to lure them out. This. He glared at Wang Air angrily. Wang Air, you dog, why did you do this? No, it wasn't me. Wang Air panicked, his face pale. He never expected that everything he had done would be noticed by the other party. A chill seemed to drill into his very bones, leaving him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The players exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they looked at Wang Air. If glares could turn into blades, Wang Air would have been ground to pulp. There's no need to argue. Have you forgotten my identity? Yang Ling said coldly. I am an officer of the Iron Clothes Division. You can deny it, but it won't matter. I will have someone send you to the Qingshan City Prefectural Office. Once in the hands of Captain Lin, you will have to confess everything and endure some hardships. If you speak of the mastermind now, you may receive a lighter punishment. Wang Air felt hundreds of eyes staring at him. Someone had already gripped their pickaxe, subtly indicating their intent to act. He was so frightened that his legs trembled, hastily saying, It was Manager Fong. Manager Fong told me to do it. I didn't know it would kill so many miners. Supervisor Yang, spare me. Supervisor Yang, spare me. Fong Qingyang. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. The players all understood that Fong Qingyang's actions were meant to prevent Yang Ling from staying behind. If the opponent succeeded, they would lose a rare ally. Thinking of this, one player gritted his teeth and said, Once we exit the mine, we will kill Fong Qingyang. That despicable scoundrel is truly detestable. Supervisor Yang, what do you say we should do? The ordinary miners looked solemnly at Yang Ling. Li Tianai and the others suddenly had a realization. This matter made the ordinary miners aware of how to align themselves for their own benefit. A foreman who sacrificed miners' lives for power struggles would certainly be abandoned immediately. First, we need to deal with the red gold mantises. We can discuss Fang's matter after we get out. Yang Ling reminded. Once we exit, I will personally escort Foreman Fong and Wang Air to the Qingshan City Prefectural Office for the Iron Guard to handle. The players felt a chill. They almost forgot how real this game was, and that they couldn't just kill NPCs as they used to. Brother Yang, like last time. Chen Su suddenly became a bit excited. Yang Ling nodded, just like last time. The others had no idea what that meant. But soon they understood. Yang Ling wielded the red gold pickaxe, digging into the stone as if it were tofu, quickly unearthing many boulders that blocked all major branch tunnels. In the end, only one tunnel remained. Even that one was blocked to the size of a fist. Li Tianai and Wang Haodong's eyes brightened as if they understood something. Can Divine Domain also kill monsters? Do these red gold mantises give experience points? Their hearts ignited with excitement. But thinking of the danger posed by the red gold mantises, they quickly calmed down. Even if they could kill monsters for experience, it was not something players like them, who weren't even warriors, could afford to attempt. It seems Yang Ling plans to farm the monsters. I suspect he was a professional gold farmer before. The three players who had been unwilling to reveal their identities and had all reached level 10, they observed this scene closely, their eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. They were also gold farmers and were very familiar with monster farming. After setting things up, the next step was to lure the monsters. Yang Ling looked at Wang Air and asked, Do you have any pig's blood left? Wang Air awkwardly replied, None left, I've used it all. Yang Ling smiled. In that case, I can only borrow yours. What? My blood? Before Wang Air could react, he was forced to provide a bowl of blood. He shrank back, pale-faced, trembling. With Wang Air's blood as bait, everything was ready. Yang Ling sprinkled his blood in front of the fist-sized passage and quietly waited. The ordinary miner's eyes lit up. The earlier mining mice must have been killed in this way. Supervisor Yang has great tactics. If we deal with the red gold mantises, the danger level of mine one will surely decrease. Sooner or later, all the mining insects inside will die, making mining even safer. They felt a surge of excitement and grew more in awe of Yangling. The previous supervisor had never cared about these matters. About half a minute later, a red gold mantis emerged. Before it could take any action, it was swiftly cut in half. A cold aura surged into Yangling's body. Its experience points seemed to be more than that of the mining mice. Chen Su and Chun Guoqin tightened their grips on their steel pickaxes, ready to savor the spoils. Yangling glanced at Li Tianai and said, "Tianya, stand nearby with your pickaxe. If any red gold mantises slip through, it's up to you to handle them." "Oh yes," Li Tianai replied excitedly, and immediately stood ready with Chen Su and the others. "You others shouldn't approach the red gold mantises, it's too dangerous," Yangling reminded the other players and ordinary miners. Although some players were envious of Chen Su and the others, they knew their own limits and didn't dare to get too close. After all, mining would provide experience, and there was no need to take dangerous risks. Next, the red gold mantises came at them more fiercely. Unfortunately, they could only come in one by one due to the narrow passage. One that came in would die. Yangling would occasionally allow a few to slip through for Chen Su and the others to practice. At first they were somewhat flustered, but after 2 or 3 times their precision with the steel pickaxe improved. Unknowingly, the corpses of red gold mantises had piled up to waist height in front of Yangling. He had the ordinary miners come over to clean up. The number of red gold mantises had likely decreased significantly, and their frequency of appearance had lowered. Yangling still felt uneasy and decided to let Wang Er provide another bowl of blood. Immediately, the number of red gold mantises increased. The durability of the official knife is about to reach 0. An alert suddenly appeared before Yangling's eyes. He glanced at the official knife in his hand, which was covered in nicks. Sure enough, after he struck down a few more red gold mantises, the official knife shattered instantly. Yangling quickly pulled out the red gold pickaxe to continue luring and killing the red gold mantises. At that moment, the players present finally understood how high the value was for those in the top 10 rankings. Sometimes they couldn't even see Yangling's movements clearly. If Yangling had been killing them instead of the red gold mantises, it would have been easier than killing a chicken. Supervisor Yang's martial prowess is profound, deeper than that of the previous supervisors. The old miner who recognized the red gold mantis sighed. Just then a melodious voice suddenly echoed in Yangling's ear. "Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point." "What happened?" "I just leveled up. Ooh, I've only killed a little over 1,000 red gold mantises. How did I level up again?" Yangling felt puzzled. In fact, while the red gold mantises provided a lot of experience, it was still just equivalent to him mining a couple of red gold ores. Logically speaking, it was probably not enough to equal a full day's worth of mining. Could it be that the experience points from killing monsters have a multiplier? Yangling pondered, then immediately allocated the free attribute point to his spirit. Spirit 29. 29 points once I reach level 30. That should be a threshold. Breaking through 30 points in a single attribute might signify something special. Yangling felt secretly pleased and continued to kill the red gold mantises. 2 hours passed. It had been a quarter of an hour without new red gold mantises appearing. Seeing this, Yangling immediately decided to expand this mine passage. "You all wait here. I will go fetch the red gold or essence and come back up." This item would serve as evidence. He did not plan to take it for himself, but intended to use it to pin down Fang Qingyang. After today, the ownership of the red gold or should have a conclusion. Holding a torch, Yangling soon found the red gold or essence. There were no signs of red gold mantises nearby. He instinctively stepped forward a few paces, but then halted, looking puzzled. Behind the red gold or essence, there was actually a mass of flesh-like substance. It was covered in blood vessels, seemingly breathing, expanding, and contracting. Yangling's expression turned strange as he observed it closely. Information appeared: Great Mother Red Gold Mantis Egg, unclaimed. Would you like to bind it? Can it be bound? Has the pet system been activated? Yangling thought for a moment and decided to bind it and see what happens. As the binding process continued, it felt as if Yangling had established some sort of connection with the Great Mother Golden Mantis Egg. Soon a little creature hatched from the egg, devouring it completely before finally hopping into Yangling's hand. It resembled an ordinary golden mantis, but its body was glistening white like a precious gem. Do I need to give it a name? Yangling's expression shifted as he examined the little creature. After a moment's thought, he said, "Let's call you Xiaobai." A status panel slowly appeared. Great Mother Golden Mantis Xiaobai. Level 1 Strength, 5 Agility, 10 Spirit, 2 special skill gold seeking. It has a level 2. This means it can level up. Yang Ling was somewhat delighted. This is great. Typically spiritual pets that can level up are valuable and have higher potential. Moreover, Xiaobai's attributes surprised him. Despite just being born, it already possessed 5 points in strength and 10 points in agility. The low spirit stat didn't matter much. Spiritual pets can't cultivate martial skills. Xiaobai, Yang Ling called out tentatively. Xiaobai immediately turned to look at him, appearing quite sentient. Show me your speed, Yang Ling instructed. Without a second thought, Xiaobai took flight from his hand, darting around like lightning, then returned to Yang Ling's palm. You're fast. Faster than an ordinary person with 10 points in agility. A look of seriousness crossed Yang Ling's face. When he used his skills, his agility could reach 20 points, but he didn't feel he was as fast as Xiaobai. You have a skill too. This gold seeking can't be for locating golden mantis mines, right? Yang Ling chuckled. Use your skill. Xiaobai seemed to not understand. Gold seeking, Yang Ling said in a different way. Xiaobai unfurled its wings and flew deep into the mine. Yang Ling picked up a golden mantis essence and followed behind Xiaobai. After walking for more than 10 zhang, Xiaobai stopped at a certain spot, flapping its wings and looking at Yang Ling. Without hesitation, Yang Ling took up a golden mantis pickaxe and began to dig. After digging about a meter, he indeed found a large chunk of golden mantis ore. Impressive. With you around, I can save a lot of mining time. Yang Ling couldn't help but praise. He then focused his mind and had Xiaobai search for dozens of similar golden mantis ores. Yang Ling immediately marked them on the system's map, then opened his collar. From now on, you stay hidden here. Xiaobai promptly flew into Yang Ling's collar, curling up obediently. I can be considered a person with a spiritual pet now, ha. Yang Ling chuckled, then opened his status panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Constable Beast Tamer. Level 17 Strength, 11 Agility, 5 Spirit, 29 Exclusive Skill, Insight, Martial Arts, Diamond King Kong. Art, Initial Understanding. Experience, 218. 1000 Mountain Crushing, Fist. Comprehensive Understanding. Proficiency, 102. 1000 Thief, Capture Knife. Technique, Initial Understanding. Proficiency, 146. 1000 Health, 210. Beast Tamer. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised to find that his profession had an additional beast tamer role. Could this be a secondary profession? His expression shifted as he glanced at the Divine Realm level rankings. Divine Realm level rankings, Hero 01, Jushin Dao Palace Lin Sai, level 19, Profession Taoist 002, Extreme Flame Sword Mansion Jiang, Tianai level 18, Profession Swordsman 003, Divine, Sect Zhang, Shindao level 18, Profession Assassin 004, Luan Temple, Li Shou level 17. Profession Mad Monk 005, Ironclad Department Yang Ling level 17. Profession Constable 006, Bitter Awakening Temple Hui, Wu level 16. Profession Martial Monk 007, I Deadman Valley Chi Kai level 16. Profession Medical Apprentice 008, Great Yin Sword Sect Fong Yun level 16. Profession Swordsman 009, Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaoqing level 15. Profession Blade Guard 010, Ironclad Department, Qin Mo level 15, Profession Constable. 5th place. Now, besides the secondary profession, won't be revealed on the Divine Realm level rankings. Yang Ling pondered, a sense of sentiment suddenly rising in his heart. Unknowingly, his level had already surpassed Hui Wu. Once the first, now he could only rank 6th. Fong Qingyang sat behind the desk, occasionally glancing toward the No. 1 mine. Suddenly, he saw someone emerge from the mine shouting, "There are mining bugs." Without a second thought, he rushed forward with his men. What happened? Any casualties? Before he approached, Fong Qingyang shouted with a worried expression. However, as he got closer, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere on site was quite odd. More than 400 miners were silently staring at him. Wang Er, pale-faced, was standing beside Yang Ling with his head down. Fong Qingyang's heart skipped a beat as he forced a smile. Supervisor Yang Yu encountered mining bugs. It seems there were no casualties. Many miners had already gathered around, curiously watching. Fong Qingyang, you're in trouble now. Yang Ling said flatly. What do you mean by that, Supervisor Yang? Fong Qingyang's expression changed. I don't understand. If you don't understand, then let everyone hear it together. Yang Ling proclaimed loudly. Fong Qingyang, in charge of the Golden Mantis mine for his own selfish desires, had Wang Er use Golden Mantis essence to attract mining bugs and golden mantises. He then attempted to create a disastrous mining accident using pig's blood as bait, with both human and material evidence in hand. He looked at Fong Qingyang taking out the golden mantis essence while Chen Su and the others dumped the bodies of the golden mantises onto the ground. Fong Qingyang, you're finished. Fong Qingyang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He never expected that the golden mantises would be completely cleaned out. Even the golden mantis essence had fallen into the hands of the others. Initially, the miners were just watching the show. Gradually, their expressions turned extremely grim, deliberately causing a disastrous mining accident. This simply disregards their lives. I didn't do it. I never did such a thing. Fang Xingyang suddenly raised his head, glaring coldly at Yang Ling. Yang Ling, don't slander me. Fang, let's just admit it, you can get a lighter punishment. Wang Er said softly. Who are you? I don't know you. Fang Xingyang shot Wang Er a glance, then said indifferently, Supervisor Yang, if you don't want me here, I'll resign. There's no need to frame me like this. Resign. Dream on. Yang Ling smiled faintly. I'm a constable from Qingshan City, and I'm taking you and Wang Er to the ironclad department of Qingshan City right now. Fang Xingyang's expression changed slightly. He almost forgot the identity of the other party. You can't arrest me without reason. I'm under Brother Yang's command. You have to ask him if you want to arrest me. Fang Xingyang instinctively said. Yang Jiwen. He's just a disciple of the Mountain River sect. For matters concerning the government, do I still need to ask him? What? Does he want to rebel? Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Fang Xingyang was drenched in cold sweat, his legs feeling weak. I didn't mean that. Don't slander me. And you? Did you conspire with him? Yang Ling looked at the other stewards. The other 11 stewards gasped in shock, quickly shaking their head. All right, I'll take them back to Qingshan City. You all keep a close watch here. If I come back and find anything strange. Yang Ling smiled. The next one will end up like him. As he spoke, he suddenly vanished from where he stood, appearing right in front of Fang Xingyang. Fang Xingyang instinctively tried to resist. Yet in the face of Yang Ling's current attributes, his resistance was child's play. Snap! 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 In an instant, Fang Xingyang's arms and legs were all broken by Yang Ling's bare hands. Fang Xingyang collapsed in terror on the ground, and only after a few seconds did he feel the piercing pain, letting out a wail. The 11 stewards watching this scene turned pale. They knew that Fang Xingyang was a warrior with some skills. They never expected that he would be reduced to this state in an instant. In Qingshan City, Captain Lin was somewhat surprised when he saw Yang Ling. His astonishment deepened upon learning about the events at the Red Gold Mine. He glanced at the ashen-faced Fang Xingyang, then at Wang Er, and after hearing the testimonies of the several miners that Yang Ling had brought, he turned to Yang Ling. Did you really deal with so many red gold mantises? Boss, the official blade is broken, Yang Ling said with a bitter smile as he took out the already shattered official blade. Captain Lin looked at the notch on it and nodded with a smile. Red gold mantises usually feed on red gold supplemented with flesh and blood. They live with the red gold mine all day, making their bodies quite tough. Your official blade is quite ordinary, but it's normal for it to break. We'll get another one later. Boss, how will these two be dealt with? Yang Ling asked. Captain Lin looked at Wang Er and Fang Xingyang, sneering. Killing 10 miners is no trivial crime. By the way, were the deceased miners refugees? He glanced at Yang Ling. Yang Ling pondered for a moment. 3 were refugees. Oh, I see. Captain Lin immediately ordered, someone take them to the big prison. Instantly, a constable stepped forward and dragged Fang Xingyang and Wang Er away. For such a crime, it usually ends in execution after the harvest season. Once they are in the big prison, they won't be coming out alive. Captain Lin smiled, then began to play with the red gold mine essence in his hand. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go get the official blade and head back. Yang Ling cupped his hands. Don't rush back. I was just about to call someone to notify you that someone important has arrived from above. They said they want to investigate Wu Kei's matter. What? Yang Ling was slightly startled. Wasn't Wu Kei's issue already resolved? Why would the government still interfere? That Wu Kei is truly foolish. Captain Lin sighed, lightly glancing at Yang Ling. Do you know where the fire crystal or he embezzled was sold? I don't know. Yang Ling slightly shook his head. He sold it to the Rong tribe in the north. Captain Lin sneered. They have been our Zhao Kingdom's archenemy for nearly 100 years. The Iron Clothing Division just happened to discover a cart of problematic fire crystal ore in the northern lands. The evidence points directly to your Shanha sect's Wu Kei. If it was just sold privately to other merchants for a bit of profit, it wouldn't be a problem. But if it's treason, that's a serious issue. Yang Ling couldn't help but gasp in shock. He didn't expect Wu Kei to be so bold. Was it him who privately committed treason, or was it that Yang Jiwen behind him who was problematic? Boss, will this issue affect the Shanha sect? Yang Ling asked, steeling his courage. His heart raced. He had only just managed to stabilize things, and he certainly didn't want the Shanha sect to run into trouble. To know the specifics, we need to find the person who connected with Wu Kei. Captain Lin smiled. Don't worry, the Shanha sect has not only been without merit in recent years, but also has its hardships. As long as they were unaware of this matter, it wouldn't implicate them too much. Yang Ling immediately breathed a sigh of relief. From the tone of the other party, it seemed that it wouldn't be a major issue. You happen to have some connection to this matter as well, so stay at the government office for now. When the official from the Iron Clothing Division arrives tomorrow, you can accompany me to meet him. Understood. After leaving Captain Lin, Yang Ling let a few miners go back to the red gold mine first. He also asked them to inform Chen Su and the others that he probably wouldn't be back for the next few days. The mining operation was temporarily halted. That night, Yang Ling stayed in the rest room of the government office. Since he was alone, he could practice the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. After finishing his training, he continued practicing the capturing thief blade technique. In the morning, Yang Ling went out to buy breakfast. Steamed buns, fried dough, soy milk. He ate while walking towards the government office. Suddenly, he felt darkness before his eyes. A massive figure blocked his path. Yang Ling. The other party looked down at Yang Ling. Yang Ling continued eating the steamed bun, took a sip of soy milk, and casually opened the other party's attribute panel. Character: Wu Man. Occupation: Warrior. Strength 31, Agility 12, Spirit 7, Martial Arts: Mountain Crushing Fist. Entry level, Black Tiger Fist. Entry level, Mixing Iron Skill Mastery, Influence Giant Spirit Sect. I am not Yang Ling, you have mistaken me for someone else. Yang Ling displayed a hint of confusion. My name is Chun Guiqing. Wu Man's eyes flashed with a fierce smile. You are Yang Ling. Will you come with me now, or shall I kill you right here? Yang Ling, there you are. Off to buy breakfast. The boss instructed me to buy it for you long ago. Lao Zhao approached, greeting him as he walked. The important person from above is about to arrive. We should hurry back to assemble. Lao Zhao, go back and tell the boss that I ran into an acquaintance and will return later. Yang Ling smiled and cupped his hands. Lao Zhao frowned slightly, glanced at Wu Man, and nodded with a somewhat strange expression. All right then, come back early. As he walked away, he mumbled, what a big guy. Wu Man narrowed his eyes. Once Lao Zhao was far away, he turned back to Yang Ling. What met him was the red gold pickaxe. King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Increased strength by 15 points, agility by 15 points. Red gold pickaxe increased strength by 10 points. At that moment, Yang Ling's strength reached 36 points. Higher than Wu Man. Frenzied 10 strikes, the red gold pickaxe swung out a blur. Wu Man instinctively let out a roar, his muscles bulging, and a faint layer of gray mist swirled around his skin. Mixing Iron Skill. Clang. The red gold pickaxe struck Wu Man, producing a sensation of metal clashing. Yet even so, it still left a deep hole in him. After all 10 strikes of the pickaxe had all struck the same spot, Yang Ling took another glance at Wu Man's attributes. After he used his skill, his strength increased by 7 points, reaching 38. That's not the main issue. The main concern was that after the other party used their skill, their body had become remarkably solid, which truly shocked Yang Ling. My brother died at your hands. Wu Man was filled with rage. Your brother? Are you Wu Kei's brother? Without another word, Yang Ling continued to swing the red gold pickaxe, striking fiercely at Wu Man. At the same time, the commotion had already attracted bystanders. Lao Zhao, who hadn't gone far, also stopped, looking uncertain. Lao Zhao, quickly tell the boss that Wu Kei's accomplices have appeared. Yang Ling shouted. Lao Zhao's heart trembled, and he quickly ran toward the government office. Seeing this, Yang Ling continued to engage Wu Man. His strength was slightly lower than Wu Man's now. However, his agility surpassed that of his opponent. But Wu Man's defense was indeed astonishing. For a moment, neither could take down the other, nor could either cause fatal harm. Tell me, where is my brother's corpse? Wu Man gritted his teeth, unleashing the mountain-crushing fist, while quietly questioning him. Yang Ling felt as if a mountain was collapsing towards him. The mountain-crushing fist, trained to the entry level, was truly remarkable. 3179, totaling 47 points. At that moment, the opponent's strength attribute reached a terrifying 47 points. We can't leave any survivors, or I won't be able to clarify many things. Yang Ling had already made up his mind. Xiao Bai blind his eyes later. If it weren't for Xiao Bai's presence, Yang Ling would likely choose to retreat, utilizing his agility against this towering humanoid threat. But now that he sees a chance of victory, retreat is not an option. Retreating would only lead to endless troubles. Die for me. Wu Man roared, throwing punch after punch at Yang Ling. Yang Ling vaguely sensed a mountain appearing behind him. Can the devastating mountain-crushing fist reach such a realm and have this kind of effect? Is this the might of a fist? But why does it have no effect on me? Is it because my mental strength far exceeds his? Yang Ling easily dodged using his agility. As he thought this, a startled horse suddenly charged towards him. Seeing this, Yang Ling quickly evaded. However, Wu Man showed no intention of dodging. He swung his fist directly at the horse's head. Whinny. The startled horse let out a tragic scream, its skull shattered as it collapsed to the ground. With such power, even with 210 health points, a single blow from him would likely be fatal. Yang Ling felt a chill in his heart. The commotion here grew louder, attracting more onlookers, including several newly joined players. They looked at Wu Man in awe. This is a master in Divine Realm. A horse was crushed to death, just like that. This is fantastic. We've encountered the martial world. We must go and seek a master immediately. Perhaps it will trigger a hidden quest. Another one seems to be a master as well, but his weapon is quite strange. What is that? A crane beak. Ho. Yang Ling clearly heard their whispers. He had no time to care about these newcomers who were about to be beaten by Divine Realm. He was looking for an opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. Wu Man, furious, charged toward Yang Ling. You damn thing, don't you dare dodge. Due to his agility, Yang Ling consistently evaded Wu Man's attacks, which made Wu Man increasingly anxious. The consumption of the mixed iron skill was significant. He couldn't maintain it for long. If he couldn't take down his opponent, soon the constables from Qingshan City would arrive. At that point, escape would be nearly impossible. Is that Yang Ling? Zhang Wei's pupils shrank slightly in the crowd. He never expected that upon seeing Yang Ling again, the latter's strength had reached such a level. That speed, that agility, he can move freely in front of such masters. Zhang Wei muttered to himself. Thinking of Yang Ling being ranked 5th in the Divine Realm leaderboard while he was still just a minion of the Serpent Gang, Zhang Wei felt a pang of anxiety. At the same time, in the government office, Captain Lin stood with his hands behind his back, lecturing the constables in front of him. Old Zhao hurried in, his face pale. Captain, it's bad. What's with the panic? If the higher-ups see this, what will they think of us? You're embarrassing me, Captain Lin said coldly. Upon hearing this, old Zhao immediately stood still. Captain Lin then asked with satisfaction, what happened? Yang Ling is being chased by Wu Kei's accomplices. Why didn't you say so earlier? Captain Lin exploded. Brothers, grab your weapons. Soon a large group of constables followed Captain Lin out. It's about time. He seems to be running low on energy. Yang Ling dodged while calmly observing. Now is the moment. Shall bite. A flash of white light erupted, and Wu Man suddenly let out a mournful howl, his eye sockets now empty as blood gushed forth. He flailed his arms around wildly, screaming in madness. This. Yang Ling was also astonished at how powerful Xiao Bai was managing to gouge out Wu Man's eyes in just one encounter. He must be killed. Yang Ling suppressed his chaotic thoughts, gripping the crimson gold crane beak, Ho charging at Wu Man with incredible speed. Frenzied 10 strikes, frenzied 10 strikes, frenzied 10 strikes, each strike aimed directly at Wu Man's eye sockets. Wu Man suddenly fell silent, and then collapsed backwards. A pinkish-white substance flowed profusely from his eye sockets. In that moment, the Diamond King Kong skill was pushed to its limit. At the moment of retracting his skill, Yang Ling almost dropped the crimson gold crane beak, Ho, his legs feeling weak. Just then a wave of immense cold energy surged into his body. This energy was unprecedentedly vast. If one were to quantify it, it would be equivalent to his total mining yield over the past 2 or 3 days. Yang Ling's legs steadied and he felt invigorated. Soon a pleasant chime rang out. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Did I just level up like this? Yang Ling found it hard to believe. He immediately allocated the attribute point to mental strength. Thus his mental strength soared to a total of 30 points. His single attribute had broken through 30. Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Constable Beast Tamer. Level 18 Strength, 11 Agility, 5 Mental, 30 Exclusive Skill, Insight, Martial Arts, Diamond King Kong Skill, Initial Understanding, Experience, 233. 1000 Mountain Crushing Fist, Merged Understanding, Proficiency, 102. 100 Thief, Catching Blade Technique, Initial Understanding, Proficiency, 170. 1000 Health Points, 210. Clear the way. Ironclad Department is on duty. Do not block the path. Captain Lin had already arrived with his men, and his constables immediately cleared the area. He walked slowly to Wu Man, whose eye sockets were filled with brain matter, and looked at Yang Ling with a strange expression. What happened to you? Yang Ling forced a smile. Boss, this guy wanted to kill me. I had to find an opportunity to kill him. It was either him or me. Did you gouge his eyes out? Captain Lin glanced at the crimson gold crane beak, Ho, which still bore traces of the struggle. Yang Ling nodded. This guy has tough skin and flesh. It seems like attacking his body doesn't hurt him at all. I could only gouge his eyes out. Do you know who he is? Captain Lin pondered. Why do you say he is Wu Kei's accomplice? He asked me where Wu Kei went, claiming to be Wu Kei's brother Wu Man and a martial artist from the Giant Spirit Sect. Yang Ling's expression turned serious. The Giant Spirit Sect. Are you sure? Captain Lin was slightly taken aback, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. That's a martial arts sect of the Rong tribe. If he is from the giant spirit sect, it means Wu Kei is also from the Rong tribe. This isn't merely treason, it means Wu Kei himself is a spy of the Rong tribe. This is fantastic. We have captured a spy of the Rong tribe in our Qingshan city. This merit is monumental. Captain Lin looked at Yang Ling, his eyes shining. You are likely to receive commendation from the Ironclad Department, and I might get promoted to a position in the Ironclad Department as well. At that time, as long as you become a 9th grade Ironclad Constable, I'll recommend you for the position. Congratulations, boss. Yang Ling immediately clasped his fists in congratulations. Could he really become a captain soon? This was indeed great news. Following this, Captain Lin ordered his men to take Wu Man's corpse back. Before long, a group arrived at the government office. The leader had graying temples, appearing to be middle-aged, dressed in a gray-fitted outfit, but the pattern of the clothing was somewhat unique, resembling woven iron threads, accompanied by several young individuals. Captain Lin immediately led Yang Ling and the others forward to pay their respects. 9th grade Constable Lin Yin of the Ironclad Department of Qingshan City, respectfully greeting you, my lord. Yang Ling also glanced at the other party, quietly opening his attribute panel. Character: Sure Xian. Profession: martial artist. Strength 43, agility 28, mental 13, martial arts tiger catching blade technique. Initial understanding Ironclad. Heart method merged understanding faction Ironclad Department. Sure Xian scrutinized Lin Yin up and down, then coldly demanded, you are unaware that a traitor colluding with the Rong clan has emerged in Qingshan City? My lord, this matter. Lin Yin broke out in cold sweat, stammering as he attempted to explain. No explanation is needed. I have already investigated. Wu Kei maintains close ties with you, yet he now supplies fire crystal or to the Rong clan. That constitutes treason. Once we apprehend him, you shall both stand upon the execution ground. Sure Xian spoke with detached calm. Lao Zhao and the other constables flinched, subtly, a chill creeping into their spines. Lin Yin hastily interjected, my lord, Wu Kei is no traitor. He is himself a Rong spy. We jointly slew his elder brother Wu Man of the giant spirit sect of the Rong clan. Wu Man of the giant spirit sect. Did he truly perish at your hands? And where? Sure Xian paused, momentarily taken aback. My lord, please observe. Lin Yin immediately stepped aside, revealing Wu Man's corpse lying upon the ground behind him. Sure Xian strode forward with his men and examined the body closely. After a long silence, he murmured thoughtfully, Wu Man was no minor martial artist. He held an official rank. I never imagined he would fall to you. You claim he was Wu Kei's younger brother, an officially ranked martial artist. Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly. So Zhao State maintained a formal ranking system for cultivators, but how precisely it functioned remained unclear. Lord Sure Wu Man was slain by Constable Yang Ling himself. He confessed aloud that he was Wu Kei's younger brother. Lin Yin quickly added. At that moment, all the constables turned their gaze toward Yang Ling. Those who had earlier dismissed him as a patronage appointment now looked upon him with quiet awe. I know of Yang Ling. He is entangled in this case. Is he currently a constable of the TA Bureau? Sure Xian's expression flickered, his eyes swept across the assembled officers. Who among you is Yang Ling? This one is Yang Ling. Greetings, Lord Sure. Yang Ling stepped forward and bowed deeply. Sure Xian appraised Yang Ling from head to toe, curiosity glinting faintly in his eyes. Wu Man was a registered 9th rank martial artist cultivating the mixed iron art. When his technique surged, his skin hardened like iron plate, impervious to blades and swords. How then did you slay him? Here it was. Yang Ling knew that a misstep in his reply would invite grave complications. My lord, I dispatched Lao Zhao to relay urgent news. Wu Man grew impatient, and I seized my chance. I blinded him with a cranebeak pickaxe. Yang Ling clasped his fists in salute. Are you a martial artist? Sure Xian neither affirmed nor denied. Yes, Yang Ling nodded. I practiced the thief-capturing saber art and the Black Tiger Fist. The Black Tiger Fist was bestowed upon me by senior brother Su Qin of the Shana sect. Lin Yin chuckled hastily. My lord, Yang Ling has a passion for mining. He's heard tales of miners descending into shafts for days on end. A brute strength alone could not fell Wu Man. The Shana sect. Sure Xian mused, then smiled faintly. I heard en route here that Wu Kei vanished the same day he accompanied you. Precisely. Wu Kei intended to take me to a mineral duel. My excavation speed impressed him. Yet midway he claimed urgent business and departed, first instructing me to wait on site. In the end, I never saw him again. Shortly thereafter, disaster struck the fire crystal, or mine. The inventory was found short by a full 3,000 gene. Yang Ling replied. What did Wu Man seek when he approached you? He asked only after Wu Kei's whereabouts, declaring himself Wu Kei's younger brother. Yang Ling answered truthfully, I claimed ignorance, and he moved to kill me. Wu Kei Wu Man, the Rong clan deploys many such infiltrators. Were constables across the realm as vigilant as you the elders of the TA Bureau would rest easy. Sure Xin reflected quietly. Lin Yin exhaled inwardly. Wu Man's corpse had indeed absolved him of dereliction. Yet it was a pity. Promotion seemed unlikely now. Demonstrate the thief-capturing saber art for me. Sure Xin smiled at Yang Ling. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Yang Ling, Lord Sure wishes to witness your skill. Give it your utmost. A wave of envy rippled through the constable's gazes. They all recognized that instantly this young man had caught the eye of Sure Xin, an 8th-ranked TA constable. Yang Ling, without activating any cultivation, drew his newly issued official saber and executed the thief-capturing saber art. Though he did not channel Qi, the saber's 3 strength bonus elevated his raw power to 14. His nascent mastery of the art further enhanced his agility by 3 points, bringing it to 8. Thus his movements thundered with vigor, leaving the assembled constables humbled. Oh, it appears you've just breached the threshold of mastery in the thief-capturing saber art. Sure Xin sounded genuinely surprised. When did you join our TA Bureau? Lin Yin hurriedly replied. Yang Ling entered our bureau barely 10 days ago. 10 days, and already mastered the art to this degree. A note of admiration gleamed in Sure Xin's eyes. You possessed genuine aptitude for martial cultivation, truly exceptional. Given your current prowess and your feat of slaying Wu Man, you merit promotion to 9th rank TA Constable. He glanced at the others present. Lin Yin, dismiss the rest. Then conduct a thorough search of Qingshan City for Wu Man's accomplices. Search diligently. Report any trace immediately. Lin Yin commanded. Soon only they remained in the courtyard. Sure Xin gazed pensively upon Wu Man's corpse, a registered 9th rank martial artist, slain by a novice mere days into service. If reported truthfully, superiors will surely dispatch investigators to Qingshan City to verify authenticity. Lin Yan's mind stirred. Just as he opened his mouth, Yang Ling stepped forward, fists clasped in solemn salute. Wu Man fell beneath Lord Shi's hand. Not mine. This servant dares not claim such credit. This fellow. Lin Yin blinked in quiet astonishment. Sure Xin studied Yang Ling in silence for several heartbeats, then slowly nodded. Well done. Well done. I happen to require this merit. It may well secure my own advancement to 7th rank TA Constable. Earlier I stated your strength suffices for 9th rank promotion, but formal examination at the next tier Yamen remains mandatory. Yet such bureaucracy is cumbersome. I shall handle it personally. He gestured to his subordinates, who produced a suit of TA armor and a new official saber for Yang Ling. This is the uniform of a 9th rank TA Constable. Though modest in refinement, the armor deflects ordinary blades and spears. And this saber, superior to your previous blade by several degrees. I shall arrange your official registration within the TA Bureau. From this day forth you are a certified 9th rank TA Constable. Sure Xin beamed. Constable profession advanced. Daily insight capacity increased by 1. Yang Ling took a deep, steadying breath and accepted the uniform and saber with both hands, kneeling upon one knee. This servant owes you boundless gratitude, Lord. Should you ever command me, I shall serve unto death. Watching Yang Ling's demeanor, Sure Xin burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Yin instinctively noted the Lord had now uttered excellent thrice, surely a true mark of approval. Only then did it strike him, had Yang Ling truly become a 9th rank TA Constable. Just like that. He himself had labored 7 or 8 years before seizing a rare opportunity to ascend to 9. Inside the hall, Sure Xin had already taken his seat, while Lin Yin was brewing tea. Yang Ling had changed into his iron uniform with a government sword of superior quality hanging at his waist, which enhanced his strength by 5 points. Grade 9 iron armor increases health by 100. Grade 9 government sword increases strength by 5. Attack power, 25. Yang Ling felt a hint of emotion. The benefits from this promotion were tremendous. Firstly, his health had increased from 210 to 310 points. He never expected that a mere ordinary grade 9 iron armor could provide such a significant boost. I initially came for Wu Kei's matter, but unexpectedly there was a small surprise. Sure Xin gently blew on the teacup and then took a sip. Wu Man is registered as a grade 9 martial artist and also a spy for the Rong clan. His death in Qingshan City proves that our iron armor division system is stringent and no one beneath has slacked off. Regardless, this is enough to give the higher-ups an explanation. As for what role and position the Shanha sect plays in this matter, that is not our concern. Yang Ling's heart stirred. It seemed the Shanha sect indeed had some capabilities and had likely settled the matter in advance. He had worried for nothing, fearing that the Shanha sect would be implicated. Master Shi, what does it mean to be a registered grade 9 martial artist? Yang Ling looked at Shi Xian, his face full of curiosity. You don't know? That's understandable. You don't seem like someone from the martial arts world. Shi Xian smiled faintly. In our Zhao kingdom, as well as in the Rome kingdom and other nations, martial artists are classified by rank. Though there are differences, they are not significant, generally distinguished from grade 9 to grade 1 based on their strength. When a martial artist's strength reaches grade 9, they are qualified to be registered and must be registered. Once registered, both our Iron Armor Division and other departments can access these martial artists' information. A so-called grade 9 martial artist must practice at least one martial art. Regardless of whether it is a third-rate or non-mainstream practice, as long as it is a martial art, it is acceptable. Those like you who have only practiced martial techniques and honed their strength cannot qualify for registration. After meeting the above standards, one also needs to possess corresponding grade 9 strength. Our Iron Armor Division has its own method of assessment for grade 9, and other sects have similar methods, though there are some differences. Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. This distinction of grade 9 seemed quite strict. Simply practicing martial techniques does not even qualify one for registration. However, we players seem to have quite an advantage over the local natives. The martial artists I have seen before, including Wu Man and masters like Shi Xian, have no so-called job transitions. Without a job transition, they probably lack the exclusive skills that come with it. Moreover, various aspects, including proficiency and attribute points gained from leveling up, are also advantages. And I have a few more advantages than ordinary players. I receive free attribute points, while they can only gain specific attribute enhancements through specialized training. Mining increases strength and adds to strength attributes. As for agility, it seems only exercises like running can increase it. Spirit. Ordinary players probably can't increase that at all. Yang Ling suddenly became curious about how many registered martial artists were in this world. Master Shi, how many registered martial artists are there in our Zhao kingdom? Yang Ling asked. Shi Xian glanced at him. This is not a secret, but ordinary people cannot know. Just so happens that our Iron Armor Division has the latest information in this regard. Before I came, I just reviewed the internal publications. Currently, our Zhao Kingdom has approximately 35000 registered martial artists. Yang Ling involuntarily gasped. 35000. What an enormous number. Whether Qingshan City even has a population of 35000 is a question. However, most of them are grade 9 martial artists. As for those above grade 9, there are probably very few. Shi Xian replied, I'm not sure about the specifics of some information is beyond what you and I can know. Moreover, the true number of grade 9 martial artists in the world is definitely not just 35000. For instance, our Zhao kingdoms, for major first-rate sects, if their martial artists do not wish to register, we cannot force them. Additionally, many martial artists, fearing our Iron Armor Division scrutiny, also refrain from registering and hide away. As he spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Two pale-faced youths were brought in by old Zhao and the others. Shi Xian narrowed his eyes, slightly scrutinizing the two youths. Old Zhao, with a face full of excitement, clasped his fists and said, Sir, these two were sneaking around near the government office, and we caught them suspecting they are related to Wu Man. Lin Yin immediately stood up, his expression stern. You two are spies for the Rong clan. Sir, we are wronged. The two immediately cried out in protest, their faces filled with terror. Yang Ling's thoughts moved, and he activated his exclusive skill insight. Lin Mu 2 days ago secretly transported illegal fire crystal ore out of the city. Zhang Xin 1 day ago killed a guard of Qingshan City and hid the body at home. A strange look appeared in Yang Ling's eyes. Old Zhao and the others indeed caught the right people. This Lin Mu was likely related to the Rong clan, or was helping Wu Kei transport fire crystal ore. As for this Zhang San, he was also a guilty person. Yang Ling suddenly walked up to Lin Mu. Lin Yin, who was about to speak, saw this, and closed his mouth, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Shi Xian took a sip of tea, with great interest, remaining silent. Lin Mu looked at Yang Ling with terror in his eyes, but deep within a flicker of resentment flashed. Yang Ling circled around him a few times, and then sniffed. He then cupped his fists towards Shi Xian, and said, Sir, he has the smell of fire crystal ore on him. He then grabbed Lin Mu's sleeve and pointed to an inconspicuous mark, saying, This is residue from fire crystal ore. Shi Xian's eyes brightened, and he immediately stood up to inspect, ultimately confirming that the mark was indeed residue from fire crystal ore. Lin Mu inhaled sharply, looking at Yang Ling in disbelief, never expecting that this small flaw he left on himself would be discovered by the other party in the blink of an eye. This is indeed Fire Crystal, or Yang Ling, you did well. It seems you joined our Iron Armor division for the right reasons. Sure, Xian laughed heartily. What a breeze to obtain this ha. Lin Yin was also somewhat shocked at this moment, secretly glancing at Yang Ling, inwardly wondering why he hadn't noticed this kid's abilities earlier. What do you have to deny now? Lin Yin looked at Lin Mu and said coldly, will you speak voluntarily, or do I need to have someone assist you in speaking? Lin Mu remained silent. You smell of blood. Yang Ling suddenly approached Zhang San. As soon as he spoke, Zhang San turned pale with fright. Sir, I suspect he has just killed someone. Yang Ling pointed at Zhang San. Sure, Xian at this moment seemed a bit skeptical and stepped forward to sniff carefully for quite a while, finally detecting a faint scent of rust. That was indeed the smell of blood. What nonsense are you talking? I didn't kill anyone. I just killed a fish 2 days ago. Zhang San said in terror. Whether you killed someone or not, we can verify at your home. Yang Ling's expression was indifferent. The terror in Zhang San's eyes grew even more intense. Sure, Xian and Lin Yin were both seasoned veterans, seeing through his flaws at a glance. Sure, Xian stepped in front of Yang Ling and said seriously, you should work hard and refine your grappling techniques further, ideally to the level of being proficient. When you have enough strength, I will recommend you to participate in the assessment for Grade 8 Iron Armor Cons. For the next several days, Yang Ling did not return to the Red Gold Mine. Sure, Xian temporarily assumed Lin Yan's duties. Under his leadership, and aided by Lin Mu and Zhang San, a series of personnel involved in Wu Kei's illicit trafficking of fire crystal or were exposed. The investigation implicated not only petty traders and laborers from Qingshan City, but even certain garrison soldiers. In total, nearly 100 individuals were apprehended. Whenever Yang Ling chanced upon Sure Xian, he noticed a smile lingering on the man's face. Over these days, Yang Ling gained 15 experience points daily in the Vajra King cultivation art. All remaining time was devoted to refining the thief-capturing saber art. Its proficiency surged wildly, at a rate of 60 to 70 points per day. Within merely 4 days, it had climbed to 502 out of 1000. The threshold to the next stage, integration and mastery, was now within sight. On this particular day, Yang Ling practiced the thief-capturing saber art in the courtyard, while several constables stood nearby watching in quiet admiration. Old Zhao, I was wrong back then. I thought Yang Ling had come merely to draw idle wages. Little did I know our chief had truly recruited a prodigy. A constable spoke with heartfelt reverence. Having assisted Sure Xian over these past days, he too had earned considerable merit. He could already envision the reward, 10 or more taels of silver, awaiting him upon the mission's conclusion. All of this stemmed from Wu Man's death. Moreover, he had personally witnessed Yang Ling practicing swordsmanship day and night, an intensity of dedication that left them humbled. Indeed, he trains day and night. I suspect his mastery of the thief-capturing saber art may even surpass mine. Old Zhao murmured, touched with quiet awe. He trains day and night. A voice interjected. Old Zhao nodded slightly. Every time we pass by, be it dawn or midnight, Yang Ling is always practicing, scarcely pausing for rest. He paused, then added, I've also heard he does the same when descending into the mines, relentless without regard for day or night. Such vitality is truly extraordinary. That is the character, Qi. Obsessive devotion. The Iron Robe Department director once told me, with but a single Qi one may achieve mastery in any endeavor. The Iron Robe Department director said that to you. Oh, director, sure. Only then did old Zhao and the other constables recognize Sure Xian and Lin Yin approaching, and hastily bowed deeply. Sure Xian wore an unusually radiant smile, quite unlike his usual demeanor. He waved off their salutes and strolled calmly toward Yang Ling, then suddenly drew his official saber and lunged. Lin Yin and the others flinched momentarily, but instantly grasped the intent and stepped aside to observe. Yang Ling, utterly absorbed in practice, sensed danger at the last instant and slashed instinctively toward the attacker. Clang, clang, clang. Each impact reverberated violently, searing pain flaring across his palms. His opponent's blade moved with blinding speed. Within barely 7 or 8 exchanges, the tip rested coldly against Yang Ling's throat. Director, sure. Only then did Yang Ling recognize him, and lowered his weapon, instantly stunned inwardly. Though neither had drawn upon inner energy, the sheer velocity of those strikes was astonishing, like lightning cleaving the sky. Recalling Sure Xian's agility score of 28 and his proficient mastery of the tiger-subduing saber art, Such prowess no longer seemed extraordinary. Your thief-capturing saber art appears further refined. Excellent work. Sure Xian sheathed his saber with a smile. The Wu K case is nearing resolution. I shall soon return to the capital to report directly to the Iron Robe Department elders. The merit accrued exceeds my expectations. He paused, eyes glinting warmly. Thanks to you I am all but certain to be promoted to 7th rank. Thus I wish to present you with a token, my gratitude. Director, such generosity is far beyond my station. I dare not accept. Yang Ling clasped his fists solemnly before his chest. Sure Xian smiled faintly. Consider it an advance reward. By my estimation, the Iron Robe Department will grant me 5 spirit-nourishing pills for this achievement. Yet my martial arts have long reached proficiency. These pills would yield little benefit for me. Rather than sell them, I prefer to bestow them upon you. With that, he produced a porcelain vial and handed it to Yang Ling. 5 spirit-nourishing pills. Yours in advance. What? 5 spirit-nourishing pills, for me? Yang Ling froze, disbelief flashing across his gaze. He had believed his gains thus far more than sufficient, yet the greatest boon had yet to arrive. His heart hammered fiercely. Swallowing pride, he accepted the vial with both hands. Yang Ling, thanks director for your extraordinary patronage. Lin Yan stood transfixed. Old Zhao and the others drew sharp, silent breaths. Spirit-nourishing pills. These legendary elixirs, said to enhance martial skill, reportedly fetched 600 taels apiece on the black market. 5 pills meant 3,000 taels of pure silver. A collective gasp escaped them, and their glances toward Yang Ling turned instantly envious, awestruck. I depart today, until we meet again. Sure Xian chuckled, clapped Yang Ling firmly on the shoulder, and strode away. Director, allow me to escort you. Yang Ling hurried after him. At the Yamen gate stood a vast, orderly procession. Sure Xian had summoned constables from across the region to oversee the prisoner transport. Yang Ling and Lin Yan watched the retreating column fade into the distance, then exchanged a long, relieved sigh. Yang Ling, director, Sure made no mention of appointing you to succeed me here in Qingshan City, meaning he has greater plans for you. Lin Yan's tone brimmed with envy. When you rise high, don't forget me. Senior brother, please. My success owes entirely to your guidance. Yang Ling replied earnestly. Well, heh. Lin Yan couldn't suppress a broad grin. This affair had unfolded without incident, and promised further pleasant surprises. He was thoroughly satisfied. At the Red Gold Mine, Yang Ling immediately summoned Chen Su and Chen Guoqing upon his return, seeking updates on recent developments, and received encouraging news. Following Fang Qinyang's downfall, the remaining 11 overseers had grown remarkably compliant, diligently urging miners to accelerate extraction. Daily output surged dramatically, from 60 or 70 gene to over 100 gene of red gold ore. Such a leap was staggering. Once Yang Ling resumed leading mining expeditions underground, the monthly target of 3,500 gene would not only be met, but easily surpassed. Brother Yang, when do we descend into the mines again? Everyone's hands are itching. Chen Su whispered. Days spent scraping surface deposits had left them restless and unfulfilled. It's noon now. Gather at mine shaft 1 this evening. Yang Ling replied with a calm smile. Chen Su brightened instantly and dashed off with Chen Guoqing to alert the others. After they departed, Yang Ling withdrew a spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it. Select the martial art whose proficiency you wish to enhance. Thief-capturing saber art. Instantly a surge of warmth flooded his meridians, a torrential tide, as if he had trained relentlessly in the saber art for over 10 days straight. He watched spellbound as the proficiency gauge skyrocketed 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Congratulations, thief-capturing saber art has attained integration and mastery. A thunderous resonance filled Yang Ling's skull, as though a miniature self endlessly practiced saber forms within his memory. Finally, that memory fused seamlessly with his own consciousness, indistinguishable and separable. Yang Ling seized his official saber and struck, its blade slicing air with a fierce whistling roar. At last, integration and mastery. Agility increases by 6 points. Sure Xian urged me to master the thief-capturing saber art, clearly hinting I prepare for the tiger-subduing saber art. A quiet smile lit Yang Ling's eyes. Now 2 martial arts had reached integration and mastery, and 1 cultivation art stood at its threshold. Yang Ling opened his attribute panel. Name, Yang Ling. Occupation, Constable Beast Tamer. Level 18, Strength 11, Agility 5, Spirit 30, Exclusive Skill Insight 2, Martial Arts. Vajra King. Cultivation Art. Initial Comprehension Experience 303, Mountain Crushing, Fist Integration, and Mastery Proficiency. Thief-capturing saber art integration and mastery proficiency. Health 310, 104 spirit-nourishing pills remain. Consuming them all would add another 2,000 proficiency points. The remaining 8,000 points, calculated at roughly 60 per day, means 4 months of diligent training would elevate the thief-capturing saber art to consummate mastery. Yet, time is scarce. Level advancement must take priority. Everything else follows. Yang Ling reflected briefly, then withdrew the remaining pills and consumed them one after another. Upon finishing, his thief-capturing saber art proficiency surged another 2,000 points, equivalent to over a month of arduous practice. Only then did he touch the hilt of his red gold cranebeak pick and stride purposefully toward Mine Shaft 1. In front of the mine, players have already gathered, their expressions filled with excitement. Have you seen the Divine Domain ranking list? Our boss Yang has moved up another rank. Even Li Shou from the Luohan Temple can only rank behind him. I estimate that there are nearly 1 million players entering the Divine Domain now, right? Ranking 4th boss Yang is definitely my #1 idol. The players present whispered among themselves. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing listened to their chatter, their eyes filled with smiles. Should we talk to Yang Ling and see if there's a way for us to become warriors through his introduction? The trio huddled in a corner whispering. He just went to Qingshan City and immediately leveled up again. Such a rapid upgrade speed is terrifying. If we could collaborate with him, it would be immensely beneficial for us. Sure, once this mining is over, we'll confront him. We are among the elite of these players, and I'm sure he would be willing to work with us. The three came to a decision. More and more miners gathered around, doubling the original number of around. About 1/10 of the miners planned to mine with Yang Ling, while the remaining 9/10 were still observing, indecisive. Before long, they suddenly quieted down. There are quite a few people today. Are they all going down to mine? Yang Ling arrived on the scene, smiling as he glanced around. There were more players, many of whom were hiding their identities. The ordinary miners had increased significantly, probably realizing that the previous dangers were intentional schemes by those in charge. Moreover, the profits from mining for a day surpassed those from outside in 3 days. Thus, they were also willing to take the risk. Supervisor Yang, there are over 1,000 miners going down today. Should we split into 2 teams? Chun Guoqing stepped forward, a hint of worry in his eyes. 10 miners had died in the last incident. One of them was a player, so he feared that if the number of miners increased today, it could lead to further complications if there were any ill-intentioned individuals among them. It's fine to mine, no. One is large enough as long as we form good teams. Yang Ling said. You all help organize 5 people for a small team. If we can't gather 5, then they don't need to go down. Miners unwilling to team up usually had some issues. He had already confirmed that the output task could be completed, and there was no need to bring anyone below. Chun Guoqing and Chen Su immediately began organizing. In just about an hour, they formed the teams. Those miners who couldn't gather 5 in a team could only look disappointed as they watched others head into the mine. Yang Ling continued to lead the way. Xiaobai seems a bit excited. After all, in the past few days, I've only fed him a little pork, but no red gold or to gnaw on. Yang Ling thought for a moment. Xiaobai, go deeper to look for food. If you find any red gold or market. Xiaobai was very intelligent and immediately flew out in the darkness. It could see everything clearly without any light. It seems you'll just keep it in the mine from now on, or it can also help me occasionally mark or spots. Yang Ling pondered as he began today's leveling up. Soon, by the afternoon of the next day, everyone finally emerged from the mine. During this time, no incidents occurred. Although everyone looked tired, their expressions were all filled with excitement. After all, the rewards were quite substantial. What is your name? Yang Ling led the team to a manager. The other party respectfully replied, Supervisor Yang, I am Tang Gao. Yang Ling glanced at the others' attributes. Strength 13 points, agility average, spirit very low, and practiced the Black Tiger Fist. However, he was only at the basic level, not even proficient. Fang Xingyang has now been released from prison, and I have also been promoted to a 9th rank ironclad con. Yang Ling said blandly. No matter who is behind you, if you want to hinder senior brother Su Qing and prevent him from taking control of this red gold mine, you should think carefully. After all, Wu Kei and your backer are the same person. And Wu Kei has already been identified as a Rome clan spy. Your backer is likely in a dire situation and may not even pass the Ironclad Division's scrutiny. Hiss! A group of managers gasped in surprise. Tang Gao's eyes flashed with astonishment. A Rome clan spy. This matter could escalate. After Yang Ling's warning, he threw a bag in front of the other party. The miners behind him also went to pay their red gold or to other managers. This time Yang Ling mined around 10 jin and received over 20 taels of silver in total. Back in the courtyard, he calculated his assets. Wu Kei has 800 taels plus what I've earned recently. It's over 1,000 taels. Yang Ling felt a bit emotional. Unknowingly, his assets had surpassed 1,000. It's a pity that he currently had no channels to convert this silver into something usable at the moment. The spirit-nourishing pill requires a channel to purchase. And those equipment. Yang Ling's expression shifted as he glanced at the official knife at his waist. Perhaps he could get a better knife first. The 9th rank official knife seems decent, but in reality, it's just a common item. Let's ask the local blacksmith what he thinks. Yang Ling immediately began practicing. After completing the King Kong Ming Wang technique, he took a bath and went to the blacksmith shop. Supervisor Yang. Several blacksmiths, seeing Yang Ling's appearance, no longer dared to be negligent like before, and they all stepped forward to clasp their fists in salute. How about this knife? Yang Ling took out the 9th rank official knife from the ironclad division. The blacksmiths exchanged glances and then stepped forward to examine it closely. One of them exclaimed, looking at the mark on top, "This is a 9th rank official knife produced by the ironclad division's blacksmith workshop. This is truly a fine knife. Can you forge a knife better than this?" Yang Ling asked with a smile. The blacksmiths looked at each other, then showed hesitant expressions, smiling wryly. "Supervisor Yang, we mainly forge picks, hoe tools, and some farming implements. While we can make weapons, they are generally of average quality. If Supervisor Yang wants a fine knife, you might try your luck at the state capital. I heard there's a blacksmith named Tying Yo there who forges excellent knives." One blacksmith said cautiously. The state capital. Yang Ling pondered. Qingshan City is now under the jurisdiction of the Chang'e Prefecture. Moreover, it's just a small city with a population of around 30,000 under the Chang'e Prefecture's administration. It is located in a remote area, and the journey from here to the Chang'e Prefecture is about 400 miles. The time for this back and forth isn't short. Forget it'll go when I have time. A leveling up is more urgent. Yang Ling decided in his heart, and then instructed the blacksmiths present. You all forge some fine steel hoes. If you need materials, let me know, and I'll allocate them. Supervisor Yang, there are still plenty of materials in the storage. If we all work hard, we can forge 10 fine steel hoes within a month. The materials in the storage can make around 30 hoes. One blacksmith quickly responded. All right, let's start forging. Yang Ling smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. When he returned to the front of the courtyard, 3 individuals were gathered together, seemingly waiting for something. Upon seeing Yang Ling return, they exchanged glances and then approached, saying, Yang Ling, we 3 are actually players too. Yang Ling feigned surprise. You are players too? I've seen you before. We were mining together. Why didn't you mention? The 3 exchanged glances, and one of them said quietly, we encountered some very special players before, so we didn't dare to easily reveal our identities. All right, let's sit down inside and talk. Yang Ling led the 3 into the front hall of the courtyard. After they took their seats, he got straight to the point. What level are you 3? We are not warriors yet, so we can't see the attribute panel, but we estimate that we are already level 10, one of them said with a bitter smile. We have observed the ranking list in the divine domain, and it seems that at level 10 one needs to change jobs to continue leveling up, another said. We haven't increased our power for a long time, so we must be stuck at level 10. Yang Ling certainly knew that these 3 were level 10 players. Their current profession was still minor. Since the other party wasn't planning to reveal their identity, he didn't bother to push. As long as they could mine and increase the yield of the red gold, or that was enough. You guessed right. Without becoming a warrior, you can't see the attribute panel. Without changing jobs, you also cannot continue to level up. Yang Ling nodded lightly. The 3 looked at each other, and the elder among them slowly said, Supervisor Yang, what price do we need to pay if we want to become warriors? Do you have any extra martial skills? I do have a book on the Black Tiger Fist. Yang Ling nodded slightly. But martial skills are precious. I either keep them for myself or sell them. The 3's eyes lit up. They then quietly discussed among themselves, and ultimately decided to purchase a martial skill from Yang Ling, with the elder being the first to learn. Supervisor Yang, how much are you planning to sell the Black Tiger Fist for? The elder pondered. 500 taels of silver, Yang Ling replied. 500 taels. The 3 gasped in shock. Even though their mining speed was very fast, they had only saved a little over 100 taels during this time. 500 taels for a book on the Black Tiger Fist. Isn't that too expensive? Supervisor Yang, the Black Tiger Fist seems to be just an ordinary martial skill. This is the early stage of the game. Any martial skill has enormous value. Yang Ling, the Black Tiger Fist is worth this price. If you go elsewhere, you won't find a martial skill, even if you spend 1,000 taels. In that case, how about I give you 5 million? The elder replied, once divine domain is released, I will transfer the money to you. Yang Ling's expression suddenly turned cold. Do you take me for a fool? The atmosphere dropped sharply. The 3 were taken aback. Do you have no idea what the current situation of divine domain is? Yang Ling sneered. The players who came later say we have become missing persons. Do you still think we have a chance to go back? This is not an ordinary game. This is a deadly game. Dying in the game means dying in reality. Silver is more meaningful than your savings in real life. With that said, he waved his hand. You guys mine quite fast, so go back and save enough money. If I haven't sold this Black Tiger Fist by then, you can come back to buy it. Gao Chun was unwilling to leave just like that. He had to seize the opportunity to become a warrior. Gritting his teeth, Gao Chun took a deep breath. Supervisor Yang, how about I trade you this Black Tiger Fist for a secret? The other two were slightly taken aback and immediately opposed. Our levels are already stuck. That secret is actually of no use to us. If we don't break through soon, we'll fall too far behind. We're all in the profession of earning gold. You should understand this principle, Gao Chun advised the two. Earning gold. Yang Ling nodded slightly in his heart. He had guessed the three's occupations in reality. They carried a similar aura to him. What secret? How can I ensure that your secret is worth 500 taels? Yang Ling asked. Gao Chun smiled. A monster spawning location, a very safe spawning location. Supervisor Yang is already level 18. If you get this spawning location, you could likely reach level 20 within 3 days. At that time, the top ranker in the divine domain will probably receive some rewards from the game. A spawning location. Is that the reason this group of people leveled up so quickly? 100 taels plus your secret, and this Black Tiger Fist is yours. Yang Ling pondered for a moment and took out the Black Tiger Fist, placing it on the table. Gao Chun and the other two discussed again, then took out a small cloth pouch. Inside were some silver pieces. He took a few, leaving about 100 taels. Yang Ling picked it up and weighed it, then looked at Gao Chun. Gao Chun said, in Cave 36, there is a hidden river. Following the river downstream, you can reach a stone cave. Inside the stone cave, there are larvae that can be easily squashed. These larvae provide a lot of experience, and after we three found that place, we leveled up to 10 in just one day. Saying this, he self-deprecatingly added, we might be the earliest to reach level 10. But we just couldn't find a path to change jobs, nor could we become warriors, otherwise our names would also be on the divine domain ranking list. Having a name is not necessarily a good thing. Yang Ling thought to himself, then curiously asked, so you were also among the first 30 level 10 players. Did you receive rewards? The three of them stiffened slightly. Seeing this, Yang Ling waved his hand. Forget it, I won't ask about that. Take me to that stone cave, and once we arrive, the Black Tiger Fist will belong to you. Gao Chun considered for a moment and nodded, all right. Soon Yang Ling had changed into the 9th grade iron armor with a red gold pickaxe and a 9th grade officer's knife at his waist. He led the three to Cave 36. Gao Chun took the lead. Before this, he also called back Xiaobai in case of emergencies. Quickly the four arrived at the hidden river Gao Chun mentioned. This spot was deep inside the cave, winding and requiring them to pass through several seemingly deadened turns. Even if ordinary miners found this, they wouldn't dare to enter the water. The four swam downstream for about a few miles and finally saw a recessed stone cave by the riverbank. This is it. Gao Chun immediately climbed ashore. Yang Ling and the other two followed suit. What greeted their eyes was an endless number of larvae. This is probably some kind of mining worm's nest, Yang Ling said with a serious expression. If all these larvae successfully hatched, this cave would surely become extremely dangerous. Yang Ling glanced at the nearest larva and then stepped on it. With a pop, the larva burst. A chill surged into Yang Ling's body. The experience gained from this was even higher than that from the red gold mantis. Just larvae alone provide such experience. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised, but confirmed Gao Chun's words were true. The three of them had relied on this place to accumulate experience in the early stages. If they hadn't been too unlucky and unable to find a path to change jobs, their names would now also be on the divine domain ranking list. The Black Tiger Fist is yours. Yang Ling handed the martial skill to Gao Chun. The three of them immediately sighed in relief. Gao Chun opened the Black Tiger Fist for a glance. Then it transformed into a stream of light and vanished into Gao Chun's forehead, evidently chosen for learning. Moments later, Gao Chun looked at the other two with a flushed face. I can now access the attribute panel. My current profession is warrior. You can leave now, Yang Ling smiled. The three glanced at each other reluctantly, looked at the cave, and then left. As soon as they left, the restless Xiaobai immediately flew out and started eating the larvae. It seems that Xiaobai really likes these pupae. Oh, I wonder if it will level up after eating them. Yang Ling's eyes brightened. Xiaobai has levels, so it can definitely level up. Although he was unsure of the conditions for its leveling up before today, he can observe. Seeing Xiaobai eating eagerly, he couldn't help but start leveling up as well. The number of pupae ahead was somewhat sparse, having been trampled by Gao Chun and the others. The deeper he went, the more densely packed the pupae became. Stepping on one could directly crush 10 or so. Each step brought in a surge of experience. Yang Ling's experience points were skyrocketing. In less than an hour, pleasant upgrade sounds reached his ears. You have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. Already at level 19. Yang Ling was slightly pleased today, not to mention reaching level 20. Even level 21 or 22 seemed possible. He immediately allocated the attribute point to his spirit. However, the system displayed a message: spirit power is full, unable to level up without cultivating a related skill. Oh no, I need the corresponding skill to continue adding points. Yang Ling's heart sank and his expression turned grim. He had been counting on maxing out his spirit to significantly improve his training speed. Related skills to spirit. Yang Ling frowned in thought, and after a moment he decided to ask Su Qing about it when he got the chance. He wondered if Su Qing knew anything. Since I can't level up my spirit, I'll focus on agility for now. Yang Ling recalled using agility to kite Wu Man. His damage output was already sufficient, and there was no need to increase his strength for the time being. As long as he raised his agility, his output would actually increase, and his survivability would be stronger. With that thought, he allocated his free attribute point to agility. Agility increased from 5 to 6. Yang Ling felt his body become a bit lighter. Although the difference wasn't very obvious, he knew that when he executed the Thief's Blade technique, his strikes would be quicker and sharper. He continued to level up. Before he knew it, another pleasant sound rang out. Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. Yang Ling casually added it to agility. Level 20. Yang Ling's expression changed. Immediately after, another message appeared: you are the first player to reach level 20 among 1 million players in the Divine Domain. You have received a random treasure chest reward. In an instant, a silver chest appeared before him. It's a silver random treasure chest, 2 tiers higher than the white chest I got the first time. Yang Ling's eyes sparkled slightly, and his breathing quickened. He guessed correctly. There were indeed rewards for reaching level 20. Moreover, he was the first player to achieve level 20 this time. The quality of the reward chest was likely improved because of this. Normally, he received a white chest as the first reward, so this time it should be blue, not silver. So as the rewards keep increasing, distinguishing me from players in other ranks. Yang Ling couldn't wait. He immediately opened the silver chest. Inside the chest was not the spirit-gathering pills or other potions he imagined, but a martial technique. A martial technique. Yang Ling frowned. He already had plenty of martial techniques. He barely had enough time to cultivate them. Getting another martial technique was somewhat redundant. He understood the principle of not being able to chew more than one could swallow. With that in mind, he picked up the martial technique and took a look. First-rate martial technique, Void Step. Would you like to learn? Yang Ling's eyes widened. A first-rate martial technique. Is this for real? He immediately checked the detailed introduction of Void Step. Void Step, when cultivated to perfection, allows one to walk on air. Initial understanding increases agility by 12 points. Mastery increases agility by 24 points. Achieved perfection increases agility by 36 points. Advanced increases agility by 48 points. Transcendent increases agility by 80 points with an additional skill step into Void. This is a great treasure. Yang Ling muttered to himself. Although he couldn't possibly cultivate Void Step to perfection in a short time, he could at least sprint to the mastery stage. But that would still increase his agility by 24 points. If combined with the 15 points from the Vajra King technique, plus his own 7 points and the 6 points from the Thief's Blade technique, his agility would reach an unprecedented 52 points. With such agility, even if he still wasn't a match for a master like Shirexian, at the very least he could easily escape from such masters. There might even be a chance for a counterattack. While having too much can be overwhelming, it can also be gradually digested. It's better than having nothing to digest. This treasure chest truly offers excellent rewards. I'm satisfied. Yang Ling contentedly learned Void Step to avoid any complications. He knew well how rare first-rate techniques were. Now with his technique being first-rate and having the first-rate martial technique Void Step, even if he started out behind Lin Sai and the others, his starting point was likely far beyond theirs. A warm current surged into Yang Ling's brow. In an instant he gained a wealth of memories about Void Step. His figure gradually began to become more agile. While practicing Void Step, Yang Ling stepped on the pupae. His proficiency and experience points surged rapidly, feeling quite satisfying. Before he realized it, he had leveled up from 20 to 21. However, this time it took quite a long while. Even the pupae in the cave had been completely trampled by him. The remaining few were eaten by Xiaobai. It seems that after level 20, the experience required for leveling up increases. Yang Ling glanced over at Xiaobai. This time Xiaobai had eaten quite a few pupae. Originally only the size of a palm, it had grown 3 whole circles. Its fangs and forearms had become even sharper. Yang Ling looked at Xiaobai's attributes. Great Mother Golden Mantis Xiaobai, level 5 strength, 9 agility, 14 spirit, 6 special skill treasure finder. Wait a minute. Yang Ling was slightly stunned. If he remembered correctly, when Xiaobai was at level 1, its strength was only 5, agility 10, 8 and spirit 2. But it had only leveled up 4 times now. How come its 3 attributes each increased by 4 points? Could it be because it can't practice martial arts, so its attributes differ from humans? Yang Ling was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that if Xiaobai was nurtured well, it could become a great asset in the future. Good fellow, I should have fed you more pupae earlier. Yang Ling smiled and waved. Xiaobai immediately flew to his shoulder. Yang Ling felt a sinking sensation. So heavy. Now Xiaobai was only about 3 circles bigger than before, but its weight felt like it weighed over 10 pounds. Yang Ling knocked on Xiaobai's body. Oh, it felt like his mind stirred, and he opened his attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling, profession, Constable Beast Tamer, level 21 strength, 11 agility, 8 spirit, 30 exclusive skills, Insight X, 2 martial arts, Vajra King technique, initial understanding, experience 318. 1000 Mountain Crushing Fist Mastery Proficiency 102 10000 Thieves Blade Technique Mastery Proficiency 201 210000 Void Step Entry Proficiency 13100 Life Points 310 100 Yang Ling, open the Divine Domain level leaderboard again. Divine Domain level leaderboard 001 Iron Armor Division Yang Ling, level 21, Profession Constable 002 9 Immortals Palace Lin Sai, level 20, Profession Taoist 003, Extreme Flame, Sword Mansion Jiang, Tianai, level 20, Profession Swordsman 004, Divine Sect Zhang, Shindao, level 20, Profession Assassin 005, Arhut Temple, Li Shou, level 19, Profession Mad Monk 006, Bitter Awakening Temple Hui Wu, level 17, Profession Martial Monk 007, I Dead Man's Valley Chi Kai, level 17, Profession Medical. I'm a full 6 levels higher than the 10th place, Gene Mo. That's a significant gap. Yang Ling felt a bit emotional. Once upon a time he thought that the level gap between him and Hui Wu would only grow larger. The speed of Hui Wu's leveling up was certainly far beyond his. He never expected that after these few gains he had surpassed Hui Wu by a whole 4 levels. It's about time to leave, there's no value here anymore. I'll come back to check later. Yang Ling glanced around the cave, and then called Xiaobai to leave with him. After swimming for a while, he suddenly turned his head and vaguely saw an enormous creature entering the cave. On the creature's attribute panel, there were all terrifying question marks. Tyrant Ghost Spider level, strength, agility, spirit, special skill. Yang Ling was startled. He immediately swam with all his might, quickly making it to the shore and swiftly leaving from Mine No. 36. Only after safely reaching the entrance of the cave did he cautiously take a glance inside. Were those pupae its offspring? Yang Ling pondered for a moment before calling a group of stewards to command the miners to completely seal off the entrance of Mine No. 36. The reason was simple, there were terrifying mine worms inside. Gao Chun and the others witnessed this scene and mistakenly thought Yang Ling was trying to cover up the existence of the monster spawning location. They felt somewhat disappointed after the entrance was sealed. It would be difficult for them to sneak in for leveling up in the future. From then on, Yang Ling would spend 2 to 3 hours each day patrolling the veins or mines. Occasionally, he would dig a few times out of restlessness. As for the rest of the time, he dedicated it to practicing the King Kong Ming Wang Gong and the Ling Su Step. In just 2 days, the Ling Su Step was upgraded to the initial stage of comprehension. At this moment, Yang Ling realized he had made a mistake. I shouldn't have consumed those few Yang Ling Dan like that. Yang Ling couldn't help but shake his head slightly. If he had saved at least 2, he could have immediately upgraded the Ling Su Step to the realm of integration, which would provide a full 24 points of agility. In the future, if there are any Yang Ling Dan, I should keep some for a while and assess the situation before making arrangements. For every martial art, the proficiency required for the first 2 levels is fixed. Whether it's 100 or 1,000 Yang Ling Dan can facilitate a quick entry. It's no wonder that first-rate forces can make even the court show them respect. With the same qualifications, one practicing a first-rate martial art can achieve much more than one practicing a mediocre technique like the Black Tiger Fist. The time spent may be similar, but the results are worlds apart. Fortunately, I can gain 3 points of proficiency in just 1 hour now. I can afford to slow down my leveling. I should devote more time to the Ling Su Step to reach the realm of integration as soon as possible. Days passed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. During this time, Yang Ling only spent 3 to 4 hours mining each day, and his level had only increased by 1. He allocated his points to agility. His ranking on the Divine Domain leaderboard had slipped from 1st to 5th. The first place Lin Cai had reached level 23. The 4th place Li Shou had reached level 22, matching Yang Ling's level, but he likely had more experience. Thus, the top 4 positions had returned to the players of the 4 major first-rate sects. In the courtyard, Yang Ling moved like a gust of wind darting around. One moment he was here, the next he was already several meters away. Suddenly, a warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. The proficiency of the Ling Su step finally broke through 1,000 points, promoting him to the realm of integration. With a thought, Yang Ling activated the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Agility increased by 15 points. Ling Su step agility increased by 24 points, along with his original 9 points of agility. In that instant, his agility reached a whopping 48 points. Yang Ling's movements became increasingly swift, allowing him to cover 10 meters in the blink of an eye. He drew the 9th grade official knife from his waist and executed the thief subduing knife technique. The knife's momentum was as fierce as a raging storm. The thief subduing knife technique also provided an increase of 6 points to agility. With this, his agility broke through the 50-point barrier, reaching 54 points. His speed increased again, though not vastly apparent in combat. Even a slight increase in speed could determine the outcome. Without warning, Yang Ling came to a halt. Dust and smoke swirled around him, settling slowly after a few moments. Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel character. Yang Ling profession: Constable Beast Tamer, level 22 strength, 11 agility, 9 spirit, 30 exclusive skills, insight X, 2 martial arts, King Kong Ming Wang Gong, initial comprehension experience 543. 1000 Bump Mountain Fist integration proficiency 102. 10000 Thief subduing knife technique integration proficiency 201. 210000 Ling Su step integration proficiency 01000 Health 310. 100. With my current strength, dealing with a 9th grade warrior like Wu Man would be as easy as pie. Yang Ling felt a bit emotional. Half a month ago, he would have had to kite Wu Man to handle him. Now he didn't need to exert too much effort against Wu Man. With his speed, Wu Man would be unable to defend against his onslaught. Can my strength now rival that of an 8th grade warrior? Sure, Xin should be an 8th grade warrior. Without using his skills, his strength is at 43 and agility at 28. I estimate there's still a gap between me and the 8th grade, but it's not too significant. Just then a knock sounded from outside the courtyard. Is Yang Ling in? Yang Ling stepped outside to find 2 men and 2 women dressed in the robes of the Shanha sect disciples. He scanned their attributes and found them to be on par with Wu Kei. They were stronger than ordinary stewards, but significantly weaker than Wang Jing and Su Qing. Are you Yang Ling? A young man scrutinized Yang Ling from head to toe before smiling and saying, I was sent by Senior Brother Su. What should I call Senior Brother? Yang Ling replied with a smile and a fist salute. Just call me Su Shan. Su Shan said, while eyeing the 9th grade official knife at Yang Ling's waist. The other 3 were also quite curious about the knife, having recognized its origin. Yang Ling, I've heard rumors in the sect that a major case occurred in Qingshan City recently, and you seem to have made a significant contribution. Did you assist Lord Sher Xin of the Iron Clothes Division in slaying a Rong clan spy, the 9th grade warrior Wu Man? Su Shan asked curiously. Senior Brother Su, it was merely luck. Wu Man was too strong, and I could only harass him from a distance. Yang Ling replied. Su Shan nodded slightly. He is a 9th grade warrior officially registered, not to mention he hails from the Rong clan's giant spirit sect. His mixed iron technique is not inferior to our Shanha sect's Shanha mine method. By the way, are you now a 9th grade iron clothes constable? Indeed. Yang Ling nodded. Su Shan and the others' expressions softened, and their tone became more respectful. Yang Ling, I am actually a cousin of Su Qing. This time my cousin sent me mainly to escort the red gold mine and help you lead the way. Su Shan smiled. My cousin mentioned that his master wishes to inquire about the matter concerning Wu Kei, so this time you will personally escort the red gold mine. Yang Ling remained calm on the surface, but internally he felt little fluctuation. In the past he might have felt apprehensive, but now things were different. He was a 9th grade iron clothes constable. His maximum agility could increase to 54 points. In the case concerning Wu Kei, he also had merits to show. As long as the Shanha sect did not wish to conspire or betray the country, they would not dare to act against him, as evidenced by the attitudes of Su Shan and the others. Senior Brother Su, shall we head to the warehouse to tally up the total amount of red gold mined this month, and then set off today? Yang Ling suggested with a smile. Sure. Su Shan nodded. Everyone went to the warehouse, and the 11 stewards received the news and hurried over. After some counting, the production of red gold for this month gradually became clear. 3,782 pounds, 5 taels, 4 chien. Su Shan gasped in surprise, and then joyfully exclaimed, "My cousin's position is secured now. The military contract he made with the sect leader has been fulfilled." The 11 stewards had complex expressions at that moment. They also wished to obstruct the production over this period, but they had no means or courage to do so. Currently, there were over 10,000 miners, and every day 2,000 to 3,000 were willing to descend into the mines. This had become a trend. With so many people, some mine thieves were afraid to expose their identities and could only dig obediently. Moreover, Yang Ling had strict instructions forbidding miners from going too deep or entering excessively dangerous areas. Therefore, there had been no significant accidents during this period. At most, some miners were careless and ended up with broken hands or feet. Yang Ling, will the production of the red gold mine be able to maintain over 3,500 pounds in the future? Su Shan asked eagerly. 3,700 jin of red gold, or divided into only 2 horse-drawn carts, was being escorted by 24 mine guards towards the direction of the Shanha sect. Yang Ling and Su Shan rode behind the convoy while 3 other disciples of the Shanha sect walked ahead of the carts. If any bandits were to see their attire, they would retreat on their own. Su Shan chatted with Yang Ling casually, and Yang Ling played along, joking with him. As they spoke, Yang Ling deliberately steered the conversation towards martial arts. The other day, when we fought with Wu Man, his mountain-crumbling fist unleashed an overwhelming aura, as if a giant mountain was truly collapsing behind him. Yang Ling sighed. I was so startled at the time that I could hardly muster any strength. Curious, he asked, "Senior brother Su, is the mountain-crumbling fist also a peerless martial art?" "What you refer to is called Su Shan replied with a smile. "The mountain-crumbling fist is merely an unremarkable style of boxing, not as good as our Shanha 12 fists. However, this boxing technique does indeed have the potential to cultivate Yi. It's not something just anyone can master. One must possess a modicum of talent. This talent likely pertains to mental strength. The entry-level requirements for practicing the mountain-crumbling fist include a strength of 8 points and 3 points of mental strength." Yang Ling continued to steer the conversation in that direction. "What is Yi?" Su Shan answered. "I'm not entirely sure. After all, my strength is still far from reaching the level to cultivate Yi. However, I've heard that every martial art from the 4 major sects can cultivate Yi, with the Shun sect being the most notable." He paused, revealing a trace of longing and reverence on his face. "I've heard that the Shun sect has a martial art called the Divine Path Secret. It is said that those who cultivate this art can more easily develop Yi. Moreover, it can enhance one's talent and comprehension, allowing for much faster martial arts training in the future." Yang Ling mused. It can enhance talent and comprehension. Is that the same as enhancing mental strength? Yang Ling pondered, realizing that the Divine Path Secret mentioned by Su Shan was likely a technique related to mental strength. If he wanted to enhance his mental strength, he would need to seek out similar techniques for cultivation. However, at present it seemed rather difficult. He might as well hope for a reward from the gaming system instead. "Senior brother Su, something seems off ahead. That tea stall we passed earlier had very few customers at the same time. Now, however, there are more than 10 patrons there, and they look robust, likely having practiced martial arts." One of the disciples of the Shanha sect rode up, reporting with a vigilant expression. The convoy had now come to a halt approximately a mile away from a tea stall, where dozens of patrons could be seen drinking tea and resting. Su Shan pondered for a moment before smiling. "Let's halt the convoy for now. I will go take a look, you all." Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. "Senior brother Su, I want to go with you to take a look." "Fine by me," Su Shan nodded slightly. The two of them rode over to the tea stall. The stall owner greeted them enthusiastically. However, those patrons didn't even lift their heads, continuing to drink tea on their own. Su Shan remained mounted, looking down at them, his gaze sweeping over each patron. Yang Ling was straightforward, checking their attributes. Apart from a few, the rest were all martial artists. As for their strength, it was roughly on par with Su Shan and the others. Moreover, their affiliations were all without exception with the Giant Spirit sect. The martial artists of the Shanha sect are truly vigilant. He has already begun to suspect us. We should eliminate him to avenge senior brother Wu Man. A martial artist suddenly surged forward, muscles bulging, wielding a long knife and viciously attacking Su Shan. What audacity! Su Shan was both furious and shocked, not expecting these ruffians to be genuine threats. The other martial artists immediately sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, Su Shan and Yang Ling found themselves surrounded and under siege. The stall owner turned pale with fear, while several ordinary patrons scrambled to grab their belongings and flee. The remaining 3 disciples of the Shanha sect witnessing this scene could not rush over in time. With a pained whinny, Su Shan's horse cried out, its throat having been pierced. He could only dismount and engage in a chaotic brawl with the surrounding martial artists. Yet within just a few exchanges he was injured. However, he also began to discern the attacking patterns of his opponents, and realizing they were seeking revenge for Wu Man shouted in fury, Giant Spirit Sect martial artists. They're actually Giant Spirit Sect martial artists. What should we do? The 3 Shanha sect disciples exchanged glances. There were more than 10 of them, and even if they went over it would only mean death. I will escort the red gold, or away. You 2 return to the Shanha sect to send word. As for senior brother Su and Yang Ling, this time the odds are against them. We cannot afford further losses. The shipment of red gold, or must not be compromised. One of them made a decisive call. Just then a Giant Spirit Sect martial artist suddenly shouted, "It's him. He used despicable means to kill senior brother Wu Man back then. Avenge senior brother Wu Man." In a fit of rage, 7 or 8 of them charged at Yang Ling. The pressure on Su Shan immediately lightened, and he felt somewhat uncertain. The 3 Shanha sect disciples who had planned to retreat were also momentarily stunned. Yang Ling, seeing this, refrained from using the Diamond King power, merely employing the Void Step and the Thief's Blade technique. His agility soared to 39 points in an instant. The Giant Spirit Sect martialists who had intended to surround him felt a flash before their eyes and lost sight of Yang Ling. Then 3 heads flew into the sky, blood gushing like a fountain. In the next moment, 3 more heads soared upwards. They had not practiced the mixed iron technique. For Yang Ling, cutting them down was as easy as slicing vegetables. In the blink of an eye, the remaining Giant Spirit Sect martial artists were all dead. They had been decapitated in a single strike, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Su Shan stared in shock at the scene, before him momentarily speechless. The stall owner was already so frightened that he sat down on the ground. The few patrons were hiding at a distance watching this scene in terror. Yang Ling, noticing this, took out his badge. Yang Ling, a 9th grade constable of the Iron Guard, is here. The Rong clan spies have all been eliminated. There's no need for you to panic. Upon hearing the words Iron Guard, the stall owner's complexion instantly improved. The patrons also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yang Ling's experience points were fully consumed. He couldn't help but curl his lips. The experience points from this group were not as plentiful as mining a few pieces of red gold, or, "Why, Yang Ling? Your strength." Su Shan stammered, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. The 3 Shanha sect disciples had already arrived with the convoys, staring blankly at the severed heads strewn all over the ground. "Senior brother Su, you should send a brother to Qingshan City to notify Captain Lin Yin to come collect the bodies." Yang Ling smiled. Su Shan quickly nodded and arranged for a junior brother to send a message to Qingshan City. He then took a deep breath, his expression strange. "Brother Yang, you are a 9th grade martial artist." The 2 female disciples of the Shanha sect and the mine guards present looked at Yang Ling with peculiar expressions. "I haven't participated in the assessment yet, so I haven't officially ranked yet," Yang Ling replied. That meant he had reached the required strength, but his status had not yet been assigned. Su Shan, coming to his senses, exclaimed, "Brother Yang, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise we would have all died here, and these 2 carts of red gold, or might not have been saved." After a pause, he suddenly thought of something, and said with a strange expression, "Brother Yang, did the Iron Guard suspect that there were still spies from the Rong clan here? That's why they arranged for a 9th grade martial artist like you to lie in wait in Qingshan City." Yang Ling did not answer this question, only smiling faintly. As for what the other party thought, he could not control it, but he could use the banner of the Iron Guard to cover up why his strength had improved so rapidly. The Iron Guard might think that the Shanha sect was cultivating him, while the Shanha sect would believe that the Iron Guard was training him. By the time both sides realized the truth, his strength would likely have become even more terrifying. There was no need to worry about such trivial matters anymore. Yang Ling and the others waited in place for half a day, finally seeing Lin Yin leading the way. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Lin Yin gazed solemnly at Yang Ling and asked, "Little Yang, are these all warriors of the Giant Spirit sect?" Indeed. Yang Ling and Su Shan briefly recounted the situation. In fact, Lin Yin had already heard the account from the disciples of the Shanha sect before coming. With the situation matching the scene before him, he realized that this case was not only clear-cut, but also of great merit. "Boss, you previously mentioned that there might be Rong clan spies seeking revenge, and that I should be on high alert. It seems you were right." Yang Ling sighed. Lin Yin was taken aback, looking at Yang Ling in disbelief. Then a serious expression crossed his face as he gently patted Yang Ling's shoulder. "If it weren't for you, even with my reminder, this could have turned into a disaster." I will report truthfully. This time you deserve the greatest credit. Thinking for a moment, Yang Ling pulled Lin Yin aside and whispered, Boss, I still want to earn a bit more here at the Qijin mine. If I gain too much credit and get promoted too quickly, I might have to go to the prefecture to report. So this credit has to be yours alone. If possible, the position of the chief constable in Qingshan City would suit me quite well. Lin Yan's heart raced, and after a moment of hesitation he asked, Then am I to receive the greatest credit? You deserve it without question. Huh? Lin Yan laughed heartily, recalling how he had looked down on the other party when they had asked him for the constable position, feeling he could hardly slap himself now. Little Yang, all these warriors of the giant spirit sect were killed by you. Considering how you previously slew Wu Man, I had already guessed that your martial arts cultivation far surpasses mine. Your future in the Iron Clothes division is limitless. I congratulate you in advance. Lin Yan cupped his hands in respect and said, As for this credit, I will shamelessly accept it. If I can get promoted because of it, I state here that the position of chief constable in Qingshan City must be yours. By the way, boss, have the number of refugees in Qingshan City increased lately? Yang Ling's expression shifted as he spoke. Lin Yan thought for a moment and replied, Recently the number of refugees in Qingshan City has been rising, but I don't know where the disaster has struck again. I still need more hands at the Qijin mine. If there are refugees, why not arrange for them to come to me? Yang Ling said with a smile. Lin Yan laughed heartily. That's simple. If you can help settle the refugees, I would be delighted. Once this matter is settled, I'll organize things and send them all over to you. Thank you, boss. Look at you, why be so polite? Before long, Lin Yan led people to transport all the corpses of the Rome clan spies away. Yang Ling and the others continued on their journey. A day later, they arrived smoothly at the Shana sect. The Shana sect was quite similar to what Yang Ling had imagined, very grand. The main gate alone was impressively large. Wu Kei turned out to be a Rome clan spy, and even attracted Wu Man, a 9th grade warrior. If the Iron Clothes division hadn't acted in time, how would our Shana sect have explained this to the upper echelons? The gang leader of the mines would surely hold us accountable. In the Shana sect within the main hall, an elder in purple robes coldly lectured a middle-aged man. In the future, take good care of your disciples. Make sure they keep their eyes peeled and don't take Rome clan spies as subordinates. Nearby, Yang Jiwen kept his head down, remaining silent. The middle-aged man quickly nodded in response. Rest assured, sect master, this will never happen again. At this time, a mature and beautiful woman chuckled softly. Senior brother, from now on the Qijin mine will be managed by Su Qing, so this kind of thing will not happen again. The middle-aged man glanced at her, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Junior sister Su Qing is still young. Letting him manage the Qijin mine might adversely affect the output. After a pause, he turned to Su Qing and asked, You previously said you would increase the output of the Qijin mine to 3,500 jin. Have you seen any results? Su Qing appeared somewhat awkward, glancing at the mature woman. Your master is asking you, just respond to him. The mature woman smiled. Seeing this, Su Qing respectfully cupped his hands and replied, Reporting to master, we have seen initial results, and I believe we will meet the target in 3 months. Initial results. Calculating the time the Qijin mine's output should be arriving soon. The middle-aged man said, Let's see whether the output of the Qijin mine increases or decreases after you take charge. The other elders present remained silent, clearly unwilling to get involved. After all, these two were both disciples of the current sect master of the Shana sect. They had no right to intervene in the conflict between the two, at most just picking sides. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly entered to report, Senior brother Su Shan has sent word that the transportation of the Qijin mine encountered a retaliatory attack from the giant spirit sect warriors. The expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Su Qing's face paled. Yang Jiwen lowered his gaze, a flicker of gloating passing through his eyes. The elder in purple robes immediately asked, What are the casualties? The disciple hesitated for a moment, his expression somewhat strange, and replied, There were no casualties. All those Rome clan spies were killed by a 9th grade Iron Clothes constable from Qingshan City. Yang Jiwen suddenly looked up, appearing somewhat incredulous. A 9th grade Iron Clothes constable? It's Yang Ling. Su Qing was overjoyed and immediately looked at the mature woman, saying, Master, it was the help of Constable Yang Ling that we managed to do this. He is now a 9th grade Iron Clothes constable. The elders present looked somewhat astonished, glancing at Su Qing with strange expressions. This kid managed to find such a helper. He is now a 9th grade Iron Clothes constable. The elders present looked somewhat astonished, glancing at the storeroom has sent word. The Qijin mine has been safely delivered to the storeroom with a quantity of 3,700 jin. At this, the hall suddenly fell into an incredible silence. Su Qing was overjoyed. It was only the first month, and the output of the Qijin mine had already met the target. Yang Jiwen couldn't believe it, and his expression turned somewhat dark. 3,700 Jin, it seems the constable you found indeed has remarkable capabilities. The elder in purple smiled, and said, from now on let you officially manage the Qijin mine. You should change the overseer there. Thank you, Sectmaster. Su Qing suppressed his overwhelming joy and bowed respectfully. Call for that young Ling Yu, I have something to ask him personally. The elder in purple said. Immediately a disciple went to find him. After about the time it takes to brew tea, Yang Ling was brought to the main hall. As soon as he entered, he was captivated by the elder in purple robes. From the aura alone, he felt that this person's strength was even above that of Shi Xian. Without a word, Yang Ling opened the other's attribute panel. Character Liang Yue, profession warrior, strength 63, agility 43, spirit 17, martial arts, Shanha blade art, transcendental Shanha 12 fists, transcendental Shanha, mental method, entry level influence Shanha sect. Single attribute over 60. When Yang Ling uttered the words Iron Garment Division, the elders present felt a slight chill in their hearts. It suddenly dawned on them that although he was a supervisor invited by Su Qing, he was also affiliated with the Iron Garment Division and was a first-grade constable. The leader of the Mountain River sect, Liang Yue, smiled and said, Yang Ling, I am Liang Yue, the leader of the Mountain River sect. Yang Ling pays his respects to sect leader Liang. Yang Ling performed a respectful yet unyielding bow. This person's strength was clearly a tier above Shi Xian. Yang Ling suspected that he was likely a 7th-grade warrior. I ask you, are you currently in charge of the Qijin mine? Liang Yu said with a faint smile. Yang Ling replied yes. Liang Yu continued, the previous output of the Qijin mine was only over 2,000 pounds, so how has it reached over 3,700 pounds this month? Previously there were officials causing obstruction, creating panic, which made the miners reluctant to work. Yang Ling smiled and said, once this matter is resolved, the output of the Qijin mine will naturally improve. Officials causing obstruction. Liang Yu pondered, glancing at Yang Jiwen. Yang Jiwen remained silent, looking down. But his master spoke sternly, the officials of the Qijin mine are all from our Mountain River sect. How could they cause obstruction? The official Fang Qingyang ordered people to drop Qijin mine essence in the mine to attract the Qijin mantis using pig's blood as bait, which led to countless injuries among the miners and the death of 10 men. Yang Ling replied calmly, this case has already been handed over to Captain Lin in Qingshan City. Previously the news was suppressed to avoid drawing controversy to the Mountain River sect, so that outsiders wouldn't say that the Mountain River sect couldn't manage its own officials and only engaged in internal strife. At these words, the beautiful woman and other second-generation disciples of the Mountain River sect showed expressions of shock and anger. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless, filled with uncertainty. Liang Yu maintained a calm tone, and after asking about this matter in detail, turned to the middle-aged man. He Qiu, by that Fang Qingyang seems to be your distant relative. He Qiu Bei's complexion changed from green to white as he slowly nodded yes. Be more vigilant in the future, Liang Yu said calmly. He Qiu Bei did not dare to retort, slowly nodding yes. At this moment the atmosphere in the hall felt something. Liang Yu chuckled lightly and looked at the beautiful woman. Hong Ying, your disciple Su Qing is quite impressive. Finding a young talent like Yang Ling to manage the Qijin mine is a blessing for our Mountain River sect. You flatter me, sect leader. Su Qing is simply fortunate. Hong Ying smiled. There is one more thing. Liang Yu turned back to Yang Ling. Young brother Yang, I heard that on your journey you encountered retaliation from the giant spirit sect, single-handedly fighting over 10 bandits and beheading them one by one. Everyone's expressions changed, having just been captivated by the 3,700 pounds of Qijin, or they almost forgot this matter. Su Qing and the other third-generation disciples looked at Yang Ling with astonishment and intrigue. He Qiu Bei, Hong Ying, and several other second-generation disciples seemed contemplative, their eyes flickering with a hint of peculiarity. Yang Jiwen finally raised his head, staring intently at Yang Ling. Having witnessed Wu Man and Shi Xian, Yang Ling also realized why Yang Jiwen held the top position among the third-generation disciples of the Mountain River sect. The other party's attributes surpassed Wu Man's by a notch, with strength 1 point higher, agility 13 points higher, and spirit 3 points greater. It could be said that Yang Jiwen's attributes were already close to Shi Zhen's. The other party's Mountain River Heart method was also at the level of integration. If he were to cultivate, his attributes would undoubtedly amplify significantly. Yang Ling suspected that he would at most have a 50-50 chance against Yang Jiwen, with a notable disadvantage in strength. Those disciples of the giant spirit sect have poorly trained martial skills, only slightly stronger than ordinary mind guards, not worth mentioning. Yang Ling clasped his hands in greeting. No matter how weak they are still warriors of the giant spirit sect. If it weren't for you this time, our Mountain River sect's Qijin mine would suffer another loss. If this batch of Qijin were transported to the Rome tribe and discovered by the Iron Garment Division, we would be at a loss for words. Liang Yu said solemnly, our Mountain River sect has always been clear about rewards and punishments, but since you already have an official position, I cannot recruit you as a disciple. Otherwise, with your talent, being my disciple would be more than enough. He Qiu Bai and the others were slightly taken aback. Yang Ling felt somewhat complex about it. To become a disciple of a powerhouse like Liang Yu would undoubtedly bring great benefits. However, if it weren't for his prior involvement with the Iron Garment Division, he would have been unable to change positions, and the subsequent events would not have unfolded. How about this? Recently, I exchanged a 300-year-old blood ginseng with Master Zhang from the Chang'e Prefecture for 5 Peiyuan pills. Liang Yu smiled and said, I have consumed 4 of them, and there is 1 left which I will give to you as a reward. Sect leader, you mustn't. He Qiu Bai and the others were taken aback. He immediately clasped his fist and said, this is what you need to break through your bottleneck. It cannot be given to others. The others also advised sect leader Master Zhang is from the Dead Man's Valley, and his alchemy skills have reached a high level. Even so, a 300-year-old blood ginseng can only be exchanged for 5 Peiyuan pills. Even if Yang Ling has achieved this merit, he shouldn't receive such a precious item. Hong Ying thought for a moment, but ultimately did not speak up to persuade, choosing to remain silent. Su Qing and the other third-generation disciples were utterly astonished. Peiyuan pill. If I had this pill, my Mountain River heart method could probably break through to the second layer quickly. Su Qing murmured to himself. Yang Ling felt a stir in his heart. This Peiyuan pill enhances the experience of martial arts. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement. His King Kong Ming Wang skill was only 400 experience points away from advancing to the second layer. He didn't know how much experience the Peiyuan pill would provide. No need to say more, I am well aware of my own aptitude. Liang Yu smiled gently, having consumed 4 Peiyuan pills, and still unable to break through the 5th layer of the Mountain River heart method. It proves that I have no hope for this step. Rather than that, it's better to use it to cultivate the younger generation. With that, he strode over to Yang Ling and handed him a wooden box, saying, this is the Peiyuan pill, take it. After a pause, he said, Hong Ying, arrange a quiet room for young brother Yang to use, so he can consume this pill quickly. Otherwise, having this item while going down the mountain will inevitably attract the attention of various parties. After all, young brother Yang is different from me. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying immediately gestured for Yang Ling to follow her. Yang Ling hurriedly thanked Liang Yu and quickly followed Hong Ying out of the hall. Why does the sect leader value this child so much? He Qiu Bai's expression was somewhat unsightly. Could the Peiyuan pill not be given to him? Yang Juan's face was also dark at this moment. Such a good item, just like that, given away to someone outside. The Peiyuan pill is only effective for martial arts and heart methods. Yang Ling accepting this item indicates that he possesses martial skills and heart methods. Moreover, he is a constable of the Iron Garment Division, having advanced to the 9th grade at such a young age. His future is limitless. Additionally, the Mountain River sect has recently been implicated with spies from the Rome tribe. Although my old face still holds some value, the Iron Garment Division has not pursued us relentlessly, but if we are to settle accounts in the future. Liang Yu glanced at the people present, and then snorted coldly, striding away. Everyone suddenly realized that this Peiyuan pill also served as a gesture of acknowledgement and goodwill. Its purpose was to inform the Iron Garment Division that the Mountain River sect absolutely did not have a wrong stance. But they also understood that this was one reason. The main reason was that this sect leader indeed valued that young man named Yang. Otherwise, the Peiyuan pill should have been sent to the Iron Garment Division's office in Chang'e Prefecture not long ago. Someone just mentioned that Zhang Yaoshi hails from the Valley of the Dead, and that Qi Kai is a disciple from the valley working as a medical apprentice. This Valley of the Dead seems to be specifically related to alchemy. With this thought in mind, Hong Ying led Yang Ling to a quiet room. Yang Ling, this quiet room is yours for now. The Peiyuan Dan you hold is a valuable item. Go in and take it, Hong Ying said with a smile. At this moment, the two stood quite close together. With so many people around earlier, Yang Ling realized that Hong Ying was only about 34 or 35 years old. However, her attributes were not simple. Character: Hong Ying. Strength 40. Agility 25. Spirit 12. Martial arts: Shanhua Blade Technique Mastery. Shanhua Heart Method Expert. The Shanhua Heart Method is at the expert level, and the Shanhua Blade Technique is mastered. Yang Ling felt a sudden shock in his heart. These attributes felt exceedingly strange to him. The others' attribute points were slightly weaker than Shi Zhen's. Yet the martial skills and methods were of a higher tier than those of Shi Xian. If they were to engage in combat, it was highly likely that Hong Ying would hold an absolute advantage. Earlier, He Qiubai and the others had attributes that were not much different from Shi Zhen's. The proficiency of their martial skills and the tier of their methods were also quite similar. If that's the case, this person is very likely the strongest under Liang Yu of the Shanhua sect. The thought flashed past, and Yang Ling respectfully said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Hong Ying. No need to be so polite. Since you are friends with Su Qing, you are also my junior. Whenever you have time, feel free to visit the Shanhua sect more often." Hong Ying smiled and turned to leave. After she departed, Yang Ling pushed the door open and locked it from the inside. The quiet room was quite simple with only a futon. Yang Ling sat on the futon and opened the wooden box he had just taken out. A medicinal pill came into view. Peiyuan Dan increases heart method experience by 500 points after consumption. There will be 3 days of rigidity. Yang Ling's heart raced. 500 points of heart method experience. This indicated that if he took this pill, the King Kong Ming Wang Gong could be upgraded to the second level in 3 days. He glanced again at the details of the second level of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Second level gained 10 free attribute points. During cultivation, strength and agility each increase by 30 points. Additional health increases by 200 points. Special effect, gain Qi blood. Not only does it provide 10 free attribute points, but with an additional 200 health. These are fixed enhancements. Moreover, the special effect grants Qi blood. This was what Yang Ling was most looking forward to. Master Liang's Shanhua heart method should now be at the 4th level. To advance to the 5th level would require about 1 million points of proficiency. For him, the Peiyuan Dan is somewhat better than nothing. Although he does not have an attribute panel, he should have sensed that he is far from the 5th level. Hence, he said he has no hope for that realm. These locals have immersed themselves in this path for countless years. Even Master Liang, who appears to be in his 60s or 70s, must have started practicing the Shanhua heart method at 10 years old, and after practicing for 40 to 50 years, he is still only at the 4th level. Although my spirit power is higher than his, gaining 15 points of heart method experience daily. But if my spirit cannot continue to increase, it would take about 2 years to reach the 3rd level of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, and over 20 years for the 4th level. As for the 5th level, the time required is 10 times that of the 4th level, which means over 200 years. Yang Ling silently gasped and made a secret determination to find a method related to spirit to break through the limitations of spirit points. At least with 100 points of spirit power, he would still have a chance to advance to the 5th level of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong in his 70s or 80s. Yang Ling took out the Peiyuan Dan and swallowed it in one go. As the pill entered his body, it transformed into a warm current. Yang Ling immediately activated the King Kong Ming Wang Gong to digest the medicinal effects. The warm current visibly transformed into experience points for the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. In no time, his experience points increased by 1 point, then began to rise slowly and steadily. Before long, he broke through the 15-point limit. Yang Ling sighed with relief, but at the same time he realized he could no longer move. This process seemed to be of forced rigidity. If someone were to attack him now, he would not even have a chance. Fortunately, Xiao Bai ran out from his clothing, squatting by the door like a loyal little dog to protect him. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Yang Ling had not taken a drop of water or a bite of food. Yet he did not feel hungry. He watched as his experience points broke through the 1,000 mark. In an instant, a torrent poured into Yang Ling's body. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong has reached the 2nd level, gained 10 free attribute points, health increased by 200 points, gained Qi blood. A series of prompts appeared. Yang Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly thought for a moment, then allocated all the free attribute points to agility. His agility jumped from 9 points to 19 points. Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Occupation Constable Beast Tamer. Level 22. Strength 11. Agility 19. Spirit 30. Exclusive skill Insight X2. Martial Arts King Kong Ming Wang Gong Mastery. Experience points 01000. Crush Mountain Fist Mastery. Proficiency 1021000. Capture Thief Blade Technique Mastery. Proficiency 201210000. Lingshu Step Mastery. Proficiency 010000. Health 510 100. Qi Blood 10. The sum of attributes is exactly 60 points. Yang Jiwen is the senior brother of the Shanhua sect, the first among the 3rd-generation disciples, but even his total attribute sum is only 67 points. Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement within. It was certain that Yang Jiwen had practiced martial arts for many years, at least over a decade, and his aptitude was not poor either. But how long has he been in the divine realm? In such a short time, he was about to catch up to his senior brother like Yang Jiwen of the Shanhua sect. He was already very satisfied with his progress. The Shanhua heart method cannot compare to the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, so the increase he gains while cultivating is certainly less than mine. At this time, my attributes could be significantly higher than his. By the way, there's also the Qi blood value. Yang Ling thought, suddenly feeling a warm current slowly circulating within him. Is this the Qi blood? How do I use it? Yang Ling pondered and immediately stood up, executing the Crush Mountain Fist. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if he could manipulate this warm current. In the next moment, a layer of faint blood energy enveloped his fist. This was not an illusion. Yang Ling thought, continuing to punch. After about a minute, the 10 points of Qi blood were depleted, and the blood energy on his fist dissipated. It seems that the setting for Qi blood is similar to internal force in other games. I must try to see how much this Qi blood can enhance my strength when I have the chance. With this thought, Yang Ling conducted another test. He discovered that while practicing the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, even if the experience points reached the limit, it could still have a remarkable effect on restoring Qi blood. After about an hour, his Qi blood was fully restored. Now the King Kong Ming Wang Gong can enhance strength and agility by 30 points each. The Lingshu step enhances agility by 24 points. The Capture Thief Blade technique enhances agility by 6 points. With all my strength, my agility can reach 79 points. Yang Ling gasped in amazement. This upgrade of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong brought him benefits that could be considered a qualitative change. Leaving the quiet room, Yang Ling went to see Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing already knew that Yang Ling possessed martial arts and was likely stronger than him. Su Qing's expression was slightly serious. Young supervisor, have you already reached the entry level in strength? Yang Ling paused for a moment before nodding. I should have. Su Qing was envious. Among the third-generation disciples of our Shanhua sect, only Yang Jiwen has reached entry level. Master said that with my aptitude, it would take at least 3 to 5 more years of hard training for me to reach that level. Looking at the age, you are not much older than me, yet you have advanced in martial arts ahead of me. Senior Su, I just had good luck. Yang Ling smiled. Su Qing waved his hand. In this field, what luck is there? It's just hard work and insight. Rest assured, I'm delighted that you possess such strength. With you watching, Yang Jiwen won't be able to meddle in the red gold mine. By the way, you can just call me Su Qing, no need to address me as senior brother. But you are an entry-level martial artist. Calling me senior brother makes me feel embarrassed. Yang Ling thought for a moment and gently shook his head. Senior Su, you have recommended me, whether I am an entry-level martial artist or not, I must call you senior brother. Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, and after a long while he slowly nodded and said seriously, Yang Junior brother, then I will shamelessly take on the title of senior brother. Senior Su, I actually have some matters I'd like to consult you about. Yang Ling said earnestly. Speak, I can tell you everything I know except for the Shanhua heart method. Su Qing joked. I want to ask if our sect master Liang is an entry-level master. Yang Ling's face showed a hint of curiosity. You want to ask this? It's not a secret at all. Su Qing chuckled. Who in the Jianghu doesn't know that our sect master is an entry-level master? Yang Ling nodded slightly in his heart. Just as he suspected, Liang Yu was indeed an entry-level master. Sure, Xian should be an 8th level. As for himself, he could actually be considered an 8th level for now, but most of his strength came from the enhancement of martial arts and techniques. If he encountered an 8th level with deeper cultivation and equally refined skills and techniques, he would undoubtedly be unable to defeat them. Senior Su, the Shanhua sect, is already a third-rate sect, and sect master Liang is merely an entry-level master. What about the second-rate and first-rate conditions? Yang Ling continued to ask. Su Qing replied, actually, if you stay at the Iron Armor Division for a long time, you can learn all this from the documents. But I can tell you some things I know. Second-rate sects, for example, the Kuju Temple, have 4th-level masters stationed. 4th-level masters. Is the gap between second-rate and third-rate so large? The gap is indeed significant, Su Qing chuckled. That's why the level and foundation of a sect is an insurmountable hurdle. Our Shanhua sect has a legacy of over 180 years, yet we have never produced a master above the entry level. It is precisely because we only possess third-rate martial arts, the Shanhua heart method. In contrast, the Kuju Temple, with its second-rate heart method, the Kuju Heart Sutra, has been able to cultivate 4th, 5th, and even 6th-level masters over the years. As for the first-rate, you can imagine that those are sects with first-level Earth Immortals stationed. First-level Earth Immortal. Yang Ling was slightly taken aback. Yes, exactly, Earth Immortals, Su Qing said earnestly. It's nearly impossible for ordinary people to see one. Even our Zhao Kingdom's emperor would find it hard to meet the Earth Immortals of the four major first-rate sects. You cannot comprehend their means. I only know that a fourth-level master can resist the strongest divine crossbow of the Zhao Kingdom with their vitality. That is a weapon capable of easily killing fifth-level masters with a single arrow. To a fourth level, it is like child's play. As he spoke, a hint of emotion appeared in Su Qing's eyes, and then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Our Shana Heart method, I heard that even if practiced to the highest fifth level, there is no way to advance to sixth level, let alone fourth level. It can be imagined that the higher you go, even a difference of one level represents a significant gap. Yang Ling pondered. So this means that the upper limit of third-rate martial arts is to enable a martial artist to possess entry-level strength. The upper limit of second-rate is fourth level, and the upper limit of first-rate is first level. That's not right. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong only has 4 levels, and even the Shana Heart method has 5 levels. Even if I practice the King Kong Ming Wang Gong to the 4th level, it's unlikely I can become a first-level Earth Immortal. That boost is completely different from what Su Qing described. Could it be that my martial arts are incomplete? Or is there some other reason? Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. Surprised, right? I was just like you when I first started. Su Qing sighed. At that time I thought that if I could reach 8th level in my lifetime, that would be enough. Now it seems even 9th level is a threshold. By the time I reach 8th level, I will probably be over 40. Yang Ling knew he was not being modest, but was speaking the truth. The other party did not have high spiritual power, and the benefits gained from daily practice of martial arts have a limit. Estimating this way, Su Qing would indeed have to wait until his early 40s to advance to 8th level. Senior Su of 4th level is the title of master. What are the titles for 3rd level and 2nd level? 3rd level is Grand Master, and 2nd level has already been revered as a human immortal, which is rare in the world. Even among the 4 major first-rate sects, there are not many. 1st level is, as just mentioned, that's an Earth Immortal. You know what an immortal is, right? The kind that can fly and evade. Su Qing laughed. Can they really fly and evade, oi? Yang Ling instinctively asked. Su Qing looked at him with slight curiosity. How would I know? I've never seen one. However, that leader of your Iron Armor division is rumored to be a Grand Master in the Jianghu. Su Qing pondered. At this point he smiled. Or I don't think about these things, or regardless of whether they are immortals or human immortals, we cannot see them anyway. If you have a chance to go to the capital in the future and meet your leader, just tell me what the Grand Master is truly like. All right. Yang Ling nodded solemnly. After a pause he added, Senior Su, I plan to return to the Red Gold Mine. Okay, keep a closer watch over there for me. They'll see you off, Su Qing said with a smile. The two walked together, and Su Qing accompanied Yang Ling to the foot of the mountain before leaving. After he left, a tall and sturdy young man approached. Are you Yang Ling? The young man stopped at a distance, his tone carrying a hint of probing, as his gaze continually sized up Yang Ling. Yang Ling glanced at the other party character, Wu Xiaoqing, level 17 profession, blade guard strength, 15 agility, 13 spirit, 10 martial arts, Shanha blade technique, comprehending Shanha heart method, initial understanding, health points 150. His initial attribute points are quite high, even spirit is at 10. Yang Ling found this a bit strange. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, this divine domain level ranking is easily misleading. Wu Xiaoqing's level seems only slightly lower than mine, but his attributes are far below mine. This has a lot to do with the level of martial arts. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong gave me 15 free attribute points just from the first 2 levels. If Lin Cai and the others were practicing first-rate martial arts, their attribute points would be similar to mine, but Wu Xiaoqing would be far below me. So, level is level and strength is strength. I am Yang Ling. May I ask your name? Yang Ling clasped his fists and smiled. Are you a player of Divine Domain? Wu Xiaoqing asked tentatively. Yang Ling looked perplexed. What? Yang Ling, you are a 9th grade constable of TAC, and your Xinyu level ranking now sits at 5th, Wu Xiaoqing said, with a wry smile. I already knew you were a player. Very well. Yang Ling smiled. Xinyu is dangerous in places. Oh, I generally avoid revealing my identity. Seeing Yang Ling admit he was a player, Wu Xiaoqing's manner immediately warmed. They found a shady spot and began to chat, idly trading stories of their experiences in Xinyu. Wu Xiaoqing spoke frankly, telling how he had entered the Shana sect. His luck had been good. Not long after entering the game, he had a godfather of sorts. The man was a wealthy merchant from Qingshan City and had business dealings with the Shana sect. After spending a sum of money, the man arranged for Wu Xiaoqing's placement in the sect. Yang Ling sighed with genuine feeling. Old Wu, you're truly fortunate. You've suffered no hardship and taken no wrong turns. If his own luck had not been greater, if he had not found the Jingang Mingwang Gong in the fire crystal veinstone, he might not even be a martial artist now. By the way, how much silver did it cost to enter the Shana sect? Yang Ling asked curiously. Wu Xiaoqing thought for a moment and replied about 3,000 liang. Yang Ling murmured, 3,000 liang is no small sum. Even though he was now quite well off, his own holdings barely exceeded 1,000 liang. 3,000 liang, is that a lot? Wu Xiaoqing was taken aback. Yang Ling adopted a serious tone. Since you entered the Shanha sect at the outset, you may not understand Xinyu's prices. Here a single one can buy a large steamed bun or a small baozi with a little meat. 1,000 when only converts to 1 liang of silver. How much does a big steamed bun cost in our real world? 2 yuan, Wu Xiaoqing answered automatically, then froze as realization struck. 1 liang of silver equals the purchasing power of 2,000 yuan in the real world. At least when it comes to food, roughly so. Yang Ling nodded slowly. Wu Xiaoqing muttered to himself, if I'd known, I should have had my godfather keep that silver for me. If I can return to the real world, given how realistic this game is, it's bound to explode in popularity. 3,000 liang could be converted into 600,000 cash. His voice quickened and his breathing grew heavy. Yang Ling smiled. Old Wu, that idea is unrealistic. As a professional gold farmer, he had once entertained the same fantasies. But Xinyu was too strange. It differed from every other game he had encountered. Here silver might be worth more than— Yang Ling, what do you mean? Wu Xiaoqing asked, curious. Yang Ling's expression turned grave. First, we most likely cannot return. Cannot return. Impossible. This is just a game. Oh, we've simply not found the exit button yet. Wu Xiaoqing forced a smile. Yang Ling watched him for a long moment, then said, you probably already suspected it, but wouldn't allow yourself to believe it. Wu Xiaoqing's smile faded. We really can't go back. Only highly probable. Yang Ling continued, we have a few pieces of information. First, it seems our physical bodies entered this game. You must have noticed the scans are too complete. Even birthmarks and old injuries were scanned. So dying in the game could very well mean real death. Under such circumstances, silver does far more for us than cash. Your godfather spending 3,000 liang on you was a bargain. He paused, then added, do you know how many players there are who cannot even learn ordinary martial techniques, let alone a third-rate inner method like Shana Xinfa? Shana Xinfa is only a third-rate inner method. Wu Xiaoqing was stunned, then gave a rueful laugh. 600,000 cash, and I only got a third-rate inner method. Yang Ling shook his head helplessly and shared more of what he knew with Wu Xiaoqing. He found the man straightforward in a way very different from Zhang Wei. Half an hour later, Wu Xiaoqing looked dazed, then brightened. Yang Ling, by your reckoning, I've actually been catapulted to the top in one step. Otherwise, how could you have reached the top 10 of the Xinyu ranking? Yang Ling said, we estimate there are roughly 1 million players now. Of those, only a few hundred may have learned martial skills, and at most a few dozen have grasped inner cultivation methods. That proportion is terrifying. Below the third rate, there are many low-quality inner methods. Those even cultivated to the extreme might only make one a 9th-rank martial artist. Shana Xinfa is different. Your sect leader Liang Yu is currently at the 4th layer of Shana Xinfa and is a registered 7th-rank master. Wu Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly. I understand. Shana Xinfa is precious. He paused, curious, what is a 7th-rank master like? My current strength is already greater than before. When I channel my qi, it becomes terrifying, almost superhuman. A 7th rank. Yang Ling said seriously. A 7th rank is an even greater superhuman, far stronger than you. Yang Ling asked with interest, after you entered the Shanha sect, how did you level up? Level up? It's simple. To practice Shanha Bada technique, I had to go to the back mountain every day to cut Jingang bamboo, which gave experience. So it's as we suspected. Any work that uses physical effort grants experience. Yang Ling pondered and asked, what level is your Shanha Bada technique now? Ronghui Guantong comprehended, it grants 8 agility. Wu Xiaoqing chuckled. Not bad. A martial art like Heihu Fist, when comprehended, only grants 6 strength. Yang Ling smiled, but martial techniques advance slowly and require continuous practice. Indeed. I spend 12 hours a day training Shanha Bada technique, gaining 12 points of proficiency. At first, merely glimpsing the doorway was easy. Reaching comprehension took me a long time. The rest of my time I devote to cultivating Shanha Xinfa. That's impressive. You're stronger now than many disciples who have been in the Shanha sect 7 or 8 years, Yang Ling said with a smile. Wu Xiaoqing was curious. Yang Ling, how did you level up so fast? I saw you shoot to the top before. It's only recently that your speed slowed, and you slipped to 5th at level 22. Mining. Yang Ling laughed. Mining levels you up. I spent a period pushing levels hard, Recently, I've been training techniques, so my level-up speed slowed. Mining levels you that quickly? Wu Xiaoqing looked puzzled. Not at first. When I first went to the fire crystal veins, 1 or 2 fire crystals a day was the most I could manage, which traded for 10-1. Yang Ling smiled. As you level and your attributes rise, your mining speed increases. You only used to make 10-1 a day. Wu Xiaoqing could hardly believe it. Only now did he grasp what 3,000 liang truly meant. Yang Ling, the Shanha sect has no other players at my place. I have nowhere to speak of this. May I come on? Anyway, Shanha Bada technique cannot be perfected quickly. It needs 10,000 proficiency points. Better to push your level for now. Wu Xiaoqing grew excited. Yes. I want to go back to the Qijin mine right now. Will you come with me? I could take a position as an overseer. The wages are not small. Yang Ling smiled. He had been waiting for this exact reply. A genuine martial artist is invaluable at the Qijin mine. When Yang Ling and Wu Xiaoqing returned to the Qijin mine, they happened to see Old Zhao and his group bringing in a batch of refugees. The number seemed to be around 300 to 400. Yang Ling glanced from a distance, noticing that half of them were players. This group of players appeared bewildered, with some dressed in rags and pale faces, clearly having gone without food for some time. Old Zhao, Yang Ling called out from afar. Upon seeing Yang Ling, Old Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. Lord Yang. There's no need to be so formal, Old Zhao, Yang Ling replied with a smile. Old Zhao replied seriously, Lord Yang, you are a 9th rank ironclad constable, and we are of lower rank, so we must address you as Lord. Moreover, Captain Lin has been saying that once he is promoted, you will be the constable of Qingshan City. In the future, you could even become an 8th rank ironclad constable, which is a true big shot. These words caused the expressions of the managers who had come to receive the refugees to change slightly. The refugees present, including the players, looked at Yang Ling with awe. The dozen or so constables brought by Old Zhao also gathered around, speaking flattering words with a tone that held a hint of deference, but more so respect. They had first slain Wu Man of the Giant Spirit sect, and then eliminated several spies from the same faction. Such methods and achievements could only be looked up to by ordinary constables. This was Wu Xiaoqing's first time coming down from the Shanhua sect, and he had not interacted with these people in Qingshan City before. His eyes were filled with curiosity, and he remained silent, listening quietly. Old Zhao, were these refugees sent from Qingshan City? Yang Ling shifted the topic, his gaze falling on the group of refugees. He quickly scanned the attributes panel of these refugees, identifying each player's identity. For the refugees, they did not know what Yang Ling was looking at, but they felt his gaze was sharp enough that they dared not look directly at him. Yes, Captain Lin mentioned that you are short on miners, so they will first be sent here. Old Zhao said with a smile. Yang Ling immediately took out some silver coins and handed them to Old Zhao. Thank you for your hard work, Old Zhao. Please share these silver with your brothers. 5 taels of silver. Old Zhao was slightly taken aback and hurriedly declined, not daring to accept. It was only after Yang Ling insisted that he timidly accepted the money. The constables present were filled with excitement. If 5 taels of silver were divided, each of them could still get 3 to 5 coins. This was no small amount. After a few pleasantries, Old Zhao and his team prepared to leave. Yang Ling glanced at the managers in front of him. During my trip to the Shanhua sect, Yang Jiwen was scolded by the sect master harshly. The sect master is aware that there are people trying to obstruct the output of the Qijin mine, so he has declared that the management of this mine will now be handled by Senior Brother Su Qing. Senior Brother Su Qing has also instructed me to take charge. The 11 managers were dumbfounded, their faces turning pale. The matter of Fang Xingyang serves as a typical example. You all know that staying here is meaningless. So pack your things and return to where you came from. You are all dismissed. Yang Ling spoke with an undeniable tone. The 11 managers did not dare to refute, their faces pale, as they clasped their fists, and said, "We obey your orders." They immediately went back to gather their belongings, preparing to leave the Qijin mine. Wu Xiaoqing was somewhat astonished. Yang Ling, you've dismissed the managers? Oh, what about the work here? Old Wu, you will be a manager from now on, so you must take on these responsibilities. Besides, I have many capable people under me. They can all serve as managers. Having 12 managers before was a bit excessive. There was no need for that many. At this moment, Chen Su Chun, Guoqing Li Tianya, and others also hurried over upon hearing the news. Yang Ling immediately announced that Wu Xiaoqing, Chen Su Chun, Guoqing Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong would become the managers of the Qijin mine. Their monthly salary would be 8 taels of silver. 8 taels with 1 tael, equaling 2,000. That amounts to a monthly salary of 16,000. Wu Xiaoqing said excitedly, I can't earn that much outside. Chen Guoqing and the others were also somewhat excited. They hadn't expected that Yang Ling's trip to the Shanhua sect would enable them to become managers. Yang Ling instructed Chen Guoqing and the others to arrange for the new players to settle in the minor village. He then called over Li Tianai and other experienced players to his small courtyard. Over 100 players gathered here, each quietly chatting and laughing. The recent leveling up had improved their spirits and life was beginning to feel more hopeful. The trio of Gao Chun had already revealed their identities as players. Gao Chun did not hide the fact that he was a martial artist. Thus the three of them held a bit of prestige among the players. That guy seems to be someone Yang Ling brought back from the Shanhua sect. He's probably a master. The trio were curiously observing Wu Xiaoqing. At this moment, it was Wu Xiaoqing's first time seeing so many players, and he was excitedly chatting with. Not long after Yang Ling cleared his throat, "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Wu Xiaoqing, ranked 9th on the Divine Domain level ranking. He is a formal disciple of the Shanhua sect." It's actually him. The crowd was somewhat incredulous. Especially the players who had just been chatting merrily with Wu Xiaoqing felt that he was completely down to earth. It was hard to believe he was a top player on the ranking. Seeing the crowd's eyes focused on him filled with envy and admiration, Wu Xiaoqing felt a bit embarrassed. He chuckled, saying, "Everyone, I'm just a bit lucky. I will be leveling up alongside you all in the Qijin mine from now on, so please guide me." "That's great. With Wu Ge mining with us, we'll be even safer." The players looked invigorated. The team seemed to be growing stronger. After all, they were the veterans of this group. There would surely be more benefits in the future. After Yang Ling announced this, he disbanded the players, agreeing to meet again at the entrance of Mine No. 1 in 3 hours. In his room, Yang Ling locked the door, opened the attributes panel, and checked the detailed information of the King Kong Ming Wang skill. King Kong Ming Wang skill, a total of 4 layers. First layer, gain 5 free attribute points. When using the skill Strength and Agility, each increase by 15 points. Additional health increases by 100 points. Second layer, gain 10 free attribute points. When using the skill Strength and Agility, each increase by 30 points. Additional health increases by 200 points. Special effect, gain health. Third layer, gain 20 free attribute points. When using the skill Strength and Agility, each increase by 60 points. Additional health increases by 500 points. Special effect, health increases by 100 points. Special skill Indestructible Body Defense increases tenfold. Duration limited by health. The attribute points gained from the third layer are as I guessed, and the increase is also standard. However, there are 2 additional benefits. Health can increase by 100 points, and there's a special skill that increases defense tenfold. Yang Ling felt somewhat delighted. His life value could surpass 1,000 with tenfold defense, which would fundamentally change his durability. I've realized that every promotion of the King Kong Ming Wang skill results in a transformation of strength. This is the terrifying aspect of a top-tier skill. Even if the King Kong Ming Wang skill may not be a complete top-tier skill, it doesn't matter. Although Lin Cai and the others are disciples of a top-tier sect, they may not necessarily have access to this level of internal cultivation method. Thinking this, Yang Ling began to practice the King Kong Ming Wang skill with satisfaction. After gaining 15 experience points, he took the Qijin Crane Beak pickaxe and headed to the Qijin mine. In the first mining cave, Wu Xiaoqing swung his steel pickaxe, starting to extract from a block of red gold. His strength was immense, and having practiced the mountain and river blade technique, he quickly got into the rhythm. Although his mining speed was not as fast as Yang Ling's, it still astonished the players present. This time the number of miners entering the cave had significantly increased, with nearly 2,000 people flooding in. Yang Ling was already able to ensure that, excluding his share, the monthly output of red gold could stabilize at over 3,500 pounds. After mining for most of the day, Chen Guoqing suddenly came over. "Yang Gu, among the new players this time, a few are my colleagues." Chen Guoqing's expression was somewhat serious. Yang Ling immediately set down his red gold pickaxe. "What's happening outside?" Chen Guoqing sighed. "The situation outside is chaotic. Preliminary statistics show that at least 2 million players have entered the divine realm. 2 million people missing if our country has a population of about 3 billion. Although it's not a large proportion, it can still cause panic." Yang Ling's tone grew solemn. "Yang Gu, a few of my colleagues want to meet you. They are actually from a higher level department." Chen Guoqing pondered. "Let's go to my place." Yang Ling nodded. He then called out to Wu Xiaoqing to keep a close watch, and took Chen Guoqing back to the small courtyard. Soon Chen Guoqing's colleagues were also brought over. Their attire was decent, but their faces showed signs of malnourishment, clearly indicating they hadn't eaten well in a while. They curiously observed Yang Ling, who was also sizing them up. Chen Guoqing introduced both parties. "Yang Gu, this is Luo Yu, a senior inspector from the emergency department." He was the highest ranking among them, while the others were considered his subordinates. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Luo Yu politely extended his right hand. After Yang Ling shook hands with him, he got straight to the point. Inspector Luo, is there any way for us to leave the Divine Realm? There is currently no way out. Luo Yu shook his head gravely. The government is trying to find a way to curb this game, but it is truly bizarre. Its official website cannot be shut down at all. Many people are still choosing to enter the Divine Realm despite the warnings, leading to an increasing number of missing persons outside. If this continues, it will definitely lead to major chaos. Yang Ling sighed. Indeed, he replied, imagining such a scenario. Fortunately, he had always been a loner. His parents had long passed away and he had little contact with relatives. His disappearance would not attract anyone's attention. By the way, has any player returned to the outside world during this time? Yang Ling's expression changed. Luo Yu shook his head, not a single one. It seems that dying in the Divine Realm truly means death, Yang Ling remarked, then looked at Luo Yu and comforted him. Inspector Luo, since we are here, let's make the most of it. Guoqing should have informed you about the situation here. First, we need to find a way to survive. We inspectors share the same thought. We have to survive here first, so we hope Mr. Yang can provide us with some necessary assistance. A female officer from the emergency department spoke seriously. This red gold mine is a good base for sheltering players who have entered the Divine Realm. We hope Mr. Yang can hand over the management rights of the red gold mine to us. Of course, on the surface, Mr. Yang will still manage the mine. After all, NPCs in the game do not recognize us. They only recognize you, which will avoid unnecessary trouble. Chen Guoqing felt a bit awkward at this moment. This request was indeed somewhat excessive. Luo Yu remained silent, quietly observing Yang Ling, gauging his attitude. Yang Ling replied leisurely, the red gold mine is a property of the mountain and river sect, and now it is under my management. Do you know what kind of ability is required to manage a red gold mine? Organizational ability, the female officer instinctively responded. Wrong. Yang Ling smiled. This is the Divine Realm. Simply having organizational ability is useless. You are newcomers and are still unaware of the previous circumstances. He briefly explained the past situation. Thus, if I do not have sufficient strength, I cannot even secure my position here. I cannot guarantee the safety of the miners either. A few of you, the Divine Realm is different from the outside. Here strength is paramount, and only then comes background. Only with enough strength can one take charge. You are not even martial artists yet, and your attributes are very poor. In this situation, how can you manage this red gold mine? After saying that, Yang Ling smiled. You can follow Guoqing to mine for a while, earn some money to fill your stomach, and level up in the process. As for the rest, we can think about it later. Mr. Yang, you should cooperate with our work. The female officer frowned slightly. I have already cooperated quite a bit. I specifically requested the refugees from Qingshan City to be sent here, hoping to shelter more players. Yang Ling smiled. What I am doing is exactly what you want to do. The result is the same. Oh, what difference does it make who does it? What difference? You. The female officer became anxious. Yang Ling suddenly became serious. Ladies, if in the future everyone cannot return, and slowly everyone enters the Divine Realm, what do you think will happen? Luo Yu and the others suddenly fell into deep thought, a chilling sensation rising in their hearts. A massive reshuffling of power. Major nations outside will have to start anew from the Divine Realm. Whether these powerful nations can even survive is uncertain. Get used to the rules here, and consider yourselves part of the Divine Realm. Only in this way can you survive. Yang Ling said, I have a good temper. You are encountering me. If you meet those players with bad tempers, even if they were to kill you, the Zhao Kingdom's officials would not care. Why? The female officer asked instinctively. Because you have no identity, you are just refugees now. Yang Ling smiled. I can buy an identity here for 5 taels of silver. This money is not collected by me, but by Qingshan City. Work hard, mine, earn enough silver, and help yourselves obtain a formal identity. Once you have that identity, then think about cultivating martial arts and becoming experts. At that time, we can discuss other matters. The female officer and the others fell into silence. Chen Guoqing sighed. Inspector Luo, this is the situation. We need to adapt and accept it. We cannot treat the Divine Realm with the concepts of the outside world. I understand the request earlier was indeed somewhat abrupt. Luo Yu nodded slowly. I have observed that the red gold mine here is relatively stable. As long as there is work, there will be food. You have done this well. We will strive to adapt to the situation here and hope you can take care of any players in need of assistance. Rest assured, Inspector Luo, this is the least I can do. Yang Ling smiled and nodded. Throughout the conversation, both sides maintained a cordial demeanor without any heated arguments. Luo Yu left the small courtyard with a few subordinates. Chen Guoqing did not see them off, but looked at Yang Ling apologetically. Yonggu, I truly apologize. I had no idea they wanted the management rights of the red gold mine. It's fine. They will slowly accept reality and adopt a new attitude towards the divine realm. Yongling smiled. Let's go back to the mine. Leveling up through mining is the most important thing. In the following days, Yongling was focused on leveling up. His martial skills were all interconnected, but he required over 10,000 proficiency points to advance, which could not be achieved in a short time. Only leveling up offered the best cost-effectiveness. Yongling continuously outputted energy against the crimson gold ore. In a day's time, he could extract around 14 to 15 jing. These crimson gold ores can earn about 30 taels of silver a day, which totals nearly 1,000 taels in a month. Assuming I can buy a spirit cultivation pill for 500 taels each, that would equate to 1,000 points of martial proficiency. If I spend 20 hours a day practicing martial skills, I would gain 60 points of proficiency in a day. Though mining yields a bit less, the accompanying upgrades grant additional free attribute points. Yongling's thoughts were clear. To achieve maximum cost-effectiveness, he had resolved to push his level back to the top of the divine domain leaderboard. Before long, a pleasant sound reached his ears. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Yongling casually allocated the attribute point to agility. He glanced at the divine domain leaderboard. Divine domain leaderboard 001, Jushian Dao Palace Lin Sai, level 25, Profession Daoist 002, Extreme Flame Sword House, Jiang Tianai, level 25, Profession Swordsman 003, Divine Sect Zhang, Shindao, level 24, Profession Assassin 004, Luoan Temple, Li Shou, level 24, Profession Mad Monk 005, Iron Clothes Division Yongling, level 23, Profession Constable 006, Kuju Temple Hui Wu, level 20, Profession Martial Monk 007, O Dead Man Valley Chi, Kai, level 20, Oi, Profession Medical Apprentice 008, Iron Sword Sect Fong Yun, level 19, Profession Swordsman 009, Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaoqing, level 18, Profession Blade Guardian 010, Iron Clothes Division Qin Mo, level 18, Profession Constable. Fortunately, Lin Sai and Jiang Tianai are only 2 levels above me. This gap can be quickly bridged. Yongling closed the leaderboard and prepared to continue mining. Chun Su hurried over. Brother Yang, you asked me to bring people to investigate the number 2 mine for traces of mining insects, and we actually found some signs. What are the specifics? Yongling paused his actions. The number 1 mine was getting deeper and larger. If this continued, there would inevitably be a risk of collapse. Therefore, he had to divert some miners to other mines. It's this thing. Chun Su produced a mining insect. It was a black spider crushed by a rock covered in a layer of fur that resembled iron spikes, very sharp. Chun Su said, Brother Yang, some miners recognized it. It's called the iron spike spider. The iron spikes on it are toxic. If they puncture a person, it will cause paralysis. This thing resembles the overlord ghost spider we saw that day. Yongling's expression suddenly turned serious. Take me to see it. He suddenly thought, since there is a dark river below mine number 36, the other mines might also have one. If these dark rivers are connected, the overlord ghost spider could easily come out from these mines. Arriving at mine number 2, Yongling pondered for a moment and instructed Chun Su and the others to guard at the entrance. He raised a torch and entered the mine, sending Xiao Bai ahead to scout the path. He quickly reached the spot where Chun Su had discovered the iron spike spiders. Yongling examined it closely and suddenly looked up. To his astonishment, the upper area was covered in fist-sized iron spike spiders. Without hesitation, Yongling drew his 9th rank official blade and activated the King Kong Ming Wangong. His strength and agility instantly surged by 30 points. He utilized the Lingshu step in conjunction with the capture thief blade technique to be the first to attack the swarm of iron spike spiders. The iron spike spiders surged towards Yongling like a black mist. With the official blade in hand, each strike was precise. He took down 1 iron spike spider after another in a steady and orderly manner. Enhanced by the Lingshu step and the capture thief blade technique, his agility had now reached an impressive 80 points. This made his speed akin to a fierce gale. With every iron spike spider, he felt a chill of experience surged into his body. The experience points were quite good, significantly higher than mining crimson gold. The more he killed, the more exhilarated he felt, hardly sensing any fatigue, like a relentless killing machine. In a short time, the ground around him was littered with the corpses of iron spike spiders, numbering at least 2,000 to 3,000. I just leveled up. I estimate am already halfway to the next level. After clearing the iron spike spiders here, Yongling glanced at the nicks on his 9th rank official blade and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. I still need to make a trip to the state capital My current weapon is not suited to my strength, which could lead to significant disadvantages in battle. After this wave, the 9th rank official blade, which he had hardly used, was already struggling. If he had to waste a weapon every time, it would be too troublesome. Stowing away the official blade, Yongling took out the crimson gold pickaxe and continued deeper. He needed to ascertain whether there were any connected dark rivers beneath this mine. Several hours later, through the information relayed by Yongling finally found a very concealed entrance in a remote corner. This opening was only the size of a watermelon, and beneath it flowed a dark, turbulent river. Indeed, Yongling extended the torch to take a look, discovering a dark mass on the river. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was iron spike spiders floating on the surface. When they approached this opening, the iron spike spiders would leap up directly. Without a second thought, Yongling squatted down with the crimson gold pickaxe at this spot. He would deal with each one that came. Throughout the process, he remained vigilant. If that overlord ghost spider appeared, he would definitely retreat first. Fortunately, there had been no sign of the overlord ghost spider in the following hours. After dispatching this batch of iron spike spiders, Yongling's experience points surged once again. He contemplated blocking this entrance and marking it. I must find a way to deal with that overlord ghost spider. A thought surged in Yongling's mind. With such a boss lingering in his territory, it was continually unsettling. The overlord ghost spider must be at a high level with attributes that are undoubtedly terrifying. If I can take it down, perhaps I can obtain loot like in other games. But how can I deal with it? Senior Brother Sue mentioned that the Divine Machine Crossbow is a powerful weapon capable of shooting down 5th-tier experts. The Overlord Ghost Spider shouldn't have reached that level, but this thing is virtually unattainable. What about using fire to lure it out and burn it to death? With my current status, obtaining fire oil shouldn't be too difficult. Yongling immediately decided to take a trip to Qingshan City to ask Lin Yin the Hunter if there was a way to procure fire oil. However, he wasn't in too much of a rush. For the next 2 days, he continued mining and leveling up. Out of the thousands of miners, around 300 were willing to settle down and mine. The rest still feared the dangers and were not interested in earning more money. Yongling would not force them. After all, the output of the crimson gold ore was now more than sufficient. Finally, he leveled up again, allocating his attribute point to agility. Yongling glanced at his attribute panel. Character: Yongling. Profession: Constable Beast Tamer. Level 24. Strength 11. Agility 20. Spirit 30. Exclusive skills: Insight X 2. Martial Arts: King Kong Ming Wong Gong. Interconnected experience points 751,000. Mountain Shattering Fist. Interconnected proficiency 102 10000. Capture Thief Blade Technique. Interconnected proficiency 201 210000. Lingshu Step. Interconnected proficiency 131,000. Health 510 100. Chi Blood 10. In Qingshan City at the Iron Clothes Division's Yamen. Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Lin Yin saw Yongling with some surprise and eagerly pulled him over. Let me tell you, after the heads of those spies were sent up last time, the Iron Clothes Division of Chang'e Prefecture said I had made a contribution and wanted to promote me to be the chief of the 3rd Inspection Division. Boss, is this a big position? Does it count as a 3-level promotion? Yongling was also somewhat surprised, as this meant he would soon be able to replace the other person as the head of the constabulary in Qingshan City. How could it not be significant? The chief of the inspection division at the prefectural level is invariably the standard configuration for an 8th grade constable of the Iron Clothes Division. Although I am only temporarily taking over this time, I believe the Iron Clothes Division is also preparing to promote me to an 8th grade Iron Clothes constable, at which point it will naturally be reasonable for me to become the real chief of the 3rd Inspection Division. This is a genuine official position. Although it doesn't reach the 7th grade, it still fulfills my dream. Lin Yan's face was glowing with joy. Yongling curiously asked, Boss, what exactly is the Inspection Division? The Iron Clothes Division has a theft control department, a public security department, and an inspection division in every prefectural yamen. Lin Yan explained with familiarity. The so-called theft control is responsible for apprehending local thieves, and anything related to this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the theft control department. For instance, you and I are in Qingshan City, and our immediate superior is the Theft Control Department, which is also the most crucial department of the Iron Clothes Division. As for the Public Security Department, it doesn't have so many protocols in smaller places, but if there are some refugees causing disturbances or large-scale riots, such as gatherings of more than 100 robbers, it falls under the Public Security Department's jurisdiction. Their military strength is even higher than that of the Theft Control Department, but they usually just practice martial arts and do not intervene. The inspection division, however, is more significant. It is usually quite relaxed, but if any constables or colleagues in the prefectural office are found to have compromised their morals, it is our responsibility to handle it. Lin Yan smiled and said, in simple terms, the inspection division is specifically for investigating our own people. Moreover, the inspection division also has the authority to report to the capital about anything good or bad. Any matters can be reported. Yang Ling's expression shifted as a look of seriousness crossed his face. This means that in fact the importance of the inspection division surpasses that of the theft control and public security departments. For us, one could say so. Lin Yan chuckled. Don't worry, once I secure my position, I will certainly speak highly of you to the higher-ups. If you can be transferred to the prefecture to work with me in the future, then the two of us will join forces and life will naturally prosper. Yang Ling thought to himself that he did not want to work in the prefecture. Yang Ling muttered in his heart, at least he would not be going to the prefecture for the time being. At the Qijin mine, whether for advancement or martial training, it was very convenient, but going to the prefecture would surely bring obstacles. By the way, what are you doing in Qingshan City this time? Lin Yan suddenly asked. It's like this. Yang Ling explained his thoughts, mainly mentioning the need to use oil to eliminate the mining insects in the cave. Naturally, he would not talk about the matter of the overlord ghost spider. Oil. This thing is indeed stocked in every city and is under the jurisdiction of our Iron Clothes division. However, it is not used unless there is a major incident. Every so often the inspection division from the prefecture will send someone to inspect the quantity of oil to see if there is any shortage. Aside from usual oil consumption, if any part is missing, it becomes a big problem, and accountability must follow. Lin Yan's face showed a hint of seriousness. I see, since this item is managed so strictly, then forget it. Yang Ling realized. Can I not help you with your troubles? Lin Yan suddenly smiled. We still have about 100 jeans of oil. You can take it all for your use. Yang Ling's expression was strange. Boss, aren't you afraid? Lin Yan smiled slyly. Qingshan City will also be under the 3rd Inspection Division's jurisdiction in the future, and I am the chief of the 3rd Division, so what do I have to fear? In due time I can casually write a note and find an excuse. This bill will be settled. Thank you, boss. Yang Ling immediately clasped his fists in earnest. Half a day later he returned to the Qijin mine with over 100 jeans of oil. This plan to hunt the overlord ghost spider was known only to him for the time being. Yet he could not accomplish the implementation process alone. So he called over 5 managers: Wu Xiaoqinchen, Su Chun Guoqing Li Tianya, and Wang Haodou. There is something I want to discuss with you. If done well, it might yield considerable experience. As soon as Yang Ling said this, the 5 present lit up. Yanga, what do you mean? Is there big work? Wu Xiaoqin moved closer, his expression somewhat eager. It's also considered significant work. Yang Ling briefly explained the situation. Now that I have obtained the oil, all we need to do is lure the overlord ghost spider up from the dark river and ignite the oil blocking the paths, and there will be a chance to burn it to death. The 5 of them felt a chill run down their spines. They had never imagined that such a monster was hidden beneath the mine. No wonder Mine No. 36 had been completely sealed off. They finally understood the reason. Yanga, how powerful do you think that ghost spider really is? Wu Xiaoqin's expression was grave. With your strength, you wouldn't dare to confront it, Heaton. The sense of oppression is very strong. I don't think I am its match. Yang Ling replied. He couldn't very well say he couldn't see the attributes of the opponent. Though this statement would be more convincing, it would also expose his advantage. This is a boss. Wu Xiaoqin was somewhat excited. If we can kill it, we will definitely earn a lot of experience points, perhaps equivalent to 7 or 8 days of mining. Chen Su and the others' breathing became heavier. They were now not far from level 10. If this worked out, they might soon reach level 10 and meet the requirements for class change. Following this, the 6 of them discussed the plan and then went down into the mine together. After making adequate preparations, Yang Ling began to do the most crucial task. The bait. Aside from him, the other 5 did not possess the ability to serve as bait. Yanga, this matter is a bit dangerous. Chen Guoqing, who was more cautious, immediately planned to dissuade him when he noticed Yang Ling was going to act as bait. I can't sleep soundly until this boss is dealt with. Yang Ling smiled. Seeing this, Chen Guoqing no longer tried to dissuade him. When Yang Ling dove into the dark river to act as bait, he checked the previous preparations again to ensure everything was in order. The main thing was the timing of the oil ignition. In the dark river, Yang Ling observed the surroundings while swimming forward. Soon he arrived at the spot where the overlord ghost spider had appeared last time. He raised his eyes and saw that the stone cave was once again filled with densely packed insect cocoons. They really can breed. Without a second thought, Yang Ling entered the cave and unleashed the Lingshu step, swiftly crushing all these cocoons. Experience points soared continuously. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual, and his body moved like a gust of wind. A white silk thread suddenly struck where he had been standing. The hard floor was pierced by the white silk thread. Yang Ling's heart sank slightly as he turned and jumped into the dark river, moving swiftly through the passage like a nimble fish. If he hadn't dodged that strike, Yang Ling was unsure whether his iron clothes could withstand it. Behind him, a massive creature also leapt into the water, relentlessly pursuing him. Yang Ling was already channeling his energy, his spirit more excited than ever, yet he remained exceptionally calm, his mind clear about what he needed to do next. Since his mental strength had grown higher, he had also discovered many changes that came with increased mental power. An unusual calmness was just one of them. Yang Ling could feel the turbulent waves surging behind him, an overwhelming sense of pressure constantly relayed against his back. At this moment, he pushed his energy to the limit, quickly reaching the exit, leaping out of the water and sprinting forward. The commotion behind him grew louder. He turned his head for a quick glance, spotting a spider the size of a calf. Its 8 legs spread out, making it appear even more gigantic and terrifying. Overlord Ghost Spider. Level, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Special Skill. The attribute panel remained entirely a mystery. Yang Ling felt a chill in his heart and let out a fierce roar. The first entrance was guarded by Wu Xiaoqing along with Chen Su and Li Tianai. They were crucial and had to seal off the path in a very short time. Upon hearing the signal, they saw Yang Ling rush past like a gust of wind. Immediately afterward, they caught sight of the true visage of the Overlord Ghost Spider. Hiss! 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 The 3 of them gasped in unison, their scalps tingling. What on earth is that thing? Could it be a monster? Stay calm. Wu Xiaoqing gestured to the others. Chen Su and Li Tianai both felt a surge of tension. As the Overlord Ghost Spider charged forward, they immediately entered the passage and pulled away the prepared net. Above, debris began to fall wildly. The 3 of them quickly filled the passage with their strength until it was completely sealed. That should be enough, right? Chen Su looked at the others. Li Tianai nodded slowly. Now it all depends on Brother Yang. Brother Yang has prepared oil. It should be manageable. Wu Xiaoqing added. However, that spider was truly massive. It made my scalp tingle. Me too, Chen Su and Li Tianai instinctively replied. Seeing that the path behind him was already sealed, Yang Ling immediately quickened his pace towards another exit. Chen Guoqing and Wang Haodong had already seen the appearance of the Overlord Ghost Spider, and the latter was so frightened that his lips trembled, regretting his actions today. Don't panic when Brother Yang arrives. Well, block this exit. Chen Guoqing reassured while taking out a regular wooden bow. This was also brought back from Qingshan City along with the oil. They would need this wooden bow to light it. Just then the Overlord Ghost Spider spat webs again. But the target was not Yang Ling, rather the exit. Strands of webbing continuously pierced into the rock walls near the exit. Yang Ling silently thought that this was not good. This place had already been structurally weakened beforehand to quickly seal the path. As expected, the rock wall began to loosen, and in the next moment it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire exit was sealed tightly. I haven't exited yet, Yang Ling mumbled to himself. At this point, the plan to use oil to eliminate the Overlord Ghost Spider had completely failed. Unless he also wanted to become a roasted person. Outside the exit, Chen Guoqing and Wang Haodong exchanged glances. What should we do? Wang Haodong's face turned pale. Chen Guoqing raised his hand. Don't panic, it should be fine. Brother Yang's skills are remarkable. He can handle such unexpected situations. Yang Ling suddenly dashed to the side as a strand of web fell precisely where he had been standing, embedding itself into the ground. He seemed to have an epiphany. The Overlord Ghost Spider was not doing this on purpose. It appeared to be hunting him, but in reality the spider intended to kill him here. Seeing its attack miss, the Overlord Ghost Spider relentlessly initiated another assault on Yang Ling. Strands of web flew through the air, sharp and unyielding like steel. Yang Ling could only utilize the Lingshu step, relying on his high agility and perception to constantly evade. This won't work. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong cannot hold out for long. Once I can no longer channel energy, my agility will drop to only 50 points, and at that time it will be impossible to dodge its assaults. Yang Ling's thoughts raced. Currently, with various bonuses, his agility reached a terrifying 80 points. Otherwise, he would lack the confidence to confront the Overlord Ghost Spider. But this was ultimately external force. His base agility was only 20 points. At this moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider noticed its webs had no effect on its opponent. Suddenly it moved. Its 8 legs flailed madly like a ferocious beast, charging straight at Yang Ling. Although its speed was not faster than Yang Ling's, it was not slow either. Fortunately, Yang Ling still had the Lingshu step, making him very agile. As he dodged and weaved, he drew his official knife and struck the Overlord Ghost Spider hard. Clang! A burst of flames erupted, and the official knife snapped in two. Damn it! Yang Ling discarded the knife handle and drew out the crimson golden crowbar. Once again evading the razor-like spider legs, he unleashed a flurry of strikes on the Overlord Ghost Spider. Furious 10 strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Flames erupted wildly. No, its surface is very hard. My current weapon can't break through its defenses. Yang Ling once again slipped away, avoiding the Overlord Ghost Spider's onslaught. His brain was racing. If he couldn't think of a countermeasure soon, he would soon become the opponent's meal. I worked hard to achieve today's results. I have finally gained a foothold in the divine realm. I can't just die at the hands of such a creature. At that moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider's speed suddenly increased. It was as if it had activated some special skill. Its speed surged, surpassing even Yang Ling's. Could it be its special skill? Yang Ling's expression changed dramatically. He barely managed to cross his arms to block, but was violently knocked away, crashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. A piercing pain shot through Yang Ling's arms. Simultaneously, he felt his insides churning, a nauseous sensation overtaking him. His back and entire body ached. Yang Ling glanced at his health points. Originally at 510 health points, only about 200 remained. Half my life in one hit. Yang Ling's expression stiffened slightly. At this moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider launched its skill again, charging towards him. Yang Ling suddenly thought of something, his gaze falling on the spider's abdomen. That part was soft. If he could strike there, he should be able to hurt it. The Overlord Ghost Spider suddenly leaped into the air, its 8 spider legs poised to pierce Yang Ling. This was an opportunity. Yang Ling's mind sparked with a thought. Without a second thought, he channeled his energy to the utmost and executed a small maneuver. He dodged the 8 spider legs, but did not evade the Overlord Ghost Spider itself. The spider's legs plunged deep into the rock wall. Its abdomen was now face to face with Yang Ling, separated by no more than half a meter. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Yang Ling became exceptionally calm, wielding the crimson golden crowbar, blood-red energy enveloping it. Furious 10 strikes. Furious 10 strikes. Furious 10 strikes. His current strength was not low, with the crimson golden crowbar adding 10 points of strength. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong added 30 points of strength. His strength surged to a staggering 51 points. Thud, thud, thud. The abdomen of the Overlord Ghost Spider was already gouged out. A foul stench erupted from within, splattering Yang Ling's face, but he had no time to feel disgusted. Like a tireless machine, he frantically executed furious 10 strikes. Finally, the Overlord Ghost Spider sensed the danger and attempted to withdraw its spider legs, but its strength was too great, and the legs were stuck too deep. For a moment, it couldn't break free. In the dim stone cave, only the constant sound of puffing could be heard. Yang Ling was unsure how long he had been chiseling. He felt somewhat exhausted. Mining the crimson gold or would yield experience points. Therefore, he could sustain himself. However, chiseling this Overlord Ghost Spider would not grant him any experience until it perished. The exertion had taken a heavy toll. The King Kong Ming Wang's skill had long ceased its operation. His arms were already incredibly sore, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, a spider leg rested on Yang Ling's shoulder. There was no pain as he had imagined. Instead, a terrifyingly cold sensation surged into his body. At the same time, Wu Shaochen and the others also received this surge of experience. They did not share Yang Ling's experience, but felt their strength increasing, concluding that they had leveled up. Wu Shaochen immediately opened his attributes panel and indeed found that he had leveled up. He felt a surge of excitement. This meant the Overlord Ghost Spider had been defeated. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. The pleasant voice echoed. The massive experience points immediately restored Yang Ling's stamina. He wriggled free from the Overlord Ghost Spider's abdomen, walked a short distance, and then turned to look at it. Overlord Ghost Spider. Level 101. Strength, 129. Agility, 67. Spirit, 13. Special skill, Frenzied Charge. Over 100 levels. No wonder I couldn't see its attribute panel. This creature has probably lived near the Crimson Gold Mine for many years, accumulating such a terrifying level gradually. Yang Ling couldn't help but gasp in awe, feeling a wave of relief. It was largely due to luck that he managed to defeat the Overlord Ghost Spider this time. In the future, I must be more cautious when encountering such bosses. They should not be taken lightly. However, leveling up 3 times is quite nice, saving me a lot of grinding time. Yang Ling felt a bit happy inside. He allocated the free attribute points to agility and then opened his attributes panel. Character Yang Ling. Occupation Constable Beastmaster. Level 27. Strength 11. Agility 23. Spirit 30. Exclusive skill Insight X2. Martial Arts King Kong Ming Wong Mastered. Experience points 135100000. Mountain Crushing Fist Mastered. Proficiency 102100000. Thief Subduing Sword Technique Mastered. Proficiency 201210000. Void Step Mastered. Proficiency 8710000. Health 510 100. Vitality 10. Level 27, just a bit away from level 30. Oh, I will likely earn another treasure chest. Yang Ling's mind moved, and he opened the Divine Domain level ranking. Divine Domain level ranking. 001, Iron Armor Division Yang Ling, level 27. Occupation Constable. 002, 9 Immortal Dao Palace Lin, Sai, level 26. Occupation Taoist. 003, Extreme Flame, Sword House, Jiang, Tianai, level 26. Occupation Swordsman. 004, Divine Sect Zhang, Shindao, level 25. Occupation Assassin. 005, Arhut Temple Lisho, level 25. Occupation Mad Monk. 006, Bitter Enlightenment Temple Hui Wu, level 20A. Occupation Martial Monk. 007, I Dead Man's Valley Chi Kai, level 20A. Occupation Medical Apprentice. 008, Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaochen, level 20A. Occupation Sword Guard. 009, Great Evolution Sword Sect Fong Yun, level 20A. Occupation Swordsman. 010, Iron Armor Division Qin Mo, level 19. Occupation Constable. First place again. I cannot let them slack off. I must maintain the lead. Perhaps I can obtain a golden treasure chest. Yang Ling felt a surge of anticipation. The silver treasure chest had given him a first-rate movement technique, the Void Step. What could the golden treasure chest offer? It surely would not be anything bad. Just then the corpse of the Overlord Ghost Spider suddenly transformed into a faint silver light and vanished. All traces it left behind disappeared without a trace, including the filthy water it sprayed all over Yang Ling. Where its body had vanished, a silver treasure chest lay quietly. Wait! It dropped a silver treasure chest. Yang Ling hurriedly stepped forward and opened the silver treasure chest. Inside there lay a yellow talisman with runes that looked like ghostly symbols, completely incomprehensible. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. A talisman. How could such a reward exist? He felt somewhat disappointed. Even if it wasn't first-rate martial arts, a yuan cultivating pill or a spirit gathering pill would have been nice. Without a spirit gathering pill, a weapon would do. Without a weapon, a pickaxe would suffice. How could it give him a He picked up the talisman, and a message appeared. Invisibility Talisman, Vitality Activation, Duration 5 minutes. Yang Ling found it hard to believe an invisibility talisman. Such a thing existed. But he quickly regained his composure. The value of this invisibility talisman was immense. If he had this talisman earlier, he wouldn't have been so flustered dealing with the Overlord Ghost Spider, but would have been assured of victory. This item, although it can't compare to a first-rate skill in terms of permanence, if used well its value could surpass that of a first-rate skill. It can save one's life at a critical moment. He carefully stored the invisibility talisman, then proceeded to clear 2 passages. The 6-member team gathered in the stone cave. Wu Xiaochen looked around, not seeing any trace of the Overlord Ghost Spider. There was no evidence of fire scorching, and even the oil barrels were still hanging intact in midair. He was taken aback. Yongo, what's going on? The oil hasn't ignited. Where did the spider go? Li Tianai and Chen Su also looked puzzled. At this moment, seeing that Yang Ling was unscathed, Chen Guoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was an unexpected incident earlier. The exit was collapsed by the spider in advance, and since Yang Gu couldn't escape in time, I was unable to ignite the oil. Hiss! Wu Xiaochen and the others gasped in shock. Yang Ling smiled and said, "It was indeed very risky just now, but I managed to kill that spider." "Did you all receive experience points?" "Yes." Everyone nodded in unison, secretly astonished. Was such a monster truly killed so effortlessly? I suspect that if a boss in the Divine Domain is killed by us players, its corpse will disappear on its own. A serious expression emerged on Yang Ling's face. This usually indicates that this boss might respawn. Hiss! This conjecture made the others gasp. If the monster they had just killed respawned, wouldn't that mean? But this might not be a bad thing. If I could kill it once, I could kill it a second time. The experience it provides is substantial. This time I was the main force, and the experience allowed me to level up 3 times. The Divine Domain level ranking had already secured the first place. Everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was not a bad thing. Congratulations Yangge for once again ranking first. Wu Xiaoqin immediately clasped his fists and smiled. I also moved up a step this time. Indeed, mining is the fastest way to level up. If it weren't for the mining combined with the experience from this BOSS, I would have doubted my ability to maintain a top 10 ranking. At this moment, Chen Su and the others also spoke up, saying they had already leveled up to level 10 and needed to change jobs to continue leveling. Don't look at me. The Mountain River sect doesn't accept common folk. My godfather spent 3,000 taels of silver to get me into the Mountain River sect. Wu Xiaoqin jokingly waved his hand, then pointed at Yangling. Look for Yangge, you all have the best chance to change jobs to constables, and Yangge can help. Chen Su and the others looked at Yangling, their eyes filled with anticipation. This shouldn't be difficult. I'm about to become the constable of Qingshan City, and with a word you can all get in. Yangling smiled and said, by then you will be able to acquire the thief subduing sword technique and gain the status of a martial artist, allowing you to access the attributes panel. Thank you, Yangge. Everyone was filled with excitement and joy. They had finally waited for this day. Store the oil well. In the coming days, Yangling will once again lead the team to mine and level up. On this day, old Zhao excitedly arrived at the Qijin mine, saying that Lin Yin had been promoted and called for Yangling to return and take over the position of the chief. Yangling felt a surge of joy and asked Wu Xiaoqin to watch over the Qijin mine, while he took Chen Su and others to Qingshan City. Qingshan City Iron Clothing Department's office. Lin Yin paced back and forth with excitement. Boss, congratulations on your promotion. Yangling strode over with big steps, and even before reaching he was already cupping his fists and laughing heartily. The constables present looked at Yangling, their eyes revealing awe and admiration. How could they not know the reason behind Lin Yan's promotion? At this moment, no one thought Yangling was here to take advantage or to pull strings. It was the first time for Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong to enter the Divine Realm office. Except for Chen Guoqing, the other three felt a bit nervous, but thinking about being with Yangling gave them a sense of ease, filling their hearts with confidence. Little Yang. Lin Yan laughed heartily and pulled him to sit down. Old Zhao wisely served tea to the two. The appointment has been made. I will go to Changhe Prefecture tomorrow to take charge of the 3rd inspection office. Lin Yan said excitedly. I still need to stay in Qingshan City for one more day. The position of chief must first be passed to you so that I can rest assured. It's just right that if you have any uncertainties or troubles, we can resolve them all today while I'm still here. The position of chief. Excitement flickered in Chen Zu's eyes. As long as Yangling took this position, they would be able to change their roles. This is the advantage of the government office. As long as one does not pursue a higher rank, entering is much easier than joining a sect. Boss, doesn't this position of chief require approval from above? Yangling's expression shifted. Lin Yan paused for a moment before smiling and saying, it was originally required, but you are a 9th grade iron clothing constable in the entire Qingshan City. Besides me, it's just you. Since I'm leaving, this position is naturally yours. Once I report to Changhe Prefecture, it'll help you complete the necessary procedures. He then began to explain some matters regarding Qingshan City to Yangling. At this moment, Yangling realized that being the chief of Qingshan City seemed more complicated than he thought. First, managing the public order of Qingshan City meant dealing with some insignificant gangs. At the same time, he would also need to maintain a certain level of communication with the managers and proprietors of various industries to help them solve problems at any time. After all, the taxes paid by these industries each year are substantial. Yangling suddenly found himself less enthusiastic about this matter. He still needed to mine and level up. How could he find the time to be the chief? Little Yang, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Lin Yan asked, somewhat puzzled. You're about to be promoted. How can you be unhappy? Chief Lin, you know I enjoy mining and have a special fondness for the mines. Yangling pondered. The constables present instinctively nodded slightly. They had long heard that this was no empty talk. According to rumors, the person before them spent every day in the mines wielding his Qijin pickaxe with such skill that it could create shadows. He truly loves mining. But if I become the chief, I'm afraid I won't have time to stay in the mines. Yangling sighed. How much can you earn from mining? Lin Yan asked instinctively. I can easily get over 10 jin of Qijin, or a day, a 1 xian can exchange for 20 yuan, so I'd have about 20 to 30 liang of silver each day. Yangling casually replied. This. The constables present gasped in unison, looking at Yangling in disbelief. They finally understood why he loved mining so much. 20 to 30 liang a day. Their monthly salary plus some gray income only amounts to 3 to 5 liang. The disparity is too great. You earn so much. Lin Yan also gasped in astonishment, but quickly said, Little Yang the chief mainly serves a deterrent purpose. You can just come here when you're free. It won't hinder you if you stay at the Qijin mine. Just find someone trustworthy to keep an eye on things here. Trustworthy. Yang Ling's mind raced. It seemed he had just the right person for the job nearby. Regardless, you can't decline the position of chief of Qingshan City. To be honest, I'm confident only because this position is given to you. If someone else sits in this position, or if someone is sent down from above, then we brothers might have to watch our backs, and could even be driven away. Lin Yan said seriously. That's right, Chief Yang, this position can only be held by you. Old Zhao also advised. With you in charge of Qingshan City, we can feel at ease. The other constables also chimed in, their eyes filled with concern. If the other party really decided to quit, it would bring a lot of trouble. Also, the various gangs in Qingshan City will give tributes every month, and the shopkeepers from all walks of life hope that after I leave things can remain the same. Lin Yan hinted. Pausing, he continued, Little Yang, you need a place to spend the money you earn. Whether it's weapons or pills, just talk about the Yangling pill. It can be obtained in Chang'e Prefecture. Once I go over, I'll keep an eye out for you. Boss, then I'll take the position of chief. Yangling nodded slowly. Lin Yan was overjoyed and immediately asked Old Zhao to change Yangling's clothes right there. In the courtyard, nearly 100 constables stood at attention, and then with a command they cupped their fists and bowed to Yangling. We greet Chief Yang. The sound was thunderous. Those outside the office could hear it, secretly marveling that the iron clothing department of Qingshan City was indeed about to undergo a change. Among them, Old Zhao was the most excited as he was the one most familiar with the new chief. Boss, can I appoint new constables? Yangling glanced at Lin Yan beside him. Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh, and said, Now you are the chief, you can appoint whoever you like. Yangling nodded slightly, and immediately appointed Chen Guoqingchun, Su Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong as constables of the iron clothing department of Qingshan City. The moment the appointment was issued, they all saw the successful transfer information appear. Each of them showed ecstatic expressions. Then Yangling also allocated 4 copies of the capture thief technique to them. It seemed that this technique had a limited quota. After giving out these, for there were no more copies in the office. Just right. The main office only provides us with 5 copies of the capture thief technique each year, meaning Qingshan City can only recruit 5 new constables each year. Counting the one I gave you earlier, now all 5 are accounted for. Chief Lin said with a smile. If you want to recruit more, you'll have to wait until spring next year. He then called Yangling and went to a restaurant in Qingshan City. In the private room of the restaurant, more than 10 figures were already seated. When Chief Lin brought Yangling in, they all stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed their faces, showing flattering smiles. Lord Lin, congratulations on your promotion to Chief of the 3rd Inspection Office of the Iron Clothing Department of Chang'e Prefecture. An elderly man walked forward with a smile, presenting a wooden box with both hands. This is a congratulatory gift from a few of us old friends. Please accept it. You are being too polite. What is this? Lin Yan unobtrusively accepted it and opened it in front of Yangling. Yangling's sharp eyes noticed it was a stack of silver notes, each worth 100 liang, at least 10 pieces. This was equivalent to 2 Yangling pills. Come, let me introduce you. Lin Yan ushered Yangling into the main seats, then swept his gaze across those present. This is Captain Yang, a 9th rank of TAC, personally promoted by Lord Shi Xian. The last time the Rongzis dueling men spy Wu Man met his end at Captain Yang's hands. The listeners' expressions stiffened, and they instantly ingratiated themselves. Captain Yang. To have slain a registered Rupin 9th rank martial artist spoke volumes about one's strength. In Qingshan City, Rupin cultivators were exceedingly rare, and none of them could be considered ordinary. And he was so young besides. After I depart, Captain Yang will take charge of the TAC office in Qingshan City. Any issues you have, take them to him, and they will be resolved. Having finished, Lin Yan pointed to the elderly man and smiled at Yangling. Young Yang, this is Huang Sihai, the head manager of our Qingshan City White Horse Pharmacy. If you need any wound remedies, you may source them from him. He will sell at cost. If someone at home has a headache or a fever, he can handle that as well. This old one greets Captain Yang. Huang Sihai immediately rose, clasped his fists, and bowed. Yangling tried to stand and return the salute, but was kept seated by Lin Yan's hand on his thigh. He had no choice but to remain seated, smiling and returning the gesture. Lin Yan proceeded to introduce everyone. Present were pharmacy proprietors, pawnshop owners, transport merchants, virtually every important trade in Qingshan City. This is Qi Dalong, the leader of the Snake Gang. He has all manner of people beneath him, scholars and scoundrels alike. When our manpower is short and we need certain ruffians, we call on him. Lin Yan introduced a middle-aged man. Captain Yang. Qi Dalong rose and bowed with a smile. Yangling also smiled and clasped his fists in salute. He cast a casual glance to scan the man's attributes: character Qi Dalong, profession martial artist, strength 16, agility 8, spirit 4, martial art Qin. She shows snake grasp hand, entering the hall level. Faction Snake Gang. For some reason Yang Ling also deployed his exclusive skill Insight upon him. Insight revealed that Qi Dalong had met yesterday with agents of the Rongzhu at the Shanha sect plotting against Captain Yang of Qingshan City. Yang Ling was surprised. He had not expected his insight to expose such a scheme. In former days such news would have made his scalp prickle. But now, considering his current strength, Yang Ling found himself oddly curious, even eager to see what the others might attempt. Captain Yang, my gang has a disciple named Zhang Wei who is always saying he knows you, Qi Dalong said casually after sitting. Zhang Wei. Oh, he was a comrade from the Huojinjian mine. Yang Ling smiled. The others' faces shifted slightly. Their intelligence had been accurate. Indeed, the man had come out of the Huojinjian mine. Behind him, besides the TAC, there was likely the backing of the Shanha sect. Manager Huang, does White Horse Pharmacy sell Yunling Dan? Yang Ling asked suddenly. Yunling Dan. That's a pill taken by martial artists to accelerate the cultivation of their martial techniques. Huang Sihai smiled ruefully. White Horse Pharmacy mainly serves ordinary folk. Pills suitable for martial artists are normally held at the prefecture. Local vendors are not allowed to sell them privately. Yang Ling read between the lines. Pills like Yunling Dan were indeed controlled items. The channels to acquire them were exceedingly few, either through a sect through the TAC or by cultivating the proper connections oneself. After some idle conversation, the guests lingered a moment, and Yang Ling and Lin Yin rose to leave. Even after they left, the chopsticks on the table remained untouched. Captain Lin is gang leader Qi, a local of Qingshan City. Yang Ling asked, betraying no emotion. Qi Dalong. He came from elsewhere, but has been here a long time. Before I became captain, he was already running with the Snake Gang. Later, because he was good-looking, he was taken by the previous leader's daughter and married into the family, eventually becoming the Snake Gang's leader. Lin Yin warned, don't underestimate him. He's a martial artist with decent skill. The docks of Qingshan City are also under the Snake Gang's control. The Snake Gang and White Horse Pharmacy can be considered parts of the Transport Guild and the Medical Guild respectively, just as the Shanha sect is affiliated with the Mining Guild. Yang Ling nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, each of these forces had its own patrons behind them. At that moment, a footman ran over. After paying respects to Lin Yin, he looked toward Yang Ling. Captain Yang, manager, Huang invites you to have a cup of tea. It seems there's a favorable matter for you. Go, Lin Yin said with a half smile, and left alone. Yang Ling followed the footman to a tea house and saw Huang Sihai again, not yet a quarter of an hour since they had parted. The private room now held only the two of them, no longer mixed with others. Please, Captain Yang. Huang Sihai hurried forward and guided him to the main seat. Yang Ling smiled. Manager Huang, there's no need for such formality. It is right and proper, Huang Sihai replied, beaming as he produced a wooden box. Captain Yang, this is our token of respect. Yang Ling looked at the wooden box and felt a pang of emotion. He had never indulged in such extravagance himself, but he had seen excess before. This place, called the Divine Domain, carried no sense of restraint. Yang Ling opened the box in front of Huang Sihai and glanced inside. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes before he closed it again. Inside were silver notes of 300 taels each, at least 10 of them. This was more than what they had given Lin Yin. 3,000 taels of silver. What were they planning? They had already given Lin Yin 1,000 taels, which was considerable given his new post at the prefecture, and was reasonable. But to bestow 3,000 taels upon a mere lowly captain, even if every trade in Qingshan City had contributed, this was extravagant. Manager Huang, are you asking me to commit murder and arson? Yang Ling pondered. Huang Sihai hurriedly laughed. Captain Yang, you misunderstand. This is simply our offering. There are 3,000 taels inside offered in my honor. Yang Ling smiled. It is too much. Captain Yang, you should know that over 2,000 taels of this came from White Horse Pharmacy itself. The rest was gathered by Qi Dalong and his associates. Huang Sihai adopted a serious tone. We do have a matter we hope Captain Yang can assist with. Tell me what it is. If I cannot do it, I dare not accept this money, Yang Ling replied offhand. Huang Sihai's eyes brightened at the display of principle. He chose his words carefully. To be frank, White Horse Pharmacy inadvertently angered Snake Gang leader Qi Dalong some time ago. The man privately threatened to take an arm from our young master. The young master was so frightened he fled to the prefecture. If this trouble is not resolved, he will likely not dare return. The owners learned that Captain Yang had assumed office and hope he can intercede to resolve the matter. Qi Dalong. Yang Ling's expression shifted. He smiled lightly and asked, You merely want this smoothed over. How did your young master offend him? The young master. He took one of Qi Dalong's concubines, Huang Sihai admitted with some embarrassment. Very well, I understand. Yang Ling inclined his head slightly and tucked the wooden box away. I will help you resolve this. In Qingshan City, prosperity comes from harmony. How could it be built on killing and strife? Then we are indebted to you, Captain Yang. Huang Sihai felt reassured, bowing with a broad smile. After a brief pause, he added, about the Yunling Dan you mentioned earlier actually. In fact, our Bema pharmacy also has some pills specially sold to warriors. Huang Sihai pondered. However, the Yunling pill is quite precious and is mainly controlled by first-rate and second-rate sects. The Yunling pill we obtained may be of average quality. Yang Ling's eyes brightened. Average quality. What price are you offering? Each one is also 500 taels, Huang Sihai said softly. 500 taels. Yang Ling thought for a moment and then asked, do you have it in stock? I want to buy one to test its quality. What I need most right now are the Yunling pill and the Peiyuan pill. The latter is hard to obtain, so I won't think about it for now. The former can improve the proficiency of martial arts, and even if the quality is a bit lower, I can still accept it. Huang Sihai immediately took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Yang Ling. If Captain Yang can accept that the quality of this Yunling pill is not as good as that of the major sects, our Bema pharmacy can provide some Yunling pills in the future. Actually, most warriors in the Jianghu can afford good Yunling pills. Even some disciples from sects eventually have to purchase them themselves. The number of Yunling pills awarded by the sects is small, and they only give them to the core disciples who have made contributions. Ordinary disciples have no chance at all. Yang Ling did not care about this as he poured the Yunling pill from the porcelain bottle. Yunling pill inferior quality proficiency increase unknown. Yang Ling thought for a moment and then tossed the pill into his mouth. A faint warm current began to flow, surging into his limbs and bones. Please select the martial arts proficiency to enhance. Lingshu step. Is there any need to choose? They all increase proficiency the same way. Yang Ling wouldn't waste proficiency on Binshan fist or Qinjia blade technique. The first-rate martial skill Lingshu step was the direction he intended to focus on next. At this moment, the proficiency of Lingshu step began to rise continuously. From 87, it skyrocketed to 378 points before stopping. The effect is indeed not as good as that of a normal Yunling pill, and each inferior product seems to be quite unstable. But what does it matter? Yang Ling silently calculated. If he practiced Lingshu step all day, spending 10 hours a day would yield a 60-point increase in proficiency. However, he still needed to level up, and the cost-effectiveness of attribute points was currently higher than the proficiency of Lingshu step, as it directly related to rankings and treasure rewards in the divine realm. In this way, he had no time to practice martial arts. This Yunling pill, though an inferior product, equated to 6 days of practicing Lingshu step. Yang Ling thought for a moment, and then took out the wooden box from earlier, which contained 3,000 taels of silver. Then he pulled out all the silver he had saved, amounting to about 1,500 taels. He had also exchanged his broken silver for banknotes for convenience. There's a total of about 4,500 taels here. Please count and exchange it all for Yunling pills. Yang Ling smiled. Huang Sihai glanced over and immediately laughed. No need to count. Even if we count this as 5,000 taels after deducting the previous pill, our Bema pharmacy will still provide Captain Yang with 9 more pills. This time he produced a porcelain bottle containing exactly 9 Yunling pills. After Yang Ling took them, he did not consume them on the spot. The NPCs in the divine realm seemed to require practicing martial arts to increase proficiency with these pills. However, players did not need to, so it was better not to consume too many in front of others to avoid raising suspicion. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I'll see you off. In the Iron Clothes Division's office, Yang Ling consumed one Yunling pill after another in his room. Although he knew that the cost-effectiveness of the first 2 levels of martial skills was the highest, Lingshu step was different from other martial skills. This was a first-rate martial skill worthy of focusing on. The first pill increased proficiency by 320 points. The second pill increased proficiency by 270 points. The third pill increased proficiency by 412 points. The fourth. After consuming all 9 pills, Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel. He saw that the proficiency of Lingshu step had already reached 4,132 points. Haha, I've increased it by nearly half at once, and I'm not far from mastery now. Yang Ling couldn't help but smile. Stepping out of the room, he found Chun Guqing and 3 others waiting outside. Brother Yang, we have become warriors. The 4 of them looked very excited. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Now they could independently summon their attribute panels to check their stats. Not bad. Yang Ling nodded with a smile, his gaze landing on Chen Guoqing. Guoqing, how about you keep an eye on the Iron Clothes division here in Qingshan City from now on? Me? Chen Guoqing was taken aback. Chen Su quickly said, this is a good thing, Brother Chen. Weren't you worried about those new players? Now that you have this identity, it's perfect for you to step in and settle them. Chen Guoqing quickly responded, nodding. Okay, no problem. Although leaving the Qi Jin mine would lead to issues with leveling up, possibly taking a long time to increase his level. But compared to leveling up, having the opportunity to settle those new players was something he wouldn't hesitate over. Besides, he could also practice the Qinjia blade technique well in the city. At this moment, a constable walked in respectfully and said, Captain, the Snake Gang's Qi Dalong has sent an invitation. Oh, Yang Ling's eyes lit up as he immediately took it. It was an invitation for him to dine at the mansion tonight. Yang Ling thought for a moment, and a decision formed. In a deep courtyard, Huang Sihai walked up to a middle-aged man smiling. Master, Captain Yang has agreed to resolve the feud with Qi Dalong for the young master. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Lin said that this Captain Yang is more capable than him. Since he is willing to intervene, that brat should be saved. I'm just afraid Qi Dalong is two-faced. This fellow has many desperate men under him, and many are willing to give him their all. Huang Sihai's face showed a hint of worry. No worry, Xiaoqing has made great progress in his training at the Shanhua sect. If it comes to that, we can only ask him to step in. The middle-aged man replied. Huang Sihai immediately nodded with a smile. What you said is right. Young Master Xiaoqing's talent for martial arts is indeed very high. He has made significant progress in a short time. By the way, that Captain Yang seems to be a martial arts enthusiast. This time he bought all our Yunling pills with the benefits we provided. According to rumors, Captain Yang likes to go into the mines to dig for Qi Jin himself. His presence has increased the output of the Qi Jin mines significantly, and the Shanhua sect is quite satisfied. He is a straightforward man. If he likes Yunling pills, we should temporarily supply him with all the resources in this regard. The middle-aged man pondered. The premise is that he can truly resolve the brat's troubles. That brat wrote to me recently saying that he seems to have seen the Snake Gang's disciples in the state capital tracking him in secret. Qi Dalong seems to be unable to hold back anymore. Rest assured, Captain Yang is from the Iron Clothes Division, ranked 9th tier with a rank that is respected by his superiors. His intervention will at least make Qi Dalong wary for a while. Huang Sihai said softly. The middle-aged man's expression relaxed significantly upon hearing this. Near the docks of Qingshan City, a manor burned bright with light. Over 100 Qi Gang disciples formed ranks along the approach, waiting with Qi Dalong for an honored guest. Zhang Wei stood beside Qi Dalong, his eyes clouded with unease. He had already heard that the guest to be received tonight was the new head constable of Qingshan City, Yang Ling. It was hard for him to accept that someone who had only recently left the Huojinjian mine could now be a prominent figure in Qingshan City. Aside from Zhang Wei, dozens of players were mingled among the ranks. They had all been recruited by Zhang Wei. Now they glowed with excitement, ignorant of the visitor's identity, yet certain he must be a great patron. Qi Dalong said with hands folded in his sleeves and his posture rigid, his face unreadable, that since Captain Yang had once been a comrade of Zhang Wei would accompany him at the meal. At these words, several minor leaders showed looks of envy. Zhang Wei forced a strained smile and murmured his assent. He felt a pang of apprehension. If it truly was Yang Ling, would the man spare him face? With Yang Ling's standing, a few cutting words might see him thrown into the river by the Qi Gang. A figure approached from the distance. Zhang Wei could not afford idle speculation. He fixed his gaze, and the anxious hope he had been clinging to died utterly. It was indeed Yang Ling. Qi Dalong abruptly shed his earlier chill, laughing loudly as he advanced to greet him, proclaiming that Head Constable Yang's arrival brought honor to the place. All eyes turned to the young man. He wore official robes, stood impeccably straight, and moved with the confident gait of a dragon and tiger, prompting a faint shiver in those present. Yang Ling swept the assembly with a swift appraisal of their attributes, discerning the locals from the players at a glance. He barely spared the guilty-looking Zhang Wei a look, smiling as he greeted Qi Dalong, and saying that it was an honor to be entertained, and that there was no need for excessive ceremony. After a few polite exchanges, they entered the residence. Qi Dalong had prepared meticulously. The moment they sat, the table was laden with food and wine. Qi Dalong jabbed a glance at Zhang Wei and remarked that Captain Yang had been his comrade at Huojinjian mine, then urged Zhang Wei to offer a toast. Flushed with embarrassment, Zhang Wei raised his cup and awkwardly offered a toast to Yang Ling, who smiled and replied that his official duties prevented him from drinking. Yang Ling's light smile left Zhang Wei painfully awkward, cup in hand, and unable to sit or stand comfortably. Qi Dalong's expression shifted and he laughed, telling Zhang Wei to go and brew tea. Zhang Wei breathed a temporary sigh of relief and obeyed, though his face had already gone ashen. Qi Dalong then began to question Yang Ling about matters concerning Qingshan City. He described how the Shi gang earned its living chiefly by controlling portions of the river trade and employing many laborers. They also provided watch and guard services. Altogether, Qingshan City hosted 400 to 500 Shi gang disciples, a considerable force to which many afforded some courtesy. Qi Dalong smiled, as if casually saying that he had once done business several times with Supervisor Wu of the Huo mine Wu Kei, but had not seen him in some time. He paused and looked to Yang Ling, asking whether the captain would know Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling's mind brightened, so this was all about Wu Kei. Yet he felt a prick of suspicion. Wu Man had come seeking revenge on him. Now Qi Dalong probed about Wu Kei's whereabouts. Could it be that funds from surreptitiously sold Huo crystals actually belonged to the Rong clan, and some sum had not been turned over, prompting the clan to reclaim it? Yang Ling answered evenly that he did indeed know Supervisor Wu, who had once proposed he take part in a mining contest. Qi Dalong's expression changed. He asked what had become of that contest. Yang Ling replied that Supervisor Wu had not gone, claiming urgent matters and leaving. He then eyed Qi Dalong and said that Supervisor Wu had been confirmed as a Rong clan spy, questioning why Chief Qi displayed such interest in him. The man pouring tea, Zhang Wei, froze at the mention of a Rong clan spy. A sudden recollection made his heart tremble. From the rear hall, a figure stepped out and announced that it was not Chief Qi who was interested, but himself. Qi Dalong rose immediately and bowed, addressing the newcomer as the Supreme One. Yang Ling cast a glance at the man and pulled up his attribute panel. Character: Tai Xinghu. Profession: martialist. Strength 41, Agility 22, Spirit 10. Martial arts listed as Chitsuan Fist Entry, Pungshan Fist Entry, Hun Tai Skill. Versatile. Faction: Juling Sect. Yang Ling noted that this man's attributes were only slightly weaker than Sure Xian and markedly stronger than Wu Man. Yang Ling coolly asked the man his name. Tai Xinghu smiled with a hint of derision, remarking that Yang Ling must be an unregistered 9th rank, explaining how Wu Man had fallen to him, and suggesting Yang Ling's strength neared the 8th rank. Zhang Wei, uncertain of events, attempted to leave, but found the entire front hall ringed by knife men. He recognized them as Qi Dalong's most trusted killers, men prepared to die for their orders. Cold sweat prickled his brow as dread seized him. Yang Ling nodded as if confirming an observation, suggesting that Tai Xinghu too was a Juling sect martialist and a Rong clan spy, then leveled his gaze at Qi Dalong and asked whether he too was a Rong clan agent. Qi Dalong smiled faintly and replied that one about to die need not be questioned at length, and that if Yang Ling answered the Supreme One properly, he would be granted a quick death. Yang Ling retorted that if he fell there, the Shi gang would not be safe either. Tai Xinghu laughed, saying it mattered little since so many Juling sect martialists had already perished at Yang Ling's hand. The sect leader demanded Yang Ling's head, and sacrificing a single Shi gang was of no consequence. Yang Ling scoffed at the demand for his head, calling it rash, noting that Qi Dalong's means were limited, and that the knife men were poor jokes, questioning whether they could truly help. Tai Xinghu declared that once they took Yang Ling down, he would learn how to speak while kneeling before an 8th rank. A faint blood-tinged aura swelled about him. He began to channel his Hun Tai skill and launched a Pungshan Fist at Yang Ling, his strength soaring from 41 to 63 in an instant. Yang Ling observed that Pungshan Fist, being an entry technique, accounted for a 12-point boost, while the remaining 10 points were the effect of Hun Tai skill, a meager augmentation from a crude method. Yang Ling measured Tai Xinghu calmly. His opponent's capability had been laid bare. His agility had risen as well, but only by 10 points. An agility of 32 would suffice against ordinary martialists, yet now a different force gathered. A tide of blood energy rose within Yang Ling. He slowly activated the Vajra Mingwang practice, his agility leaping to 53. Then, employing the Lingshu step, his agility surged another 24 points. He moved like a gale, arriving in the wake of the motion and appearing before Tai Xinghu, who was still mid-swing and had not completed his strike. Tai Xinghu's skin gleamed with a metallic, blood-infused sheen. Hun Tai skill rendered his defenses formidable, yet Yang Ling's strength was no longer what it had been. Yang Ling swung the crimson gold Cranebill Ho and unleashed a furious tenfold barrage, the Quangbao 10 strike, then sheathed the tool and returned to his seat. Tai Xinghu's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Ling, his words dying on his lips. A trickle of blood seeped from his brow. The great body collapsed with a thunderous fall, raising a cloud of dust. At the same moment, Yang Ling received a vast wave of experience that flowed into him like a rolling. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 point of free attribute points. In just a moment, Yang Ling has leveled up by 1. He casually allocated the attribute point to agility, bringing it to 24. Qi Dalong, who was originally calm and composed, even displaying the mindset of a hunter observing his prey, suddenly froze. They looked at the corpse of Tai Xinghu, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had witnessed the prowess of this 8th rank master with their own eyes. Even if everyone attacked together, they could hardly last a few moves against such a master. Yet this expert had died at the hands of the young newly appointed head constable of Qingshan City, right before their eyes. This was a prominent figure among the second-generation disciples of the giant spirit sect. What are you spacing out for? Pour the tea. Yang Ling glanced at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei felt a chill run down his spine as he poured a cup of tea for Yang Ling, but half of it spilled onto the table. He couldn't control his trembling arms. Someone has been killed. Although Zhang Wei had been playing the game for a while, this was the first time he had truly seen someone die in front of him. And it was a significant figure. Kill him. Qi Dalong suddenly shouted sharply, then turned to flee. He had no intention of fighting Yang Ling at all. Chief Qi, where are you going? Yang Ling suddenly appeared in front of Qi Dalong, smiling. Qi Dalong instinctively turned to glance, only to find that all his loyal knife wielders were down on the ground. Without exception, each had a bloody hole in their forehead. At this moment, both he and Zhang Wei had a ridiculous thought. What kind of martial skill is this? Is this a mining technique? Oh, my 9th rank official knife was broken in the red gold mine, struck down by a mining insect. Otherwise, you would have witnessed the capturing knife technique of my Iron Clothes division today. Yang Ling smiled. Let's sit down and chat, don't waste all this food. Qi Dalong sat stiffly across from Yang Ling. No wonder you dared to come to the banquet alone. It turns out you are an upper 8th rank. Upper 8th rank. Yang Ling pondered. This Tai Xinghu should be an 8th rank martial artist capable of unleashing blood energy. However, he was slightly weaker than Shi Xian. According to Qi Dalong, Tai Xinghu is lower 8th rank. Shi Xian is middle 8th rank. Shi Zin's base attribute points are in the 80s, while I only have in the 60s with 30 of those in spirit. Normally my strength shouldn't be on the same level as his, but with the King Kong Ming Wang skill and the Lingshu step, my explosive power is not only equal to his, but even surpasses him by a good margin. Shi Zin's agility is 28 points. Yang Ling didn't believe that the Iron Clothes Heart method could enhance his agility by too much, at most 10 to 15 points, bringing it to around 40 points. This can't compare to his explosive agility of over 80. At such a moment, even a difference of 10 points in strength between both sides doesn't really matter. He figured all this out, and through constant horizontal comparisons, decided to attend the banquet alone tonight. His agility explosion was enough for him to advance or retreat. And the facts prove this point. Today's real combat, killing Tai Xinghu, gave Yang Ling a better understanding of his own strength. Young Constable, you are actually sent from the capital, aren't you? When did the Iron Clothes Division start keeping an eye on us? Normally speaking, what we have done is nothing compared to other colleagues. How could the Iron Clothes Division send an upper 8th rank to fish for us? Qi Dalong spoke slowly, questioning his doubts. Yang Ling knew the other party had misunderstood, but chose not to explain. At this moment, Zhang Wei also realized that Qi Dalong was mistaken. This person had nothing to do with the capital. He was just a player who had entered the game a little earlier than him. Is this the method of the number 1 on the Divine Domain leaderboard? Zhang Wei murmured to himself. The current performance of this individual was vastly different from when he was at the Fire Crystal Mine. Chief Qi, are these your last words? Yang Ling said flatly. Qi Dalong's expression changed slightly, then he forced a smile. Young Constable hasn't made a move against me yet, which means there's still room for negotiation today. My snake gang has established itself in Qingshan City for many years and has some foundation. Although most of it has been sent to the Roan clan, I can still come up with 500 taels of silver. 500 taels of silver. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't imagine what a vast sum this was. Based on his comparisons of local prices, in reality, 1 tael of silver was roughly equivalent to 200 yuan in the real world. 500 taels is a full 10 million. Zhang Wei felt a bit dizzy for a moment. With your large snake gang supporting hundreds of people, are you telling me you can only come up with 500 taels? I won't believe it. Yang Ling said non-committally, then glanced at Zhang Wei, still dawdling. Go search Tai Xing's corpse and bring me the items. Yes. Zhang Wei came back to his senses and immediately searched Tai Xing's body. In the end, he retrieved a leather bag. Inside were a few pieces of silver and a copper tube. Yang Ling was somewhat curious, opened it, and found it was filled with neatly arranged spirit-nourishing pills. A total of 12. According to the information displayed by the system, these were legitimate pills, not inferior products. Yang Ling's heart began to race uncontrollably. Even after killing Tai Xinghu, he remained calm, his 30 points of spirit granting him a big heart. He could maintain a calm demeanor in the face of issues. But the appearance of these spirit-nourishing pills excited him. 12 spirit-nourishing pills, 600 points of proficiency, my Lingshu step can be upgraded to perfection. Yang Ling took a deep breath. Seeing Yang Ling's demeanor, Qi Dalong's eyes shifted slightly, and he chuckled softly. Yang Constable, let's make a deal. If you let me go, we'll give you 5000 taels of silver plus 10 spirit-nourishing pills. How about that? Do you take me for a beggar? Yang Ling frowned. Even if you kill me, these things will only be confiscated by the Iron Clothes Division, and you won't get anything. Qi Dalong said calmly, think it over. Do you know how much reward I received for killing Wu Man last time? The Iron Clothes Division isn't that stingy, and besides I have people backing me. Yang Ling smiled slightly. A big fish like you is worth much more than gold or silver. Qi Dalong suddenly raised his sleeve. A hidden arrow shot towards Yang Ling, moving at incredible speed. Yang Ling almost without hesitation raised his hand casually and firmly grasped the hidden arrow. This scene left Zhang Wei dumbfounded. Qi Dalong was equally shocked. Such speed. He finally concluded that Tai Xinghu had died so quickly because he was overwhelmed by the opponent's speed. Yang Ling stopped wasting words, lightly raised his hand, and the hidden arrow instantly pierced Qi Dalong's forehead, killing him on the spot. We can't leave any witnesses, otherwise do we want to confiscate the spirit-nourishing pills on Tai Xing's corpse? Yang Ling muttered softly to himself. Thud. Zhang Wei knelt before Yang Ling on both knees. Brother, I'm begging you, don't kill me to silence me. Yang Ling glanced at Zhang Wei without giving a clear answer. After a moment he finally spoke. Get up, we are both players, why would I kill you? Zhang Wei couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat, feeling as if his life was spared for today. What level are you now? Yang Ling asked knowingly. Zhang Wei hurriedly replied, I am level 8. Soon I'll be level 10, and I'll need to change jobs. The best way to change jobs in Qingshan City right now is to become a constable. After all, I am the head constable. Who can become a constable is decided by me, Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened slightly, but he quickly thought of something and whispered, Brother Yang, what are the conditions? I know I have offended you before. I need someone to keep an eye on the shebang for me. Yang Ling smiled lightly. Isn't this simple? Shebang. Isn't it supposed to be destroyed since he is a spy of the Rong tribe? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Qi Dalong is dead, but that doesn't mean the shebang is destroyed. This does not align with Qingshan City's need for stability. Yang Ling, does Qi Dalong still have trusted subordinates? Do they know where his wealth is hidden? Go bring them in. By the way, send a subordinate to the Yamen to inform Lin Yen to bring a group of constables over to handle the case. I know. Leave this to me. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. He had a keen sense of smell and immediately realized how much benefit he could gain from this. A quarter of an hour later, 2 vice leaders of the shebang and 4 hall masters were called in by Zhang Wei. Upon seeing Qi Dalong's lifeless body, they were filled with shock and anger and were about to act. Qi Dalong is a spy of the Rong tribe. Are you all as well? Yang Ling casually remarked, causing the 6 of them to quiet down, filled with uncertainty. Their reactions also proved that they were most likely not connected to the Rong tribe. Otherwise Zhang Wei wouldn't have had the ability to deceive them into coming here. Head Constable Yang, are you saying our leader is a spy of the Rong tribe? One of the vice leaders stepped forward, looking serious, wanting to say something, but hesitating. That's right, the man on the ground is Tai Xinghu of the Juggernaut sect, an 8th grade warrior. Yang Ling nodded slightly. They came looking for revenge on me today. After all, I killed quite a few warriors of the Juggernaut sect a while ago. 8th grade warrior. The 2 vice leaders and 4 hall masters gasped, their scalps going numb. Zhang Wei said coldly, I have already sent someone to the Yamen to notify them. Constables will be here shortly to handle the case. By the way, I'm also an informant planted here by Lord Yang. Yang Ling glanced at him without exposing him. The 6 of them upon hearing this looked at Zhang Wei differently. Lord Yang, I am Chun Long, the vice leader of the shebang. I have felt for years that our leader was acting strangely. He arranged for his subordinates to transport several ships filled with fire crystal ore. But those fire crystal ores were never accounted for, and I don't know when they were loaded onto the ships, Chun Long whispered. Now I realize that he was a spy of the Rong tribe. This is simply too vile. Lord Yang, we had no idea. Lord Yang, we have been born and raised in Qingshan City for generations. We absolutely have no connection to the Rong tribe. The others began to distance themselves, looking somewhat panicked. You 6 must go to the Ironclad division. If there are no issues, you will be released. During this period, you must cooperate with us in examining the shebang. Any items related to the Rong tribe must be seized. Who knows where Qi Dalong's belongings are hidden? The six looked at each other and finally Chun Long cautiously said, I know Qi Dalong has a private residence. He thought it was well hidden, but one day my men stumbled upon it. I have never revealed this matter. You are Chun Long, the vice leader of the shebang. You will cooperate with us, and if you make meritorious contributions you will be rewarded, Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Chun Long was overjoyed at once glancing at the bodies of Qi Dalong and Tai Xinghu, his eyes gradually filled with fervor. In less than a tea's worth of time Lin Yen led over 100 constables into the shebang, surrounding the area tightly. At the same time the ordinary disciples of the shebang were also quickly subdued by Lao Zhao and his men disarmed. Brother Yang, what on earth is going on? Lin Yen looked at Yang Ling with some doubt. He was supposed to go to the provincial capital tomorrow, and yet something like this happened tonight. Qi Dalong actually died in his own residence. Yang Ling briefly explained the situation, and when Lin Yen learned that the corpse on the ground was Tai Xinghu, an 8th grade warrior of the Juggernaut sect, he was momentarily speechless. After some time he finally regained his senses and said in a daze, Brother Yang, your martial arts cultivation. It should be 8th grade, but I have never registered as I have been busy mining and had no time. Yang Ling replied. Lin Yen fell silent for a moment, slowly accepting the fact that Yang Ling was an 8th grade master before he reacted overjoyed. Brother Yang, you've made a great contribution. I was just assisting. Isn't this credit supposed to be for Master Shirzin's orders, and you are responsible for directing it? Yang Ling replied in surprise. Lin Yen found it hard to believe for a moment, remaining silent for a long time before hoarsely saying, Brother Yang, this credit is too great. I can't take it for myself. Don't be foolish. Boss, I still need to help Su Qing watch over the red gold mine, and I don't want to leave Qingshan City for the time being, Yang Ling said seriously. If you feel guilty, anything like a spirit-nourishing pill that the Ironclad Division rewards can be given to me. As for the merits, I don't need too many, just a token of appreciation will suffice. Lin Yen gradually understood Yang Ling's intentions and was instantly filled with joy. Qi Dalong was quite wealthy. Since he is a spy of the Rong tribe, we must confiscate his assets. Lin Yen immediately ordered Lao Zhao and the others to begin searching the shebang. Yang Ling then called Chun Guoqing and Chun Su to follow Chun Long, taking people to Qi Dalong's private residence. He never intended to take all the benefits of the shebang for himself. If he were to consume all of this alone, he would likely face significant trouble in the future. Yang Ling and Lin Yen enjoyed food and drink at Qi Dalong's residence, chatting merrily. They talked from the evening until the next morning. The search for assets only had preliminary results. 40,000 taels and silver bills, a bottle of spirit-nourishing pills, and a treasured sword. This is what was confiscated from Qi Dalong's private residence. Additionally, many items have been temporarily detained at the shebang, and there is also quite a bit of silver. Take a look at the list. Lin Yen handed the list to Yang Ling. Yang Ling looked over it and smiled. This list should be sent to Lord Shi. Brother Yang, it must be sent, but it should be sent this way. Lin Yen immediately took out paper and pen and made a new list. Suddenly the amount of silver found at Qi Dalong's home was reduced by 10,000 taels. The spirit-nourishing pills and the treasured sword were also crossed out. We won't go too far. After all, the higher-ups will definitely send someone to investigate, but we still need to take the benefits that should be taken. These are the rules. Lin Yen said with a smile. Yang Ling returned to the yamen with an additional 10,000 taels in silver notes, all in denominations of 1,000 taels. Additionally, he acquired a precious sword and a vial of spiritual essence pills. There were a total of 10 pills, none of which were defective. No wonder the local natives can effortlessly cultivate their martial skills to a proficient level. As long as one has a bit of status and channels for obtaining wealth with the help of spiritual essence pills, one can also develop a proficient martial skill. However, the rank of martial skills is the true threshold. Individuals like Wu Kei cannot even access the good martial skills. Thinking of this, Yang Ling immediately opened the copper tube he had taken from Tai Xinghu, retrieving the spiritual essence pills inside. He swallowed them one by one. The proficiency of the Lingshu step continuously surged. In no time it surpassed the 10000 point threshold. A wave of intense warmth surged within Yang Ling, coursing through his limbs and bones. The first martial skill has reached a consummate level. Yang Ling sighed with emotion and opened his attribute panel. Character: Yang Ling. Profession: Constable Beast Tamer. Level 28. Strength 11. Agility 24. Spirit 30. Exclusive skills: Insight X 2. Martial Arts: King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Fully comprehended. Experience points 1501000. Mountain Crushing Fist. Fully comprehended. Proficiency 1021000. Thief-catching blade technique fully comprehended proficiency 201-2100000 Lingshu step consummate proficiency 010-0000 health points 510, 100 chi. Blood 10. The next step to reach proficiency requires 100 points, which equates to 200 spiritual essence pills. It is unlikely to achieve that in a short time. Yang Ling pondered for a moment and took out 10 spiritual essence pills, deciding not to use them on the Lingshu step. This martial skill was temporarily sufficient, and investing spiritual essence pills in it yielded minimal returns. He intended to use them on the thief-catching blade technique. Although its rank was not high, it was crucial for the assessments of the ironclad division. Once he reached a consummate level, he could also advance to the tiger-catching blade technique. Both aspects would greatly aid him in the future. Soon the 10 spiritual essence pills were swallowed. The proficiency of the thief-catching blade technique skyrocketed to over 7,000. He was now much closer to achieving a consummate level. This sword. Yang Ling reached for the long sword he had taken from Qi Dalong's private residence. Its length was similar to that of an official sword, but its blade was significantly thicker. Additionally, its hilt appeared to be made from an animal bone wrapped in a layer of leather to prevent slipping. At that moment, information appeared, leaving Yang Ling momentarily stunned. Xiao Bone sword strength 10, agility 10, attack power 50. This is truly a precious sword. Its attributes are far superior to those of a 9th grade official sword. Yang Ling's eyes revealed admiration. Qi Dalong must have been reluctant to use this sword, likely fearing that others would notice its significance. Yang Ling even doubted whether such a fine weapon existed in the vast Mountain River sect. With 10 to both strength and agility, even if it only added to one of them, such attributes are considered abnormal. Now both are increased by 10. And the attack power is boosted by 50 ha. Yang Ling couldn't help but examine the Jiao Bone sword from every angle. He silently calculated base agility 24 points. King Kong Ming Wang Gong enhancement 30 points. Lingshu step enhancement 36 points. Jiao Bone sword enhancement 10 points. Thief-catching blade technique enhancement 6 points. 106 points in agility. Can my agility really exceed 100? Yang Ling took a deep breath in awe. This enhancement represented another qualitative change for him. The advancements of the Jiao Bone sword and Lingshu step allowed him to increase his agility by an additional 22 points. It must be noted that an 8th grade expert like Tai Xinghu only had a base agility just over 20 points. Qi Dalong said, I was at the upper 8th grade, but with my full strength now my agility surpasses 100. Is this still upper 8th grade? Does exceeding a single attribute value of 100 signify the 7th grade? Thinking of this, Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement. An increase in strength represented a significant enhancement in his survival ability within the divine domain. Only by doing so could he have a chance of waiting for the day he could return to reality. Although these are not my inherent attribute points and cannot be compared to certain martial artists with high inherent attributes, King Kong Ming Wang, Gong Lingshu step, and Jiao Bone sword are all part of my strength. As long as I don't engage in protracted battles with such strength, I need not fear anywhere. Thinking of this, Yang Ling suppressed his excitement, cleared his mind, and began to focus on cultivating King Kong Ming Wang Gong. When he pushed King Kong Ming Wang Gong to the 3rd layer, his strength would undergo another qualitative change. Meanwhile, at the White Horse Medicine Shop, Huang Sihai was busy counting the goods when suddenly a servant rushed in to convey a message. Upon hearing this, he trembled with disbelief. I merely asked that person to mediate and resolve the enmity, and that person wiped out the snake gang. Qi Dalong was killed last night. Huang Sihai muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. Shopkeeper, it is said that this incident is related to the Rong clan. The snake gang's Qi Dalong is a spy for the Rong clan. The 2 vice leaders, 4 hall masters, and numerous snake gang disciples are currently at the Ironclad Division Yamen undergoing questioning. The servant reported softly. Huang Sihai was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good, this is truly wonderful. He immediately left the White Horse Medicine Shop and headed to the large compound. Master, this is the situation. Huang Sihai reported this matter in front of a middle-aged man. I always thought Qi Dalong was a bit off. An outsider son-in-law took over the snake gang, just like that, and both his father-in-law and wife passed away one after another. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a glint of brilliance. So he is a spy for the Rong clan, supported from behind by the Rong clan. Master, it is said that an 8th grade martial artist Tai Xinghu also died in this incident. Huang Sihai whispered, he was killed by that Constable Yang himself. The middle-aged man mused. It seems that this talented Constable Yang is an 8th grade expert. He is still so young, his future in the Ironclad Division is boundless. Perhaps one day he might truly reach the realm of a fourth-grade master. Huang Sihai looked astonished. Master, do you think he has the potential to become a fourth-grade master? A little, but it's not entirely impossible. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. Go prepare 10 spiritual essence pills to send over as our token of gratitude. Understood. Huang Sihai did not dare to be negligent and personally handled the matter. He took the spiritual essence pills to the yamen, found Yang Ling, and reported his intentions. At this moment, Yang Ling had just finished practicing King Kong Ming Wang Gong, feeling energetic. After hearing Huang Sihai's intentions, he couldn't help but smile. You are too kind. Qi Dalong had it coming, and I merely dealt with him conveniently. Lord Yang, my master, said that you enjoy practicing martial arts and greatly respects martial artists, so this time please be sure to accept these 10 spiritual essence pills. Huang Sihai hurriedly said, Your master is truly generous. Yang Ling smiled, reaching out to accept them. Please thank your master. After Huang Sihai left, Yang Ling glanced at the spiritual essence pills in his hand. Although they were defective, they could still increase his proficiency by about 3,000. A sleepy person finding a pillow, the thief-catching blade technique, can also be upgraded to a consummate level. A quarter of an hour later, after consuming the pills, the thief-catching blade technique successfully advanced to the consummate realm. He opened his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling, profession Constable Beast Tamer, level 28, strength 11, agility 24, spirit 30, exclusive skills, insight X 2, martial arts King Kong Ming Wang Gong, fully comprehended, experience points 165100000, mountain crushing fist, fully comprehended, proficiency 1021000, thief catching blade technique, consummate proficiency 0100000, Lingshu step, consummate proficiency 0100000, health points 510, 100, chi blood 10. Another day has passed, and the turmoil of the Snake Gang in Qingshan City is gradually subsiding. Except for the shocking news of Qi Dalong's demise on the first day, which left everyone in fear and confusion. They soon discovered that the Iron Clothing Division was merely targeting the Rome clan spies, which put their minds at ease. However, after this incident, Yang Ling's name was deeply imprinted in their hearts. The newly appointed head of Qingshan City, a 9th-grade constable of the Iron Clothing Division, possesses unparalleled strength, perhaps the strongest among all the heads in the history of Qingshan City. Early this morning, Yang Ling had just finished practicing the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. He thought that if there were no other matters, he would take Chen Su and the others back to the Qijin mine to continue leveling up. I am currently at level 28, ranked first on the Divine Domain leaderboard. Lin Cai in second place is still stuck at level 26, with little change in the levels of the others. As time goes on, the experience points required for leveling up will only increase. If there are no means to accelerate the speed of earning experience, the leveling speed will inevitably slow down. Lin Cai and the others will be fortunate to level up once in the next 7 or 8 days. Despite this, I still aim to reach level 30 and claim the treasure chest first. In the government office, Yang Ling was having breakfast with Lin Yan. After this meal, I will head to the prefecture, as the matter with the Snake Gang has already been delayed for several days. If I don't go soon, I fear it will anger the higher-ups. Lin Yan, while eating a steamed bun, replied, and then downed a bowl of soy milk in one go. Yang Ling laughed. Boss, don't forget about us brothers when you go to the prefecture. How could I forget? Lin Yan's slightly aged face broke into a smile with wrinkles forming deep grooves. To be honest, little Yang, you are truly my lucky star. If it weren't for you, I would probably spend my life in Qingshan City with no chance to see the world in the prefecture. Boss, Qingshan City is also a good place. If possible, I would like to retire here. Yang Ling smiled. This statement came from the heart. If there were no other conflicts, he would mind level up and practice martial arts here. Everything he needed was available. To retire here would truly be a wonderful thing for him. Perhaps hearing the sincerity in Yang Ling's words, Lin Yan expressed some emotion. You with such strong martial arts, yet without the arrogance typical of your peers, thinking of retirement in Qingshan City at such a young age, I don't know whether to praise you or say you lack ambition. Of course it's the latter. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Yang Ling and Lin Yan exchanged glances, quickly wiping their mouths and standing to look at Xian. Xian had brought dozens of men with him. Each one exuded an impressive demeanor, and though they were also constables, they appeared more formidable than those in Qingshan City. Lord Shi, Yang Ling and Lin Yan clasped their fists in salute. Having traveled all night, it's perfect timing for a hot meal. Let's talk after eating. Without hesitation, Xian sat down to eat breakfast and instructed his men to find food. Halfway through the meal, he spoke up. The news relayed by Lin Yan has shocked everyone in the Iron Clothing Division of the Chang'e Prefecture. No one expected the Snake Gang in Qingshan City to be controlled by the Rong clan spies. This indicates that the Rong clan's infiltration of us has become increasingly brazen. This news was also communicated to the capital at the same time. Moreover, the achievements you all have made this time have been recognized with commendations from the head of the inspection division, which have also been sent to the capital. Lin Yin was immensely excited, his face glowing. Last time I earned merit, I was promoted to the head of the second section of the Public Security Bureau in the Chang'e. This time, as long as we transport the corpses of Tai Xinghu and Qi Dalong back to the Chang'e Prefecture, I should be able to secure my position with a chance to replace the head of the first section in the future. Sure, Xian smiled at Yongling. Lin Yin mentioned you prefer not to leave Qingshan City for now, so you have ceded this merit to me and him. Lord Shirai. No need for more words, I understand. Just know that I won't let you suffer losses. Sure, Xian smiled. Yongling grinned, and then curiously asked, Lord Shi, with your high martial prowess, why does your current position seem comparable to Boss Lin's? Little Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yin was startled. Sure, Xian chuckled and waved his hand. He has never participated in the officialdom, so he obviously doesn't know the ins and outs of it. Let me put it this way, Lin Yan's head of the third section of the inspection division is at most an 8th grade position, but the heads of the Public Security Bureau are all at least 7th grade. The head of the first section is even a 6th grade position, which depends entirely on the troops under their command. The military strength of the Iron Clothing Division in the Chang'e Prefecture is basically controlled by the Public Security Bureau. To be promoted within the Iron Clothing Division, one must ultimately visit the Public Security Bureau. Do you understand? Now I see, I understand. Yongling was slightly enlightened. It seems the Public Security Bureau is indeed the most powerful department. The Theft Control Division and Inspection Division are subordinate to it. As long as you understand, Tai Xinghu is a verified 8th grade expert. You managed to take him down single-handedly. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Sure, Xian said with a smile that was neither here nor there. You previously concealed your strength, probably fearing that others would covet your martial arts training methods. But now, as a 9th grade constable of the Iron Clothing Division, you need not worry about that. What does our Iron Clothing Division have most of? The most martial arts techniques. Those capable are prioritized. I came to Qingshan City this time to transport back the corpses of Tai Xinghu and Qi Dalong, while also inventorying their wealth. Come with me back to the Chang'e Prefecture. Yongling's expression changed slightly. Sure, Xian smiled. What's the rush? It's just to have you registered in the official ranks at the Chang'e Prefecture. You possess such strength and have not yet been registered. Do you wish to rebel? If someone intentionally uses this matter to trouble you, you will have headaches for a while. So make sure to register as soon as possible. As for your position, you will still be the head of Qingshan City, and that will not change for now. Yongling felt a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as they don't transfer him away. If he goes elsewhere, where would he find a good place like the Qijin mine to level up? However, you need to be ambitious. I will give you a year at most. Get the Qijin mine in order, report to the Shanha sect, and then come to the Chang'e Prefecture. Sure, Xian spoke without mincing words. Lin Yin, however, looked at him with envy. A year's time. Yongling thought for a moment, then smiled wryly and nodded. All right. Soon breakfast ended and Lin Yin took out the list of confiscated properties for Sure Xian to see. Upon seeing it, Sure Zin's brows immediately furrowed. Qi Dalong's private residence has 30,000 taels. Lin Yin said cautiously, is that too little? Too much. Sure Xian waved his hand. It's only 20,000 taels, they are already quite pleased with that. As for the remaining 10,000 taels, let it go to Yongling. A martial artist cannot neglect their body, this requires financial support. Yongling was taken aback, but Lin Yin had already taken out the banknotes, counted out 10,000 taels, and handed them to Yongling. With just one sentence from Sure Xian, Yongling's wealth instantly increased by 10,000 taels, reaching a total of 20,000 taels. This is enough to purchase 40 spirit-nourishing pills. Sure Xian had a fiery temperament. Within a day, he finalized all matters and was set to lead the team back to the state capital the next day. Yongling instructed Chun Su and the others to return to the Qijin mine and assist Wu Xiaoqing in managing things. Chen Guoqing was left in Qingshan City to collaborate with Old Zhao. He then mounted his horse with Lin Yin, following Shi Zin's team towards Chang'e state capital. The trio of Sure Xian, Yongling, and Lin Yin all donned the iron uniforms of the Iron Clothing Division, walking at the forefront. The remaining dozens of elite constables trailed behind. Such a team on the official road was enough to intimidate all petty thieves. Even those encountered along the way, whether travelers or escort teams, had to tread carefully to avoid them. Riding horses and cracking whips, dust flew into the air. In a daze, Yongling felt a genuine sense of being in the martial world. This time Yongling planned to go to Changhe State capital to find a way to procure some quality Yuling pills. Perhaps he could see if he could obtain some Peiyuan pills from the capital. With 20,000 taels of silver notes in hand, he felt quite invigorated and had a strong desire to spend. Changhe State capital was approximately 400 miles from Qingshan City. The team moved intermittently and arrived at Changhe State capital by noon. Upon entering the city, the bustling atmosphere hit them immediately. It's lively here. Qingshan City only has a few 100,000 people, yet Changhe State capital boasts 7 to 8 million. Sure Xian smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity you're still thinking about retiring in that small place. Capable individuals all flock to places like this. In Qingshan City, you may not encounter a registered martial artist for days. But in Changhe State capital, 9th grade martial artists may not be numerous, but they are certainly not rare." As he spoke, he had already led Yongling and the others to the Iron Clothing Division's official bureau. Yongling followed closely behind Sure Xian, watching as he submitted the bodies of Tai Xinghu and Qi Dalong, while also handing over the spoils from the raid. As for Lin Yin, he ran off to report to the inspection office. During this process, the constables of the Iron Clothing Division, upon seeing Sure Xian, all displayed a respectful demeanor, not daring to show any signs of neglect. Naturally, Yongling, who was following closely behind Sure Xian, also became the subject of their discreet scrutiny. Finally settled, next we just wait for the higher-ups to reward us. After completing the last task, Sure Xian let out a sigh of relief, then smiled at Yongling. "Kid, come with me to register for a grade. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our Iron Clothing Division." Yongling felt a strange anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see where his current strength stood in terms of ranking. However, to avoid exposing his King Kong Ming Wang Gong, he would surely need to conceal some aspects this time. Soon Sure Xian took Yongling to another part of the Iron Clothing Division. The courtyard here was bustling with activity. Yongling scanned the area and saw many martial artists. There were over 100 of them, all with excited expressions, whispering to each other. Yongling glanced at their attribute panels and found that most of their base attributes were rather low. Some were comparable to Wu Kei, while others were even weaker. Only a small handful had attributes surpassing 20 points, similar to Su Qing and the others. Among them, he also noticed some players, but their levels were quite low, having not even completed their job transfer, stuck at level 10. Naturally, their attribute points were not high either. These martial artists all aspire to register for a grade. Do you know why? Sure Xian glanced at Yongling. Yongling replied, "For reputation." Yes, registering for a grade is the simplest way to spread one's name. Once registered, you will have sufficient standing in the martial world. Moreover, after registering, if one does not belong to a sect, they are easily recruited by one. Our Iron Clothing Division occasionally selects a batch from here to serve as constables, and who knows, we might discover a talent like you. Sure Xian chuckled. Yongling smiled, but said nothing. Both of them wore iron uniforms. Sure Zin's was of the 8th grade, so as they walked, the martial artists in the courtyard made way, looking at the two with a hint of reverence. At this moment, a martial artist was already in the process of registering for a grade deeper in the courtyard. "Just hold out for 10 moves against me, and you'll be a 9th grade. The martial artist's opponent was a thin, elderly man. In contrast, the martial artist was a towering giant standing 2 meters tall. The visual contrast between them was striking. The giant, however, did not let his guard down. After the registration began, he launched an all-out attack on the elder. Yongling's expression shifted. He had only glanced at the giant's attribute panel, and his strength had surpassed 20 points with 2 martial arts skills. He was mainly astonished by the attributes of the thin elder. The elder's strength seemed comparable to Sure Xian. The giant's assault reached its peak, but the thin elder nimbly dodged his punch, and then lightly struck. Bang! The giant was sent flying backward, landing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He quickly got up and launched another attack. By the 8th move, he could no longer hold on, collapsing on the ground, and failing to get back up, being carried away instead. Registration failed, not a candidate. The thin elder said indifferently. The crowd in the courtyard fell silent watching this scene, and many martial artists felt a sense of retreat. Yet they remembered the registration fee they had already paid and were reluctant to give up. It seems my earlier guess was correct. At least one attribute must exceed 30 points to pass the 9th grade assessment. If his strength attribute had exceeded 30, he would have succeeded. The Iron Clothing Division must have its standards for registration, and if his strength attribute had exceeded 30, he would have succeeded. The Iron Clothing Division must have its standards for registration, and this thin elder is likely enforcing those standards rigorously. As long as he doesn't deliberately ease up or hit too hard, he can select martial artists who meet the 9th grade criteria. Yang Ling had a rough judgment in his heart. Today, he was the only one in the courtyard who could succeed in registration. The rest did not qualify. At this moment, the intensity of competition among the martial artists had become palpable. This was still the state capital with over 100 martial artists, and not a single one could meet the standards for registration. However, over time, players generally increased their strength much faster than locals. By then, the number of 9th grade martial artists registered will explode. With this thought, Sir Xin had already approached the thin elder for a greeting. Sir Xin, what brings you here? Oh, is this the kid you mentioned, Yang Ling? Wu Man and Tai Xinghu both fell at his hands. The thin elder's gaze fell on Yang Ling with a hint of surprise. His voice was not loud, but the martial artists present heard him clearly. Even the constables maintaining order now looked at Yang Ling with astonished expressions. Yang Ling instinctively glanced at Sir Xin. Wasn't it agreed that they would find another excuse for Tai Xinghu's death? But it seemed that the Iron Clothing Division of the state capital already knew he had killed Tai Xinghu. Kid, do you think I can just take credit for any achievement? You're too naive. I'm also afraid of being punished by the higher-ups. Oh, our division leader hates such matters the most. Sir Xin looked at Yang Ling with a half-smile. Today, if you don't show your true abilities in the registration, I won't let you leave. Yang Ling. Who are Wu Man and Tai Xinghu? I don't know. The martial artists present were momentarily stunned, having never heard of these two. Tai Xinghu is an 8th grade martial artist. According to our intelligence from the Iron Clothing Division, he should be a lower 8th grade. The emaciated old man scrutinized Yang Ling from head to toe. You must have at least upper 8th grade capabilities to kill him. Even someone at mid-8th grade wouldn't be able to defeat Tai Xinghu. Hiss. The old man's words caused all the martial artists present to collectively gasp in shock. 8th grade. This individual, who seemed to be of similar age to them, had actually killed an 8th grade martial artist. Is this true or false? Could he be a disciple from some major sect? They were all somewhat doubtful. Only such an explanation could be accepted. Only major sects can nurture such young experts. Kid, come on, let me see your skills. The emaciated old man smiled and said, I am also upper 8th grade, just in time to help you establish your rank. As he spoke, he slowly activated the Iron Clothing Heart Law. The attribute points within him were continuously soaring. Yang Ling carefully examined the old man's attribute panel. Name, Sun Biao. Profession, martial artist. Strength 42, agility 29, spirit 14, martial arts, tiger grabbing knife technique. Mastery, Iron Clothing Heart Law perfected. Looking solely at the attributes, his strength was comparable to Sir Xin. However, the opponent's tiger-grabbing knife technique and Iron Clothing Heart Law were both a level stronger than Shi Zin's. At this moment, Sun Biao's strength and agility had each increased by 20 points. The perfected state of the Iron Clothing Heart Law can increase both attributes by 20 points. Yang Ling's expression shifted. Immediately afterwards, Sun Biao actively charged at Yang Ling, employing the tiger-grabbing knife technique. Yang Ling's pupils trembled. The opponent's strength and agility had actually each increased by 20 points. At this moment, Sun Biao's strength had reached a staggering 82 points. His agility also surged from 29 to 69 points. Such terrifying overall attributes. At that time, Sun Biao's movements had already created an afterimage with his knife striking like a tempest. Though the martial artists present were merely spectators, they were still shaken by this aura, their scalps tingling and cold sweat pouring down. It was only at this moment that they realized how terrifying the methods of this old senior responsible for the assessment truly were. This is the standard of upper 8th grade. Sir Xin was slightly startled, thinking that he shouldn't let this person get hurt. However, recalling that Tai Xinghu had also perished at Yang Ling's hands, he calmed down. Today, no matter what, I must uncover just how deep this kid's foundation is. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ling had already assessed the disparity in strength between the two. The Jiao Bone Knife can increase strength and agility by 10 points each. The King Kong Ming Wang can increase strength and agility by 30 points each. The Lingshu Step is 36 points in agility. The Tiger Grabbing Knife technique grants 9 points in agility. His attribute cap can reach a strength of 51 points and agility of 109 points. Though his strength was nearly half that of his opponent, his speed was certainly much faster than Sun Biao's. One of his individual attributes even surpassed 100. In an instant, Yang Ling made a judgment, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Wait, Yang Ling's speed was actually faster than Sun Biao's. Huh. Sun Biao revealed a look of suspicion, and the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Yang Ling had already raised his knife above his neck. The scene fell into a dead silence. No one expected that this assessment would conclude in such a manner. You little rascal. Sun Biao sheathed his official knife and turned to Yang Ling. Your speed is quite impressive. Why resort to sneak attacks? Yang Ling smiled wryly and said, Senior, if we were to fight face-to-face, I fear I would be defeated in just a few moves. Even my knife might get broken. This was the reason he avoided a direct confrontation. He couldn't bear to let his Jiao bone knife get damaged by the opponent. It could be lost in a true battle, but it shouldn't be destroyed in an assessment. The opponent's strength was far too terrifying, nearing 100 points. In such a scenario, if he were to engage Heaton, he would be knocked down in, at most, 10 moves. However, it was clear that as long as he didn't think about clashing directly, even a master like Sun Biao could easily be outmaneuvered by him. Your movement technique is quite good. Oh, I couldn't discern its origins. Your strength is indeed lacking a bit, but you are still young. If you reach my age, it would be remarkable. Sun Biao nodded repeatedly, not angered by his defeat, but instead smiled at Sure Xian, saying, Sure Xian, you have recruited an incredible individual for the Iron Clothing Division this time. He has a great future ahead. So does this count as upper 8th grade, or 7th grade? Sure Xian had a somewhat peculiar expression. After all, even Sun Biao had been defeated. Did that not imply that he too would likely be on the losing side against this kid? How could it be 7th grade? 7th grade martial artists could defeat me, Heaton. Sun Biao laughed, stating, once this kid manages to win against me without a sneak attack, then he will have the standard of lower 7th grade. Yang Ling's mind raced. The opponent couldn't see his attributes, but he could. Based on what the others said, could it be that the minimum threshold for 7th grade also required strength exceeding 100 points? Otherwise, no matter how high the agility according to Zhao Kingdom's classification standards, one wouldn't qualify for 7th grade. Upper 8th grade is already attained, and even if not, it is nearly there. Sun Biao concluded, then instructed his subordinate to bring paper and pen to formally register Yang Ling's rank. Upper 8th grade. Such a young upper 8th grade. A multitude of burning gazes fell upon Yang Ling. These martial artists who hadn't even reached 9th grade saw someone of similar age already at upper 8th grade, akin to fans meeting their idol. The immense gap in strength left them with not an ounce of jealousy. What they felt was merely pure admiration, respect, and awe. Upper 8th grade is comparable to the heads of various divisions in our Iron Clothing Division, and some may even be weaker than him. Sure Xian, if I'm not mistaken, you are only mid-8th grade, right? This kid is even more formidable than you. Sun Biao teased. Sure Xian, rather pleased instead of angry, said, it's great that he's strong, but shows I have a discerning eye. Then he looked at Yang Ling, finding him increasingly likable. Little Yang, if you work hard in the future, your time in the Iron Clothing Division will be long, and one day you will definitely enter the capital. Yes, sir. Yang Ling respectfully clasped his fists, showing not a hint of arrogance due to his upper 8th grade status. Sun Biao and Sure Xian noticed this, and both revealed a look of satisfaction. He has both skills and character. This is true talent. Soon the registration for his rank was completed. Sun Biao casually asked, what level is your tiger-grabbing knife technique at? Perfected. Yang Ling replied. Sun Biao paused for a moment, not questioning it, and said directly, with your skills you can be promoted to 8th grade Iron Clothing Constable. No need for an assessment, just expedite the process. With the 8th grade status and having the tiger-grabbing knife technique at perfection, you can learn the tiger-grabbing knife technique. Additionally, our Iron Clothing Division offers rewards for those below in promotion to 9th grade and 8th grade. Promoting to 9th grade earns a Ling Nourishing Pill. Promoting to 8th grade earns 5 Ling Nourishing Pills. Let me calculate. That's a total of 6 Ling Nourishing Pills and a copy of the tiger-grabbing knife technique, which I will give you once the process is complete. The next day, Yang Ling completed the process of being promoted to an 8th rank Ironclad Constable at lightning speed. On this day, not only the Ironclad Division, but also the outside world knew that a young constable had risen to prominence, officially recognized as an 8th rank expert. A 3-entry courtyard located about 3 miles from the Ironclad Division. Xiaoyang, this room will be yours from now on. When you come to the prefecture, you won't need to stay in an inn. If you don't plan to buy your own residence, just stay here with me. Lin Yan smiled and pointed to one of the rooms. Next to him stood a beautiful woman, also smiling as she assessed Yang Ling. Before coming, Lin Yan had told Yang Ling that this lady was his confidant kept in this courtyard. Boss, I will only stay for a few days. Once I finish my business, I will return to Qingshan City. No need to be polite with me. Lin Yan waved his hand and then turned to the beautiful woman beside him, saying, Yin Yang, from now on when Xiaoyang comes, treat him as if he were your own nephew. Rest assured, sir, Yin Yang replied with a smile, nodding her head. After a few exchanges, the two left together. Yang Ling then entered the room and closed the door behind him. Before long, he laid out his rewards on the table. An 8th rank ironclad uniform, an 8th rank official blade, 6 spirit nourishing pills, and a manual for the tiger capture blade technique, and an identity token for the 8th rank ironclad constable. 8th rank ironclad increases health by 200. 8th rank official blade increases strength by 8, agility by 2, attack power 30. The identity token holds no attributes, merely a symbol of status, which can sometimes be used to summon lower-ranked ironclad constables. The 8th rank ironclad is a good item. It adds 100 points to health, equivalent to the life increase gained from 10 points of strength. As for this 8th rank official blade, it's suitable for regular use, and I won't mind if it gets damaged since it's standardized. I should be careful with the Jiaogu blade, its durability is limited after all. Yang Ling donned the 8th rank ironclad uniform, stowed the official blade, and focused his gaze on the tiger capture blade technique. As he picked it up, information appeared before him. 3rd rank martial technique, tiger capture blade technique. Would you like to learn it? Yang Ling selected yes, and the martial arts manual instantly transformed into a stream of light, entering his mind. A warm flow surged through him, and soon Yang Ling acquired memories related to the tiger capture blade. Tiger capture blade technique. Initial understanding increases agility by 3, strength by 3, comprehension increases agility by 6, strength by 6, mastery increases agility by 9, strength by 9, proficient increases agility by 12, strength by 12, transcendent increases agility by 20, strength by 20. Note, this is a prerequisite for the dragon capture blade technique. After achieving proficiency, one may transition to the dragon capture blade technique. There's also the dragon capture blade technique. The tiger capture blade technique is 3rd rank, while the dragon capture blade technique might be 2nd rank. A hint of joy flashed in Yang Ling's eyes as he realized his previous investment in the thief capture blade technique was indeed worthwhile. As long as he continues to perform well and enhance his strength, he might be able to acquire the dragon capture blade technique from the ironclad division. Perhaps the dragon capture blade technique could even be further upgraded. The attributes boosted by the tiger capture blade technique, when viewed individually, are no different from the thief capture blade technique. However, it enhances both strength and agility. If he ever reaches the transcendent realm, having both strength and agility boosted by 20 points would be quite impressive. Just then, a new piece of information appeared before Yang Ling. Would you like to inherit the proficiency of the thief capture blade technique? Can the proficiency of the thief capture blade technique be transferred to the tiger capture blade technique? Yang Ling's eyes brightened, and he immediately selected yes. He then watched as the proficiency of the tiger capture blade technique skyrocketed, first breaking through 100 points, achieving initial understanding. It then surpassed 1,000 points, advancing to comprehension. The proficiency continued to rise, ultimately reaching 3,900 points. I have 1,000 points of proficiency in the thief capture blade technique, meaning I can transfer half of that over. Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement. He had thought he would have to start learning the tiger capture blade technique from scratch, but unexpectedly, he could inherit half of the proficiency from the prerequisite martial technique. Though he lost half of the proficiency, the total attributes added by the tiger capture blade technique are still 3 points higher than the mastery of the thief capture blade technique. This information is likely unknown to many players. Yang Ling pondered for a moment before consuming the 6 spirit nourishing pills. The proficiency of the tiger capture blade technique surged from 3,900 points to 6,900 points. I still have 2,000 taels of silver in hand. Let's see if I can buy some more spirit nourishing pills in the prefecture so that the tiger capture blade technique can reach mastery. With that thought, Yang Ling immediately gathered his emotions and began cultivating the Diamond King art. His experience points increased steadily, soon reaching an increase of 15 points. Yang Ling opened his attribute panel. Character: Yang Ling. Profession: Constable Beast Tamer. Level 28. Strength 11, Agility 24, Spirit 30, Exclusive Skill Insight X 3, Martial Arts. Diamond King Art. Comprehension. Experience 1951000. Mountain Shattering Fist. Comprehension. Proficiency 1021000. Tiger Capture Blade Technique. Comprehension Proficiency 690010000. Lingering Step. Mastery. Proficiency 0100000. Health 610 200 G10. This promotion to 8th rank Ironclad Constable has also granted me an additional insight ability. Yang Ling felt quite satisfied. His benefits from coming to the prefecture were substantial. Just then a voice from outside interrupted him, belonging to Yun Yang. Lord Yang, the master, says there are guests who have come to see you. Guests? To see me? Yang Ling opened the door to his room and smiled at Yun Yang, saying, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Yang." "That won't do. The master said you're an 8th rank. Out of respect for old ties, I still need to address you as boss. I can't be so ungracious." Yun Yang smiled and said, "In this prefecture, every 8th rank warrior is a significant figure. The master is certain that Lord Yang's future is bound to be bright." Seeing the attitude of the other party, Yang Ling felt it was inappropriate to say much more, so he merely smiled and followed her to the front hall. In the front hall, Lin Yin was chatting and laughing with a young man. Behind the young man stood an elderly man resembling a steward. However, Yang Ling took a glance at the young man's attribute panel. The young man's agility had surpassed 30 points, indicating he was a 9th rank expert. As soon as Yang Ling arrived, the elder's hawk-like gaze swept over. However, upon seeing the indifferent and cold expression on Yang Ling's face, the elder instinctively averted his eyes. As an entry-level warrior, he could keenly sense a formidable pressure emanating from Yang Ling. Young master, by this is Yang Ling, Lord Yang, who is currently an 8th rank ironclad in the ironclad division, ranked 1 level above me. Lin Yin introduced with a smile. "Xiao Yang, this is the son of the head of the Bema Pharmacy in Qingshan City, Bai Jixing." At this moment, Bai Jixing immediately stood up, his expression serious as he clasped his hands in salute. "Jixing, thanks Lord Yang for saving my life." "Are you referring to the incident with Qi Dalong?" Yang Ling said casually as he took a seat. Bai Jixing quickly nodded. "Yes, it was Qi Dalong. If it weren't for Lord Yang killing him, I would have been dead soon. I came today specifically to thank Lord Yang for saving my life." Qi Dalong's incident was indeed a coincidence. The reason he died was that he was a spy for the Rong clan. Yang Ling smiled. "Young master, I need not be so polite. It is precisely because he was a spy for the Rong clan that I should be even more grateful to Lord Yang. You two may not know this, but when I received this news, I was so frightened that I couldn't sleep at night, secretly relieved. If it weren't for Lord Yang's timely intervention, I would have inevitably ended up at the bottom of the river at the hands of Qi Dalong." After saying this, he glanced at the old man beside him. The old man immediately took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Ling respectfully, saying, "Lord Yang, this is a token of gratitude from our Bai family, a total of 20 spirit-nourishing pills. Please accept them, my lord." Yang Ling had initially been somewhat reluctant to deal with this second-generation heir, as he knew why this person had offended Qi Dalong. However, upon hearing that it was 20 spirit-nourishing pills, Yang Ling immediately became interested. Lin Yin sighed. "Your family's master really knows how to conduct himself." 20 spirit-nourishing pills were not much for the Bai Ma apothecary. At most, they could make up for this loss in a month or so. But to befriend a potential talent of the 8th grade who might have a chance to rise in the iron clothing division in the future, this deal was definitely worth it. Yang Ling took the wooden box, opened it, and took a glance. It contained inferior quality spirit-nourishing pills. However, he was still very pleased, as any spirit-nourishing pills would suffice. With this, he could upgrade his Tiger Capture Blade technique to perfection today. Transitioning from the Thief Capture technique to the Tiger Capture technique, not only did his realm not drop, but he would also return to the perfected state that very day. This was simply a delightful matter. After some polite conversation, Bai Jixing took his leave with the old man. As they departed, he reminded Yang Ling to gather properly when he returned to Qingshan City. "Boss, I'm planning to purchase some pills for martial artists, but I'm not very familiar with the state capital. I don't know where to go." Yang Ling inquired. "You've come to the right person." Lin Yin smiled. "On the north side of the state capital, there's a martial market which has been licensed by the Iron Clothing Division. There, whether it's weapons or pills, everything should be available. Sometimes martial artists can also exchange some items." Yang Ling's eyes brightened slightly. This was exactly the place he wanted to go. In the Changhe State's North City Martial Market, Yang Ling wore a plain robe over his Iron Clothing Division attire to disguise his identity as a constable. Even so, because he was wearing a Jiagudo, an 8th grade official's sword, and a golden crane beak, this outfit occasionally attracted some curious glances. The martial market was essentially a crossroad. However, each street was about a mile long. Various shops were set up here, including herb shops, pill shops, blacksmiths, taverns, tea houses, and inns, everything one could need. In the future, when coming to the state capital, it would be more convenient to stay here. Yang Ling stopped in front of a blacksmith shop to observe. The blacksmith shop had a shopfront selling weapons, and the sounds of clanging could be heard from within. A waiter saw Yang Ling and immediately approached. "Young master, are you looking to buy weapons?" "They'll take a look first," Yang Ling replied as he entered the shop to examine the weapons hanging on the wall. To his disappointment, these weapons were very average, at most comparable to an official's 9th grade sword. They were far inferior to the 8th grade official's sword, let alone the Jiagudo. Young master, if you intend to buy weapons, you'll need a letter of authorization from the Iron Clothing Division. The waiter reminded him. It seems that Zhao country has strict regulations on weapons. Ordinary martial artists might not even qualify to purchase weapons. It's likely that all weapon-related martial skills are controlled by the upper echelons. Speaking of this, Yang Ling casually smiled. I intend to buy a pickaxe, but I wonder if you sell them here. A pickaxe? The waiter was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze fell on the golden crane beak pick at Yang Ling's waist. Are you looking for a mining pick? Yes. Yang Ling nodded with a smile. The waiter looked troubled. Our master only forges weapons. If you want a pickaxe, you shouldn't come to the martial market. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. Haha, someone came to the martial market to buy a pickaxe. This is truly bizarre. At that moment, a group of young people entered the shop. The leading youth looked at Yang Ling with a smile, then turned to the waiter and said, Call your master out. Our young master's gang needs to forge a batch of weapons. This is a big order. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly left Yang Ling to greet them. Young master, when please have a seat. He'll go fetch the master right away. Seeing this, Yang Ling lost interest in lingering here any longer and decided to stroll around another block. As soon as young master sat down, his gaze suddenly fell on the golden crane beak pick at Yang Ling's waist, casually saying, That kid, it seems your pickaxe has quite a bit of red gold in it. Let me take a look. Yang Ling glanced at him. Character: when you, a profession martial artist, strength 18, agility 13, spirit 7, martial arts returning wind blade technique perfection, light spirit technique perfection, an unranked martial artist. Yang Ling smiled. It's just a broken pickaxe, nothing worth seeing. After saying this, he intended to leave. When Yu's expression darkened, giving a glance to the person beside him. That youth quickly stepped forward to block Yang Ling's path, coldly saying, Our young master's gang wants to see your broken pickaxe. This is giving you face. You should hand it over with both hands. Yang Ling stared expressionlessly at the other party. At that moment, when the atmosphere became somewhat tense, a burly man came out with the waiter. The burly man clasped his hands with a smile. Young master, when this person is also a guest, let's not get angry. Let's first discuss the weapons you need. Master, the weapon matter is not urgent. It seems this fellow's crane beak pick has quite a bit of red gold in it. I heard from my father that the Roan clan has smuggled quite a bit of goods from various red gold mines recently. I suspect he might have issues. When you waved his hand, standing up to stare coldly at Yang Ling. What is your surname and name, and where do you come from? How did you get this red gold crane beak pick? The burly man also showed signs of suspicion, as he could tell that the red gold crane beak pick contained a lot of red gold. How could an ordinary pickaxe be made with so much red gold? Are you a constable of the Iron Clothing Division? Yang Ling said indifferently. Hey, although our gang leader is not a constable of the Iron Clothing Division, his father is the head of the 3rd section of the Iron Clothing Division's anti-thief department. You must have heard of Iron Face Hands when Kong Xian. One member of the young master's gang sneered. Yang Ling somewhat understood what these guys were about. 2nd-generation heirs from a certain circle in the state capital. At that moment, when you suddenly noticed a sword at Yang Ling's waist that looked familiar. Oh, you dare to privately possess an official sword of the Iron Clothing Division. When you instinctively said. However, as soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. The master blacksmith's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly said, Are you perhaps a master of the Iron Clothing Division? The master smith's remark stirred Wen Yu. He cast a wary glance at Yang Ling, and in an instant noticed a subtle clue at the hem of his robe. Yay! Wen Yu's expression shifted. He looked at Yang Ling with mingled surprise and doubt. Are you truly a TA of the TA division? But I have never seen you before. It makes no sense. I have seen the TA of Chang'e Prefecture. The members of the Shitsi Bang were momentarily stunned. An 8th rank TA, Yang Ling, someone murmured. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Greetings, leader of the Shitsi Bang. The master smith drew a sharp breath. 8th rank TA, he exclaimed inwardly. How many 8th rank TA were there in the TA office of Chang'e Prefecture? There were certainly no more than a dozen. Those 10 or so 8th rank TA now held sway over the prefecture's most critical posts. I've never seen such a young 8th rank TA before. The master smith muttered to himself. Every 8th rank TA he had known had been at least in their 30s. The man before him looked barely into his early 20s. 8th rank TA Achijin Hazue Chu. Wait. Wen Yu's body shivered with astonishment as he stared at Yang Ling. Are you Yang Ling, the upper 8th expert personally assessed by Sun Zhushi? The Shitsi Bang members suddenly understood. Their faces showed fresh astonishment. Do you mean Lord Sun Biao by Sun Zhushi? They asked. Yang Ling answered coolly. Wen Yu immediately confirmed Yang Ling's identity. Without another word, he slapped his own face, leaving those present bewildered. Look at my mouth. My father said I have a knack for making enemies, and he wasn't wrong. After slapping himself once when you proceeded to slap the members of the Shitsi Bang in turn. Each man who received a slap bowed his head and dared not utter a sound. Brother Yang, I never meant to offend you. These slaps are my apology, they mumbled. When you looked at Yang Ling with eager excitement and cupped his hands in respect. Yang Ling had been preparing to teach the fellow a lesson, but he had not expected such a swift and theatrical response. Not ashamed to lose face when you not only struck himself, but also his subordinates. A gesture that paradoxically preserved some of his dignity. No matter, you did not know my identity, and this Qijin Chu is undeniably eye-catching, Yang Ling said with a smile. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Wait, Brother Yang. When you hurried a step forward, then look to the master smith. Brother Yang wants a Hazue Chu forged. Can you make one? The master smith quickly nodded. I can forge it. The shop apprentice hung his head nervous and silent. Brother Yang, for a Hazue Chu in this Wu, sure the master of this smithy is the one to see. When you gave a thumbs up, you've come to the right man for a Hazue Chu. No need to waste time trying other smithy. Yang Ling regarded the master thoughtfully. I wish to commission a superior Qijin Hazue Chu. Can you craft such a thing? The master cupped his hands. May I take a close look at the pickaxe at your waist, sir? Yang Ling removed the pickaxe and handed it over. The Qijin Hazue Chu granted 10 to strength and bore the unique skill Berserk 10 strike. He could not be certain whether this smith could forge an even finer pickaxe, but trying his luck seemed prudent. He had a foreboding that the durability of this Qijin Hazue Chu was poor and might break at any moment. Better to prepare in advance than to be caught flustered later. The smith who made this pickaxe was also a master. Even if I had someone use vast amounts of Qijin to forge one now, it might not surpass this. The master examined the piece for a long moment, a trace of admiration crossing his face. When Yu's expression turned solemn. Master, don't keep it to yourself. This is Brother Yang of the Shitsi Bang. He added, he is the youngest 8th ranked TA in the TA office of Changha Prefecture, the prefecture's youngest upper-8th powerhouse. Yang Ling cast When You a glance. When You returned it, at once his face plastered with a practiced smile. Using only Qijin, I cannot forge anything superior to this pickaxe, the master confessed, shaking his head honestly. Before When You could reply, the master went on. There is, however, a material, which if employed in forging a Hazue Chu will enhance mining speed and efficiency. But that material's raw or is exceedingly expensive. It is normally reserved for weapons, the master added. When You grew impatient. Master, don't keep us waiting. What material is so costly? They'll pay whatever it takes. Balian Qijin, the master murmured. This metal is produced by refining Qijin 100-fold, and there are few artisans in the Zhao realm who possess that technique. From 10 Jin of raw Qijin, one yields only 1 liang of Balian Qijin, so its price is astronomical. Over the years I have managed to save roughly 5 liang, just enough to forge a single Hazue Chu. Master, roughly how much would that cost? Yang Ling asked directly. The master forced a bitter smile, hesitating to speak. Yang Ling reassured him with a smile. Do not worry, I have ample silver. Name your price, and do not shortchange yourself. 1 liang of Balian Qijin fetches 100 taels of silver on the market, the master answered. 5 liang of Balian Qijin would therefore be 500 taels, he continued. On top of that, you'll need Qijin Huojinjian and a dozen other minerals to stabilize the Balian Qijin and shape it properly. Just the material costs alone come to 1,000 taels of silver, the master said. The Shitsi Bang members all inhaled sharply at the figure. 1,000 taels. Could a single Hazue Chu demand such expense? When You looked skeptical. Master, you're not trying to swindle us, are you? The master hurried to reassure them. How could I? 2,000 taels of silver. Will that be sufficient? Yang Ling mused aloud. The master pondered and nodded slightly. That will do. Forging it is time-consuming. It will take a full month, and I will be unable to make other items during that time. Very well, I will await your good news, Yang Ling said, producing a silver note for 1,000 taels and giving it to the master. I will settle the remaining 1,000 taels upon receiving the pickaxe. Lord Yang, rest assured, I will craft it with utmost care, the master declared, taking the deposit and patting his chest. With the arrangement concluded, Yang Ling felt a faint pleasure. The trip had not been in vain. He found himself eager to see the attributes of a Balian Qijin Hazue Chu. As he left the smithy, When You and his men trailed after them. Brother Yang, where are you heading next? They called. I know this place, will show you the way, When You said. Yang Ling's expression shifted as he sized him up. This man was the son of the 3rd Anti-Theft Office's steward and a prominent local boss in Changha Prefecture. Given that he might know matters unknown to ordinary folk. Do you know where one might buy Peiyuan Dan? Yang Ling asked with a smile. Peiyuan Dan. That pill boosts internal cultivation. It's sold in C. Ringu. As for the prefecture itself, I don't think there's anywhere to purchase it here, Wen Yu replied without thinking. You can't buy Peiyuan Dan in the prefecture. Yang Ling felt some disappointment, but had expected as much. Such pills were so rare, even Liang Yue, the sect master of Shana sect, had to trade 3 centuries-old blood ginseng for one. It was therefore unsurprising that Peiyuan Dan could not be bought in Chang'e Prefecture. If it were available, local martial artists would snatch it up at once, or its price would be beyond his means. What about Yunling Dan? Yang Ling asked casually. I know of that. There's an apothecary in the Wushi that sells Yunling Dan, though whether they're sold out today, I cannot say. Wen Yu's eyes brightened at once. The crowd arrived at the pharmacy mentioned by Wen Yu, and the young attendant immediately recognized Wen Yu's identity, quickly approaching with eager service. Wen Yu said lightly, my brother Yang intends to buy the Yunling Dan. Do you have any left today? Yang brother. The attendant instinctively glanced at Yang Ling, unsure of the identity of the person before him. However, seeing the members of the young master's gang appearing quite compliant in front of this figure, he immediately realized that a significant person had arrived. He hurried to relay the message, and soon a plump shopkeeper rushed out. Upon learning of Yang Ling's identity from Wen Yu, he immediately invited them to a private room. However, instead of bringing out the Yunling Dan, a noble-looking young man entered the private room. Upon entering, he respectfully bowed to Yang Ling, saying, I am Chu Huayan, pleased to meet you, Master Yang. Chu Huayan, what brings you here? Wen Yu's expression darkened as he shot a glare at the somewhat guilty-looking plump shopkeeper. Chu Huayan looked at Wen Yu, his expression unchanged, and said, Young master, since Master Yang has come to my Chu family pharmacy, how could I not personally welcome him? Just trying to flatter me, aren't you? Wen Yu scoffed quietly. Though this person before him currently held no official position in the provincial government, he was still the captain of the Qingshan city. However, his identity as an 8th-rank Tie was legitimate. His strength at the 8th rank was also unquestionable. Even a blind person could see that he would inevitably be promoted to 7th rank in the future. What does 7th rank mean? In the Zhao Kingdom, those who reached 7th rank were all lords in their own right. Even the leaders of third-rate sects could only reach this level. In the vast Chang'e Prefecture, there were hardly more than a handful of 7th rank experts. Master Yang, I heard you are looking to purchase Yunling Dan. Our Chu family pharmacy has just acquired a batch of high-quality Yunling Dan sourced from a master in the Dead Man's Valley. Please take a look. Chu Huatian took out a wooden box and slowly opened it. Inside lay 20 neatly arranged. Yang Ling glanced at it and determined from the information that these Yunling Dan were of good quality, each capable of increasing proficiency by 500. How much is each? Yang Ling asked casually. These Yunling Dan would likely come at a premium. Chu Huatian closed the wooden box and pushed it towards Yang Ling, saying, Master Yang, these Yunling Dan are my humble gift in admiration of your strength, completely free of charge. Wen Yu gasped in surprise, and the members of the young master's gang exchanged glances. Those 20 Yunling Dan were easily worth 12 or 13,000 silver taels. The other party was willing to pay such a hefty price just to flatter him. Yang Ling glanced at the wooden box, but did not accept it. With a faint smile, he said, I have money and can buy it myself. We are not relatives. Why are you giving me these Yunling Dan? Chu Huatian was slightly taken aback, forcing a smile as he said, Master Yang, this is just a token of my appreciation. Yang Ling looked at Wen Yu and said, Let's go. It seems I am not welcome here. Wen Yu immediately stood up, leading his people out with Yang Ling. Chu Huatian hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Master Yang, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Yang Ling frowned and said, Is it so hard for me to purchase a few Yunling Dan? Do you think these are Peiyuan Dan? If they were offering him Peiyuan Dan, he would have accepted immediately and helped them with their matters. Yunling Dan. If they didn't get straight to the point, he wouldn't accept them. Peiyuan Dan. We have 1 Peiyuan Dan at our Chu family pharmacy. Chu Huatian said instinctively. Yang Ling paused, smiling faintly, and said, Young Master Chu, if you need my help with something, you might as well speak plainly. As long as it's not about killing or arson, we can discuss it. The Chu family pharmacy actually managed to obtain a Peiyuan Dan. Wen Yu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of excitement. What martial artist wouldn't want a Peiyuan Dan? Mainly because this thing is too rare. After all, it is a miraculous medicine that can enhance internal energy. Ordinary martial artists don't even have the qualifications to take it, let alone see it. At this moment, Chu Huatian suddenly understood the nature of the person before him, who disliked beating around the bush. He immediately confessed, Master Yang, actually Bai Zhixing has mentioned you to me. I knew you were reliable even before you arrived in the prefecture. Bai Zhixing. Right, he is the young master of the Bai Ma pharmacy, and you are the young master of the Chu family pharmacy. Yang Ling realized, and then smiled saying, what do you need help with? Chu Huatian glanced at Wen Yu, and said, young master, when I need to discuss this matter privately with Master Yang, you may step out first. You've got some nerve. Wen Yu couldn't help but get anxious, but Yang Ling merely shot him a glance, and he obediently led his people out of the private room. Inside, only Yang Ling, Chu Huatian, and the plump shopkeeper remained. Master Yang, please save our Chu family pharmacy. Chu Huatian suddenly knelt down and bowed. The plump shopkeeper followed suit. What's going on? Can we not talk about it properly? Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. Chu Huatian gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, a few months ago we discovered that a batch of medicinal materials had gone missing from our Chu family pharmacy's internal store. The value of this batch of medicinal materials isn't high, only about 1,000 taels of silver. We didn't think much of it, and just dealt with a few negligent individuals. But later I felt something was off, so I checked the accounts and found that the medicinal materials had been missing for several years. And these materials were spotted at the Rong tribe along with our Chu family pharmacy's sealing wax. As he spoke, Chu Weishan's body began to tremble. We didn't dare report it to the authorities, fearing that the TA division would treat us as Rong tribe spies and raid our home. Is this something I can meddle in, eh? Yang Ling laughed in anger. Whether you are Rong tribe spies or not needs to be investigated by the TA division. You want my help? You don't think that this 8th rank TA constable could bear such a heavy responsibility for you, do you, eh? Moreover, not reporting this matter is already a dereliction of duty. Why come to me now? My father received news that the TA division has already seized a piece of Chu family sealing wax, which was transported from the Rong tribe. Chu Huatian mumbled, soon the TA division will definitely take action against our Chu family. They will never believe that we are innocent in this matter. I'm afraid I can't help with this. Fortunately, I didn't accept your Yunling Dan earlier, otherwise if you are Rong tribe spies, I would have to be investigated along with you. Yang Ling scoffed, and was about to leave. Chu Huatian quickly said, Master Yang Bai Jixing said that you have killed many Rong tribe spies. You are an expert in this area, and I am at my wit's end. I just hope that if you can participate in this case, please examine it carefully. If you can prove that our Chu family is innocent, we will certainly reward you handsomely. I'm not interested in such matters, they're meaningless to me. The Peiyuan Dan from the Liang sect, master of the Shana sect, was obtained through connections by our Chu family. If Master Yang is willing to help, we can offer 10 Peiyuan Dan as a reward. Yang Ling paused in his steps again. His ironclad will suddenly seem to soften at that moment. Using this to test the officials. I haven't agreed to anything yet, but I can listen to you explain the ins and outs of this matter. Yang Ling turned around and sat back down, saying lightly. Upon seeing Yang Ling willing to listen to him in detail, Chu Huatian felt a glimmer of hope in his heart and immediately recounted the events leading up to this situation. In short, according to him, the Chu family was wronged, having a significant amount of medicinal materials secretly stolen by spies from the Rong tribe. These materials were smuggled back to the Rong tribe and sent to the front lines. The crime of negligence on the part of your Chu family is probably unavoidable. Yang Ling pondered. Even if you were unaware, it would be difficult to be exonerated. Those medicinal materials were used on the Rong tribe soldiers, allowing those who should have died from severe injuries to survive, and subsequently, they killed our Zhao Kingdom soldiers. This causality is significant. Chu Huatian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said in a low voice, if it is a crime of negligence, our Chu family will admit to it. Young Master Chu, can you truly guarantee that no one in your Chu family has colluded with the Rong tribe spies? Yang Ling smiled lightly. You are merely the young master of the Chu family's pharmacy. There are many matters you have not encountered, right? Chu Huatian felt a slight chill and replied seriously, Lord Yang, our Chu family pharmacy is one of the pharmaceutical guilds in the Zhao Kingdom with deep roots in the Changhe Prefecture, earning countless riches each year. At the same time, we supply various major sects with medicinal materials. In a situation where we have no worries about food and drink, we have no reason to act as spies for the Rong tribe. What is the approximate amount of discrepancy in your accounts? Yang Ling remained noncommittal. About 20,000 taels, Chu Huatian replied. 20,000 taels. If the Chu family were truly in collusion with the Rong tribe, given their scale, even 200,000 taels would not be sufficient. Yang Ling's thoughts stirred. Looking at it this way, there really might be spies from the Rong tribe lurking in the Chu family, acting as thieves. Your Chu family has been operating in Changhe Prefecture for many years. Surely, you have connections. Why would you come to me? Yang Ling casually remarked. Chu Huatian thought for a moment, displaying a bitter smile. Actually, my father does not allow me to handle this matter. He said he would deal with it himself. When I was worried in my heart, I happened to hear about Lord Yang's methods from Bai Jixing, so I roughly understand I cannot give you a response on this matter, and I am not even sure if this case will involve me. Yang Ling stood up, and seeing Chu Huatian about to become anxious, waved his hand. No need to say more. Chu Huatian, intimidated by Yang Ling's aura, found himself momentarily speechless. After Yang Ling left, he exchanged glances with the plump shopkeeper beside him, and sighed. It seems the Chu family pharmacy will have a hard time getting through this ordeal. If it were a matter of offending a sect or another office, it would be manageable. But this matter involves the Rome tribe, and is to be adjudicated by the Iron Clothes Division. The Chu family pharmacy does not possess such power to have the Iron Clothes Division show leniency. He could only hope that no one within the Iron Clothes Division would take the opportunity to strike, and perhaps the Chu family could be saved. Yang Ling politely declined when Yu's invitation for drinks, and returned to the residence of Lin Yan. 10 pei yuan pills are indeed tempting, but I cannot take the initiative to get involved in this matter. Yang Ling pondered over Chu Huatian's request, unable to resist, shaking his head slightly. If he were a 4th or 5th rank now, perhaps he could have spoken up more actively in this matter. Yang Ling took out the 6 spirit-nurturing pills rewarded by the Iron Clothes Division, and after consuming them, all his proficiency in the Tiger Capture Blade technique. Yang Ling took out the 6 spirit-nurturing pills rewarded by the Iron Clothes Division, and after consuming them, all his proficiency in the Tiger Capture Blade technique increased to 9,900 points. At this moment, he took out a spirit-nurturing pill given by Bai Jixing, and his proficiency instantly broke 10,000, reaching a level of mastery. There are still 19 inferior spirit-nurturing pills. Yang Ling thought for a moment, and then put them away. Now both his Tiger Capture Blade technique and Lingshu Step have reached the pinnacle of mastery, with the next realm being entry into the chamber requiring 100,000 points of proficiency. These 19 inferior spirit-nurturing pills would at most increase his proficiency by 5 or 6,000. Rather than consuming them now, it would be better to keep them for later. If he could learn another suitable martial technique during this time, it could be used to swiftly push him into the realm of comprehension. The next day, after finishing his training in the Vajra King Art, Yang Ling had breakfast with Lin Yan, and then went to the office together. However, upon entering the office, he felt something was off about the atmosphere. What is going on here? Lin Yan furrowed his brow. At this moment, a middle-aged constable strode over, dressed in the 9th rank iron clothes equivalent to Lin Yan's previous rank. He politely cupped his hands to Lin Yan, Chief Lin. Then he immediately turned to Yang Ling. Lord Yang, I am Lu Zhan from the 3rd Department of Public Security of the Iron Clothes Division. The Public Security Department is in a meeting, and Lord Shi said for me to take you there immediately. Yang Ling glanced at Lu Zhan's attributes panel. This person's strength was 33 points, agility was 20 points, and he had mastered the Thief Capture Blade technique. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Wu Man, who was also of the 9th rank. This would count as upper 9th rank, very close to 8th rank, but to truly advance to 8th rank is no easy feat. The gap, though seemingly small, is quite large. Thinking of this, Yang Ling felt a bit emotional. Indeed, the strength of the Public Security Department should not be underestimated. Lu Zhan, what has happened? Lin Yan instinctively asked. Lu Zhan glanced at him and replied flatly, Chief Lin, the matters of the Public Security Department have nothing to do with the Patrol Department. It is best not to inquire. Lin Yan's expression changed, then he smiled and nodded. What you said is right. This matter is unrelated to my patrol department, so I will not disturb you. He exchanged a glance with Yang Ling, and then turned to leave. Yang Ling followed Lu Zhan into a conference hall. There was a long table inside, currently occupied by 3 figures. Among them was Shi Xian, whom Yang Ling was familiar with, as well as Sun Biao, with whom he had crossed paths before. The 3rd figure was a woman appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. In the conference hall, there were also several other 9th rank iron clothes standing similar to Lu Zhan. As soon as Yang Ling arrived, their gazes all landed on him, filled with curiosity. Yang Ling has arrived. Let me introduce you. Shi Xian, who had initially looked serious, broke into a smile upon seeing Yang Ling. This is Sun Biao, the head of the 1st Department of Public Security, whom you have already met. Sun Biao is the head of the 1st Department of Public Security. Yang Ling was slightly taken aback and hurried forward to bow in greeting, Lord Sun. Lin Yan had previously mentioned that the Public Security Department was the anchor of the Iron Clothes Division, and it seemed this statement was not false. The Theft Control Department handles ordinary cases outside, while the Patrol Department manages their own personnel. In the absence of incidents, the Public Security Department is quite idle, only needing to practice martial arts. No wonder the classification and ranking fall under the Public Security Department's jurisdiction. The martial strength of the Public Security Department is the strongest among the three. Sure Xin then pointed to the woman in her late 20s and smiled. This is Yun Ruo, the head of the Second Department of Public Security. Although Yang Ling had anticipated this, hearing Sher Zin's introduction still surprised him. So young, yet she is already the head of the Second Department of Public Security. He cupped his fists towards Yun Ruo, Lord Yun. At the same time, he opened Yun Ruo's attributes panel. Character: Yun Ruo. Occupation: martial artist. Strength 76, agility 48, spirit 20. Martial arts: iron clothes. Heart method: mastery. Qing Jiao skill, second tier, mastery. Tiger capture blade technique, entry. Qing Jiao body technique, entry. Influence: iron clothes. Division 9, immortal Dao palace. Yang Ling gasped in astonishment. What kind of significant figure is this? Yun Ruo, like you, is also a master of the 8th rank. You are of similar age, so if you have any questions about martial arts in the future, you might as well consult her. The 8th rank. A strange expression flickered in Yang Ling's eyes. This Yun Ruo is clearly a disciple of the 9 immortal Dao palace. The Qing Jiao Gong she practices is likely not a top tier, but rather a second tier technique. Based on her attribute panel, her strength and agility could possibly exceed 100 when she exerts herself fully. If both attributes surpass 100, she is no longer merely an 8th rank expert. She is a 7th rank master. This is judged from his previous experience battling Sun Biao. If he were to face a true 7th rank master, confronting them head-on would be impossible. With his current methods, by taking them by surprise and leveraging his speed advantage, he has the support of the Lingshu step and the King Kong Mingwang Gong. Adding the attributes from the Jiao Bone knife and the Tiger capture knife technique, he could at best achieve a decent winning rate among 8th rank experts. His real advantage lies in his mental strength. However, this attribute requires time to accumulate before it can unleash its terrifying effects. It seems that Lord Sher is still unaware of Yun Ruo's true capabilities. Perhaps even Sun Biao has no idea. Yang Ling thought to himself. Yang Ling, what internal skill are you practicing? Yun Ruo suddenly asked. As soon as this question was posed, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat delicate. Before Sher Xin could respond, Sun Biao laughed and said, Yun Ruo, how can such private matters be asked directly? Yun Ruo was slightly taken aback, then nodded. I was too abrupt. Let's talk about today's case, as it involves the Medicine Guild and could be serious or trivial. A look of solemnity appeared on Sun Biao's face. Seeing that Yang Ling was still standing, he immediately smiled and waved. What are you still standing for? Sit down. Yes. Yang Ling promptly took a seat. Lu Zhan and the 9-rank ironclad officers could only feel envy at this scene. Only 8th rank masters have the qualification to sit together with the 3 heads of the Public Security Department. I have some understanding of this Chu Yuanshu. He is a native of Chang'e Prefecture. His family has been in the medicinal material business for generations. The Chu family pharmacy has likely existed in Chang'e Prefecture for over 100 years. From a small drugstore, it has grown to this scale, which can be attributed to the accumulation of generations and Chu Yuanshu's capabilities. When the Chu family's medicinal materials appeared among the Rong tribe, I was also taken by surprise. Sun Biao slowly began. Yang Ling sensed that Sun Biao seemed to be speaking in favor of the Chu family. Is this the connection with the Chu family? Yun Ruo glanced at Sun Biao. Sun Biao, do you mean to imply that the Chu family has not colluded with Rong tribe spies? That can't be the case. Everything must be clarified before we proceed, Sun Biao replied with a smile. Yun Ruo nodded slightly. Our ironclad division spies have already uncovered the medicinal materials that the Chu family sent to the Rong tribe. This is evidence of what we need to do now is to perfect this evidence. Later, I will personally lead people to the Chu family to seal their account books and medicinal warehouses for inventory. She glanced at Sher Xin. Lord Sher, you should take people to control the key figures of the Chu family and interrogate them one by one. This matter should be arranged by Sun Biao. Sher Xin contemplated. Yun Ruo frowned slightly, but did not refute, instead looking at Sun Biao. Sun Biao smiled. Our ironclad division cannot be led by Rong tribe spies. First, if the Chu family pharmacy truly has no collusion with the Rong tribe, we must ensure their livelihood is not affected. Otherwise, if something happens to the Chu family pharmacy, it will not bode well for Chang'e Prefecture. They employ at least 50,000 workers. He pondered. The information we have now indicates that around 20,000 taels of medicinal materials have appeared among the Rong tribe. This amount is far too small for the Chu family pharmacy. If they were truly spies, it shouldn't only be 20,000 taels, though over the years it could reach 200,000 taels or even 2 million taels. If it were such a large quantity, our ironclad division would have no reason to just find out today. They cultivate and purchase medicinal materials, and these quantities are communicated with the Ironclad Division, which would be reflected in the account books. Yun Ruo and Shi Xin seemed contemplative. Yang Ling also understood to a certain extent, and suddenly had a suspicion arise in his mind. Of course, I am not trying to favor the Chu family pharmacy. How anyone colluding with the Rong tribe deserves to be eradicated. I just hope this matter can be investigated in detail, and we must not be misled by Rong tribe spies. Sun Biao said with a faint smile. Yun Ruo Shi Xin, what do you think? Indeed, this could also be a scheme devised by Rong tribe spies intending to use this trick to disrupt the stability of Chang'e Prefecture. Yun Ruo did not refute, but nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shi Xin immediately stood up and said, I will take Yang Ling and the others to the Chu family to control them. Yun Ruo should also lead people there to check the accounts. Sun Biao nodded slightly. I will wait for your news at the Ironclad Division. Soon 2 large teams set out toward the Chu family. Along the way, people who saw this scene hurriedly avoided it, secretly gasping in wonder, speculating that something significant was about to happen. Yang Ling followed behind Shi Xin, just then barely perceiving the depth of the public security department. Besides Lu Zhan, there were also 4 or 5 ninth-rank warriors. The remaining over 100 ironclad constables were all martial artists with strong attribute points comparable in strength to Su Qing and the others. With such a fully armed team, encircling and killing a 7th-rank expert would not be difficult. The Public Security Department of Chang'e Prefecture has 3 such teams. The team led by Yun Ruo was moving even faster, with the 2 teams creating a separation of several dozen meters. Yang Ling saw this and lowered his voice. Lord, sure that Yun Ruo, being so young, is already an 8th-rank master and the head of the 2nd Division of the Public Security Department, as she must have an impressive background, right? You sharpie brat. Shi Xin glanced at him with a smile. Yun Ruo does indeed have an impressive background, but it is somewhat mysterious, as I have yet to uncover her origins. However, one thing is certain, her elder must be in the capital's Ironclad Division. The main office of the Ironclad Division in the capital. Yang Ling pondered. It is easy to imagine that the Ironclad Division office in the capital is filled with experts. Su Qing has mentioned that the head of the Ironclad Division is likely a 3rd-rank grandmaster. From this, it can be inferred that the Ironclad Division in the capital should also have 4th-rank masters. By the way, Lord, Yang Ling's expression changed. I met Chu Huatian yesterday, but it was inconvenient to say so earlier. Who did you meet? Shi Xin initially did not hear clearly, then his expression changed drastically, whispering, Why did you meet him? Lord, sure, I went to the Martial Market to buy things yesterday, and he approached me himself. Yang Ling explained. Did he take anything? No. That's good. Shi Xin breathed a sigh of relief, glaring at Yang Ling. You better say less later. At the Chu family compound, Chu Yuanshu stood before the main gate with over 100 clansmen, his expression grave and solemn. Aside from Chu Yuanshu and Chu Huayin, the others remained unaware of what had transpired. Confusion flickered faintly in their eyes, uncertain whom they were awaiting. Soon the Iron Row Bureau's entourage arrived in full force. Chu Yuanshu spotted Yun Ruo first, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. Only when he glimpsed Shi Xin trailing behind did his countenance ease slightly. Chu Huayin too scanned the procession intently. Upon spotting Yang Ling following Shi Xin, a subtle sigh of relief softened his features, and a glimmer of hope kindled in his gaze. Yun Ruo led her detachment forward, her bearing aloof, her eyes cool and piercing as she surveyed the assembled clan. Master Yun Ruo, Chu Yuanshu forced a smile onto his face and stepped forward, bowing deeply with clasped hands. You know well why you've come. No idle words, Yun Ruo replied coolly. Today I am here to seal your medicinal storerooms and examine your ledgers. Have you prepared them? At these words, murmurs erupted among the Chu clansmen, faces paling with shock. A faint frown creased Yun Ruo's brow. Instantly, Chu Yuanshu barked silence. All of you, hold your tongues. The crowd quieted, though several elders shifted uneasily, lips parted as if to speak, yet restrained by dread. Yun Ruo wasted no courtesy. The Iron Row Bureau has uncovered medicinal herbs bearing your Chu family's wax seal imprint in the Rong tribe's possession. Through meticulous analysis of their properties, we have confirmed these herbs grew exclusively within Zhao Kingdom's soil and originated from one of your several medicinal gardens. Thus today, I shall seal your storerooms and audit your accounts to ascertain whether your clan conspires with the Rong tribe. Should anyone dare obstruct this investigation, they shall be deemed a Rong spy and executed on the spot. A hush fell like frost upon the Chu clan, eyes wide with terror. How could such a calamity have befallen them? Without another word, Yun Ruo strode past them and entered the compound. Seeing this, Chu Yuanshu swiftly summoned an elder to assist Yun Rua's operation, lest impulsive acts erupt among the younger clansmen. Master Shi. He hurried to Shi Xian's side and bowed deeply. Shi Xian's voice was icy. You acted foolishly. Had you spoken up the moment you learned of this matter, matters would not have reached this pass. Yet you waited until our bureau uncovered it before confessing. Chu Yuanshu's cheeks flushed faintly, 1,000 unspoken regrets condensed into a long, heavy sigh. This affair weighed heavily upon me. I clung to vain hope. Who could have foreseen? Vain hope. Shi Xian snorted, then swept his gaze across the assembly. Are all your provincial representatives present? And have your senior stewards gathered as well? All are here, save one shopkeeper who departed several days ago to deliver herbs. He is expected back today, Chu Yuanshu hastened to affirm, nodding vigorously. Very well, let us proceed inside. Too many eyes watch from outside. Shi Xian cast a sharp glance toward the onlookers crowding nearby, then led his team into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, Chu Yuanshu and his kin had already been gathered and discreetly confined by Lu Zhan's officers. Meanwhile, Yun Rua and her subordinates began auditing ledgers and sealing medicinal storerooms. Throughout this time, Chu Huatian strained repeatedly to meet Yang Ling's gaze, but Yang Ling deliberately avoided him, deepening Chu Huatian's unease. At last, Chu Yuanshu spoke, slowly recounting the entire incident to the assembled clan. Elder brother, how could such a thing occur beneath your very watch? Father entrusted the Chu family apothecary to you. Yet you. A middle-aged man stared in disbelief at Chu Yuanshu, then whirled toward Shi Xian. Your Excellency, we knew nothing of this. A young man beside him nodded urgently. The apothecary falls entirely under elder uncle's authority. We merely draw monthly stipends and wield no influence over its operations. If elder uncle colluded with the wrong tribe, it bears no relation to us. Enough, Chu Yuanshu snapped. Should the Chu family fall, we rise or fall together. We walk upright, sit upright, and hold no ties to the wrong tribe. Why panic? Yang Ling's thoughts stirred as he studied father and son. During the earlier briefing, Sun Biao had briefly outlined the Chu family's current structure. Chu Yuanshu served as patriarch, personally overseeing all business affairs. He possessed one full brother and several half-brothers and sisters from his father's other marriages. The full brother remained within the household while the half-siblings had been quietly settled elsewhere for retirement. None involved themselves in the apothecary's affairs. In truth, every facet of the Chu family enterprise rested solely in Chu Yuanshu's lineage. At that moment, several middle-aged men were brought forth under guard, their faces pale, with terror, limbs trembling as they stood before the assembly. Master Shi, these men handled all inbound and outbound medicinal shipments from the storerooms, Chu Yuanshu explained. Shi Xian gestured for immediate interrogation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan and the iron-robed constables observed Chu Yuanshu and his kin closely, watching for tells in their expressions. Most wore masks of fear, fury, and disarray. After prolonged scrutiny, however, no useful insight emerged. We only released goods upon receipt of official requisition slips, each bearing the Grand Master's personal signature and seal. One man stammered, his face ashen. Perhaps some slips were forged, so skillfully that we failed to detect the deception, allowing the herbs to be stolen. Did you only realize the discrepancy after cross-checking the slips? Shi Xian turned to Chu Yuanshu. He nodded slowly. The shortfall was minute. Had not Huatian scrutinized the records multiple times, it might never have been found. Such a trivial quantity smuggled all the way to the wrong tribe. It would have been far more sensible to sell the herbs outright and deliver silver directly. Shi Xian murmured softly. Chu Yuanshu's eyes lit up. Exactly, Your Excellency. If our clan truly conspired with the wrong, the discrepancies in our accounts would span years, not merely 20,000 taels. We are grievously wronged. Enough, Shi Xian replied flatly. Wronged or not, that remains to be determined through investigation. Your word holds no weight. Once Master Yun Rua completes her duties, every one of you shall accompany us to the Iron Row Bureau for thorough examination. Your Excellency, must we who bear no connection to the apothecary also be taken to the Iron Row Bureau? Chu Yuanhao's younger brother cried out, voice laced with outrage and dread. This case is intricate, with numerous unresolved anomalies. How can we conduct our inquiry without interviewing every relevant party? All personnel associated with the Chu family apothecary must attend. Do you intend to defy our order? Shi Xian's frigid gaze locked onto the man, whose breath caught, heart-hammering mouth sealed tight in silent terror. 20,000 taels, roughly matches the value of the spirit-nourishing pills and other favors bestowed upon me by Bema Apothecary. Indeed, profound inconsistencies linger. But should we fail to uncover their source, precedent dictates severe censure for the patriarch. After all, the herbs truly reached the wrong tribe. As this thought crossed Yang Ling's mind, he cast an insight technique upon Chu Yuanhao's younger brother. The reading revealed nothing amiss, no hidden anomalies. He paused, then cast the technique upon the man's son. Chu Huaxing murdered a Chu family apothecary steward yesterday, the body concealed beneath the great locust tree in the western suburbs. A subtle shift passed through Yang Ling's thoughts, so the foundation cultivation pills may yet be secured. At that moment, Chu Huaxing stepped forward, fists clenched, and declared, "Your Excellency, my uncle's misdeeds bear no relation to us. If you insist on imprisoning us alongside him, I, Chu Huaxing, refuse to submit." "What are you not convinced about? What do you think you are?" Shi Xian scoffed. "Come, seize him, and give him 10 strikes with the board." Without a word, Lu Zhan stepped forward. Chu Huaxing angrily said, "My Chu family has been practicing medicine for generations, running a pharmacy, and has connections with major sects. We are one of the medicinal guilds. Even if you are officials, you cannot hit me without reason." Lu Zhan's face remained cold, ignoring him. At this moment, Yang Ling suddenly said, "Lu Zhan, wait a moment." Lu Zhan was slightly taken aback, looking at Yang Ling, then at Shi Xian. "What are you doing?" Shi Xian frowned at Yang Ling. The 9th grade inspectors of the ironclad division present were somewhat surprised. Why was this person speaking at this moment? Chu Yuanshu and his son Chu Huatian were also momentarily stunned. Yang Ling remained silent and approached Chu Huaxing. Chu Huaxing did not know who Yang Ling was and appeared somewhat uncertain. At this moment, Yang Ling began to sniff around him. Seeing this scene, Shi Zin's eyes suddenly brightened. "My lord, he has the smell of blood on him. Either from today or yesterday, he has killed someone." Yang Ling said solemnly, "You are talking nonsense. Who are you?" Chu Huaxing turned pale with fright, his tone fierce, but lacking confidence. Lu Zhan and the others were also somewhat confused. Lu Zhan stepped forward to sniff as well, then looked puzzled. Why couldn't he smell any blood? Who is he? He is a newly promoted 8th grade inspector in my ironclad division, a top-tier expert at the 8th grade level. Shi Xian suddenly laughed. His nose is very keen. He has caught Rong tribe spies in Qingshan City because of this. Chu Huaxing froze, then hurriedly said, "I didn't kill anyone. Don't say such things." And the scent of locust trees. Yang Ling pondered, then grabbed Chu Huaxing's sleeve. "Extend your 10 fingers." At the mention of locust trees, Chu Huaxing felt a little lost and instinctively extended his fingers. "My lord, look at his palms. There are signs of chafing. Doesn't this look like holding a hoe while digging?" Yang Ling showed his palm to Shi Xian. Shi Xian glanced at it and nodded. "Indeed, this does not look like the marks of a martial artist. It more closely resembles the areas that would wear down for a farmer while working the field. This fellow usually does not do any farm work. He is clean and fair-skinned. Just doing a little bit would wear his skin raw." After saying this, he smiled faintly and said, "Yang Ling, do you mean that this fellow killed someone and buried them in a place with locust trees?" "Exactly." Yang Ling nodded slightly. "I suspect he has a significant connection to this case." At this moment, Chu Yuanshu vaguely grasped some thread of the situation. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply and stared intently at his brother. Seeing the flicker in his eyes, Chu Yuanshu nearly fainted from anger. Chu Weishan's complexion kept changing as if he had thought of something, looking somewhat incredulous. "There are locust trees in the western suburbs. If someone buried something there yesterday, it can be discovered with careful examination." After saying this, Shi Xian turned to Lu Zhan and said, "You take someone there." Lu Zhan instinctively asked, "My lord, really go? Are we pretending?" Shi Xian was amused by the anger. Lu Zhan's expression was somewhat strange. He glanced at Yang Ling, wanting to say something, but hesitated. "With just one sentence, you can conclude that he killed someone and buried them near the locust trees in the western suburbs?" Yin Ruo's voice suddenly sounded. Seeing this, Yang Ling clasped his hands and said, "Yin Ruo, I am merely speculating. On what basis do you make such a guess?" Chu Huaxing finally regained his senses and angrily said, "You are slandering me." "Sure, master, I think we should deliberate on this matter. Let's first take the person back and discuss it further." Yin Ruo smiled at Shi Xian, approaching him and lowering her voice. "If something goes wrong, it will embarrass the ironclad division and make it a laughingstock." Shi Xian thought for a moment and immediately scolded Lu Zhan. "I told you to lead the team. Go, stop talking nonsense." "My lord, should I personally go instead?" Yang Ling said. "No need. Lu Zhan has experience in this area. If what you say is true, he will be able to investigate it." Shi Xian replied. Seeing this, Lu Zhan quickly gathered a dozen ironclad inspectors and hurriedly left with them. Yin Ruan no longer tried to stop them, though her brows were slightly furrowed. Yin Ruan, have you finished with your matters over there? Sure, Xian smiled at Yin Ruan. The main things have already been tidied up, and everything that needs sealing has been sealed. Yin Ruan nodded slightly. The remaining trivial matters can be left to the subordinates to handle. Then we will wait a moment. Sure, Xian smiled. Time passed slowly. The waiting process was both torturous and somewhat urgent for the Chu family. Chu Yuan's expression was dark, and he did not speak. About an hour later, Lu Zhan and the others hurriedly arrived. Each of them was covered in dust, and they brought along a corpse laid on a stretcher. Upon seeing it, Chu Yuanshu exclaimed, "Manager Qian." The Chu family members recognized the origin of this corpse at a glance. It was one of their many managers. This person had gone out to transport goods a few days ago. How did he end up dead like this? They instinctively looked at Chu Huaxing. Chu Huaxing stared at the corpse with a pale face, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. My lord, there really is a corpse. Lu Zhan looked at Yang Ling with a strange expression, clasping his fists to Sure Xian. Yin Ruo was also surprised at this moment, unable to help, but asked Yang Ling, "How did you do it?" Yang Ling thought for a moment and smiled. "Yin Ruo, my nose is quite keen." "Your nose can be so keen that you can detect a corpse just by sniffing." Yin Ruo murmured to herself, and when she looked at Yang Ling, her gaze was completely different from before. In her eyes there seemed to be a hint of faint heat. "What do you have to say now?" Sure Xian looked at Chu Huaxing, his eyes narrowing slightly. "No, it wasn't me, it wasn't me." Chu Huaxing slumped to the ground. In the next moment he hurriedly said, "I am not a Rome tribe spy, I just wanted to leverage this to oust my uncle and let my father take over the Chu family's business. I was wrong, I apologize." Chu Yuan's expression turned even darker, but he also felt relieved. Chu Huadian did not expect things to turn out like this, and was momentarily speechless. The members of the Chu family looked at Chu Huaxing and his father with eyes filled with hatred, wishing they could kill them. Only a very small portion felt as if the sky was collapsing at this moment. Meanwhile, a chilling aura surged into Yang Ling's body like a flood. Yang Ling was stunned. "This is experience points. What is happening? Why are there experience points? Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained one free attribute point. Level 29. Yang Ling was filled with suspicion. Could it be that after being promoted to an 8th grade inspector, he gained the recognition of the game? Would solving cases allow him to level up in the future? Thinking this, Yang Ling casually allocated the free attribute point to agility and then opened the attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Inspector Beast Tamer. Level 29. Strength 11, Agility 25, Spirit 30. Exclusive skills, Insight X 3, Martial Arts. King Kong Ming Wong Gong. Thoroughly comprehended. Experience 2101000. Bouldering Fist, thoroughly comprehended. Proficiency 102100000. Tiger Capturing Knife Technique mastered. Proficiency 010000. Lingshu Step mastered. Proficiency 1810000. Health 610 200. Chi 10. At this moment Yun Rua's voice rang out. "Yang Ling, are you interested in helping me at the 2nd Division?" Originally, Sure Xian felt a twinge of joy because the matter was not the work of the Rome clan spies. However, upon hearing Yun Rua's words, his expression immediately soured. "Yun Rua, are you trying to poach talent in front of me? The 2nd department needs talents like Yang Ling." Yun Rua's expression grew serious. "Sure, he has a brighter future with me than with you." As soon as these words were spoken, the captains present fell silent. Lu Zhan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of envy as they looked at Yang Ling. In the Iron Arm Division's office in Chang'e Prefecture, everyone knew that Yun Rua had a background. Yet despite having served here for over a year, no one had been promoted under her, and none had become her confidants. On ordinary days, she treated everyone rather coldly. This time, the fact that she specifically requested Yang Ling for the 2nd department indicated her intention to cultivate him intensively. Such an opportunity was something they could not help but envy. "Yin Rua, you may have some skills, but you really lack understanding of human relationships." Yang Ling gently shook his head. "I was promoted by Lord Shi himself. How could I work under you?" Shi Zin's frosty demeanor melted away in an instant as he said with a smile, "Little Yang, you've achieved merit today. Once this case is concluded, I will commend you for it. My lord, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. I've stayed in Chang'e Prefecture for too long. I need to return to Qingshan City." "All right, you can return to Qingshan City, but remember, I can only give you a year at most. After a year, you must come back to Chang'e Prefecture." Sure Xian smiled and said, "Perhaps there will be a position for you in charge here at the Iron Arm Division." Lu Zhan and the others inhaled sharply, their eyes turning red with envy. Their dream was to secure a position of responsibility after turning 40. That would make them a significant figure, and in the lower cities they would be revered. Currently Yang Ling was just over 20, yet he had already received a promise for a position from a big shot like Xian. If all went well, this young man might very well become their superior in the future. At this moment Yin Ruo's face was as cold as ice, seemingly taken aback that her attempt to recruit him was met with such unwavering refusal. She even received a lecture from him. That feeling. Are you angry? Yin Ruo looked at Yang Ling. By then he had already walked far away. As she wanted to call out to him, her lips moved, but in the end she remained silent. At the entrance of the Chu family, just as Yang Ling stepped out, Chu Huatian hurriedly ran over, shoving a wooden box into Yang Ling's arms. Lord Yang, thank you. Chu Huatian dropped a line, seemingly afraid that Yang Ling might refuse, and turned to flee. Yang Ling did not open the wooden box, but tucked it into his robe, slowly making his way home. It wasn't until he returned to his room that he opened the wooden box to take a look. 10 Pei Yuan pills lay quietly inside, their fragrance wafting in the air. Pei Yuan pill increases 500 points of mind method experience. Pei Yuan pill increases 500 points of mind method experience. Pei Yuan pill increases 500 points of mind method experience. Yang Ling glanced over. All were pills of normal quality, not defective ones. A master like Liang Yue, even as a sect leader, could only exchange 300 years of blood ginseng for 5 Pei Yuan pills. Yang Ling felt a sense of emotion flicker in his eyes. But the Chu family gave 10. On one hand, this showed that the Chu family was powerful and that his assistance was akin to resurrecting them. On the other hand, my identity as an 8th grade Iron Arm constable should play a greater role. In Zhao country, while the sects are indeed powerful, how can their strength compare to that of the state? Yang Ling reflected. Choosing this path was indeed not a mistake. From another perspective, the Iron Arm division is not unlike a top-tier sect. Each Pei Yuan pill requires 3 days to digest, so 10 pills mean a month's time. Yang Ling thought, I'd better reach level 30 first, and open the treasure chest before consuming this pill. With that in mind, Yang Ling opened the Divine Domain level rankings. Divine Domain level rankings 001, Iron Arm Division Yang Ling, level 29, Profession Constable 002, Jiuxian Dao Palace Lin Sai, level 28, Profession Daoist 003, Extreme Flame, Sword Mansion Jiang Tianai, level 28, Profession Swordsman 004, Divine Sect Zhang Xindao, level 27, Profession Assassin 005, Luoan Temple Li Shou, level 27, Profession Mad Monk 006, Kuju Temple Hui Wu, level 22, Profession Martial Monk 007, I Deadman Valley Chi Kai, level 22, Profession Medical Apprentice 008, Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaoqing, level 22, Profession Blade Guardian 0099, Sword Sect Fong Yun, level 22, Profession Swordsman 010, Iron Arm Division Qin Mo, level 20, a Profession Constable. The rankings haven't changed much, but Lin Sai and the others are closely pursuing. They clearly also want the treasure chest reward for first place. Based on my estimates, the first place treasure chest reward must be a level higher than the others. Last time I received a silver treasure chest which yielded a top-tier movement technique, the Lingshu Step. It seems that Hui Wu's leveling speed has been slowing down lately. He used to be first. Yang Ling pondered for a moment before leaving the room, just in time to run into Yun Yang, who was bringing over a fruit platter. Yun Yang had a graceful figure, though not young, her beauty was exquisite. No wonder old Lin keeps her around here. Lord Yang, please have some fruit. Yun Yang stepped forward and offered the fruit platter to Yang Ling. Yang Ling glanced at it, taking only a peach. Yun Yang, please tell the elder that I'm heading back to Qingshan City first. Lord Yang, are you leaving already? Don't you want to wait for the elder to return? Yun Yang was somewhat surprised. Yang Ling smiled. I will come again next time. In Qingshan City, at the entrance of the red gold mine, Wu Xiaoqing and the others were facing off against a group of miners with grim expressions. These miners were none other than the players led by Luo Yu and others. Luo Yu, what do you mean by this? Chen Zu's face turned pale. You eat our food, drink our drinks, and level up quickly here, mining. Oh, what more could you possibly want? Wang Haodong looked at the other players, angered. Why incite a strike? Don't you know that if the red gold mine's output falls below 3,500 pounds, Supervisor Yang may be dismissed? Supervisor Yang just left a few days ago, and you are already stirring up trouble. This is rather despicable. Li Tianai said coldly. A player by Luo Yes side scoffed. What do you mean by eating our food and drinking our drinks? Have we not put in the effort to mine? And what do we get? How many copper coins can we exchange for a single piece of red gold? Working hard all day, we only earn a few dozen coins. Oh, what's the point of that? Meanwhile, you all are living lavishly stuffing yourselves. And you've all become constables in Qingshan City. Why is it that only you can change jobs while we cannot? Are you planning to continue exploiting us this way? Don't forget we are all players. There's no distinction of high or low status. You will not be allowed to step on us and take advantage of us. Right? Everything here must be fairly distributed to us. We've reached level 10 too. We want to change jobs as well. Where's Yongling? Call him back. Isn't he the head constable of Qingshan City? Have him recruit us all as constables. The players on site were riled up. Wu Xiaoqing took a deep breath upon seeing this scene. Changing jobs isn't that easy. There are quotas for constables in Qingshan City. Even if Brother Yang is the head constable, he cannot just dismiss the other constables to recruit you all. Nonsense. Wu Xiaoqing, you're talking nonsense. A player beside Luo Yu was furious. Wu Xiaoqing restrained his anger and looked at Luo Yu. I've heard you are a senior inspector in the emergency department in the real world. Are they all summoned by you? What exactly do you want? Luo Yu remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, they just want to survive. And then, are they unable to survive now? Wu Xiaoqing said coldly, don't think I don't know you're the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Reveal your intentions. Everything must be fair. We are all ordinary players now. None of us are martial artists. Luo Yu pondered, this will create an undesirable phenomenon. I hope you can provide several martial arts manuals at least to allow us to become martial artists. Only then can we fairly search for a way out together. Moreover, you need to offer at least 10 positions for constables to us. Inspector Luo is right. This is just a game. Don't immerse yourselves too deeply in it. Are you planning to never return to reality for the rest of your life? A player beside Luo Yu sneered, based on my observations of your performance during this time, if you return it will be at least a few years before you can get out. Among the players, Gao Chun and the others exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of cold mockery in the other's eyes. Return. There are currently no signs indicating that they can go back. However, they did not intend to get involved in this matter, as long as they could survive and develop slowly, that would suffice. Big brother, what level are you at now? 16. Great. There will be opportunities to rush to the rankings in the divine realm. Gao Chen's two sworn brothers were very pleased at this moment. Martial arts manuals. Those are not cheap in divine realm. A voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone was suddenly taken aback. However, Wu Xiaoqing and the others were quite surprised. Yang Ling had returned. Brother Yang, I haven't managed the gold mine well. The players have been reluctant to go down in recent days, and the output has dropped significantly. It's all right, Wu Xiaoqing said apologetically. No problem. Yang Ling smiled, his gaze landing on Luo Yu. Luo Yu, after the initial surprise, now appeared calm, meeting Yang Ling's eyes. The team members beside him exchanged wary glances vigilantly, keeping an eye on Yang Ling, subtly shielding Luo Yu in the middle. As for the group of players who had been incited by them, they now seemed quite apprehensive, their eyes darting. The other party was the top player on the Divine Realm rankings. If it weren't for the fact that he was also a player, they wouldn't have had the courage to confront Luo Yu today. Yang Ling, I have kept your earlier words in mind. Luo Yu smiled and said, so today I plan to confront you directly with everyone. I hope you can present a fair agreement. What constitutes a fair agreement? Yang Ling asked casually. Luo Yu said, you are currently very strong. You should set an example and help find martial arts techniques to enable more players to become martial artists. A martial artist can protect 10 players. Besides, I have heard that you have already become the head constable in Qingshan City and have the authority to appoint constables. Being a constable is currently the simplest path to job transition. Many of us have already reached level 10 and are stuck at that level. We need to successfully transition to continue leveling up. What can you give me? Yang Ling pondered. Luo Yu frowned slightly. I can't give you anything. Perhaps after you return to the real world, I will report your exemplary deeds. You will receive accolades. It seems you still don't understand this divine realm is a world that consumes people. Here one must adhere to the law of conservation of energy. I gave you something, therefore you must give me an equivalent return. That is what is called fairness. Otherwise, the fairness you speak of is only relevant to you. Yang Ling, you must present an agreement today. Oh, I don't believe you still dare to kill us. A player beside Luo Yu sneered, killing will lead to execution. Don't scare me. I don't intend to resort to lethal force against players. Yang Ling laughed. If you want fairness, you can go look for it elsewhere. For example, among the other players ranked in the top 10 of the divine realm. They might have the fairness you see. With that, Yang Ling looked at the guards waiting outside the courtyard. Clear out this group of miners. Starting today, they can no longer mine in the gold mine. Dozens of guards, fierce like wolves, immediately rushed into the courtyard to start clearing people. This group of players immediately erupted, some angry, some panicked. Yangling, do you really need to be this ruthless? Luo Yes' expression was no longer calm, glaring intently at Yangling. Brother Yang, we were wrong. We were foolish. We don't want to leave, at least we can have food here and a place to stay. If you force us out, we won't be able to survive. Some players have already realized their mistakes and immediately apologized. Yangling laughed. Your levels aren't low. Even if you go to Qingshan City to do manual labor, you can still get enough to eat. During this time in the gold mine, you should have accumulated quite a bit of silver. 5 taels of silver for an identity that remains unchanged. Once you gather enough, go to Tai EC to find Chen Guoqing. He will also help you obtain formal identities. So even if you leave me, you can still survive. Seeing Yangling's determination, the players present felt a sense of despair and concern for the future. Throughout the clearance process, there was not much chaos. They did not dare to confront a top player on the Divine Realm rankings. Moreover, the identity of the head constable in Qingshan City weighed heavily on their minds like a thick shadow. Soon this group of miners was stripped of their steel pickaxes and expelled from the gold mine. Chen Su, go to Qingshan City. There should be many players settled there. Bring them back to mine. Yangling instructed. Chen Su nodded immediately and quickly left the courtyard. Brother Yang, why do you think they are doing this? Wu Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask, feeling a blockage in his chest. Li Tianai suddenly smiled, because they consider themselves weak and hope that everything can fall into their laps without putting in effort. Wang Haodong and Wu Xiaoqing seemed to understand somewhat. Yangling glanced at Li Tianai and then smiled lightly. Don't fret over such matters. Leveling up and training in martial arts is what you should be doing in the Divine Realm. Let's go, we are going to mine and level up. Let's go. Wu Xiaoqing immediately perked up. 36th mine. Wu Xiaoqing and his group were mining outside while Yangling went deeper inside. Along the way, he saw the gold mine and used his Berserk 10 strikes to quickly dig, gaining experience. Unknowingly, he arrived at the entrance of the Dark River. At a glance, he saw the little white creature now as large as a watermelon. You've eaten a lot during this time, you've grown so quickly. Yangling felt a bit emotional, then opened the attribute panel of Little White, Great Mother Golden Mantis. Little White, level 10 strength, 14 agility, 19 spirit, 11 special skills, gold seeking whirlwind slash. You're already level 10 and have gained an additional special skill. Yangling was curious. Little White, demonstrate the whirlwind slash. Without hesitation, Little White immediately flew up, its arms spinning wildly. It was like a sharp razor charging straight at the stone wall, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The stone wall was gouged out, creating a pit twice its size. If someone like Wu Man, a 9th-tier player, encountered it, they would likely lose their head if they weren't careful. Yangling thought inwardly, then called Little White to follow him down the dark river towards the stone cave again. In the cave, which should have had no insect pupae, suddenly it was now filled with them, densely packed and very frightening. Indeed, the last time I killed that king ghost spider was a male, and there is a female here. Yangling's expression became somewhat grave. At this moment, Little White suddenly ran to the exit, staring outside without moving. Yangling quickly walked out. His eyesight was excellent. Now, even in the pitch-dark river, he could see some traces. In the distance, there seemed to be a massive creature slowly swimming below the dark river. This creature seems to be even larger than the previous Overlord Ghost Spider. However, he then discovered another large shadow in the dark river. At this moment, Xiao Bai transmitted a sense of anxiety, glancing around before leaping onto Yangling's shoulder, extending its arms in preparation for battle. 2 Overlord Ghost Spiders. Yangling's expression gradually grew serious. His current strength was vastly different from before. He still had confidence in dealing with 1 Overlord Ghost Spider. At the very least, he was confident he could retreat unharmed. But facing 2 Overlord Ghost Spiders in this place would be quite troublesome. There was no way out of this stone cave behind him. Just then, Xiao Bai suddenly leaped into the depths of the cave. Xiao Bai, that's a dead, and there's still a chance to rush out from here. Yangling immediately called out. However, Xiao Bai ignored him and continued flying deeper. Could there be a way inside? Yangling thought, and promptly followed. This stone cave wasn't large, and he had already explored it earlier. There was no second exit. Soon Xiao Bai stopped waving its arms at a cracked stone wall. Rubble fell continuously. Yangling quickly took out his golden crowbar from his waist and began striking the wall. At worst, he'll use the invisibility talisman. Out with it, I should be able to handle 2 Overlord Ghost Spiders without major issues. Yangling felt a bit reluctant. This talisman was his ultimate trump card. With the invisibility talisman, he was confident he could handle any situation. With the furious 10 strikes, as Yangling swung the golden crowbar, a mound of earth gradually formed beside him. Yet no new passage appeared. Xiao Bai was still continuously digging with its arms. At this moment a splashing sound came from behind. Then the ground trembled slightly, followed by the sound of a heavy object landing. An overlord ghost spider had emerged. A serious expression crossed Yang Ling's face, and he realized he was already gripping the invisibility talisman. "Shall I keep quiet for now? If there's a chance you run first," Yang Ling instructed stealthily, making his way toward the entrance of the cave. Using a protruding rock for cover, Yang Ling saw an overlord ghost spider continuously spitting out insect cocoons onto the ground. Was this one female? No, upon closer inspection, Yang Ling saw that the overlord ghost spider was holding the cocoons in its mouth and spitting them out. He quietly opened the creature's attribute panel. Overlord ghost spider, level 110 strength, 143 agility, 68 spirit, 16 special skill, furious charge. A glint of surprise flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. This time he saw not a screen full of question marks, but detailed data. Has my strength increased, reaching a certain threshold that allows me to view the overlord ghost spider's attribute panel? Thinking this, Yang Ling compared the attributes of this overlord ghost spider with Sun Biao's. Its base attributes are much stronger than Sun Biao's, but it lacks martial arts to enhance them. If Sun Biao gave his all, his strength could exceed 90, and his agility is also at 69 points. The overlord ghost spider's might lies in its strength. A single hit from it would still be too much for me to handle with my current strength. At most 2 or 3 hits would likely drain my health completely. However, its agility is genuinely low. My current speed should easily surpass it. Since that's the case, Yang Ling's mind sparked with a bold idea. The next moment, the second layer of the King Kong Ming Wang skill activated. Strength and agility each increased by 30 points. In an instant, Yang Ling vanished from his spot. The Lingshu step made his movements ghostly and silent. At this moment, his agility increased by another 36 points. He tightly gripped the dragon bone blade in his right hand. With an additional 10 points to strength and agility, his agility had now reached a terrifying 101. The overlord ghost spider had not reacted at all. Yang Ling was already closing in. Tiger catching blade. Strength and agility each increased by 9 points. Yang Ling's agility surged to an astounding 110 points. Even his strength reached 60 points at that moment. A faint blood mist enveloped the blade of the dragon bone blade. He suddenly lowered his body, using this rapid speed to slide past the overlord ghost spider from beneath. During this process, the dragon bone blade easily pierced into the abdomen of the overlord ghost spider. In no time, Yang Ling had flipped and knelt on the ground. As he stood up, a wave of chilling energy surged into his body. Turning to look, the overlord ghost spider had fallen, its insides spilling onto the ground. In contrast, aside from a slight mark on his back, Yang Ling was not tainted by a single drop of filth. Compared to the last time, his encounter with the overlord ghost spider this time was nearly a complete domination. The attributes of the overlord ghost spider are undoubtedly those of a 7th grade martial artist. But a 7th grade martial artist would definitely be much harder to deal with. Yang Ling suddenly sidestepped a few steps. A tough spider silk instantly shot into the spot he had just occupied. The other overlord ghost spider, still in the water, launched an attack against him. Seeing Yang Ling evade this strike, it leaped out of the water, charging into the cave. Yang Ling glanced at its attribute panel, which was similar to the one that had just died. However, this overlord ghost spider utilized furious charge, barreling toward him like a freight truck. Its panel showed an increase of 20 points each in strength and agility. And at that moment, it was in a low stance, giving Yang Ling no chance to strike at its abdomen. Yang Ling's mind raced. He moved like a specter, appearing behind the overlord ghost spider in an instant. Boom! The overlord ghost spider crashed into the stone wall, momentarily getting stuck. Yang Ling immediately approached and unleashed a flurry of strikes against its rear. The dragon bone blade was swung out, leaving behind afterimages. With the boost from speed and strength, along with the dragon bone blade's formidable attack power. This time, the overlord ghost spider's tough body did not provide absolute protection, and it quickly suffered wounds that were enough to cause it pain. The overlord ghost spider thrashed wildly, freeing itself from its predicament. Its spider limbs attacked Yang Ling with swift precision. Although its speed was not faster than Yang Ling's, it had many spider limbs striking in succession, creating an unyielding offensive that also left afterimages. Yang Ling swiftly retreated, using the Lingshu step to evade. He wasn't foolish. Fighting head-on with this creature would lead to a disastrous end. The two danced to chase, time slowly passing. The overlord ghost spider was riddled with numerous wounds. In contrast, aside from some dishevelment, Yang Ling bore not a single injury. The King Kong Ming Wang skill is starting to struggle. Yang Ling's expression turned grave. At this moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider seemed to sense it couldn't subdue this opponent and might die if the battle continued if it suddenly made a move and turned to flee. Yang Ling was overjoyed. Now's the chance. The moment the Overlord Ghost Spider turned, Yang Ling crouched low and dashed forward like lightning. He used that previous move, once more sliding beneath the Overlord Ghost Spider. PFF. The Overlord Ghost Spider's abdomen was sliced open. At this moment, Yang Ling fell into the dark river due to inertia. He surfaced immediately and saw the body of the Overlord Ghost Spider half hanging at the entrance of the cave. It was just half a step away from jumping into the dark river. If that happened, killing it would become nearly impossible. In the water, he couldn't exert much strength. Another wave of chilling energy surged into Yang Ling's body. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. You are the first among millions of players in Divine Realm to reach level 30. You have received a random treasure chest reward. A faint golden light intertwined over there in the cave, forming a treasure chest. It's a golden treasure chest. Yang Ling exclaimed in delight, immediately swimming ashore. In the cave, Yang Ling looked at the golden light with great anticipation. Perhaps because the golden treasure chest was particularly precious, its transformation process was relatively slow. At this moment, the corpses of 2 Overlord Ghost Spiders were gradually disappearing. After they vanished, each left something behind on the ground. Did they drop equipment? Yang Ling hurriedly stepped forward to check. The first Overlord Ghost Spider had dropped a martial arts manual. The 12 pads of Diamond Legs, second tier, preceding Wind God Diamond Legs. The second Overlord Ghost Spider dropped a ginseng, its body bright red, faintly emitting a hint of heat. 100-year-old fire ginseng. Consuming it can enhance cultivation. These are all good items, right? Yang Ling was somewhat incredulous. The items dropped by these 2 Overlord Ghost Spiders were extraordinary. A second-tier martial arts manual is undoubtedly a priceless treasure in the Zhao Kingdom. He believed that even a first-tier sect could not possess too many second-tier martial arts. The 12 pads of Diamond Legs is still a preceding martial art similar to the thief catching blade technique. It can be upgraded. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yang Ling's eyes as he immediately chose to practice it. As a warm sensation flowed within him, memories of the 12 paths of Diamond Legs filled his mind. The attribute panel also added a new section. 12 paths of Diamond Legs. Initial insight, increase strength by 6 points. Mastery, increase strength by 12 points. Perfected, increase strength by 18 points. Proficient, increase strength by 36 points. Transcendent, increase strength by 60 points. Bonus skill, Shattering Gold. It seems this leg technique focuses on strength, but the subsequent Wind God Diamond Legs, judging by the name, likely emphasizes agility. Thinking of this, Yang Ling recalled that he still had 19 inferior spirit gathering pills. They could quickly allow the 12 paths of Diamond Legs to advance to the mastery stage. In this fire ginseng, what aspect does increasing cultivation refer to? Level. Internal power experience. Martial skill proficiency. Yang Ling looked at the fire ginseng in his hand, his eyes flashing with curiosity. This ginseng was only the size of a palm, but the system indicated it had 100 years of age. After growing for a century, it was still so small, indicating it was pure essence. These are all items dropped by level 100 bosses. They must be good. They'll try them when I get back. Carefully storing the fire ginseng, Yang Ling squatted quietly before the interwoven golden light. During this time, there was still movement from Xiaobai, as if it was still digging. Yang Ling couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. About half an hour passed. The golden light gradually dissipated, and a golden treasure chest appeared before Yang Ling. It's here. Yang Ling licked his dry lips and slowly opened the golden treasure chest. In an instant, the golden light rushed towards him, illuminating his entire face with a dazzling golden glow. Yang Ling couldn't help but squint his eyes. Once the golden light faded, he could see the contents of the treasure chest. A picture. What is this? Yang Ling was taken aback. It was not the martial arts manual he had imagined, nor was it a cultivation pill or a weapon. Instead, it was a picture. He picked up the picture, and the treasure chest immediately vanished. The picture depicted a monkey mimicking a human sitting cross-legged. It placed its hands in front of its Dantian, sunlight shining upon it, as if golden mist was rising. Divine Ape Visualization Diagram. Visualizing with this diagram can increase mental capacity. Training threshold 30 points of mental strength. System information slowly appeared. After Yang Ling read it, his heart suddenly began to race. This is a method to increase the mental capacity limit. Is this martial arts? But the system did not indicate what tier of martial arts this was. Would you like to comprehend the Divine Ape Visualization Diagram? Yes. Yang Ling immediately chose yes. In an instant, the divine ape visualization diagram transformed into a beam of golden light vanishing into his brow. Yongling suddenly felt a strange sensation. He felt as if he had become the divine ape in the picture sitting on the ground in meditation. Suddenly, he came to his senses and realized that he had unknowingly seated himself on the ground, his posture identical to that of the divine ape. It seems I have comprehended the divine ape visualization diagram. Yongling focused his mind and immediately opened the attribute panel to check the section for the divine ape visualization diagram. Divine ape visualization diagram initial insight gained 10 points of mental strength. Mastery gained 20 points of mental strength. Perfected gained 40 points of mental strength. Proficient gained 80 points of mental strength. Exclusive skill object control. The attribute introduction abruptly ended here. However, Yongling's mood was like a surging tide, difficult to calm. This directly grants mental strength. The second level can increase 20 points of mental strength. Although it does not have as many attribute points as the second level of the Diamond King Kong technique, the second level of the Diamond King Kong technique only gives 10 free attribute points. This is 20 points. The fourth level gives 80 points of mental strength, plus an exclusive skill object control. Yongling murmured the literal meaning was too easy to understand. Remote object control. Is this martial arts? He suddenly formed a new hypothesis about the martial arts limits in the divine realm. I have only recently entered the divine realm, and the strongest master I have seen is only Yun Ruo, who is at most a rank 7. Those rank 6, rank 5, and even rank 4 masters have likely already transcended the mundane world. Thinking of this, Yongling couldn't help but feel excited. At first, he only worked hard to survive well in the divine realm, hoping that one day he could return to reality. Yet everything he experienced was gradually changing his initial intention. Live well, then become stronger. Let's see how beautiful the highest scenery of this game really is. Now, without worries about food and drink and a carefree life, he could practice martial arts without the daily fear, allowing him to concentrate fully on honing his martial path. At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly flew over, tugging at Yongling's pant leg. Did you find something good? Yongling smiled faintly and followed it, only to see a wall covered in red gold appearing before him. A huge block of red gold. The exact size was completely unknown. After all this time you were looking for gold. I thought you were going to find us a way out. Yongling felt both amused and exasperated. Xiaobai seemed not to understand, instead looking proud of itself. Alright, go ahead and eat the worm pupa here, but can help you level up. Yongling waved his hand, and Xiaobai immediately began to feed. This piece of red gold is huge. It can save us the effort of searching for gold, perfect for leveling up. After observing for a while, Yongling decided to come here for the next level up. Moreover, he could bring Wu Xiaoqing and the others along. Such a large piece, who knows how much is inside, enough for them to level up together. I have already claimed the first reward for reaching level 30. There's no need to rush now. Let Lin Cai and the others level up first. After a meal, Xiaobai was full. Yongling did not bother with the remaining worm pupae, but quickly left the area with Xiaobai. On the way, he greeted Chun Su and the others, telling them to continue mining while he returned to his dwelling. He first consumed 4 inferior spirit gathering pills to advance the 12 paths of diamond legs to the mastery stage. He had no intention of keeping the remaining 15. Even if there were more martial arts in the future, he would not cultivate them. He simply could not keep up. Thus, he used those 15 to improve the proficiency of the 12 paths of diamond legs. After an unknown amount of time, as he consumed the last inferior spirit gathering pill, Yongling immediately opened the attribute panel. Character: Yongling. Profession: Constable Beast Tamer. Level 30. Strength 11, Agility 26, Mental 30. Exclusive skills: Insight X 3, Martial Arts Diamond King Kong Technique. Mastery experience 210100000. Divine Ape Visualization Diagram. Entry experience 0-100. Collapsing Mountain Fist. Mastery proficiency 102-10000. Tiger Catching Blade Technique. Perfected proficiency 010-00000. Ethereal Step. Perfected proficiency 1810000. 12 Paths of Diamond Legs. Mastery proficiency 4766-10000. Life value 6, 10, 200. Chi blood 10. The Divine Ape Visualization Chart falls within the realm of internal martial arts, requiring experience points for upgrades. Yongling pondered for a moment and decided to refrain from using the Peiyuan pill for now. 1 Peiyuan pill grants 500 experience points. However, when internal martial arts advance, any surplus experience points are rendered useless, returning to 0. Thus, using the pill at this time is not cost-effective. In about 7 days, the Divine Ape Visualization Chart will reach its initial comprehension. At that time, I can use 2 Peiyuan pills to push it to full mastery. Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement. This is his foundation. With 60 points of mental energy, he would be able to gain 30 experience points in internal martial arts each day. By the way, I currently practice 2 forms of internal martial arts. If the limit only applies to one of them, I will actually gain 60 experience points each day, 30 points for the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, and 30 points for the Divine Ape visualization chart. With this thought, Yang Ling decided to take out a fire ginseng and put it in his mouth. It felt crisp and sweet, much like eating a radish. He finished it in just a few bites. Shortly after the fire ginseng entered his stomach, a mixed sensation of warmth and coolness surged within him, spreading to his limbs. Suddenly, the data on the attribute panel began to change. Yang Ling felt the changes in his body while staring at the attribute panel. No matter how high his perception, it was still more intuitive to observe the attribute panel. First, the experience points for the King Kong Ming Wang Gong began to rise, followed by the Divine Ape visualization chart. Next came the Crushing Mountain Fist, the Tiger Capture Blade technique, the Void Step, and the 12 paths of King Kong legs. Even his vitality showed changes. This sudden transformation left Yang Ling momentarily stunned. Then the game provided a notification: congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Yang Ling found it hard to believe. This fire ginseng actually enhances all attributes. His level rose by 2 consecutively due to this. Just then a warm sensation suddenly surged into his brow. Congratulations, the Divine Ape visualization chart has reached initial comprehension. Mental energy increased by 10 points. Has it really reached initial comprehension? Yang Ling instinctively glanced at the mental energy section, which indeed changed from 30 to 40. He felt his perception becoming increasingly sharp. With the thought, he allocated the 2 free attribute points he just obtained to mental energy. The feedback he received was still a failure. It seems that free attribute points cannot be allocated to mental energy anymore. They can only be increased through the advancement of the Divine Ape visualization chart. By this time, the feeling of comprehensive enhancement had already ceased. The medicinal effect of the fire ginseng had been fully absorbed. Yang Ling casually allocated his free attribute point to agility, raising it from 26 to 28. Character: Yang Ling. Occupation: Constable Beast Tamer. Level 32. Strength 11. Agility 28. Mental Energy 40. Exclusive Skill: Insight X3. Martial Arts: King Kong Ming Wang Gong Mastery. Experience: 310100000. Divine Ape visualization chart: Initial comprehension. Experience: 01000. Crushing Mountain Fist Mastery. Proficiency: 202100000. Tiger Capture Blade Technique Mastery. Proficiency: 100100000. Void Step Mastery. Proficiency: 118100000. 12 Paths of King Kong Legs Mastery. Proficiency: 4866100000. Health: 610-200. Vitality: 100. This fire ginseng is a treasure. Yang Ling examined it closely. The enhancements from this fire ginseng were truly comprehensive. First, the experience points increased significantly, raising him by 2 levels. Then each internal martial art gained 100 experience points. The martial techniques also each gained 100 proficiency. Most importantly, his vitality actually increased from 10 points to 100 points. This vitality can enhance both defense and attack power, making it extremely useful. When it was only 10 points, he would deplete it after a short use. Now at 100 points, the duration of use has dramatically increased. I need to ask Chu Huatian and the others about fire ginseng when I have the chance. They run a pharmacy and must know about this. This thing primarily boosts levels and vitality with minimal increases elsewhere. With this thought, Yang Ling focused his mind and opened the Divine Realm level leaderboard. Divine Realm level leaderboard 001. Iron Armor Division, Yang Ling level 32. O Occupation Constable 002. 9 Immortals Palace Lin Sai, level 28. Occupation Taoist 003. Extreme Flame, Sword House, Jiang Tianai level 28. Occupation Swordsman 004. Divine Sect Zhang Shindao, level 27. O Occupation Assassin 005. Arhut Temple, Li Shou, level 27. Occupation Mad Monk 006. Bitter Awakening Temple Huiwu. Level 22. O Occupation Martial Monk 007. A Dead Man Valley Chi Kai. Level 22. Occupation Medical Apprentice 008. Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaochen. Level 22. Occupation Blade Guard 009. Great Flame Sword Sect Feng Yun. Level 22. Occupation Swordsman 010, Iron Armor Division, Sheen MO level 20. Occupation Constable, everyone else is quiet while I've leveled up several times. Lin Sai in second place is now 4 levels behind me. Even if she had a month, she might not catch up. The higher the level, the more experience points required. The gap created now is more terrifying than in the early stages when reaching level 10. Yang Ling's face revealed a faint smile. From now on, even if he devoted himself to internal martial arts, it would be difficult for Lin Sai and the others to surpass his level. He still intends to take the next first-place treasure chest. Yang Ling took out a Peiyuan pill and swallowed it. Please select the internal martial art to enhance. Divine Ape Visualization Chart. Soon the experience points for the Divine Ape Visualization Chart soared. In about 3 days it went from 0 to 500 points. Yang Ling went out to patrol the Qijin mine and returned inside to consume the second Peiyuan pill. Please select the internal martial art to enhance. Divine Ape Visualization Chart. Another 3 days passed. The experience points for the Divine Ape Visualization Chart broke through the 1000 barrier, advancing to full mastery. Yang Ling's spirit lifted, feeling a warm sensation in his brow. His mental energy skyrocketed from 40 points to 60 points. This enhancement is immense. He could distinctly perceive the differences within himself. Whether it was the sounds from outside the Qijin mine, clatter-chatter, or even the calls of birds and insects in the courtyard, they all became crystal clear. With his eyes closed, he could visualize the scene outside in his mind. Yang Ling seems to have been in closed-door cultivation these past few days. As long as we wait for nightfall and ambush him while he sleeps, we can take him down. He must have valuable items on him. Skills pills and the silver we urgently need. Primarily, it's his secret to leveling up. He leveled up 3 times in one go a few days ago. This is not early on. How terrifying is such a leveling speed? You are the only one among us who can barely deal with him. Tonight we will work together to capture him and force him to reveal his secrets. That's right, you're only 10 levels behind him, at most 10 attribute points less, but your skills are superior, so the difference in strength is definitely not large. The fragmented conversation suddenly made Yang Ling open his eyes, his expression growing increasingly serious. The voices seemed to come from quite a distance, likely outside the miners' village. Wu, the 6th on the Divine Realm level leaderboard, level 22, from Bitter Awakening Temple. Yang Ling suddenly felt a sense of relief. My rapid leveling is certainly visible to the players, and attracting trouble is only a matter of time. If they had come during my process of consuming the Peiyuan pill, I might have really been in trouble. In the future, I need to find a more discreet place when using Peiyuan pills. This incident serves as a reminder. Yang Ling was thankful that no major disaster had occurred yet. He stood up and began to stretch his body. Yang Ling was practicing the tiger capture sword technique in the courtyard, performing the Lingshu step and the 12 paths of the diamond leg. Gradually, Yang Ling suddenly noticed something strange. To confirm whether he was experiencing an illusion, he experimented for about another hour. During this time, he stepped on the Lingshu step, occasionally leaping into the air to execute the 12 paths of the diamond leg, while his tiger capture sword technique continued without interruption, becoming even more formidable due to the combination of the Lingshu step and the 12 paths of the diamond leg. The proficiency of these 3 martial arts is actually increasing simultaneously. It rose by 6 points in just 1 hour. Yang Ling felt a bit surprised. He had sensed something was off while practicing earlier, and after this special experiment, he finally confirmed that as long as he integrated these 3 martial arts during his training, it was equivalent to simultaneously practicing all 3. The Lingshu step and the 12 paths of the diamond leg are both forms of leg techniques and body movements. The tiger capture sword technique also requires body movement coordination, so these 3 can meld together quite well. Now I have 60 points of mental strength, and I can increase my proficiency by 6 points in 1 hour. The upper limit of the Diamond King's art has now also increased to 30 points of experience, but the time required has increased as well. It takes almost 6 hours to fully consume the experience points. Excluding eating, drinking, and other necessities, I still have about 17 hours left to practice martial arts. That means my daily limit is 100 points of proficiency, and with all 3 martial arts improving simultaneously, that totals 300 points. The cost effectiveness is extremely high, equivalent to consuming a subpar spirit-enhancing pill. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. He was correct. Mental strength was the foundation for him to stand firm in the divine realm. During this time, he had noticed that the experts he encountered had low mental strength. The highest was Yun Ruo, who had a full 20 points, and he was a disciple of the 9 Immortal Path Palace. This clearly showed the vast gap between him and ordinary martial artists. The third layer of the Divine Ape visualization can increase mental strength by 40 points, and the fourth layer can increase it by a full 80 points. Once I reach the fourth layer, my proficiency gain will be 3 times what it is now. Thinking of this, Yang Ling felt a bit odd. Calculating at 300 points of proficiency per day, reaching the pinnacle of mastery requires 1,000 points. And it would only take a year of hard practice to achieve. This is not just one martial art, but 3 advancing together from mastery to entry level. This speed of cultivation is truly terrifying. Even now, with only 60 points of mental strength, I would only need 3 years of hard practice. Compared to the natives of the divine realm, my cultivation speed is already astonishing. Yang Ling was already certain that as long as he did not die, he could elevate all 3 martial arts to entry level within 3 years. And it might not even take that long. During this time, he could also obtain spirit-enhancing pills. It's possible that the Divine Ape visualization will advance to the third layer, further increasing his mental strength by 40 points. In a year or 2, my strength will show a tremendous leap. At that time, I wonder if I can become a 4th-rank master. Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement. He didn't dare to think about becoming a 1st-rank Earth Immortal. He also didn't dare to dream of becoming a 2nd-rank Human Immortal. However, he could still entertain thoughts of becoming a 4th-rank master. Time passed slowly. The proficiency of the Tiger Capture Sword technique, Lingshu Step, and the 12 paths of the Diamond Leg was increasing simultaneously. When night fell, Yang Ling began boiling water and brewing tea in the courtyard, enjoying some snacks. He heard a rustling sound near him. The sound was delicate, barely noticeable to an ordinary person, for shadows had quietly entered the small courtyard, approaching Yang Ling from 4 directions. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky drifted away, and the moonlight poured down, illuminating the courtyard brightly. Yang Ling glanced around and scanned the attributes of the 4 individuals. 3 of them were mere small fry, but they had successfully changed their class, all becoming monks of the Kuju Temple, with levels ranging from 13 to 15. Their attributes were pitifully low, with agility and mental strength both in single digits. They were far behind the previous Hui Neng and were extremely distant from the realm of 9th-rank martial artists. Only Hui Wu's attributes were somewhat acceptable. Character: Hui Wu, level 22 class monk, strength 31, agility 16, mental strength 15, martial arts: Kuju Heart Sutra mastered, Swift Wind Step mastered, Open Stone Hand mastered, health points 510. The Kuju Heart Sutra is a second-rate martial art. I wonder how many attribute points the initial grasp and mastery contributed to him. His strength being above 30 must relate to this martial art. But his mental strength is still half of my initial 30 points, only 15 points. How has he also mastered in internal skills? Could it be that he also obtained something good, like a cultivation pill? Yang Ling thought to himself, the fact that he could rank first on the Divine Realm leaderboard must have come with some fortunate encounters. Perhaps at that time this guy's Kuju Heart Sutra was already mastered. With the support of internal skills, the speed of leveling up is naturally fast. What brings you for here? Yang Ling slowly stood up, showing a hint of surprise on his face. Benefactor, can't you tell we are from the Kuju Temple? One of them said with a smile. Their attire was similar to Hui Neng's back, then dressed in the robes of the Kuju Temple with bald heads. Kuju Temple. That's a second-rate sect, Yang Ling said solemnly, clasping his fists. May I ask what brings you esteemed monks here? Hui Wu was quietly observing Yang Ling at this moment, with a hint of curiosity and inquiry flashing in his eyes. You are Yang Ling, right? We came to inquire about what has happened here recently, as to why your strength has increased so rapidly. It was obvious they did not plan to reveal their identities as players, first attempting to probe using the identity of Kuju Temple monks. So you esteemed monks have also heard about it. Yang Ling smiled and clasped his hands. Has my passing the assessment in the Changha Prefecture to become a top 8 martial artist already reached the Kuju Temple? Top 8? Impossible. The 4 exchanged glances, seeing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Being at Kuju Temple, they surely knew more than ordinary players. They had witnessed firsthand the power of top 8 experts. By estimation, if players were not at level 50 or 60, their attributes could not possibly compare with those of top 8 experts. No, the attributes of 50 or 60 levels might only be the threshold for entering the 8th rank. They were not sure if their estimations were accurate, but they were certain that this person was lying. The other party was only at level 32, a mere pretender to the top 8. Yang Ling, do you still dare to lie in front of us, for esteemed monks? You are nothing but a pretender to the top 8. You are nothing but pretenders to be monks. Yang Ling's smile vanished, and he shot a cold glance at Hui Wu. You are Hui Wu, right? Tell me what brings you 4 bald donkeys to find me. Seeing Yang Ling reveal the origin of his enlightenment, the eyes of the four players flashed with a hint of astonishment. Coming from the Kuju Temple, yet you still seek me out. Is it not because you saw me at the top of the Divine Realm leaderboard and wished to know how I achieved it? Surely your identities are not easy to guess. Is there a need for such surprise? Yang Ling sat back down, pouring himself a cup of steaming hot tea. The four suddenly realized, and the one who spoke before sneered coldly. Yang Ling, since we are all players, we can't leave this cursed place for a while. Players should help each other, right? If you're hungry, I have food. If you're thirsty, I have water. Yang Ling said indifferently, of course I will help with such trivial matters. Don't play dumb. The other replied coldly, we want to know how you can level up continuously. You came all the way here just to ask me that. Yang Ling laughed. The entire Qijin mine is right in front of you, and you still ask me how I can level up. Are you implying that you level up by mining? The four suddenly noticed the Qijin pickaxe hanging at Yang Ling's waist, feeling it was absurd. Mining can also level up. They had to pay a huge price just to level up a single time at Kuju Temple. Can the others simply level up by mining? Otherwise, Yang Ling smiled. Alright, I know you're lying to us. Even if mining gives experience, it's impossible for you to be 10 levels higher than Hui Wu. He was once the top player, yet now you are level 32, and he is level 22. You level up faster than Lin Sai and the others. How is that possible? They are disciples of a first-rate sect. We know what first-rate sects represent. The other said resolutely, you should hand over your leveling secrets. In the future, we can also support you at Kuju Temple and serve as your backing. You probably don't know Hui Wu's status at Kuju Temple. He is currently a core disciple of the Martial Monk Hall, and his Master Zhu Ming is a 7th grade expert. The rankings on the Divine Realm leaderboard are all superficial. In the Divine Realm, without backing, how can one survive? You should understand this. Yang Ling ignored him and looked at Hui Wu. Are you mute? Among the four of you, your cultivation is the highest, yet you let a lackey speak to me. Why aren't you speaking? The guy was instantly furious, about to open his mouth, but Hui Wu had already pressed his hands together and recited Ba. Yang Ling couldn't help but nod slightly. The other was integrating in quickly. Yang Ling, the reason we came to find you this time is indeed for your leveling secrets, and we hope you can share them with us. This secret in my hands can unleash its effect better than in yours. Hui Wu's tone was calm yet firm. As long as I grasp your secret, I am confident I will crush Lin Sai and the others in the future. A mere 6th on the leaderboard, how boastful. Yang Ling replied, I have no leveling secrets. How about a cup of tea and you can go back? Since we have become monks, I think it's better not to meddle in the secular world. Let's honestly chant scriptures and cultivate ourselves. Hui Wu said, it seems he has no intention of handing it over. Kill him, and we'll find it ourselves. This guy is level 32. If we kill him on the spot, the experience points will be considerable. Perhaps we all can level up by 1 level. The other 3 monks spoke up. Yang Ling could tell at once that they had crossed the threshold of killing. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that killing also grants experience points. Yang Ling, this is your last chance. Hui Wu slowly spoke. Although your level is higher than mine, the cultivation method you practice must be inferior to mine. My attribute points should be above yours. And the martial skills I cultivate are also superior to yours. If we really came to blows, a 10-level difference is actually not that significant. You practice the Kuju Heart Sutra, right? I have a question. I find it extremely difficult to cultivate internal strength. I've practiced for a long time, and am still just scratching the surface. Can you really surpass me? Yang Ling asked curiously. Hui Wu's corner of his mouth lifted slightly. I am a level higher than you, achieving a breakthrough. Then how much can you enhance your attributes when you use your skills? Hui Wu, don't tell him. The other 3 monks reminded. Hui Wu shook his head gently. It's fine. When I use my skills, I can enhance my strength by 40 points. Single attribute. 40 points. Yang Ling recalled that Sun Biao's Iron Body Heart method was mastered to perfection, allowing a dual attribute increase of 20 points during skill use. It seems the Iron Body Heart method is indeed only a 3rd-rate internal skill. I have a dual attribute increase of 30 points. Altogether, that's only 20 points more than him. The gap between 1st-rate and 2nd-rate should not be just this little. Yang Ling suddenly asked, if you reach the 3rd level, how much can you enhance your attribute points? 60 points of strength, Hui Wu said. 60 points. The 3rd level of the King Kong Ming Wang skill allows for a dual attribute increase of 60. The difference is apparent. It seems the lower the level of the skill, the weaker the later stage becomes. Only the early stages are relatively close. Yang Ling felt a sense of relief in his heart. Yang Ling, when I use my skills, including martial arts, my strength can exceed 80 points. Hui Wu showed a sincere expression. The skill you practice is at most third-rate or even below standard, and the added attribute points are unstable. Moreover, you are still just scratching the surface, which gives you very little enhancement. Even if you are 10 levels higher than me, that's only 10 points of attributes. My skill is already several times higher than yours. You cannot be my opponent. The rankings on the Divine Realm leaderboard are actually unrelated to strength. I understand this, I've realized it long ago. The level leaderboard is merely about levels, not a power ranking. Yongling nodded slightly. The three monks saw his attitude and thought he was afraid, immediately seizing the opportunity. Yongling, do you understand Hui Wu's strength now? With a single palm strike, he can break a tree. Hand over your leveling secrets, and perhaps we can work something out, and you could also come to Kuju Temple. But having strength without agility is useless. You must be able to hit someone to make it count. Yongling pondered. Hui Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with vigilance. Are you implying that your agility is very high? How many points? I cannot tell you that. Yongling shook his head. Attribute points are a secret. I just told you everything. Hui Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. Because you think I'm a dead man keeps secrets. Yongling laughed. In short, I am very fast. You are not my opponents. First claiming to be an 8th grade expert, then saying you are very fast. Aren't you just trying to scare us away? We traveled a long way, we won't leave empty-handed. Even if we don't get your leveling secrets, you yourself are a huge experience bag. Perhaps you also have something valuable on you. If we kill you, our trip won't be in vain. The three monks exchanged glances and slowly assumed a stance to attack. Hui Wu, you go first, well, block his escape. Yongling sighed heavily. Must it come to this? Hui Wu pondered for a moment, and then slowly walked. With each step, he took his aura rose steadily. The Kuju Heart Sutra was already in motion and his strength was skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, his strength attribute jumped from 31 to 71. He really didn't lie to me. His strength can rival that of an 8th grade expert, but his agility is truly lacking. At most, he can be considered among the top tier of 9th grade experts. Yongling, deep in thought, suddenly vanished from his chair like a gust of wind, appearing before Hui Wu like a ghost. 12 pads of King Kong legs. Like lightning, his legs struck Hui Wu's chest repeatedly. Each kick forced Hui Wu to take a step back, and in an instant he retreated several steps. The leg technique was too fast, so fast that Hui Wu couldn't react at all. After finishing, Yongling returned to his original position and took a sip from his teacup. After letting it cool for a while, the tea was warm, just right. At this moment in the attribute of Hui Wu, the life value section was nearly empty, with only a few points of health remaining, slowly diminishing. Each kick delivered by Yongling had taken away 30 or 40 points of his health. For an ordinary person, even 2 lives would not suffice to withstand such a kick. Hui Wu slowly lowered his head, gazing at his deeply concave chest, feeling as if his heart had ceased to beat. Blood no longer supplied his body. A chilling aura spread within him, as if he had entered a frozen land. Was he going to die? Hui Wu looked at Yongling with confusion, his voice hoarse. Up. 8th rank. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the other party had never lied or intimidated them. The opponent was indeed at the 8th rank, and had given them multiple opportunities to leave. Yet they chose not to believe it, still making the most erroneous decision driven by their greed. Regretful. Hui Wu felt immense regret. In this instant, he thought of many things. Before his eyes, he seemed to see his terribly bleak reality. It was only upon arriving in the Divine Realm that he found his value. If he had continued to cultivate at the Kuju Temple and avoided stepping into the world, perhaps years later, he could have achieved his ideals. To become a respected giant in the world. But all this came to a halt that night. I should not have come here. After speaking, Hui Wu's life value reached 0 completely. His enormous body remained standing in place, not collapsing yet devoid of life. Indeed, you should not have come. Nurturing oneself is the way to go. Yongling set down his teacup, murmuring to himself. Perhaps it was because he had previously killed many warriors from the giant spirit sect. Even now, killing a player seemed to evoke little feeling in him. It seems I have blended into the Divine Realm, just like Hui Wu. Isn't the world just about fighting and killing? If one lacks strength, even eloquence cannot compare to the blade of another. Yongling looked at the 3 monks, who were dumbfounded. Isn't that the truth? Brother Yong, we were wrong. The 3 monks' faces pale and expressions twisted, lacked the courage to flee, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Too late, let's give you a quick end. Yongling smiled. The 3 monks could no longer bear it, and turned to flee, attempting to shout for help. But in an instant, all 3 had their skulls crushed, their life values dropping to 0 in a flash, leaving no chance to utter last words. These 4 did not grant Yang Ling any experience points, clearly indicating that the game judged his strength to be overpowering these 4, resulting in no experience gain. Yang Ling searched their bodies as usual, finding scattered silver pieces amounting to only 20 or 30 taels in total. Apart from that, there was nothing of value. Clearly these 4 had left the most valuable items at the Kuju temple and did not carry them. Under the cover of night, Yang Ling disposed of all 4 corpses deep within Cave 36. He was unsure whether the Kuju temple had any knowledge of their arrival at the red gold mine to find him. The worst-case scenario would be that the Kuju temple might suspect him. However, as an 8th rank Iron Guardian, he held that identity. Without substantial evidence, he was not afraid of a second-rate sect like the Kuju temple. Returning to the small courtyard, Yang Ling cleaned up the traces, took a bath, and continued to practice his 3 martial skills in the yard. The next day, Yang Ling did not descend into the mine to level up. He realized something very important. His time was tighter than he had imagined. The Diamond King Kong art requires 6 hours to fully acquire 30 points of experience. The Divine Ape visualization also required 6 hours. These 2 techniques could not be practiced simultaneously like martial skills. In fact, the time left for me to practice martial skills is only 11 hours. And that's without descending into the mine to level up. Moreover, I have 8 cultivation pills, and consuming them will require 24 days to digest. Leveling up. Taking cultivation pills to increase the experience of the Diamond King Kong art. Practicing martial skills. Yang Ling ultimately chose the second option. He had already outpaced the others by too much in levels. He could afford to slow down a bit. However, Yang Ling changed his practice location to the mine. Deep within Cave 36, he had excavated a stone chamber for himself, leaving only a passage, and had little white stationed there. If anyone approached without permission, they were to be killed without mercy. This place is actually quite good. I will cultivate here in the future. When I need to level up, I will mine directly. This saves me the time to go from the yard to the mine, at least saving 7 or 8 minutes. With this thought, Yang Ling took out a cultivation pill and swallowed it. Please choose which internal skill experience to enhance. Diamond King Kong art, Divine Ape visualization. Let's go with the Diamond King Kong art. Yang Ling pondered for a moment and decided to enhance the Diamond King Kong art first. Although the latter could significantly increase his training speed in the future, its enhancement in combat power was actually minimal. Once the Diamond King Kong art reached the 3rd layer, he would be able to boost each attribute by 60 points. At this level, Yang Ling felt he could establish a firm footing among the 7th rank martial artists. Subsequently, every 3 days, Yang Ling would also take some time to patrol outside. At the same time, he kept an eye on the movements in the Divine Realms level ranking. It was only on the 12th day that Lin Cai and 3 other disciples from first-rate sects managed to level up. Yang Ling completely relaxed at this rate. If these few did not encounter any fortuitous events, it would be difficult for them to catch up to his level. At this moment, due to Hui Wu's demise, he had vanished from the Divine Realms level ranking. Originally at the very bottom, the Iron Guardians Qin Mo had now risen to 9th place with an additional player at level 18 filling in the last spot. The level gap between the 1st and 10th places was a staggering 14 levels. This made it hard for all players to believe, and also piqued their curiosity about how the first-ranked player had leveled up. Days passed quickly. Soon Yang Ling had consumed his 8th cultivation pill. Once he digested this one, he planned to continue leveling up and claim the treasure chest reward. The proficiency of martial skills could wait. In Qingshan City, at the entrance of the Iron Guardian's mansion, a few familiar faces of Yang Ling appeared. They were Wen Yu from the Young Masters gang, Bai Xing from the Bai Horse Pharmacy, and Chu Huatian from the Chu Family Pharmacy. Bai Xing, Chu Huatian, I only let you in the Young Masters gang because of Brother Yang's face. You must persuade Brother Yang to become a supreme elder of our gang this time. When you tidied his clothes while reminding, as long as this matter succeeds, our Young Masters gang will no longer be a joke in Chang'e Prefecture. Any ordinary gang that sees us will have to take a detour. Chu Huatian displayed a trace of helplessness on his face. Your father is the head of the 3rd Division of the Anti-Piracy Office, Iron-Faced. When Kongxian, any ordinary gang, would already take a detour when they see you. I don't care, my father always says I lack seriousness. If the Young Masters gang had such a supreme elder as Brother Yang, he wouldn't say that anymore. For this I have made ample preparations. Brother Yang wants cultivation pills, right? My father has hidden 5 that he has never used, and I brought them here. In addition, I also received a shocking piece of news from my father. Brother Yang will definitely be very interested. When you smiled and walked briskly into the Iron Guardian's mansion in Qingshan City. Shocking news. Bai Xing and Chu Huatian exchanged glances, feeling skeptical, yet increasingly curious. after all the other party had been mentioning this shocking news all along. They were eager to see just how shocking it was. Luo Yu, I truly cannot speak on your behalf in this matter. Chun Guoqing, clad in the uniform of a constable, sat at the head of the hall holding a teacup in his hand, his expression visibly strained. Luo Yu and several colleagues sat in the main hall. Upon hearing these words, their faces darkened with displeasure. Chun Guoqing, you're part of our system too, even if we belong to different departments. We're still comrades in arms. Can you truly bear watching us eke out such a wretched existence in Qingshan City? One of them burst out. Even if we can't secure constable appointments, at least help us find pathways for reassignment or promotion. In truth, experience may be gained through any profession. Only the quantity and pace differ. A player named Zhang Wei now serves as an enforcer for the Serpent Gang. By brawling with over a dozen people daily, he continues to level up. Chun Guoqing paused thoughtfully. Yet surely you'd never stoop to being enforcers. I could intercede on your behalf, perhaps arrange positions as dock laborers at the Serpent Gang's wharf. Still, reassignment remains exceedingly difficult. Dock labor. Luo Yu smiled faintly, yet a flash of fury flickered in his eyes. Our duty is to protect ordinary people who enter the divine realm for myriad reasons. How can dock labor fulfill that charge? He sighed deeply. This time a large cohort of players was expelled from the city by Yangling. We intend to establish a guild here in Qingshan City. You now oversee the TA Bureau in Qingshan City on Yangling's behalf. Please formally notify other guilds and ask them to cede some territory. Found a guild? Have you lost your mind? Chun Guoqing's face hardened. Luo Yu met his gaze squarely. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. We must not cling blindly to convention. My guild will specialize in resolving livelihood issues for players. Are there not ever more players arriving in Qingshan City each day? Indeed, the influx grows daily with dozens appearing every day. We've already arranged proper accommodations for them across the mines under the jurisdiction of the Shana sect. I've just dispatched another 400 or 500 to the Qijin mine recently. Chun Guoqing nodded, then added firmly, but this hardly justifies founding a guild. The TA Bureau stands under my authority. I am already inclined to assist those players. Are you attempting to seize control? Luo Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. By rank, I am a senior inspector, while you are merely a common constable, not even qualified as an inspector. You are obligated to cooperate with me. Survival itself isn't difficult, but our true dilemma lies in reassignment. Without it, no matter what we do, we remain trapped at level 10. Yet remaining at level 10 seems harmless enough. By then, attributes double, granting 10 full attribute points. If all invested in Strength 1, would become a veritable superhuman in the real world. Chun Guoqing sighed. The divine realm is far more perilous than it appears. Do you recall Hui Wu, the former top-ranked player on the divine realm leaderboard? He vanished from the rankings recently. What does that signify? It means he perished just like Luo Kai of the Guanxing Academy before him. This is the brutal reality of the Jianghu, a realm utterly alien to our former world. Ultimately, this is nothing but a power grab. Have you considered what charges you and Yangling might face should the nation eventually conquer the divine realm? Luo Yu instantly levied a grave accusation. Chun Guoqing's expression shifted subtly, then he fixed Luo Yu with a stern, unflinching gaze. Whether we stand accused is not yours to decide. Rather, in my view, you are the one facing grave peril. At that moment, Lao Zhao knocked gently at the door. Brother Guoqing, someone seeks our chief. Chun Guoqing rose and stepped outside immediately. When you greeted Chun Guoqing with a smile. I am Wen Yu, Chief of Division 3, Anti-Bandit Bureau, Changhe Prefectural TA Bureau. We humbly greet your excellency. Chun Guoqing and Lao Zhao recoiled slightly in surprise, hastily bowing low. Son of the aforementioned chief. Wen Yu smiled serenely. Son of the Chief of Division 3, Anti-Bandit Bureau, Changhe Prefecture. Luo Yu's expression shifted perceptibly. He exchanged glances with his subordinates. This man's pedigree was formidable indeed. Even Yangling, Qingshan City's chief constable, would likely grovel before him. Chun Guoqing and Lao Zhao stood frozen, expressions bewildered. Where is Chief Yang? I have urgent business with him. When you remarked his tone calm, yet commanding. A flicker of wariness crossed Chun Guoqing's eyes as he cautiously asked. Might I inquire the nature of your business with our chief? Luo Yu stepped forward, suddenly clasping his fists in formal salute. Honorable Master Wen, I am Luo Yu. Oh. Noting Luo Yu's refined bearing, Wen Yu nodded with a courteous smile. Honorable Master Luo. Master Wen, I wish to file a formal complaint against Qingshan City's Chief Constable Yangling. Luo Yu's tone turned grave. Chun Guoqing and Lao Zhao flinched involuntarily. When you paused, then leaned forward intently. What grounds do you cite for this complaint? I accuse him of dubious origins, unfit to hold the office of chief constable. Luo Yu spoke slowly and deliberately. Chen Guoqing snapped, do not utter baseless slander. So he intended to attack Yang Ling through his player identity. No one knew why the son of the Anti-Bandit Bureau's chief had arrived, and if this accusation caused Yang Ling trouble, the consequences would be dire. You accused Chief Yang of questionable lineage. When you mused quietly, his gaze distant. Bai Zhihong and Chu Huatian exchanged uneasy glances. Master Luo, where do you hail from? When you asked abruptly, I am currently registered as a displaced person. Today I seek official registration. Luo Yu replied, Chief Yang himself was once a displaced person, so lineage alone cannot disqualify him. You, a displaced person, dare accuse Qingshan City's TA Bureau chief. When Yu's face contorted with fury. Seize him, 30 strokes of the cane. Luo Yu recoiled in shock. Without hesitation, Lao Zhao summoned the constables stationed outside. Luo Yu stammered, bewildered. Your Excellency, if I lodge a complaint against Yang Ling, surely due process demands investigation, not summary punishment. From which forgotten corner did you crawl forth? A mere displaced person dares petition the authorities? When you laughed bitterly, Chief Yang holds the 8th rank of the TA order. Do you comprehend what that signifies? At that moment, Luo Yu drew a sharp, cold breath. He had always assumed everyone here was a player, their status determined solely by real-world identity. Yet he had never imagined Yang Ling was regarded as a legitimate official by the native populace. Luo Yu forced a strained smile. That was merely jest. I am in fact well acquainted with Chief. Oh. When you turned his gaze toward Chen Guoqing and Lao Zhao remained silent, tongue-tied. Chen Guoqing spoke coolly. He previously labored at the Qijin mine, where he incited a strike among fellow miners for personal gain. Chief Yang expelled them all. Ah, I see. A traitorous ingrate. When Yu's smile held no warmth as he studied Luo Yu. My brother Yang is renowned even in the prefectural capital. I wonder if you've grown weary of life. Fortunately, this is the TA Bureau. If you fell into my hands elsewhere, I'd light you like a lantern. He then turned to Chen Guoqing. Handle this according to regulation. Chen Guoqing gave a slight nod. His constables surged forward like wolves, seizing Luo Yu and his companions without delay. Only when Yu addressed Yang Ling as Brother Yang did Luo Yu finally grasp the truth. He had misjudged everything from the outset, assuming the visitor came to undermine Yang Ling, when in fact, where is Brother Yang? When Yu inquired, Chen Guoqing replied, he's at the Qijin mine. I'm headed there myself. If your Excellency permits, I shall accompany you. By all means, lead the way. When Yu urged cheerfully. Yang Ling exhaled, slowly releasing a thick, turbid breath. The 8th Peiyuan pill had been fully absorbed. He opened his character interface. Name Yang Ling. Profession Constable Beast Tamer. Level 32. Strength 11. Agility 28. Spirit 60. Exclusive Skill Insight 3. Martial Art Vajra Buddha King Cultivation Art Mastered. Experience 442010000. Divine Ape Visualization Chart Mastered. Experience 120100000. Mountain Crushing Fist Mastered. Proficiency 202100000. Tiger Seizing Saber Technique Perfected. Proficiency 160100000. Void Stepping Technique Perfected. Proficiency 178100000. 12 Route Vajra Leg